In the interrogation room of the Jianyang City Police Station, Chen Fang sat upright, recalling the events. It was around noon, approximately 12 o'clock. I called him for lunch, but after calling out a couple of times and receiving no response, I went over to take a look. Did you not realize that he was already dead at that moment? Opposite him sat a long-faced officer named Ma, who was diligently recording notes as he inquired further. I didn't notice, Chen Fang replied, his complexion turning pale as a troubling thought crossed his mind. If I had discovered earlier and called 120 in time, would he still be alive? Officer Ma shook his head. The specific cause of your classmate's death will only be determined once the medical examiner completes the autopsy. Do not burden yourself with unnecessary psychological pressure. What was your relationship like? It was fine, just an ordinary classmate relationship. Did he offend anyone, either on or off campus? How was his health? No, Chen Fang asserted with certainty. Zhang Quanan hardly left the dormitory during breaks, and he rarely attended classes. As for his health, he seemed fine. Chen Fang pondered for a moment before continuing. He appeared quite robust. I never saw him exercise, yet he was surprisingly strong, often winning several first-place medals during the sports meets. Such a fit individual, Officer Ma inquired with curiosity. What did he usually do? He played video games. After some additional questions, Officer Ma capped his pen. Thank you for your cooperation. You may return to school. Now, we will notify you of any developments. Understood. As Chen Fang exited the police station, dusk had begun to settle in. He absent-mindedly patted his flat stomach, but found he had little appetite. Just a short while ago, his classmate Zhang Quanan had quietly passed away in the dormitory. Chen Fang could only describe their relationship as average, much like everyone else's with Zhang Quanan, who was known for his eccentricity. He often sat alone, absorbed in his phone, lost in his own world, rarely engaging with others or attending classes. While few students in college abstained from gaming, very few were as entranced as he was. If not for their shared dormitory, where Chen Fang occasionally brought him meals, it was likely they would hardly have exchanged a few words over the course of a month. Nevertheless, the thought of someone who was vibrantly alive just the day before now lying stiff and lifeless on the bed stirred a sense of unease within Chen Fang. With the school on break, most students had returned home, leaving the campus nearly deserted. Due to the distance from his home, he had opted to remain. Upon returning to the dormitory and gazing at the empty bed, a chilling sensation crept over him. Chen Fang shook his head and approached the balcony, intending to open the window for some fresh air. A shadowy object flickered behind the curtain. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an old, black-brand mobile phone. The model was antiquated, and the screen bore several cracks. A sense of familiarity washed over him. After a brief recollection, he realized it belonged to the deceased Zhang Quanan. He owned two phones, one a simple device for calls and texts, and the other the old smartphone now before him. Logically, he should have turned this phone over to the police, for it might contain clues pertinent to Zhang Quanan's death. Yet for reasons unknown, this antiquated black phone exuded an almost mystical allure. A sudden impulse surged within Chen Fang, compelling him to claim the device as his own. A gentle breeze wafted through, startling him back to reality as he recoiled from his own thoughts. It was merely an old, decrepit phone, hardly worth a pittance at a second-hand store. Shaking off the impractical notions swirling in his mind, Chen Fang reached for the phone. Zhang Quanan had not set a password, and with a mere swipe, the screen illuminated. Strangely, the home screen bore none of the basic applications for calls or messages, but instead showcased an icon for a game titled Jianghu, rendered in an ink wash style. The icon depicted a swordsman clad in a flowing robe, wielding a long sword, his face obscured. Chen Fang found himself entranced, his finger inexplicably drawn to the icon. Just as his fingertip was about to make contact, the lights in the dormitory abruptly extinguished. Startled, he stepped back, glancing at his watch had lost track of time. It was now the school's designated lights-out hour. Even during the holidays, many students remained on campus for various reasons, and the tradition of lights out at 11 persisted. Turning his gaze back to the phone on the windowsill, a chill ran down his spine, filling him with dread. He realized he had stood on the balcony, lost in thought, for 3 hours without any awareness of the passage of time. This prompted him to recall Zhang Quanan's peculiar behavior, how he would often sit idly, staring blankly at his phone as if his soul had vacated his body. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the unsettling thoughts, Chen Fang returned the phone to its place and drew the curtains, distancing himself from the balcony. Unbeknownst to him, the old black phone had remained illuminated for those 3 hours, its battery untouched. Closing the balcony door, Chen Fang felt no inclination to attend to his nightly hygiene. The eerie phone unsettled him profoundly. He even decided against sleeping in the dormitory, especially considering the recent death of a fellow student. A sense of unease pervaded his thoughts. Grabbing his identification and charger, he climbed down the pipe from the second floor of the dormitory. Sleep was a trivial concern; he would find lodging elsewhere. Upon arriving at the internet CAF, the cacophony of voices calmed his racing heart. He settled in front of a computer. For reasons he could not fathom, his usual enthusiasm for gaming had evaporated. Contemplating the bizarre phone, he resolved to report it to the police the next day. As time trickled by, perhaps due to his prolonged vigil on the balcony or the shock from Zhang Quan'in's death, fatigue enveloped Chen Fang. Before long, his head tilted and he succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the phone lying face down on the desk suddenly illuminated, its screen coming alive without a guiding hand. The browser opened, a string of URLs was entered, leading to a page that resembled the official website of a game that a night swiftly passed. The following morning, Chen Fang awoke to a sharp pain. He had a stiff neck. Groggy, he settled his bill and purchased a breakfast, munching as he ambled towards his dormitory. He was not alone. Many students shared his company, for it was indeed a holiday. Thus, in a daze, he returned to his dorm, freshened up, and intended to retire to bed. A cool breeze swept through, and his gaze fell upon his black smartphone. In the next moment, all traces of sleep fled, and his eyes widened in shock. He wished to contact the officer who had taken his statement the previous day, only to realize he had not saved the officer's contact details. Never mind, I shall report it as a found item, he pondered, resolving to call the police. He retrieved his phone, ready to dial the emergency number, but his fingers suddenly froze. He stared intently at his device, noticing that all the original applications had vanished. Only one familiar yet alien icon lay quietly on his home screen, boldly inscribed with the characters, Jianghu. It felt as if he had been scalded, and instinctively, he hurled the phone away. The device tumbled to the ground, striking the floor with a crisp sound, ultimately landing screen up. The inky, watercolor game icon flickered enticingly, as if an unseen force beckoned him to retrieve it and enter the game. Chen Fang stood rigidly, gazing at the phone on the floor. This is truly bizarre, he muttered, turning on his heel and sprinting out of the dormitory, heading straight for the police station without a backward glance. As an atheist, he had never encountered such an uncanny situation, sending shivers down his spine. Regardless of what that strange icon represented, he had no desire to engage with it. The thought of Zhang Quan'in's tragic demise only heightened his anxiety. Fortunately, the police station was not far from the school, and he arrived shortly. After a brisk jog, he found the officer who had taken his statement the previous evening. He recounted the events of the previous night from start to finish. The 40-year-old Officer Ma smirked slightly, but inquired, "Where's your phone now?" "In the dorm." Chen Fang shrugged, "I dare not touch it." "Good, you are wise to do so. I shall drive with you," Officer Ma replied with a smile. "I truly appreciate your assistance." The two climbed into the police car and sped towards the school. Chen Fang led the way to his dormitory. "Officer Ma, it is right inside." Officer Ma nodded and entered first. "Is this the phone on the floor?" he asked. "No, that one belongs to me. Zhang Quan'in's is on the balcony," Chen Fang clarified. "However, my phone now bears that icon as well. It could be a type of Trojan virus," the officer reassured him. Chen Fang remained silent, thinking to himself, who has ever heard of a Trojan virus transmitted through the air? Officer Ma donned gloves and carefully placed two mobile phones into separate plastic sealing bags, beginning his meticulous examination of each device. Chen Fang stood at a distance, observing intently. After a thorough inspection, Officer Ma removed his gloves and remarked, "Xiao Chun, I understand that the passing of your classmate has deeply affected you, but you must also take care of your health." Chen Fang, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean, Officer Ma?" The officer unlocked Zhang Quan'in's phone, revealing a home screen devoid of any ink wash-style game icons, instead displaying the usual array of applications. Upon unlocking his own phone, he found it to be equally ordinary, with no missing applications or peculiar icons whatsoever. Xiao Chun, perhaps you should take a stroll during the holiday. I believe the pressure has been too much for you, Officer Ma advised earnestly. Chen Fang remained fixated on his phone, beginning to doubt whether he had truly experienced hallucinations the previous day. Officer Ma gently patted his shoulder and stated, "I will take Zhang Quan'in's phone back to the station." "Thank you, Officer Ma," Chen Fang replied. "No problem, let me have your contact information, and feel free to call me if you encounter any issues." "Certainly." They exchanged contact details, and Officer Ma departed with Zhang Quan'in's phone. Chen Fang stood at the school gate, waving goodbye. He pondered that perhaps the stress had indeed overwhelmed him. After a long day, hunger struck, prompting him to head to the cafeteria. He took out his phone to check the time. In the next moment, he froze in place, his body rigid. The applications on his phone's home screen had vanished once more, leaving behind only a solitary ink wash-style game icon. A chill swept over him, and the blazing sun above offered no warmth. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Classmate, are you all right?" A step back in nervousness startled the girl behind him. She was strikingly beautiful, tall, with fair skin that nearly shimmered in the sunlight. "Oh, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," he replied, though his mind was too preoccupied to appreciate her beauty. He hastily expressed his gratitude and fled. The girl, puzzled by Chen Fang's erratic behavior, scratched her head but soon dismissed it. He dared not return to his dormitory, especially after the recent tragedy and the bizarre occurrences that followed. He knew he would have to wait until the school arranged for a change of accommodation, which would not happen until the holiday concluded. Unfortunately, he could not afford to wait any longer. Instead, he sought out a hotel behind the school and booked a room. After eating a little and taking a shower, Chen Fang forced himself to calm down. He realized that he must confront the situation. Succumbing to fear of the unknown was not a solution. A true warrior bravely faces the bloodshed. Moreover, the strange game icon might not be something sinister, it could very well be a mere virus. Chen Fang picked up his phone and unlocked the screen. Indeed, apart from the solitary ink wash icon, all other applications had vanished without a trace. He had previously conducted an experiment. Whenever someone was near him, the phone would revert to its ordinary appearance. It seemed that this peculiar icon only manifested when he was alone. Taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, Chen Fang understood that this phenomenon was fixated on him. He recalled Zhang Quan'in's unusual behavior, a person who never exercised, effortlessly lifted weights that two individuals could not manage. He had never trained, yet secured the gold medal in long-distance running at the sports meet, even breaking multiple school records. Could these anomalies be connected to this enigmatic icon? He steeled himself mentally. "Come on, let me see what you truly are," Chen Fang declared fiercely at his phone. He then extended his finger to tap the icon, his digit turning pale from the force applied. After the tap, he felt a heightened sense of alertness, acutely aware of his surroundings, fearing the sudden emergence of something terrifying. However, after a prolonged wait, aside from the gentle hum of the air conditioning, all was silent. Chen Fang reluctantly redirected his gaze to the phone. He watched as a large, crimson character for death gradually dissolved into the screen like ink dispersing in water until it finally vanished, plunging the display into darkness. Before long, the screen illuminated once more, revealing a line of text. "On July 18th, 2024, you were born in a tranquil town, untouched by the storms of the world. You were born," in the text halted, presenting 4 options: scholarly family, martial arts, clan, merchant, family, orphan. It indeed resembled a game, somewhat familiar, as there were numerous titles of this kind on the market, some of which he had played himself. Nevertheless, he remained cautious and scrutinized the options. From the concise text and the inkwash icon, it could be inferred that this was a martial arts-themed game, and he was now tasked with selecting his origin. The scholarly family would likely enhance attributes related to knowledge or insight. The martial arts clan presumably granted a skill book or increased strength. Merchant family with straightforward financial resources. As for the final option, orphan, it likely featured high luck or fortune attributes, but lower physical traits. Chen Fang pondered this in his mind. Perhaps due to staring at the screen for too long, the options began to appear as double images. He blinked, and upon looking back, the blurriness had vanished. Not paying it any mind, he continued to contemplate. Typically, when playing games, he would most likely choose the orphan background. After all, High risks often lead to high rewards. If he perished, he could always start anew. However, the situation was different now. The rigid corpse of Zhang Quanin lingered vividly in his memory. Who knew if there was any correlation between this game and reality? What if the game operated in synchrony with real life? And if the game character perished, so would he. Therefore, which option was the safest? Chapter 3. Shadows and Notes. For the moment, disregarding the sudden appearance of peculiar text, Chen Fang continued to delve into this enigmatic game. He first eliminated the option of being an orphan, unwilling to gamble on his fortune. The scholarly lineage was also cast aside. Neither knowledge, learning, nor insight could swiftly and effectively enhance his survival capabilities. This left him with the choices of a martial arts family or a merchant household. The martial arts family offered immediate skills and physical attributes that could rapidly and effectively bolster combat prowess, significantly increasing his chances of survival. Conversely, the merchant family would likely provide monetary resources, and, as is typical in games, there would be equipment and skills available, all attainable through currency. Just as he found himself in a quandary, the shadow reappeared before him. This time, he did not blink but continued to fixate on the screen. When anomalies arise, there is often something amiss. He was determined to uncover the nature of the shadow. Chen Fang remained focused until, a few seconds later, the shadow behind the options began to solidify, transforming into a few lines of minuscule text. Scholarly lineage, knowledge 50 levels, martial arts family, initial basic skills 20 levels, merchant household, initial silver 1000, orphan, initial fortune 5. As anticipated, it aligned with his expectations. A flicker of realization surged through Chen Fang, and the seemingly annotative text vanished instantaneously. When he redirected his attention to the options, the small text reappeared. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fang ultimately chose martial arts family. The screen transitioned, depicting an inky meteor descending into a quaint little town. The subtitles reemerged. "You have been born. Please enter your name." A dialogue box soon materialized. After some contemplation, Chen Fang entered the name of the family's old cat, Yoke. The subtitles continued to pulse. "You were born into a martial arts family, endowed with innate strength, possessing rudimentary skills in a minor martial art. Your journey in the martial world begins." The scene shifted again, this time lingering for a considerable duration, lasting a minute or two. As darkness receded, a small river came into view, spanned by an arched bridge, leading to an indistinct little town, obscured in the distance. The visual style mirrored that of traditional ink wash paintings. As for Chen Fang, he stood with his back to the screen at the riverbank, gazing toward the distant town. Bamboo groves lined the riverbank, with strands of hair fluttering in the breeze and indistinct small creatures barely perceptible in the forest. The ink wash aesthetic was enchanting. Had the preceding circumstances not been so bizarre, he would undoubtedly have grown fond of this game. Yet, due to the preconceived notions and the exquisite, delicate graphics, images of Zhang Quanin's vacant expression as he stared at his phone invaded his mind, sending a shiver down his spine and amplifying his unease. Shaking off the disordered thoughts, Chen Fang refocused on the game. In the lower right corner of the screen, there were 5 options: character attributes, martial world attributes, martial arts, backpack, and quests. Chen Fang clicked on character attributes to explore further. Name, Egg Yolk, unnamed junior. Age, 14. Gender, male. Strength, 26 agility, 30 constitution, 11 insight, 13. Fortune, 20 experience, 0 potential, 0 health, 110. Internal energy, 50-50. You appear to be in your teens, with a robust physique and a face marked by excess flesh. Your martial prowess seems unremarkable, and your movements appear exceedingly light. You seem to be in good health, unscathed. Chen Fang's lips twitched slightly as he pinched his own cheek and glanced at the slender figure on his phone. It seemed that neither he nor the depicted figure bore any relation to the term robust. In the upper right corner of the interface, there was a cartoonish avatar that bore a slight resemblance to him, albeit somewhat more muscular. Drawing from previous experiences, Chen Fang adeptly concentrated his thoughts on attributes such as strength and agility. Before long, a few lines of text transition from obscurity to clarity. Strength affects the character's attack power. Agility affects the character's attack speed and evasion probability. Constitution affects the character's health and defense. Insight affects the character's potential consumption when learning martial arts. Fortune affects the character's passive income and item acquisition. Note: the total value of the 5 attributes is 100. Perhaps he had stared too long. As Chen Fang began to feel a slight dizziness and hastily diverted his gaze. After a brief respite to regain his composure, he resumed his exploration. Much like conventional games, the martial world attributes included chivalry, experience, and prestige, all currently at 0. Their functions remained unclear for the time being. The martial arts section was divided into 5 categories: unarmed combat, weaponry, lightness skills, internal arts, and knowledge. Since he had chosen to start as a martial arts family heir, he possessed a base proficiency of level 20. Consequently, his martial arts section included 3 foundational skills: basic unarmed combat, basic lightness skills, and basic internal arts. It appeared that these 3 martial arts constituted his basic skills, though it was puzzling why weaponry was absent, perhaps due to the vast array of weapon types available. Continuing to explore, he discovered his backpack was entirely empty, devoid of items. However, the taskbar revealed a single quest. Quest: Fishing by the River. Reward: 200 experience. 200 potential. To the right, there was an option to begin the quest, which Chen Fang tentatively clicked. Instantly, a progress bar appeared at the bottom of the screen. You're fishing by the river. The character, who had been standing motionless with his back to the screen, suddenly sprang into action. He rolled up his pant legs and sleeves, then produced a bamboo pole taller than himself from seemingly nowhere. Standing by the riverbank, he began to jab at the water with the pole. After approximately 10 seconds, the progress bar completed, and the character raised the bamboo pole. A lively fish skewered upon it. A system notification popped up at the very bottom of the phone screen. System notification: you have completed a fishing session by the river, gaining 200 experience and 200 potential. Chen Fang. This entire process required no input from him. The character autonomously executed the task. Upon returning to the character attributes interface, it was evident that the zeros following experience and potential had transformed into 200. The function of potential could be surmised, as it likely pertains to the allocation of points. However, the concept of experience remained somewhat elusive. There appeared to be no discernible level classifications within the character attributes. Once again, I accessed the taskbar, and the option for Fishing by the River still gleamed brightly. Without hesitation, Chen Fang clicked on it, and moments later, a series of system notifications appeared. System notification: you have completed a session of Fishing by the River, earning 200 experience points and 200 potential points. System notification: you have completed a session of Fishing by the River, earning 200 experience points and 200 potential points. System notification: you have completed a session of Fishing by the River, earning 200 experience points and 200 potential points. I lost count of how many times I clicked until the option for Fishing by the River dimmed, yet no new tasks emerged. Chen Fang gazed at the task interface, perplexed. It was only upon returning to the main screen that the realization struck him. The character, once beyond his control, was now manipulable, and a virtual directional joystick had materialized on the screen. A gentle push forward prompted the character to take a step ahead. Chapter 4. Exploring the game, Chen Fang attempted to turn his character around to face himself, aligning with the screen's direction. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. It seemed he could only maneuver the character's movements forward, backward, and sideways. He discovered that entering the bamboo forest or the river was impossible. Access appeared restricted to specific missions. As he controlled the character to retreat, it took a couple of steps in place, revealing an invisible wall behind. The extent of Chen Fang's view seemed to be the boundary of the scene. He manipulated the virtual joystick's left and right controls, exploring along the small river for a brief moment, but soon encountered another invisible barrier. The only option that lay before him was to proceed. He guided the character across a small bridge, and the screen dimmed slightly before illuminating once more. Before him unfolded a serpentine path, flanked by dense, ink-wash-style bamboo, obscuring whatever lay within. The path's end loomed in darkness, resembling a gaping maw poised to devour the unwary. With utmost caution, Chen Fang steered the character forward. his gaze fixed on the bamboo groves on either side, prepared to turn and flee at the slightest hint of movement. Though uncertain of the efficacy of retreating, fortune favored him as he reached the path's terminus without encountering the monsters he had dreaded. The screen dimmed again before brightening, revealing a spacious clearing teeming with a multitude of granular, indeterminate materials. Remaining vigilant, Chen Fang refrained from touching the mysterious substances. In a corner of the clearing stood a thatched cottage, which he intended to investigate. Suddenly, he noticed an exclamation mark on the task icon in the lower right corner. Upon inspection, he found that in addition to the dim task, fishing by the river, a new task had appeared, guarding the valley field. The reward for this task was 500 experience points and 500 potential points, surpassing the previous task by 300 points. With this newfound knowledge, Chen Fang contemplated returning to the initial scene by the riverbank. He clicked the retreat option, prompting the character to turn, and the entire perspective began to rotate. A path materialized along the edge of the clearing, while the surrounding areas remained shrouded in darkness. He guided the character onto the path, and before long, he spotted the small bridge again. It appeared that returning was indeed possible, Chen Fang mused. However, having already explored this area without any discoveries, he maneuvered the character back to the clearing. Upon his return, he cautiously approached the thatched cottage. Alas, it was much like the riverbank earlier, seemingly obstructed by an invisible wall that barred him from getting closer. After circling the clearing without uncovering anything new, Chen Fang reluctantly opened the task panel and clicked on guarding the valley field to commence the task. He surmised that the first scene had also appeared only after he completed the fishing by the river task. It seemed that pathways to subsequent scenes would only unlock upon completing tasks. Based on previous experiences, the task process did not require his control and posed no danger. The inky river, its depths hidden from view, had previously caused him considerable concern. Upon clicking to begin the task, the character moved on its own once more. He first lowered his head to glance at the enigmatic substance on the ground. Judging by the task's title, the unidentified material appeared to be some form of grain. He then called out towards the thatched cottage a couple of times, cupping his hands around his mouth in a horn-like shape, yet no sound reached his ears. After a brief moment of confusion, he attempted to adjust the volume, realizing that the phone sound was turned off. Chen Fang mused to himself, feeling as though he had been watching a black-and-white silent film, devoid of color and sound. A voice emanated from within the thatched hut, though Chen Fang could not comprehend it, as it seemed to be a dialect from a particular region. A stooped figure emerged from the cottage, its appearance matching that of the character. As they approached, a conversation ensued, though the content remained obscure. The hunched figure then retrieved a broom. It certainly resembled one, though the abstract nature of the scene left him uncertain. After handing the suspicious broom-like object to the character, the figure slowly returned inside the cottage. A prompt appeared at the bottom of the screen. System notification: you have obtained a broom. Chen Fang opened his backpack to find a rudimentary broom resting quietly within. He tentatively tapped on it, and immediately the broom's attributes popped up. Broom, temporary item, function, used to scare away birds. However, as the character was currently engaged in a task, he could only observe and refrain from any actions. Once the stooped figure departed, the character produced the broom. Just like when he was performing the fishing by the river task, the broom materialized abruptly in his hand. Simultaneously, a progress bar appeared at the bottom of the screen. You are currently guarding the grain field. Chen Fang watched intently for a while. After a few seconds, the progress bar had barely decreased. It seemed that the duration of the guarding the grain field task was significantly longer than that of fishing by the river. This was quite reasonable, considering the former offered over double the experience and potential of the latter. After conjuring the broom, the character stood motionless at the edge of the clearing, resembling a statue. The progress bar gradually diminished. Minutes passed, and until the task concluded, no new developments occurred. System notification: you have completed a session of guarding the grain field, earning 500 experience points and 500 potential points. Chen Fang felt a peculiar sense of confusion, as if he had accomplished something while simultaneously having done nothing. However, this was a positive outcome. He preferred that nothing transpired. He clicked to initiate the task once more. The progress bar appeared. You are currently guarding the grain field. This time, a new development finally unfolded. Just as the task commenced, a creature several times larger than the grain appeared at the edge of the clearing. The creature moved with remarkable speed. Had he not been fixated on his phone, he might have missed it entirely. Yet, just because he could not see it did not mean the character was oblivious. As the unidentified creature approached the clearing, the character sprang into action. In a flash, the character dashed towards the creature with impressive speed, then delivered a swift kick that sent the shadowy figure flying. Chen Fang. Simultaneously, a system prompt emerged. System prompt. A shadow darted into the granary like lightning. You swiftly delivered a kick, sending it flying. It turned out to be a slick, large black rat. Experience 10. Before Chen Fang could express his disbelief, several black dots appeared on the screen. They were smaller than the black rat, but significantly larger than the grains. The character moved again, wildly waving the broom in hand. System prompt. Several sparrows flew into the granary to pilfer grains. You brandished the broom vigorously. Although not a single feather was touched, you still managed to scare them away. Potential 25. Subsequently, waves of varying numbers of large black rats and sparrows arrived. The character effortlessly dealt with them, earning experience 20 and potential 20. System prompt. You have completed a guarding session at the granary, earning 500 experience and 500 potential. After several more sessions of guarding the granary, Chen Fang realized that the appearance of these large black rats and sparrows was entirely random, devoid of any discernible pattern. Chapter 5. Offline. In addition to the requisite 500 experience points and potential, the second task yielded an additional 30 experience points and 45 potential, bringing the total to 530 experience points and 545 potential, including the initial task of fishing by the river. Chen Fang had amassed a total of 3,030 experience points and 3,045 potential. Although the precise functions of experience and potential remained unclear, accumulating them could only prove beneficial. With resolve, he continued to initiate tasks. System notification. You have completed a Valley Guard task, earning 500 experience points and 500 potential. System notification. You have completed a Valley Guard task, earning 500 experience points and 500 potential. System notification. You have completed a Valley Guard task, earning 500 experience points and 500 potential. After more than half an hour, Chen Fang deliberately counted, and upon finishing the 10th task, the option for Valley Guard dimmed. He recalled that the frequency of fishing by the river was likely similar. At last, the seemingly distant, yet tantalizingly close little town materialized before him. Not far from a thatched cottage, a broad road paved with gray stone bricks appeared new. After inspecting the surrounding area to ensure nothing was overlooked, Chen Fang guided his character onto the stone pathway. With each step, tap, 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 the background music faded, leaving only the sound of footsteps resonating within the confines of his heart. Fortunately, it was not long before the screen dimmed and brightened again, revealing a new scene. It retained the abstract ink wash painting style. Street vendors hawking their wares, children frolicking in the streets, the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer, and hurried figures clad in swords and blades, save for the unintelligible accents that surrounded him. It was a vivid tableau of an ancient market town. The character stood at the town's entrance, appearing somewhat dazed, a reflection of Chen Fang's own bewilderment in reality, momentarily at a loss for his next move. Although he had sensed something amiss about this game, witnessing such a scene evoked a feeling of peering into another world through his phone. Startled by his own thoughts, Chen Fang felt a chill. If the town within the phone truly represented another realm, what then was the relationship between the character at the town's entrance and himself? Holding the device? The eerily mysterious death of Zhang Quan crossed his mind, and he dared not delve further into such thoughts. It seemed he had unwittingly become entangled in this bizarre game, left to navigate one step at a time. With a contemplative heart, he directed his gaze toward the nearest inn, the Inn of Unnamed. Without the inclination to critique the establishment's name, he maneuvered his character into the town. System notification. You have arrived at the unnamed town. As before, upon entering the town, an exclamation mark icon reappeared on the task indicator. Chen Fang opened the task icon, and indeed, in addition to the dimmed options of fishing by the river and valley guard. A new task had emerged: serve tea and water. He understood that the task before him likely lay within the confines of the nearby inn. However, Chen Fang did not immediately venture inside. Instead, he meandered through the quaint little town. Despite its modest size, the nameless town was replete with various establishments: a blacksmith, an inn, a guardhouse, a martial arts school, and even brothels. The more he wandered, the more unsettled he became. Everything in the town struck him as eerily reminiscent of a genuine ancient world. He was uncertain of the true nature of that bygone era. Yet it seemed plausible that it resembled this. Moreover, inexplicably, upon stepping into the town, he was enveloped by an unaccountable sense of safety, as if some hidden terror lurked beyond the town's borders. Fortunately, Chen Fang's curiosity was not overwhelming, and he had no intention of investigating the potential dangers outside. Just as he was about to enter the inn, he realized that an invisible barrier obstructed his path. This barrier not only surrounded the inn, but also the blacksmith, the guardhouse, and the brothels. The bustling town before him appeared as a hazy illusion, existing in a dimension separate from his own. As he contemplated further exploration, he noted that it was already past 9 in the evening. Hours had slipped away unnoticed. Having slept poorly the previous night and endured the day's shocks, Chen Fang felt a sense of mental disarray. Guiding his character to a small alley, he resolved to exit the game. System prompt: you are currently in a safe zone. You may exit the game. Would you like to temporarily leave the realm? After a moment of reflection, convinced he had not overlooked anything, he confirmed his decision. The ink-wash world of antiquity faded, revealing the pristine interface of his phone. Gazing at the solitary game icon, an impulse stirred within him. Suddenly, the phone's screen transformed, displaying various applications. Chen Fang widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that he had merely entertained the thought of returning to the normal interface. To his surprise, it had manifested in reality. Switch, he tentatively uttered. Almost instantaneously, without delay, all applications vanished, reverting the screen to the singular game icon. After several attempts, he succumbed to fatigue, drifting into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until nearly noon the following day, awakening in a daze. Glancing at his watch, he rubbed his throbbing head and stifled a yawn. He had unwittingly slept for over 10 hours, without waking even once, nor had he dreamt. Staggering to the bathroom, he relieved himself and, upon exiting the inn, was struck by a profound sense of dislocation. Just 2 days prior, he and a few classmates had conspired to arrange a blind date for the introverted Zhang Quanan. Little did they know, as soon as they departed, Zhang Quanan had silently passed away. With the death report yet to be issued and the school still on break, no announcement had been made. Indeed, the heavens can be unpredictable. Chen Fang stared blankly at the swiftly passing vehicles, letting out a sigh. However, his lamentations did not linger for long, as they were abruptly interrupted by a series of rumbling sounds from his stomach. Having gone nearly 20 hours without food or water since yesterday, his internal organs were on the verge of collapse. The thought of his hunger only intensified his discomfort, as if an enormous hand was tightly gripping his stomach, causing his vision to blur. Chen Fang hurriedly sought out a nearby fast food establishment. He carelessly selected a variety of dishes, consuming a staggering amount equivalent to 5 people's portions before he felt a slight sense of satiety. Yet, it was still insufficient, and he dared not indulge further, fearing he might alarm the proprietor with his voracious appetite. He pretended to pack 2 portions to take away. Satisfied, Chen Fang exited the fast food restaurant with the 2 meals in hand, but before he could take more than a few steps, a piercing scream from a girl echoed, accompanied by the screeching of tires. Chapter 6. The third visit to the palace. Before the piercing scream had faded, the jarring sound of brakes echoed ominously nearby. Chen Fang's mind had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when a fierce gust of wind slammed against his back. More precisely, it struck the area below his waist, indicating it was not an object of considerable height. At that moment, he had no time to turn around, let alone glance over his shoulder. He could only reach backward with his right hand while his left hand still clutched a takeout box. Before he could extend his arm far, his legs collided with something, accompanied by a tremendous force. The screeching brakes triggered a single word in Chen Fang's mind: accident. Damn it. He could only curse inwardly. In an instant, his mind went blank, and as his legs were forcefully impacted, his body uncontrollably lurched backward. Just as he faced imminent danger, a feeble current of air inexplicably surged forth, rushing toward his right hand with remarkable speed. Chen Fang had no time to discern the origin of this airflow. He merely sensed its destination. The air swirled within his right hand, and suddenly, it seemed to possess a will of its own. It pressed downward with astonishing force, a strength that appeared terrifying based on the sound and sensation. Adrenaline? The word flashed through his mind. Under normal circumstances, such force would likely result in a muscle contusion or a fractured bone in his hand. Yet at that moment, Chen Fang was torn between the fear of being struck by the vehicle and the dread of suffering a fracture, realizing the final outcome might not differ significantly. As he closed his eyes, bracing for impact, a gentle warmth emanated from his abdomen, splitting into two streams. One swiftly reached his right hand, while the other surged toward his legs. The speed was so rapid that Chen Fang barely had time to react. Boom! Bystanders gasped in astonishment. Chen Fang, intrigued, noted that the sensation of his hand pressing down did not resemble that of car's hood. It felt too soft for metal. Finally, he found the opportunity to turn his head and glance back. A black sedan was behind him. The driver, with a flushed face and wide eyes, stared in terror at the airborne Chen Fang, though he could not fathom how he had executed such a maneuver. Chen Fang understood that the driver would likely face license revocation. The car had not been traveling particularly fast, but it was certainly not slow. Just as Chen Fang believed he was about to showcase a superhuman flight, his right hand, pressed against the car hood, suddenly exerted immense force. Remarkably, it counteracted the enormous inertia imparted by the vehicle's speed. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, he performed an exaggerated maneuver, a Thomas twist followed by a backflip. His body completed a somersault in midair, narrowly avoiding the car beneath him, ultimately landing gracefully. Goodness, honey, come out and see this masterful display. Did you see that? Incredible. A master is right beside me. My Wort. The astonishment of the onlookers was beyond description. At this moment, Chen Fang, still kneeling on one knee, wore an expression of astonishment. Was this truly the action he had executed? The most astonishing aspect was that the lunchbox in his left hand had not spilled a single drop of soup. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and seizing the moment while everyone was still in disbelief, he hastily made his escape, sprinting back to the hotel. As he gazed at his palm, memories of the movements he had just performed flooded back, along with that inexplicable surge of warmth. He immediately recalled the three fundamental martial arts skills of the character in the game: basic punches and kicks, basic lightness skill, and basic internal skill. Having chosen the martial arts lineage, his character possessed an innate level 20 foundation in these three fundamental skills. Yet this was simply two. Chen Fang looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "How absurd!" The skills of the game character had manifested in his own reality. What if the character were to die in the game? He instantly thought of Zhang Quanan. He could now surmise that it was highly probable that Zhang had perished in the game, leading to his own sudden demise in the dormitory. A wave of dread washed over him, nearly suffocating him. Death seemed to loom ominously nearby. For a moment, he could not distinguish the pale, rigid visage in his mind. Was it Zhang Quanan or his own future self? Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the door, startling Chen Fang. The feeling of terror subsided slightly. "Who is it?" he inquired. "Hello, sir. I am from the front desk. A police officer is looking for you," came the voice from outside. Chen Fang opened the door and was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Ma, standing alongside the front desk attendant, was a police officer in uniform, none other than Officer Ma, whom he had encountered not long ago. "It's you, Xiao Chun," Officer Ma said, visibly surprised, yet smiling. "We meet again." Chen Fang forced a smile, thinking that frequent interactions with the police were hardly a good sign. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Are you unaware of your own actions?" "Come with me for a moment," Officer Ma suddenly said, his expression turning serious, leaving the front desk attendant pale with apprehension. Fortunately, Officer Ma was merely jesting, as he quickly added, Had I not seen the surveillance footage, I would scarcely believe you possessed such skills. Impressive, young man. Chen Fang scratched his head, chuckling, Uncle Ma, you flatter me. I just enjoy exercising from time to time. That hardly resembles casual practice. We have few in our police force who could achieve such feats. Officer Ma remarked. However, even with training, caution is paramount. After all, a mere mortal cannot withstand iron. Is there any discomfort in your body? It was evident that Officer Ma genuinely cared for Chen Fang's well-being. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Ma. I was fortunate and wasn't hit at all, Chen Fang replied. Well, that's good to hear, Officer Ma nodded, but you still need to come with me to identify that drunk driver. Upon hearing that it was merely identification, the front desk attendant finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows where her mind has wandered? The fugitive, having evaded capture for years, is finally apprehended, hiding in a hotel, committing murder and dismemberment, indulging in illicit massages. One can only say that her inner turmoil is quite profound. Chen Fang secured the door and boarded the police car, once again arriving at the precinct. This marked his third visit in just a few days. Oh, look who is back, Xiao Chen. A young officer greeted him with familiarity, as they had become acquainted through these repeated encounters. Chen Fang responded with a wry smile. Off you go. Haven't you got anything better to do? Officer Ma admonished with a stern expression. The young officer promptly scurried away. Officer Ma led Chen Fang into a room where a driver, caught for drunk driving, sat behind the railing. Within a few minutes, Chen Fang exited the precinct. The identification process was remarkably straightforward. After all, it was merely a formality. There had been numerous onlookers at the time, and the surveillance footage captured everything from beginning to end. Chen Fang was uncertain about the specific penalties, but it was clear that his driving license would be revoked. Interestingly, the primary focus of everyone, including the driver, seemed to be on Chen Fang's impressive skills, which left him both amused and exasperated. Once again, he found himself in Officer Ma's car, returning to the hotel, finally exhaling in relief while observing the theatrics of the front desk staff. Thank you, Uncle Ma. I'll head in now, Chen Fang said, waving goodbye to the police car as he stood at the hotel entrance. No need for thanks, Officer Ma replied, waving back as the police car disappeared from view. Chapter 7. Re-entering the game upon returning to his room. Chen Fang retrieved his mobile phone and summoned the game icon with a mere thought. Today's events had granted him a deeper understanding of the game, titled Jianghu Martial Arts. He mumbled to himself. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had subtly transformed, from initial fear, confusion, and helplessness to a burgeoning excitement, fervor, and ambition. What remained uncertain was whether this game offered feedback solely through skills, or if other items and possessions could also play a role. Moreover, how long would it take for skills to reflect back into reality? What would be the disparity in intensity between the feedback in the real world and that within the game? These questions would require him to explore and validate through experience. Even if the cost might be death, it was inconceivable for Chen Fang to witness an extraordinary opportunity unfold before him without making an attempt. An ambition, unnamed yet potent, began to take root within his heart. He reached out and gently tapped the game icon. Instantly, the screen plunged into darkness, accompanied by a soft, traditional melody emanating from his phone. Having forgotten to turn up the volume during his last session, he had missed the sound altogether. Although Chen Fang was not well-versed in music, he could discern the notes of traditional instruments, such as the flute and guqin or guzheng. After a few moments, a watercolor-like landscape materialized on the phone screen, depicting the alley where he had logged off previously. For reasons unknown, the game was now shrouded in darkness. Chen Fang maneuvered the virtual joystick to guide his character out of the alley and onto the street. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the unmistakable clang of weapons clashing echoed from his device. Hastily, he redirected his character back into the alley and cranked the volume to its maximum, pressing the phone close to his ear to listen intently. Unfortunately, apart from the sounds of combat and a few unintelligible dialect phrases, he gleaned nothing further. Yet, he dare not venture outside. It was evident that a group of martial artists was embroiled in a fierce conflict on the street, and with his current rudimentary attributes. Stepping out would be akin to offering himself as a target. In this game, one life was all he had, death meant the end, and every decision required meticulous consideration. Thus, Chen Fang remained nestled in the corner, eavesdropping on the commotion for an extended period. To say he was hidden would be inaccurate, for he could only control his character's movements in a four-directional manner: forward, backward, left, and right, unable to make it jump, crouch, or lie down. In essence, he was limited to the W, A, S, and D keys, with no means to manipulate other buttons like Control or Shift. He pondered whether connecting an external keyboard to his phone might be feasible. Such an experiment would have to wait until tomorrow. For now, he needed to assess the situation outside and determine when it would be safe to emerge. Additionally, he aimed to calculate the temporal flow within the game in comparison to reality. With remarkable patience, Chen Fang observed the shifting shadows cast by sunlight in the game, juxtaposing them with the real world, and deduced that the ratio of game time to real time was approximately 3:1. This meant that 3 days in the game corresponded to 1 day in reality. Any further precision would exceed the capabilities of his current means. As the sound from outside gradually subsided, Chen Fang did not rush to step out immediately. Instead, he lingered in the alley for a while longer. As anticipated, it wasn't long before a piercing scream echoed through the air, accompanied by a feeble grunt and a string of incomprehensible dialect. The owner of the voice, upon finishing his utterance, seemed to be affected by his injuries, unable to suppress a violent fit of coughs. Even from a distance, Chen Fang felt a pang of discomfort. Contemplating the severity of the injuries, one could almost imagine the liver being coughed out. Simultaneously, he gleaned a rudimentary assessment of the combat prowess within this game, influenced by the vitality of these individuals from the underworld. With the recent demise of the unfortunate soul fresh in his memory, he was even more cautious about making any hasty movements. Embracing the persona of Lao Lu, he remained concealed in the alley, refraining from venturing out. After enduring 3 more agonizing cries from outside, the game interface began to pale slightly, indicating the imminent arrival of daylight. Chen Fang finally exhaled in relief. However, just as he was about to set down his phone and wipe his clammy palms, a shadow had silently materialized behind him. From the character's perspective, the figure was obscured, yet from Chen Fang's godlike view, the scene unfolded clearly, causing his hands to freeze in place. He watched anxiously as the figure behind his character, evidently the source of the earlier screams, loomed ominously. Chen Fang's heart raced, nearly rising to his throat, terrified that this individual might strike him down without warning. Such a fate would be utterly tragic. After all, Zhang Quanin had at least played for a while before his demise, whereas he would be meeting his end right at the onset of the game. A most unfortunate circumstance indeed. Fortunately, the shadow did not make a move against him, merely probing behind his character a few times. Realizing that the figure appeared to be deaf and mute, Chen Fang felt a slight relaxation wash over him and promptly settled down on the ground, commencing his healing meditation. With his hands poised around his phone, he quietly observed for a moment, and upon confirming the figure's inactivity, prepared to guide his character out of the alley. Yet, just as he took a step forward, the seated shadow emitted a cold grunt, sweat beading on his brow. Chen Fang pretended not to hear, continuing to maneuver his character onward until a stone suddenly struck the back of his knee, causing his character to tumble to the ground. System notification. A stone hit your knee, causing minor injury. You have been ambushed. You may retaliate. Retaliate? Chen Fang inwardly scoffed, then feigned a casual glance around. Observing this, the seated figure finally ceased its scrutiny. However, the performance required thorough execution. Chen Fang directed his character to turn around and aim the camera towards the figure. He pushed the virtual joystick to its limits, commanding his character to stride boldly toward the shadow while uttering nonsensical sounds to bolster his own confidence, regardless of whether the figure could hear him. "Get lost," the shadow exclaimed. Although the words were unintelligible, Chen Fang could surmise they were akin to a demand to depart. Unfazed, his character pressed forward. This action was not merely theatrical. It was also a form of testing the waters. If the opponent truly found themselves at their last breath, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Chen Fang's eyes fixated on the screen, a paradoxical blend of calmness and madness simmering within. A gust of force swept towards him, sending the character tumbling to the ground. He felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Realizing that the opponent was evidently not as severely injured as he had anticipated, or perhaps the combat prowess of this world exceeded his expectations. Though tinged with regret, he recognized that it was time to halt his reckless pursuit. Chen Fang understood that the earlier confrontation had merely been a test. If he continued to provoke the situation, the opponent might genuinely harbor intentions of lethal force. As the character regained its footing, just as he resolved to disengage from the conflict, the adversary unexpectedly hurled a fist-sized object towards him. The projectile moved slowly, suggesting it was not a concealed weapon. Maneuvering the character to the object's side, a prompt to collect appeared. Chen Fang opted to retrieve it, and an announcement materialized. System notification. You have acquired 10 taels of gold. Chapter 8. Time-limited mission in this game. One must refrain from executing overly complex actions, lest Chen Fang inadvertently provoke the mysterious figure before him. Delighted, Chen Fang guides his character towards the alleyway's exit. Suddenly, the figure seated cross-legged calls out in an unintelligible language. Just as Chen Fang grapples with how to respond, his character initiates the conversation autonomously. The character turns around, and the two engage in dialogue, leaving Chen Fang to listen in a state of confusion. Fortunately, it is not long before their exchange concludes, and a prompt appears. Mission prompt. You have reached an agreement with the mysterious individual to procure medicinal herbs for healing. In return, a reward will be provided. The reward is unknown. Do you accept? Rising from his prone position, Chen Fang sits up, stroking his chin in contemplation. This task appears to carry little risk, essentially involving a simple errand to purchase herbs. Although the specifics of the reward remain unclear, the lavish demeanor of the mysterious figure suggests it will not be lacking. However, this is merely his own speculation. The true impetus for accepting the mission lies in the swirling gust of wind that emanates from the enigmatic individual. Chen Fang harbors no doubt that should he decline, the figure would swiftly resort to aggression. Whether motivated by the allure of reward or the instinct for self-preservation, he finds himself compelled to accept the task. Yes, Chen Fang clicks to accept the mission, and the task interface promptly materializes. In addition to the existing 3 missions, a new time-sensitive task appears. Procure medicinal herbs. Task: procure medicinal herbs. Time limit: half an hour. Reward: unknown. To the right, 2 options present themselves, one to commence the task, and the other for task details. Chen Fang selects the latter, and a brief essay unfolds, detailing the mission to procure healing herbs for the mysterious figure. Replete with a dizzying array of both familiar and unfamiliar herbal names: ginseng, ambergris, Buddha hand ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus, Hisho wu, cooked Rehmannia. Confirming the destination of the task, he refrains from lingering over the details and closes the task information. The location is the only apothecary in the nameless town. Upon exiting the alley, he is met with a scene of scattered corpses and pools of inky blood. With little time to spare, he hastens towards the apothecary. Truth be told, Chen Fang harbors significant concern over whether these rare herbs can be found in such a place. Yet, he reassures himself that a game would not present him with an unachievable task, alleviating some of his anxiety. The apothecary is situated at the northernmost edge of the town, in the opposite direction from where Chen Fang entered. It is somewhat secluded. The task time limit is indeed pressing. Fortunately, during his leisurely exploration of the town the previous day, he had spotted the apothecary, thus enabling him to navigate the route with ease and save considerable time. As he maneuvers his character towards the destination, Chen Fang mentally calculates the time. A half hour in ancient times equates to approximately 1 hour in modern terms. The journey from the town's entrance to the apothecary will take nearly 20 minutes. There is no alternative. The movement speed of the characters is fixed, and even in a run, it remains rather limited. The round trip takes nearly 40 minutes, leaving no more than 20 minutes for the gathering of medicinal herbs. Chen Fang is uncertain about the purchasing mechanics within this game. Does the herb simply materialize in his inventory with a swish? Or must he endure a more realistic process of weighing and packaging? For the sake of his own survival, he resolves to act swiftly. Of course, Chen Fang has contemplated the possibility of fleeing with the money, yet he finds himself a stranger in this game, with the small town being merely the third location he has encountered, leaving him unaware of where peril lies and where safety prevails. Faced with the unknown dangers, he chooses to pursue the task at hand diligently. After a duration of 17 minutes and 36 seconds, Chen Fang arrives at the apothecary. The shop appears modest from the exterior, but upon entering, he discovers a world of wonders within. As he steps inside, the characters on the screen engage in a dialogue reminiscent of a cinematic cutscene. Chen Fang releases his grip, observing the interaction between his character and the apothecary's proprietor. The countdown for the task continues to tick away. Fortunately, it is not long before their conversation concludes, and the apothecary calls upon an apprentice to begin weighing and packaging the herbs. At this moment, Chen Fang realizes he can now control his character. With nothing else to occupy his time, he meanders through the apothecary. After a leisurely exploration, Chen Fang notes the game's fluctuating degrees of freedom at times. It is severely constrained, like the initial riverside scene where he could not even touch the water while on a mission. Yet, in the current setting, he can interact with the furniture and herbs scattered throughout the shop. Were it not for the apprentice shadowing him, he would undoubtedly seize a few items for experimentation. However, under the apprentice's watchful gaze, any attempt to take something would be brazen theft rather than mere pilfering. Unsure of the consequences that might ensue from such actions, Chen Fang refrains from making any impulsive decisions, as this is, after all, a game of life and death. Minutes pass, though in the context of the game, it amounts to merely a few brief moments. Chen Fang silently exhales a sigh of relief as he receives a substantial bundle of medicinal packages from the apothecary's owner and prepares to make his escape, only to be thwarted at the door by the ever-watchful apprentice. The apprentice utters something menacing towards the character, and, as the apothecary owner approaches, Chen Fang suddenly recalls that he has yet to pay. Hastily, he retrieves the 10 taels of gold given to him by the mysterious benefactor from his backpack. Instantly, the faces of both men brighten, and they cheerfully provide change as they see him off. However, this time, the change given by the apothecary, several pieces of silver, does not occupy space in his inventory like the gold had. Instead, the inventory now reflects a transition from 0 gold, 0 silver, and 0 copper to 0 gold, 72 silver, and 0 copper. Chen Fang realizes that the gold he received earlier was merely a task item, not something he could spend freely. A wave of relief washes over him. Had he attempted to flee with the money, he might have found himself bereft of both wealth and life. Like a bolt of lightning, he returned to the narrow alley, where the enigmatic figure remained seated in a meditative posture. The moment the character stepped into the alley, the other party opened their eyes. At this juncture, the sky within the game had just begun to lighten, yet due to the ink wash painting style, the overall environment remained dim. The alley itself was even darker. However, at the instant the mysterious figure opened their eyes, a fleeting glimmer of azure light flashed through their gaze. Chen Fang observed this clearly, and given the alley's obscured surroundings, he immediately felt a sense of urgency, vigorously maneuvering the virtual joystick. Much like the previous encounter at the apothecary, as soon as the character entered the alley, a cutscene commenced. The mysterious figure cleared their throat, accepting various medicinal packages from the character's hands. After meticulously inspecting each one, they nodded in satisfaction. Then, seemingly from nowhere, they produced a small cauldron and, without regard for Chen Fang's presence, commenced the process of concocting medicine. Chen Fang found this behavior rather unremarkable. Chapter 9. The disciple of the Tang sect in a gaming realm, possessing a spatial backpack, is utterly commonplace. However, this is a martial arts game, not a cultivation one. Minutes passed, and as a wisp of azure smoke wafted from the small cauldron, the enigmatic figure retrieved a pill, swallowed it without a glance, and visibly transformed. His complexion shifted from a pallid gray to a vibrant hue akin to that of the characters around him. With a sigh of relief, the mysterious individual beckoned Chen Fang forward. A wave of anxiety surged through Chen Fang, fearing that this stranger might indeed intend to eliminate him. Yet, his apprehension was unwarranted. After summoning him closer, they engaged in conversation, albeit in an indecipherable dialect. Despite the language barrier, the demeanor of the other did not suggest intentions of violence. After all, there was no need for excessive dialogue if the aim was to silence him. After what felt like an eternity of anxious waiting, their discourse concluded, and a prompt appeared. System notification. You have completed the procurement of medicinal materials. Please select one reward from the following options. Reward 1. 1 tael of gold, 10,000 experience points, 10,000 potential points. Reward 2. A random martial arts skill in the realms of fist techniques, weaponry, lightness skills, or internal martial arts, with a certain probability of acquiring a superior skill. Reward 3. Pass the mysterious individual's trial and join their sect. Glancing over the options, Chen Fang immediately dismissed Reward 1. Although he was still uncertain about the game's economy and the purchasing power of Tael of Gold, based on his experiences from 2 prior scenarios and numerous daily tasks yielding experience and potential, 10,000 points seemed rather modest. As for Rewards 2 and 3, had this game truly been an ordinary mobile venture, he would have undoubtedly opted for Reward 2. Even with a low probability, the prospect of an instant elevation was tantalizing. After all, he was no stranger to gambling. However, given his nascent understanding of this peculiar game, Chen Fang felt compelled to regard it as a genuine ancient martial world. With only one life at stake, death would mean the irrevocable loss of everything. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to select Reward 3. In a realistic martial world, aligning oneself with a faction was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Moreover, judging by the mysterious figure's prowess, having battled for an entire night and sustaining injuries, yet capable of unleashing such formidable energy, his sect must possess commendable qualities. Crucially, the ability to concoct healing elixirs was a significant advantage. In the unpredictable world of martial arts, injuries were inevitable, and a faction with restorative capabilities was indeed the optimal choice. With this in mind, he gently tapped on the third option. System notification. You have chosen Reward 3. The mysterious individual will soon test you. Please prepare. As the system message faded, a 10-second countdown appeared on the screen. Chen Fang straightened his posture, adjusting his seating as he braced himself for what lay ahead. The ability to successfully navigate the trial is crucial to one's future gaming aspirations. Thus, it necessitates careful consideration. As the countdown concluded, the screen transformed, revealing a game interface reminiscent of a martial arts-themed fruit ninja. Chen Fang, caught off guard, barely had time to voice his frustrations before an apple soared up from the bottom of the screen. Instinctively, he swiped at the apple. With a swift motion, the blade glinted, and the apple was cleaved in two, juices splattering everywhere. Score 0-1. Chen Fang fixated on the screen, his eyes wide and unblinking. Soon, oranges, bananas, pineapples, and the anticipated firecrackers and poison packs followed. Score 0-1. Score 0-2. Score 0-5. Score 0-2. Initially, he could keep up, but as time progressed, the fruits appeared with increasing speed. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he persevered. Ultimately, he inadvertently let a watermelon slip by. The screen flashed red, as if under attack, and the health bar in the upper left corner diminished slightly. As the saying goes, the more one is occupied, the more chaotic it becomes. After missing one watermelon, he accidentally struck a poison pack, causing his health to plummet again. Amidst the frenzy, Chen Fang cast a quick glance at his score, 45-100. He inhaled deeply, his already taut nerves tightening further. A score out of 100 meant that achieving 60 points would suffice to pass the trial. He mused internally. As his health dwindled, his scores steadily climbed. 46, 47, 48. 56, 57, 58. Unfortunately, the pace became overwhelming, and he could only manage a wry smile as he resigned himself to his fate. Fortunately, his final score stabilized at 62, allowing him to narrowly pass the test. System notification. Trial concluded. Your score is 62. Congratulations on passing the trial. Chen Fang collapsed onto his bed, exhaling heavily. The few minutes just spent felt interminable, as if time had stretched into years. Yet, his initial assumption proved correct. 60 points indeed constituted the critical threshold for passing the trial. The Fruit Ninja interface vanished, replaced once more by the game screen. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious figure had materialized before him, wearing a smile. The figure's face was shrouded in darkness, with only the eyes and mouth hinting at a pale hue, rendering the visage somewhat eerie. At that moment, the figure could no longer be referred to merely as a mysterious entity. Above his head floated 4 green characters, Tang Min Disciple. Chen Fang thought to himself that this was more akin to a game, unlike the previous 2 scenarios that bore little resemblance to one. The Tang Min Disciple appeared quite pleased with his performance, nodding approvingly. He produced a scroll and a token from his robe and handed them to Chen Fang. The two engaged in an encrypted conversation, leaving Chen Fang to stare blankly at his phone. Once their dialogue concluded, the Tang Min Disciple leapt away, vanishing into the alley. Chen Fang turned his character around, realizing he was now alone in a narrow passage. At this moment, the system prompt finally arrived. System prompt. The Tang Min Disciple Ji Wushuang has entrusted you with a map of Shuzhou and a Tang Min summons token. Opening his backpack, Chen Fang found the scroll and the token quietly resting inside. Upon clicking to inspect, Shuzhou map, a scroll detailing the intricate topography of the 13 counties of Shuzhou. Tang Min summons token. This token allows entry into the Tang Min in Shuzhou. Just as Chen Fang was about to open the map to ascertain his distance from the Tang Min, yet another system prompt appeared. System prompt. You have obtained a Shuzhou map. Would you like to activate the mini-map feature? Without hesitation, he chose to activate it. At this moment, Chen Fang realized that he was still in the novice tutorial mode, and many features of the game had yet to be unlocked. After agreeing to enable the mini-map, a small map appeared in the upper right corner of the screen, identical to those in other games he was familiar with. He reached out and tapped it, instantly filling his phone screen with an exquisite map interface. Chapter 10. Pouring tea and serving water. The map displayed the name of the quaint little town where he found himself, Pingan Town. Chen Fang attempted to zoom in on the map by sliding 2 fingers inward, and indeed, as he moved his fingers, the map began to enlarge and contract, revealing more and fewer details. Pushing his fingers outward, the map's content continued to expand, unveiling the names of several neighboring towns such as Linen Town and Sishui Town. Unfortunately, the 2 scenes he had previously encountered, the small river and the open field, were so insignificant that they bore no names at all, barely visible even when the map was maximized. As he attempted to zoom in further, the map became shrouded in a thick fog, and after several attempts, he still could not reach the map's edge. Whether it was due to his lack of exploration or the vastness of the game world remained uncertain. A glimpse through a narrow tube revealed but a fraction of the expanse, showcasing the immense scale of the game universe. Continuing to enlarge the map, he finally located his destination, the Tang Sect in Shu. Chen Fang estimated that the distance from Pingan Town to the Tang Sect was at least several hundred kilometers. It appeared that a visit in the near future was out of the question, he mused. However, he was relieved that the summons did not have a time limit, allowing him to travel whenever he wished without fear of the token expiring. Resolving the immediate dilemma, Chen Fang silently made a decision. It would be wise to limit his nighttime excursions in the future. This time he was fortunate. Ji Wushuang had not dealt him a lethal blow, and instead he had completed a task with considerable rewards. Yet, luck might not favor him so generously next time. Life is singular and precious. He must tread cautiously. At this moment, the in-game day had brightened, and the small vendors began to emerge with their wares. A lively bustle, known as the atmosphere of the marketplace, gradually filled the air. Nevertheless, it was still early, and the inn had yet to open, extinguishing his desire to undertake further tasks. However, an idea struck him, prompting him to steer his character towards the outskirts of Pingan Town. Before long, he returned to a familiar scene, the granary. Previously, he had speculated that fishing by the river and guarding the granary might be daily quests available for completion. This conjecture lacked solid evidence, merely based on his years of gaming experience. Both tasks appeared to pose minimal danger and did not consume much time. The rewards were difficult to gauge without a point of comparison. Nevertheless, he resolved to return and investigate. As there was little cost to his curiosity, merely a few extra minutes of time. Standing at the edge of the granary, he opened the task interface, but regrettably, the The dim task options remained inactive. The same was true at the riverbank. Chen Fang felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that he had misjudged? That these tasks were only available once? If so, he would need to reassess the value of experience and potential within this game. Perhaps the refresh time was aligned with real-world time? In a moment of contemplation, his mind raced with various hypotheses, yet lacking sufficient conditions. He could not arrive at a conclusion and could only shake his head in resignation. At the very least, he would discover the refresh time by tomorrow, he reassured himself. After waiting for over half an hour, the clock struck 6, and the skies within the game brightened significantly. Chen Fang maneuvered his character back to Peacetown. Once again, he stood before the entrance of an inn and initiated a quest. A familiar progress bar appeared at the bottom of the screen, and at long last, the character was no longer hindered by invisible walls, allowing him to enter the inn. Following a series of encrypted communications with the innkeeper, the character donned a set of servant attire and took his place at the entrance to attract customers. However, at this early hour, few patrons were present, leaving the character idly standing at the door. It was only after the progress bar had surpassed the halfway mark that a customer finally arrived, providing the character with a task to undertake, thus sparking a flurry of activity. As time trickled by, a small hour passed in reality, while nearly half a day elapsed in the game. Eventually, the progress bar reached its conclusion. The innkeeper summoned the character, exchanged a few words, and handed him several pieces of silver. The character accepted the silver and returned to stand outside the inn. System notification: you have completed a tea-serving task, earning 800 experience points, 800 potential points, and 8 taels of silver. Chen Fang clenched his fist in excitement. In any game, the efficiency of earning money is invariably a critical factor in enhancing one's strength. The previous 2 quests only rewarded experience and potential, causing him some concern. Now, with the 3rd quest finally bestowing a monetary reward, the anxiety that had lingered was finally alleviated. However, he chose not to pursue further quests and instead opted to spend his earnings by lodging at the inn. Lacking substantial evidence, he relied on his years of gaming experience to conclude that staying at the inn would be safer than sleeping on the streets, perhaps even providing beneficial buffs upon his return the following day. Although parting with 5 taels of silver pained him somewhat, Chen Fang understood the wisdom of taking risks to reap rewards. After leaving the inn, he first visited the dining hall to satiate his hunger before heading to a mobile phone shop. He needed to purchase a new phone to facilitate some speculative endeavors. Additionally, having a single phone while entering the game was rather inconvenient. What if he received a call? What would happen if he was engaged in a quest or battling someone? Unwilling to discover the outcome of such scenarios, he decided to buy another phone to eliminate these unpredictable factors, as it was merely an additional device. He was never one to shy away from adventure, yet he exercised sufficient caution to avoid placing himself in precarious situations. The process of selecting a phone can be omitted. He had no particular requirements, just that it be a smartphone capable of internet access without lag. Upon returning to his hotel room, it was now past 9 in the evening, nearly 4 hours having elapsed. Considering the game's time ratio of 3:1 with reality, approximately 12 hours had passed. After some contemplation, he resolved to log back into the game, reasoning that his character was no longer sleeping on the streets, but safely lodged in the inn, and thus should face no imminent danger. As the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. He logged into the game, and the scene transitioned to that of the inn room. He observed a masked figure timidly glancing outward, seemingly oblivious to the presence of another behind him. Meanwhile, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the rooftop and the street below. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fang mused to himself, truly, this game embodies the essence of the martial world. Danger lurks at every corner. With resolute determination, he logged off. System notification: you are currently in a safe zone and may log off. Do you wish to temporarily leave the martial world? Affirmative. Chen Fang quietly logged on and just as quietly logged off, to the extent that even the masked figure, merely a few steps away, remained unaware of his actions. Once he confirmed his exit from a game, he exhaled a sigh of relief. This virtual realm was undeniably perilous. However, The actions of the masked figure within the room indicated that his departure did not conform to the norms of other games, where characters remain in play. Rather, he had exited in an unknown manner. Otherwise, if the masked figure were of sound mind, he would not have allowed a stranger to sleep just a few paces away while he engaged in covert activities. If it were Chen Fang, he would either incapacitate or eliminate the intruder. Chapter 11. The plan setting a 4-hour alarm on his newly purchased phone, Chen Fang drifted into slumber. In a haze, he found himself ensnared in a dream. Upon logging in, he discovered that his character had transformed into a lifeless corpse. An overwhelming dread enveloped him, and in reality, Chen Fang felt a chilling sensation course through his body. A suffocating weight descended upon him, rendering him breathless. Ultimately, he too became a mere body, only to be discovered by his roommate the following day. The strange icon on his phone had vanished without a trace. Within the dream, he appeared as an indifferent third party, observing the unfolding events from a detached, godlike perspective. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, Chen Fang abruptly awoke from the dream. The crisp chime of his new phone echoed through the stillness of the night. It was already 3 a.m. Realizing it had merely been a dream, Chen Fang exhaled softly and made his way to the bathroom to wash away the sweat. He retrieved his phone, and with a mere thought, the game icon appeared on the screen. He tapped it and logged into the game. Before long, he found himself immersed in the game world once more. He was back in the inn's room, the dawn fully breaking outside. Initially, he made no movement, instead surveying the room for any presence of another. Confirming he was alone, he guided his character out of bed. Descending the stairs, he noted the presence of several guests dining below. Chen Fang first checked out and settled his bill before, as he had the previous day, standing at the inn's entrance to begin the serve tea and water task. While his character autonomously completed the task, he ordered takeout, which arrived just as the task was marked complete. System notification: you have completed a round of serving tea and water, earning 800 experience points, 800 potential points, and 8 taels of silver. As he savored his meal, he took out pen and paper to jot down thoughts and sketches. With yesterday's completion, he had now fulfilled the task twice, causing the serve tea and water option on the task interface to gray out. It seemed this task could only be undertaken twice daily. What about fishing by the river and guarding the granary? Deep in thought, he maneuvered his character toward the outskirts of town. Before darkness enveloped the sky, he aimed to validate his hypothesis. Upon reaching the granary, the guarding the granary option on the task interface suddenly illuminated. Suppressing the tumult within, he pressed onward. Arriving by the riverbank, the fishing by the river option also glowed brightly. Indeed, a smile of joy broke across Chen Fang's face. His suspicions had proven correct. It appeared that the refresh times for fishing by the river, guarding the granary, and serve tea and water were indeed aligned with the 24-hour cycle of reality. Estimating the time in his mind, Chen Fang promptly clicked to initiate the task. You are fishing by the river. Having completed the guarding the granary and serve tea and water tasks, Chen Fang felt that fishing by the river was simply a gift of experience and potential. In truth, the tasks bore little difference. None posed any significant danger, akin to receiving free rewards, with the only cost being time. With remarkable speed, he completed the task of fishing by the river 10 times, yielding a bountiful catch. In the future, he could sell the accumulated fish in town, and it appeared that the items in his backpack would not spoil. This was evident as the fish he had caught several game days prior remained lively when retrieved. After the 10th task, the fishing spot dimmed once more. Chen Fang pressed onward without pause, heading towards the next scene to commence the task of guarding the valley. Just before nightfall, he managed to complete the remaining 2 daily tasks. Upon returning to Peace Town, he reluctantly spent 5 taels of silver to stay at the inn. Exiting the game, he set an alarm for 4 hours and began contemplating his future plans. First and foremost, he needed to complete the daily tasks. 3 tasks refreshed daily, equating to 3 game days. He could focus on finishing the tasks within a single game day, reserving the remaining 2 for exploration of Peace Town. In the morning, he could complete the fishing and guarding tasks before returning to serve tea, to avoid the risk of being inexplicably killed while traveling at night. After several days, Chen Fang had gained a fair understanding of the place. Though small, Peace Town was bustling at night. No wonder he was so cautious. In a game of life and death, he did not wish to meet an untimely demise like Zhang Quanin. This phase represented the primitive accumulation of capital. After all, he could not remain in Peace Town indefinitely and would eventually need to venture forth. Once his experience, potential, and wealth were sufficiently amassed, he could embark on the next step, heading to Shu. During this period, he also needed to discern the specific functions of experience and potential. No matter how much he accumulated, if it did not translate into character attributes, it would be futile. Upon entering his room at the inn, Chen Fang did not log off immediately. Instead, he called up his character attribute panel. Name, egg yolk, unnamed youth. Age, 14. Gender, male. Strength, 26 agility. 30 constitution. 11 wisdom. 13. Fortune, 20 experience. 16,800. Potential, 16,720. Health, 110, 110. Internal energy, 50-50. Money, 0 gold. 86 silver, 0 copper. Gazing at the impressive tally of over 16,000 in experience and potential, Chen Fang felt quite satisfied. Drawing from years of reading novels, he extended his finger to tap on attributes like strength and agility. Unsurprisingly, there was no reaction. He then attempted to adjust fortune, health, and internal energy, but the outcome remained unchanged. Rubbing his head in confusion, he realized that potential could not directly enhance his attributes as he had presumed. Could it possibly be spent as money? Though he deemed it unlikely, he tried anyway. Yet again, there was no change. Propping his chin in thought for a moment, Chen Fang suddenly smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten about his golden finger? He immediately focused his attention intently on the words potential. Indeed, it was not long before the small inscription following potential, 16,720 transition from obscurity to clarity, enhanced martial arts level. Chen Fang thought to himself, how could I have overlooked this? He promptly accessed the martial arts interface, where 3 fundamental martial arts were arranged sequentially from top to bottom. Unarmed combat, basic unarmed combat LV20, no concerns, weaponry. Lightness skill, basic lightness skill LV20, no concerns, internal skill, basic internal skill LV20, no concerns, knowledge, none at that moment. A small plus sign flickered subtly next to the categories of unarmed combat, lightness skill, and internal skill. After a brief contemplation, Chen Fang gently tapped the plus sign behind basic lightness skill. Instantly, options to enhance by 1 level or 10 levels appeared. Without further deliberation, he decisively selected to enhance by 10 levels. Chapter 12, Advancement System Prompt. Through diligent practice, your basic lightness skill has improved. Level 10, currently LV30, potential minus 1,384. Chen Fang nodded. Progressing from level 20 to 30 only required a little over 1,000 points of potential, which he found acceptable. Observing that the plus sign behind basic lightness skill remained, he continued to click for upgrades. The options still stood between level 1 and level 10, and he opted once more for the 10-level enhancement. The system prompt appeared again. System prompt. Through diligent practice, your basic lightness skill has improved. Level 10, currently LV40. Potential minus 3,932. The deduction this time was considerably larger. Chen Fang hesitated momentarily, but chose not to allocate all his remaining potential solely to basic lightness skill. He proceeded to incrementally enhance his basic fist and foot techniques, as well as his basic internal skills. System prompt. Through diligent practice, your basic fist and foot techniques have improved. Level 10, currently LV30, potential minus 1,384. System prompt. Through diligent practice, your basic internal skills have improved. Level 10, currently LV30, potential minus 1,384. At this point, his potential finally dipped below the significant threshold of 10,000, leaving him with merely 8,636 points. Gazing at the dwindling potential, Chen Fang surmised that he likely had only one opportunity left. Initially still wavering, he suddenly noticed several prompts gradually fading from the bottom of the screen. Unlike the standard system prompts, these particular notifications did not display directly on the screen. Upon opening the details, he discovered the content of these prompts. Prompt: Basic Lightness Skill Level 10, your acquired Agility 1. Prompt, basic lightness skill level 10, your acquired agility 1. Prompt, basic fist and foot techniques level 10, your acquired strength 1. Prompt, basic internal skills level 10, your acquired root bone 1. In total, there were 4 prompts, each corresponding to his enhancements in lightness skill, fist and foot techniques, and internal skills. The basic lightness skill related to acquired agility. Basic fist and foot techniques corresponded to acquired strength, and basic internal skills linked to acquired root bone. After some contemplation, Chen Fang decided to dedicate his final opportunity to enhancing his basic internal skills, as a mere 110 health points felt alarmingly insufficient, leaving him with a sense of insecurity. Thus, his ultimate personal attributes crystallized as follows: name, egg yolk, unnamed junior. Age, 14, gender, male, strength, 27-26, agility, 32-30, root bone, 13-11, comprehension, 13-13, fortune, 20, experience, 16,800, potential, 116 health, 130-130, internal force, 5,691, money, 0 gold, 86 silver, 0 copper, fist and foot techniques, basic fist and foot techniques, LV 30, insignificant, weapons, none, lightness skill, basic lightness skill, LV 40, novice, internal skills, basic, internal skills, LV 40, novice, knowledge, none. The newly minted attributes reflected significant changes. Chen Fang focused intently as he reviewed them one by one. Attributes such as strength and agility now feature parentheses, wherein the values denoted his innate attributes. In general, innate attributes, unless influenced by significant fortune, are exceedingly difficult to alter. Of course, this remains merely his conjecture, and the veracity of his assumptions awaits future validation. Subsequently, his experience remains unchanged, suggesting that the utilization of potential enhancing techniques does not impact experience points. His vitality, accompanied by the enhancement of his foundational attributes, has reached 130 points, though it remains uncertain whether other methods exist to elevate this aspect further. Simultaneously, his internal energy has surged in tandem with the advancement of his basic internal cultivation, transforming from 5050 to 5691. The initial digits continue to rise, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Chen Fang observed for a full 5 minutes before witnessing an increment from 50 to 51. Concurrently, the entries for the 3 foundational martial arts within the martial arts interface have undergone a transformation, shifting from negligible to insignificant in a novice's practice, leaving him still unaware of their implications. In summary, his potential has been nearly exhausted. Numerous changes have emerged, yet they have also given rise to further inquiries. It is evident that his ability to glean annotations merely by scrutinizing attributes is not infallible. It only reveals the most direct interpretations of these attributes, while the specifics of their applications and deeper functionalities remain elusive, rather rigid in nature. Having completed these reflections, Chen Fang commanded his character to retire to bed and logged out of the game. He harbored a matter of even greater significance that required validation, one whose importance rivaled the very life and death of his in-game persona. Upon exiting the game, he adopted the meditative posture of Tang's sect, disciple Ji Wushuang, centering his focus to keenly sense something. The acrobatic maneuvers he had executed to evade traffic the previous day still lingered vividly in his mind. He was unequivocally certain that such feats were beyond his capabilities. Not only was he merely a university student, but even a professional parkour athlete would find such actions impossible under those circumstances, as they transcended the limits of human reaction. However, a thought crossed Chen Fang's mind. If it pertained to internal energy, such supernatural phenomena could not be dismissed so readily. With the bizarre tales of the martial world echoing in his ears, even if he were to suddenly learn that the entire planet was experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy and that next year's university entrance examinations would focus on cultivation, he would remain unfazed. After an extended period of concentration, he still failed to perceive the anticipated surge of warmth. Frustration welled within him. Just then, a refreshing sensation surged from his abdomen, swiftly spiraling throughout his body before returning to its origin. A wave of delight coursed through his heart, Yet he strove to maintain composure, diligently committing the path of this coolness to memory. Although the underlying principles remained obscure, this wave of chill mirrored the previous warmth, seemingly operating autonomously. If his deductions were accurate, this coolness and the earlier warmth likely stemmed from the same source, fundamental internal energy. After this session of sensing, the experience bore resemblance to the previous day. Chen Fang released his meditative posture and glanced at his phone nearby. Having just allocated points, he needed to ascertain how long it would take for the adjustments in the game to reflect in his reality. Once this was accomplished, the dawn had nearly broken. Uncertain whether it was the sudden awakening of internal strength or the exhilaration coursing through him, Chen Fang found himself devoid of hunger. Consequently, he refrained from venturing outside, opting instead to wash in the bathroom before surrendering to slumber. He was roused only by the persistent sound of an alarm. Upon logging into the game, he guided his character out of the inn. He diligently completed the tasks of fishing by the river and guarding the granary, which collectively consumed over half an hour, roughly equivalent to an hour in the game. However, fortune seemed to elude him today, despite 10 attempts at guarding the granary. He encountered neither the large black rat nor the sparrow even once. As a result, he garnered a meager total of 7,000 points in experience and potential. Undeterred, he returned to the inn to commence the task of serving tea. Yet, before he could conclude the initial assignment, Chen Fang discerned that the issue lay not with the elusive rat or sparrow, but rather with his own capricious luck. Chapter 13. The onslaught of bandits. The task of serving tea and pouring water had barely commenced when it was abruptly interrupted. Chen Fang furrowed his brow as he observed a group of ruffians suddenly storming into the inn. Several patrons, unable to flee in time, were swiftly brought down to the ground. Fortunately, the innkeeper remembered him, the temporary worker, and promptly pulled him behind the counter. Along with the original server, the three of them huddled together behind the counter, trembling with fear. System notification: bandits are attacking. The tea-serving task has been interrupted. At this moment, the system notification arrived belatedly. Although the characters were concealed behind the counter, Chen Fang, due to the omniscient perspective, could clearly witness the unfolding scene within the inn. The group of bandits numbered around a dozen, clad in a hodgepodge of leather and cloth armor. Their weapons were equally disparate. Some wielded large, chipped cleavers, others held long spears, and a few even brandished farm tools like pitchforks and hoes. Undoubtedly, these individuals resembled the generic henchmen from a television drama, unlikely to survive beyond a single episode, merely serving to bolster the protagonist's experience. Regrettably, this was a game, and Chen Fang was not the protagonist. If he mistakenly perceived these seemingly trivial foes as mere extras and engaged them in combat, the outcome would be grim. This was evident from the labels hovering above their heads. Ignoring the names like Bandit Zhang San, Bandit Li Si, and Bandit Wang Wu, names that scream commoner, he scrutinized the 4 smaller labels beneath. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that 4 of the bandits were significantly more skilled. 5 were utterly weak, while the remaining 8 were evenly matched. Chen Fang surmised that these smaller labels indicated the disparity in strength between the opposing forces. At this realization, he completely abandoned the notion of testing his own prowess against the game's combat system. The 8 evenly matched adversaries were already formidable enough, not to mention the 4 who possessed superior skills. As for the 5 weaklings, he dismissed them entirely. The bandits conversed in a language Chen Fang could not comprehend, causing the innkeeper to tremble even more violently. Perhaps sensing a lack of response, the bandits began to upend tables and smash chairs, with a few charging directly towards the counter. The innkeeper shook uncontrollably, to the extent that even Chen Fang's mobile screen began to quiver. Chen Fang thought to himself, while he was grateful for the innkeeper's shelter during this task, if he did not venture out soon, they would both be caught in the ensuing chaos. Eventually, they were discovered. One of the bandits seemed to utter a curse. After all, the counter was not expansive, and being found was merely a matter of time. Of course, if the innkeeper had been courageous enough to step outside, perhaps Chen Fang and the server could have concealed themselves a while longer, but that would have been futile. As he observed the trio huddled together, a bandit swung a hoe towards them. Chen Fang could not tolerate this, regardless of whether he could prevail in a fight. It would be utterly humiliating to be struck down like this. Just as he prepared to control his character to charge out in a desperate attempt to escape, a system notification abruptly appeared. System prompt. Conditions met. You have entered combat mode. As the message faded, the mobile interface underwent a dramatic transformation. The end remained unchanged, as did the characters, with scarcely any alterations from before. The sole distinction was that the previously looming shovel had vanished, and the mountain bandits had retreated even further. What was once a solitary virtual joystick morphed into several options: attack, recover, escape. Chen Fang. After all this time, it turns out to be a turn-based combat game. However, gazing at the throng of over a dozen adversaries opposite him, and then at his own two companions, who were huddled together in fright, Chen Fang couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. The disparity in courage, let alone strength, was staggering. His expression grew grave as he silently selected the option to escape. System prompt. Escape failed. Cannot attempt to flee again for 5 minutes. Chen Fang. The countdown on the screen ticked away, each second echoing like a death knell. What to do? He felt a surge of desperation. It seemed hopeless. There was no way a single person could defeat the multitude before him. He could only hope that the two individuals clinging to each other were hidden masters of unparalleled skill. System prompt. 3, 2, 1, countdown complete, battle begins. Chen Fang's heart sank, yet he steeled himself, aiming to endure until he could escape again in 5 minutes. However, much like life itself, one can never predict whether misfortune or fortune will arrive first. To his surprise, it was not the mountain bandits who struck first, but rather the waiter, who seemed eager to bury his head in the innkeeper's embrace. A shadow darted past, leaving the innkeeper gaping in bewilderment. The technique of sealing meridians and acupoints. An emotionless voice echoed within the inn, seemingly unheard by all except Chen Fang. Observing the mountain bandits, they stood frozen in place, akin to wooden figures. At last, the combat notification arrived tardily. Combat notification. Wind Dust employs the supreme technique of sealing meridians and acupoints. The enemy cannot act for 3 turns. Chen Fang's spirit soared. This was indeed a moment of unexpected hope amidst despair. After Wind Dust incapacitated the bandits for 3 turns, he returned to the safety of the innkeeper's embrace. Chen Fang. Speaking of which, since you've already intervened, could you please stop playing dead? Suppressing his intense urge to voice his thoughts, he noticed the name above his character's head suddenly illuminate. Simultaneously, the 3 options at the bottom of the screen shifted from a muted state to one of availability. Chen Fang selected Attack, and a shimmering cursor appeared on the screen. As he maneuvered the virtual joystick, the cursor darted above the heads of the bandits. Ultimately, he halted the cursor over a bandit marked as vulnerable. In the next instant, his character leaped over the counter with a flawless hurdle and, in the blink of an eye, charged towards the bandit, delivering a powerful punch. Combat prompt. You raise your fist and struck the bandit in the left chest, inflicting 51 points of damage, causing the adversary to succumb to a state of unconsciousness. Much like the majority of turn-based games, after executing an attack, the character reverted to their original position. It was now the tavern keeper's turn to strike. However, he still appeared to be in a pitiful state, tears and snot streaming down his face. At this moment, Chen Fang perceived this as mere theatrics. After all, the waitstaff generally displayed such levels of performance, while the tavern keeper was likely of greater prowess, much akin to the characters in martial arts films. The landlord and landlady are often more formidable than the trio of skilled fighters. This exemplifies the principle that those who act later may possess greater strength. Thus, when it was once again his turn to attack, Chen Fang felt remarkably at ease. He opted to target another easily incapacitated bandit, dispatching him with a single blow. The third round unfolded similarly. As the next round approached, the bandits were finally poised to attack. Yet Feng Chun intervened once more, incapacitating the foes for an additional 3 rounds. Chen Fang, rendered speechless, continued his assault, swiftly rendering all 5 of the feeble bandits unconscious. Chapter 14. The Master at long last. Chen Fang was to confront an opponent of equal standing, stirring a subtle excitement within him. With two skilled allies stationed behind him, it seemed that this incursion of bandits was merely a rite of passage, a trial before stepping out of the novice village. Such were his thoughts as he maneuvered the virtual joystick, directing the cursor toward the nearest bandit of comparable skill. Battle prompt. You raise your fist and strike the bandit at the waist, inflicting 40 points of damage. The opponent's movements become less nimble, yet they maintain their composure. Chen Fang astutely noted the change. A similar blow to a bandit categorized as vulnerable would incapacitate them with a single hit, perhaps two at most. It could be inferred that the health of the vulnerable bandit hovered around 50 or 60 points. In contrast, the equal-standing bandit merely faltered after the strike, and their health remained indeterminate, necessitating further attempts for clarity. Battle prompt. You raise your fist and strike the bandit in the chest, inflicting 45 points of damage. The opponent is now gasping for breath, clearly in distress. Battle prompt. You raise your fist and strike the bandit at the waist, inflicting 39 points of damage. The opponent appears significantly fatigued, indicating a need for rest. Battle prompt. You raise your fist and strike the bandit at the waist, inflicting 36 points of damage. The opponent is now half-conscious, on the verge of collapse. Battle prompt. You raise your fist and strike the bandit at the waist, inflicting 42 points of damage. The opponent has succumbed to unconsciousness. After 5 rounds, he finally dispatched a comparable bandit. Chen Fang could ascertain that the opponent's health was roughly around 200 points, slightly higher than his own. Were it not for Feng Chen's sealing technique, allowing for an equal duel would have led to an uncertain outcome. Truly, the equal-standing opponent was formidable. The superior bandit would likely have proven a far greater challenge. Fortunately, with Feng Chen's intervention, Chen Fang's thoughts were interrupted by a new development within the inn. After Chen Fang's 6th strike, Feng Chen once again employed his sealing technique, managing to hold the bandit for 3 additional rounds. However, this time, after executing the technique, Feng Chen appeared breathless, his once dark visage growing pale. With a wry smile, Chen Fang mused on the misfortunes that seemed to compound in critical moments, as his ally appeared to falter. Yet, he had no alternative but to press on, for he was the sole active participant in the fray. Battle prompt. You attempt to grab the opponent's left hand, but they swiftly sidestep, effortlessly evading your grasp. The opponent counters successfully, dealing 9 points of damage to you. You feel a tinge of fatigue, yet your vigor remains intact. The screen flashed red, startling Chen Fang. What was this? A defensive counterattack? Fortunately, it seemed to be a mere chance occurrence, as the subsequent 2 rounds yielded no further incidents. Thus, he continued to cautiously whittle down the bandit's health, taking 6 rounds to fell one. However, Feng Chen's condition weighed heavily on his mind. His pallor deepened, and his once swift movements slowed noticeably. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Chen Fang resolved to attempt an escape once more. System notification. Escape failed, unable to escape again within 5 minutes. Chen Fang. Life truly is a series of ups and downs. In just 10 short minutes, he has experienced both a rise and a fall, leaving him uncertain if he would rise again. Time flowed slowly, and as he once again knocked out a bandit, Feng Chen struggled to execute his signature technique, the sealing pulse acupoint strike. At that moment, the ink on his face was nearly depleted. Battle notification. Feng Chen uses the ultimate technique, sealing pulse acupoint strike. The enemy cannot act for 2 turns. Chen Fang's heart, already heavy with despair, sank further. This time, the bandit was restrained for only 2 turns, indicating Feng Chen was nearing his limit. He attempted to allocate his potential to enhance his basic strikes, though it felt like a drop in the ocean. Yet he had no choice but to try, only to be met with a notice that he could not allocate points. System notification. You are currently in combat and cannot allocate potential. Chen Fang. This truly feels like a dead end. He turned his gaze toward the shopkeeper, who had not lifted his head the entire time. Whether this person was indeed a formidable figure would determine if he could survive today. Chen Fang twisted his neck, feeling particularly irked by the notion of entrusting his life entirely to another. At that moment, a desire to grow stronger burgeoned deep within him, even unbeknownst to himself. Finally, after Chen Fang once again knocked out a well-matched bandit, Feng Chun stepped forward as before, yet there was a prolonged silence. No narration of a ceiling pulse acupoint strike, nor any system notifications emerged. Upon closer inspection, he saw Feng Chun had turned pale and collapsed onto the ground, breathless. A chill ran through Chen Fang's heart. It had finally come to this. The bandits, long sealed away, seized their opportunity to strike and, unfortunately, triggered a frenzy buff. System notification. The bandits have entered a frenzy, increasing their attack by 20, while decreasing their defense by 20. However, Chen Fang felt indifferent toward the frenzy buff. As to him, whether he was struck down by 1 punch or 10 made little difference. The bandit leader, more skilled than the rest, launched an attack, the massive axe creating a chilling whoosh as it swung. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chen Fang's nose as he fixated on the screen. His last hope for survival, the shopkeeper. Boom! The screen flickered, plunging into darkness. In that instant, Chen Fang could not discern whether he had been cleaved by the leader's axe or if the shopkeeper had intervened. Time ticked away, and he paid no heed to the stinging pain in his sweat-stung eyes, remaining locked on the screen. 2 minutes later, 2 notifications appeared. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 2,000 experience points, 2,000 potential points, 20 taels of silver, 3 points of chivalry, and 1 point of martial experience. System notification. You were caught in the shopkeeper's wind and suffered 120 points of damage, entering a state of unconsciousness. Chen Fang breathed a sigh of relief. He was alive, albeit gravely injured. This confirmed his suspicion that the shopkeeper was indeed a hidden master among the common folk. Only half a day had passed, yet the mobile screen remained shrouded in darkness. Were it not for the virtual joystick still visible on the screen, he might have suspected that the device was malfunctioning. After waiting for more than half an hour, the only sign of life was the sporadic appearance of a system notification. System notification. You have received excellent care. Your body is gradually recovering, health restored by 5 points. System notification. You have received excellent care. Your body is gradually recovering, health restored by 5 points. System notification. You have received excellent care. Your body is gradually recovering, health restored by 5 points. Although his health was steadily replenishing, it remained a considerable distance from being fully restored. Realizing that no significant changes would occur in the immediate future, and feeling a pang of hunger in his stomach, Chen Fang decided to log out of the game. Chapter 15. Cultivation. At this juncture, Chen Fang found himself at a loss, as no one could have anticipated such an occurrence in the novice village. His only recourse seemed to be to resign himself to fate. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped his heart, rendering even his favorite chicken legs tasteless. After hastily finishing his meal and waiting for several hours, Chen Fang logged into the game once more, only to find no noticeable changes. He reflected that approximately 12 hours had elapsed since the last allocation of points. Setting down his phone, he sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing his mind inward. After several minutes of fruitless effort, he remained undeterred, his emotions steady as he continued to attune himself to his inner self. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, he vaguely sensed a flow of energy in the area of his dantian, located just below his abdomen. This sensation was markedly more pronounced than before, seemingly doubled in intensity. It was evident that the points allocation had taken effect, as his character's advancement to level 40 had genuinely reverberated into his reality. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chen Fang, momentarily severing his connection to the energy flow. Regaining his focus, he concentrated once again. After approximately 20 minutes, he successfully re-established his awareness of the energy flow, which now coiled just 3 inches below his navel, circulating gently. The instant he became cognizant of it, the energy flow surged to life. Chen Fang felt a mix of bewilderment and caution. After all, this phenomenon resided within his own body, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Having previously researched the flow's trajectory after the last session, he had memorized the route. Thus, he proceeded with utmost care, directing the energy along the established pathway. Chen Fang held his breath, fully immersed in the task. Truth be told, controlling this flow proved exceedingly challenging. The energy within him was remarkably sensitive. Even the slightest exertion sent it darting away. His untrained mind tended to wander, and maintaining prolonged concentration left him utterly fatigued. Fortunately, the route was relatively straightforward, with no complex diversions. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, and just as he felt on the brink of losing control, he successfully navigated the entire pathway. He exhaled deeply, and though imperceptible to the naked eye, the energy flow had seemingly increased ever so slightly. I've never heard that cultivating inner energy could be this exhausting, Chen Fang muttered to himself, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Glancing at his watch, he noted that from the moment he began his breathing exercises to the completion of the energy flow, barely 20 minutes had passed, yet he felt utterly drained. Once he regained his breath, Chen Fang reflected on the sensations experienced during the energy circulation. Aside from the difficulty in control, the overall experience had been quite pleasurable. The energy seemed to draw upon some vital essence from his body to strengthen itself, as evidenced by its signs of growth once the circulation concluded. If he understood correctly, this phenomenon was likely referred to as the meridians. Chen Fang was not entirely certain, as it was his first endeavor in cultivating internal energy. After resting for a while and feeling that his body had nearly recovered, he assumed the 5 hearts towards heaven posture, which he had recently discovered online. It was said to facilitate a meditative state. He practiced the stance, following the online illustrations, and entered into a state of cultivation. With each attempt, his awareness of the energy flow became noticeably quicker. He deftly directed the energy through his meridians with his mind. Although still somewhat erratic, with preparation, it improved considerably. Overall, everything seemed to be progressing positively. After the 9th cycle of energy flow, as Chen Fang prepared to initiate the 10th, an inexplicable sharp pain surged through his body. This sensation, akin to being pricked by a needle, prompted him to withdraw from the practice, leaving him unable to sense the energy flow. A chill ran down his spine, and he hesitated to continue. His mind raced with nonsensical thoughts. 9 is the extreme, 7 is the calculation. The Tao encompasses 50, subtracting 1 leads to 49, such peculiar musings. Fortunately, the sharp pain subsided once he lost connection with the energy flow, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It would be most disheartening to suffer an ill fate during practice, second only to the demise of a character in a game. Unable to practice and faced with a black screen in the game, Chen Fang resolved to visit an internet CAF to seek information. However, just as his foot touched the ground, he felt a sudden weakness, as if he were stepping onto a cloud. Just as he looked down, darkness enveloped him. With a thud, Chen Fang collapsed beside the bed, unconscious. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would have appeared no different from a corpse. Time passed, and Chen Fang slowly regained consciousness. Before even opening his eyes, he was assaulted by a thunderous rumble in his stomach, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of hunger. He gagged weakly, propping himself up from the floor. Panic surged within him. What on earth had happened? In a frenzy, he searched the room for food, unable to endure the gnawing hunger any longer. Scanning the modest accommodations, his gaze landed on the remnants of takeout, left over from yesterday, or perhaps even earlier. Without a second thought, he lunged for it, swiftly devouring the leftovers in a matter of moments. Yet, even after finishing the meal, the rumbling in his stomach persisted. Exercising immense willpower to resist the temptation of consuming the takeout container itself, he turned his attention to the beverages provided by the hotel. It is well known that hotel drinks are either complimentary or exorbitantly priced. However, he clearly had no bandwidth left to ponder the cost. With a twist of the cap, he guzzled down the beverage with fervor. After consuming 3 bottles of mineral water and 4 bottles of iced tea in quick succession, he found himself feeling even hungrier. Nevertheless, the presence of something in his stomach offered a degree of comfort, allowing for a semblance of rational thought. Chen Fang hastily retrieved his phone, intending to order takeout. But after some contemplation, he opted to dine out instead. He indulged himself in a veritable feast at 3 different establishments near the hotel, finally satiating his seemingly insatiable appetite. Upon returning to the hotel, a wave of apprehension washed over him. He could surmise the reasons behind his ravenous state. According to Taoist internal alchemy, as one reaches adulthood, the innate vital energy gradually diminishes, necessitating the replenishment and nourishment from acquired essences to restore vitality. The foundational internal skills he had garnered from gaming likely adhered to this principle. The source of this essence lies within the human body's vital energy and blood. Only with sufficient vitality can one refine essence into energy. It was evident that he had previously overexerted himself in his practice, leading to an excessive depletion of his vital energy, ultimately resulting in his fainting spell. Chapter 16. The turning point the following day. The Jianyang police station contacted to inform about Zhang Quan'an's cause of death. He was reported to have succumbed to cardiac arrest, and since there were no external injuries, it was ultimately classified as sudden cardiac disease. However, the true reason behind Zhang Quan'an's demise might only be known to Chen Fang himself. The police notified Zhang Quan'an's family, after which Chen Fang was no longer implicated in the matter. To an outsider, it might seem that Chen Fang had the potential to be the perpetrator, yet lacking motive, evidence, and with Zhang Quan'an showing no signs of injury or poisoning, Chen Fang's suspicion was naturally dispelled. With just 2 days left of vacation, students were preparing to return to school. The administration's response to the incident was freshly announced. Primarily, they ordered a thorough cleaning of the dormitory, both inside and out. They also thoughtfully approached Chen Fang for a heart-to-heart conversation. Upon discovering he was staying alone at an off-campus hotel, they kindly inquired whether he wished to change accommodations. Chen Fang, of course, welcomed the idea. After expressing that he was merely a bit shaken, the administration generously granted him a month-long leave, allowing him to recuperate. After confirming his well-being, the school officials departed from the hotel. Chen Fang exhaled a sigh of relief. He intended to utilize this month to diligently develop his game. Matters concerning life and death should not be taken lightly. However, residing in a hotel was not a sustainable solution. As an ordinary student, his monthly allowance was limited, and with the onset of his training in inner strength, he could noticeably feel his appetite increasing. Thus, earning money became the most pressing issue at hand. With this thought, an idea struck Chen Fang. If the skills acquired in the game could translate into real-life abilities, might the currency and items in his backpack also follow suit? However, this was contingent upon the game character awakening. The night before, when Chen Fang logged into the game, he found the character's health fully restored, but for some unknown reason, it had not yet awakened. Consequently, he now logged in every 10 minutes to check if the character had come to. Upon clicking the icon, the familiar background music played, and the screen finally illuminated, no longer shrouded in darkness. Chen Fang's spirits lifted as he straightened in his seat. The character awakened from a bed, and, judging by the surroundings, it appeared to be in an inn's room. Chen Fang refrained from hastily controlling the character and instead opened the attributes panel to assess the situation, confirming that health and inner strength were abundant, and that there were no peculiar debuffs afflicting the character. He felt reassured to guide the character out of bed. Approaching the door, the character gently pushed it open, revealing a bright, dazzling afternoon outside. "Ah, you're awake," a clear male voice called out, suggesting the speaker was likely youthful. However, once Chen Fang realized the voice emanated from his phone, he was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? I can understand this. At that moment, 3 options appeared on the phone screen. Choice 1. Thank you both for your care. Choice 2. Yes, how long have I been asleep? Choice 3. Who are you? Chen Fang, feeling a surge of excitement, noticed that the 3 dialogue options, aside from their varying tones, appeared to bear no significant difference. Habitually scrolling through the screen, he soon discovered that the game now allowed him to rotate the character's perspective. Upon adjusting the view, Chen Fang encountered the owner of the previous voice, none other than the innkeeper, Feng Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fang opted for the first choice. As soon as he made his selection, the character in the game respectfully clasped his fists toward Feng Chen and said, "I have awakened and must express my gratitude for your care." To his surprise, the voice bore a slight resemblance to his own. Feng Chen returned the gesture, replying, "No need for thanks. Is there any discomfort remaining in your body?" This time, there was only one dialogue choice available, and Chen Fang had no alternative but to respond, "I am no longer in any serious discomfort." Upon selecting this, Feng Chen replied, "As long as you are well, I can rest easy." After concluding the conversation, Feng Chen departed. Chen Fang was momentarily speechless, wondering if the game had undergone an update during his character's unconsciousness. He maneuvered his character through the corridor, performing various actions. Aside from comprehending the NPC speech and rotating the character's perspective, no new discoveries emerged for the time being. Descending to the lobby, Chen Fang was met with a cacophony of voices from outside. The plump innkeeper, amidst his busy schedule, managed to spare a greeting for Chen Fang. "Young brother, are you feeling better now?" Yet again, there was only one option available, and Chen Fang responded, "I am no longer in any serious discomfort. Thank you for your concern." The innkeeper replied, "I am quite busy at the moment, so I shall not detain you. Feel free to sit as you wish." Although the game had changed somewhat, Chen Fang remained acutely aware of the importance of the game's potential. He opened the quest interface, and indeed, the option for serving tea and water was illuminated. Without hesitation, he clicked to begin the task. Chen Fang inquired, "Do you require assistance, innkeeper?" The innkeeper replied, "If you have no other matters." Chen Fang hesitated. The innkeeper continued. The dialogue concluded, and the character seamlessly commenced the task. As was the case prior to the update, once the task began, Chen Fang no longer needed to control the character, who autonomously moved about the inn, serving tea and water to the patrons. An hour passed, and the task came to an end. He was rewarded with 800 experience points, potential, and 8 taels of silver, much to his satisfaction. With this, Chen Fang finally felt a sense of relief. By this time, dusk had descended, and the once boisterous town had transitioned into tranquility. As usual, Chen Fang paid for his lodging, only to find the innkeeper waving his hand in refusal. "Ah, young brother, you bravely confronted the mountain bandits for the sake of my brothers. How could I allow you to spend your coin? You are welcome to stay whenever you wish. And do not mention money again." No sooner had he finished speaking than a notification appeared. System notification: "You have acquired a new resting point at the Inn of Safety. Would you like to activate the resting point feature?" Chen Fang selected yes, and an icon labeled resting point appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Opening the icon revealed a rudimentary map interface. Most of the map lay shrouded in darkness, with only a small area the size of a fingernail illuminated, indicating the Inn of Safety. The point representing the inn flickered enticingly, prompting Chen Fang to reach out and select it. A prompt emerged. "Would you like to set the inn at Ping'an Town as your primary waypoint?" Chen Fang hesitated, and another notification appeared. Note: each individual has only 3 opportunities in their lifetime to establish waypoints. Should you wish to alter your selection, the cost will be substantial. Please choose wisely. In a conventional game, such a matter would entail monetary expenditure. However, the Jianghu was evidently not an ordinary game. Chen Fang gazed at the shimmering light and fell into contemplation. After much deliberation, he resolved to designate the inn as his first waypoint, realizing that he had no other viable options. System notification: "You have set the inn at Ping'an Town as your primary waypoint." Once the waypoint was established, it was imperative to ascertain its functionalities. Chen Fang attempted to click on it, but there was no response. Following the establishment of the waypoint, the light representing the inn dimmed, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Chapter 17: As the in-game time transitioned into the depths of night, the streets and rooftops began to resonate with familiar sounds once more. Chen Fang reluctantly abandoned his research endeavors and logged out of the game. In the realm of reality, night had also fallen. With a contemplative spirit, he stepped out of the inn. The night was enchanting, adorned with the glow of myriad lights. Strolling down the back street of the school, he was surrounded by a vibrant display of illumination and the tantalizing aroma of street food. With students having returned to campus ahead of schedule, the once tranquil back street was now alive with chatter and laughter. Chen Fang wandered aimlessly, pausing intermittently to indulge in delectable treats. Upon returning to his room, feeling satisfactorily full, he seated himself on the bed, adopting a meditative posture with his heart directed heavenward. Beginning his cultivation practice. Regardless of the game's nature, the foundational internal energy was undeniably real. Having experienced the tangible benefits of the energy flow, Relinquishing this opportunity was inconceivable. An extraordinary chance lay before him. Who could resist such temptation? After 6 rounds of practice, Chen Fang ceased, gradually rising from his bed to retrieve the snacks he had brought back, eagerly consuming them. Since he had not reached his limits this time, his hunger was manageable. He could visibly perceive an enhancement in his internal energy, which he aptly named inner strength, as it was a fitting term for foundational internal skills. After freshening up, approximately 4 hours had elapsed. The alarm clock chimed, prompting Chen Fang to invoke a change on his phone's home screen. He clicked on the game icon, and the familiar background music filled the air. Entering the game, it was early morning with a delicate mist gradually dissipating. Walking along the winding path, he could distinctly see the dewdrops glistening on the bamboo leaves, their color reminiscent of ink. He returned to the riverbank and the granary, completing 10 rounds each of fishing by the river and guarding the granary, garnering 7,050 experience points and 120 potential points. Luck was average. Upon returning to the inn, he immediately commenced the serving tea and water task. After the skirmish with the bandits, Chen Fang found himself momentarily disinclined towards exploration, having been overwhelmed by a band of bandits before even leaving the novice village. He realized he would have perished had it not been for the intervention of a hidden master. If he were to venture beyond Peacetown, he feared he would soon find himself as carrion on the wilderness. Thus, his only viable course was to remain in Peacetown, emulating the legendary sword god of Shirley Slope, diligently performing tasks. He resolved to elevate his foundational skills in martial arts, lightness, and internal energy to their pinnacle. He thought this way, and he acted accordingly. For the ensuing month, Chen Fang set his alarm each day, entering the game punctually to complete tasks. With no bandit interruptions, he finally discerned a pattern. Fishing by the river and guarding the granary could be accomplished 10 times daily, while serving tea and water was available twice each day. Here, daily referred to the reality of each passing day. During this month, he made a return home, spending several days with his parents, fearing that one day he might unexpectedly perish in the game, leaving them bereaved. It was not until the 7th day at home that his mother, having grown weary of his presence, finally urged him to leave. Rolling and rolling, he spends his nights at home, refusing to sleep, rising late in the mornings, neglecting meals, and avoiding the outside world. His presence is bothersome. Chen Fang, feeling despondent and unwanted, took several thousand yuan and left home to embark on a journey. He set off on a spontaneous adventure, purchasing a ticket to an unknown destination, arriving at a place where no one recognized him. He found accommodation in an East Ports hotel, thus commencing his quest for leveling up. Day after day, completing tasks proved to be exceedingly monotonous. During this time, he scoured the internet for information about this peculiar game. In this age of information explosion, anything that has ever existed on this planet leaves some trace. Unfortunately, after half a month of searching, he found nothing of interest. All he uncovered were various obscure and bizarre games. It seemed that the game known as Jianghu was played solely by him prior to Zhang Quan's involvement. After some contemplation, Chen Fang shifted his approach. Instead of searching for strange games, he sought keywords related to extraordinary phenomena, superhumans, and supernatural abilities. He believed that if someone possessed legendary martial arts skills, they could not possibly refrain from using them in reality, even if they did not actively employ their abilities. Various unforeseen circumstances would inevitably compel them to do so. As the saying goes, with great power comes the instinct to wield it. It is human nature. This new search yielded surprising results. In a place called Qingshan Township, a murder had once occurred, the details of which need not be elaborated here. Like most homicides, the perpetrator sought to escape after committing the crime. However, under the watchful eye of modern surveillance, there was little chance of evasion. Indeed, within 3 days, he was cornered in a hotel by a fleet of police cars. Armed special forces commenced their apprehension operation. Logically, this perpetrator, lacking firearms and formal training, should have found himself trapped. Yet, the outcome astonished everyone. This seemingly honest and simple farmer emerged from the room wielding a steel pipe and took the initiative to strike. He broke through the window, catching everyone off guard. 2 officers, momentarily inattentive, were sent sprawling by a single blow. Yes, they were indeed knocked away. Such scenes typically belong to the realm of films and television, yet they unfolded in reality. A normal adult weighs at least 50 kilograms. Yet this assailant managed to send two individuals flying with a single hit. This was beyond mere strength. It was unfathomable, especially considering he leapt from a third-floor window. Then, with an uncanny gait, he evaded most of the bullets, attempting to carve a path through the hail of gunfire. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was grim. The assailant was shot dead amidst the chaos. Upon reading this, Chen Fang sighed. Lacking video evidence and relying solely on textual descriptions, he found it challenging to ascertain whether this individual had received any feedback from the Jianghu game. Moreover, with the person deceased, he had no means of verification. A rare clue has slipped away once more, leaving Chen Fang at a loss for words. A month has silently passed. During this time, he has not ventured anywhere. Each day has been consumed either by tasks or searching for information regarding the enigmatic game online. Upon glancing at the attributes panel, Chen Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed nearly 800,000 experience points and potential. Initially, he had refrained from allocating points to enhance his martial arts, pondering whether the Jianghu might impose a level penalty mechanism akin to other games. It was akin to quitting smoking, exceedingly difficult, with an overwhelming desire to invest points immediately upon gaining potential. However, as he became engrossed in his practice, he gradually forgot this initial urge. One day, when he finally observed the attributes panel, he was taken aback. Sitting upright, Chen Fang rubbed his hands together, preparing to allocate his points. With the knowledge gained from previous experiences and his recent explorations in reality, he concluded that, considering both the game and real life, he must primarily enhance his foundational internal skills. Following that, he would focus on basic lightness skills, and lastly, on fundamental striking techniques. After all, striking techniques can also be practiced in reality, with numerous quick learning guides available for Sanda, boxing, and similar disciplines. Chapter 18. A significant advancement upon opening the martial arts panel. Chen Fang observed that a small, shimmering plus sign had indeed appeared next to the three foundational martial arts. With a plan already formulated in his mind, he decisively extended his hand and clicked on the plus sign adjacent to the basic internal skill. Familiar options materialized before him, whether to elevate his level by 1 or 10. With nearly 800,000 potential points at his disposal, he exuberantly opted for the 10-level increase. System notification. Through diligent practice, your basic internal skill has improved, level 10. Currently LV 50, potential minus 15,748. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Fang found the deduction of over 10,000 points to be rather trivial, and he promptly continued clicking. System notification. Through diligent practice, your basic internal skill has improved, level 10. Currently LV 50, potential minus 15,748. System notification. Through diligent practice, your basic internal skill has improved, level 10. Currently LV 60, potential minus 26,216. System notification. Through diligent practice, your basic internal skill has improved, level 10. Currently LV 70, potential minus 40,524. System notification. Through diligent practice, your basic internal skill has improved, level 10. Currently LV 80, potential minus 59,272. System notification. Through diligent practice, your basic internal skill has improved, level 10. Currently LV 90, potential minus 83,060. System notification. Through diligent practice, your basic internal skill has improved, level 10. Currently LV 100, potential minus 112,488. Having clicked only 6 times, Chen Fang noticed with alarm the excessive consumption of potential points and quickly ceased his actions. His basic internal skill had reached level 100, yet his remaining potential points had dwindled to less than 500,000. He inhaled sharply. The consumption was indeed quite alarming. Estimating in his mind, he realized that if the consumption for the basic fist and foot techniques and the basic lightness skill mirrored that of the basic internal skill, His remaining potential would be insufficient to elevate the other two skills to level 100. For someone like Chen Fang, who exhibited mild obsessive tendencies, this was particularly unsettling. Alas, given his limited potential, he could only make do. He resolved to first elevate his basic fist and foot techniques to level 40, and then proceed to alternate between enhancing both the basic fist and foot techniques and a basic lightness skill. System prompt. Your diligent training has enhanced your basic martial arts. Level 10, currently LV 50, potential minus 15,748. System prompt. Your diligent training has enhanced your basic lightness skill. Level 10, currently LV 50. Potential minus 15,748. System prompt. Your diligent training has enhanced your basic martial arts. Level 10, currently LV 60. Potential minus 26,216. System prompt. Your diligent training has enhanced your basic lightness skill. Level 10, currently LV 60. Potential minus 26,216. Meanwhile, the screen at the bottom continued to refresh. Enhancement. Basic internal skill level 10. Your innate foundation enhancement. Basic lightness skill level 10. Your innate foundation enhancement. Basic martial arts level 10. Your innate foundation. Eventually, his three foundational martial arts levels reached 90, 90, and 100 respectively, with potential reduced to a mere 72,930 points. At this point, the plus signs next to his martial arts disappeared, indicating that the remaining potential was insufficient to elevate any further skill. As the levels of his foundational martial arts increased, his physical attributes rose correspondingly. His attribute panel transformed as follows. Name, Egg Yolk, unnamed junior. Age, 14. Gender, male. Strength, 33. 26. Agility, 36. 30. Foundation, 19. 11. Comprehension, 13. 13. Fortune, 20. Experience, 782,350. Potential, 72,930. Vitality, 190. Internal force, 52,355. Money, 14 gold, 46 silver, 0 copper. Martial arts. Basic martial arts LV 90. Ordinary. Weapon. Lightness skill. Basic lightness skill LV 90. Ordinary. Internal skill. Basic internal skill LV 100. Mundane. Knowledge. None. Chivalry value. 3. Experience in the Jianghu. 1. Prestige. 0. Each physical attribute exhibited varying degrees of growth. Fortune remained unchanged, while vitality, linked to foundation, increased by 60 points, reaching 190. Internal force surged to over 2,000 points, the specifics of its calculation remaining unclear. Experience and potential were synchronized. Even as potential was consumed, it retained its original quantity, the purpose of which was uncertain. Chen Fang discovered that his extraordinary abilities seemingly only revealed the most basic functions of attributes, while deeper complexities eluded him. Despite the various enhancements in attributes, his nickname suffix remained as unnamed junior, unaltered. He speculated that perhaps it was tied to attributes such as experience in the Jianghu and prestige. Upon completing his attribute allocation, Chen Fang exhaled deeply. A month of hard work had culminated in strength, and it was time to explore the outside world. However, he was to depart for school the next day, so for tonight, everything would remain as it was. A night devoid of dialogue. The following morning, Chen Fang eagerly boarded the high-speed train back to school. During the journey, he placed a call to the school authorities to inform them of his return. Upon arriving at the campus, he first visited the administrative office to collect the key to his new dormitory. Entering the newly assigned single room, he found that, apart from his personal belongings, every item in the space had been upgraded to the latest standards. The administration evidently harbored considerable concern for Chen Fang's mental well-being, opting to accommodate him in the faculty dormitory. Remarkably, his new quarters were adjacent to that of his class teacher. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and as he felt the two phones in his pocket and the steady flow of energy within him, Chen Fang could not help but experience a surreal sense of detachment. Suddenly, the alarm rang, prompting him to turn and close the door. He took out his phone, and with a mere thought, the game icon materialized on the home screen. A swift tap transported him into the virtual world. After more than a month, this sequence of actions had become second nature to him. He maneuvered his character downstairs, exited Ping'an Town, approached the riverside, ventured to the valley, and ultimately returned to the inn. During this time, he even found an opportunity to engage in conversation with the innkeeper and the waiter. Through their discussions, he gleaned some intriguing information. The name of the waiter, Feng Chun, had already been familiar to him from their earlier encounters and battles against bandits, yet he had only known the name without deeper insights. He had also learned that Feng Chen's martial expertise lay in a technique known as sealing meridians and acupoints. Their relationship could be described as one of mutual trust, and Feng Chun did not hesitate to share his story. Originally a disciple of a thieving sect, he was expelled for violating the sect's rules. Fortunately, the transgression was not grave enough to strip him of his martial abilities. He was simply barred from using the sect's name thereafter. Such tales inevitably reminded Chen Fang of an old acquaintance. Chapter 19. Attempts communication with Feng Chun proceeded with remarkable ease, yet the interactions with the innkeeper were starkly contrasting. The innkeeper appeared affable, even permitting Chen Fang to reside at the establishment without charge for an extended period. However, that was the extent of their engagement. After a month of conversation, he had not even disclosed his name to Chen Fang. Reflecting on the day of the bandit invasion, when he had nearly succumbed to a powerful gust from the innkeeper, plunging him into unconsciousness, it was evident that the innkeeper's martial prowess far surpassed that of Feng Chun. Indeed, had it not been for the innkeeper's intervention, both Chen Fang and Feng Chun would have perished at the hands of the bandits. In truth, had the innkeeper not intervened, it was likely that only Chen Fang would have met his demise. As a skilled thief, Feng Chun possessed exceptional escape abilities. If he had chosen to flee rather than confront the bandits, no one could have hindered his escape. Aside from the inn, Chen Fang explored each structure in Ping'an Town while undertaking his tasks. He identified several significant locations, which would serve as potential choices for his impending journey. Among these were a livery stable for renting carriages, the Ping'an Escort Agency, and the local magistrate's office. After a month of diligent service, he had accumulated a modest fortune. He learned that renting a decent carriage for an entire month would cost him 10 gold coins. Conversely, the price for renting a horse varied, ranging from 10 taels of silver to 5 gold coins, depending on the breed. Furthermore, if one was unfamiliar with horseback riding, the livery would provide instruction. Precisely what he required. Chen Fang lamented the exorbitant prices in this world. Had he not encountered the bandit incident, he would have undoubtedly chosen to rent a horse, learn to ride, and embark on a wanderlust-filled journey. However, his perspective had shifted. The outside world was fraught with peril, and even the bandits lurking outside the novice village had nearly claimed his life. Thus, a second option emerged, to disguise himself as a cargo and have the escort agency transport him. This notion currently resided solely in his mind, as he had yet to ascertain whether the Ping'an Escort Agency would accept such a task. The final option was to accompany personnel from the magistrate's office. Over the course of the month, he observed that a group of 10 or so constables would periodically escort a carriage out of Ping'an Town. They would return in a matter of days, or, at times, after a month. The contents of the carriage, whether they carried individuals or goods, remained a mystery, as he had not been afforded the opportunity to glimpse inside, even after waiting outside the magistrate's office. The dilemma with this choice lay in how an unknown individual like him could secure passage with a magistrate's entourage. It appeared to transcend mere monetary concerns. He would need to establish connections within the magistrate's office. Regrettably, he had been unable to gain entry. Furthermore, the meager sum of over a dozen taels of gold he possessed was likely insufficient to facilitate such connections. Having completed his daily tasks, and with some time before dusk, Chen Fang directed his character outside. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the blacksmith shop. Engaging in conversation with the blacksmith, he expended 1 tael of gold and successfully procured a willow leaf steel blade. He then spent 10 taels of silver on a simple scabbard. After more than a month of effort, Chen Fang finally acquired his first piece of equipment in the realm of martial arts. The willow blade, characterized by its hardness of 5, toughness of 4, sharpness of 4, and weight of 4, boasts a durability of 1313. This 3-foot-long blade, forged entirely from pure steel, derives its name from its resemblance to a willow leaf. Unlike the majority of weapons in games that enhance attributes such as strength, speed, or attack power, the willow blade is categorized solely by its hardness, toughness, sharpness, and weight. Without any comparative metrics, its true tier remains elusive to him. Upon equipping the weapon, the 3-foot-long willow blade immediately materializes at his waist. Although Chen Fang currently possesses no swordsmanship skills, having a weapon at his side is undoubtedly preferable to being unarmed. Regrettably, it seems the world of martial arts lacks defensive gear, as the robes available in the tailor's shop possess no inherent attributes, possibly due to his current tier being insufficient to access such items. He also purchased a bit of quicklime from the apothecary to keep on hand for emergencies. Given the game's realistic nature, he surmised that scattering a handful of lime during combat might yield some benefit. Having completed his preparations, Chen Fang made his way to the town's entrance. Aside from a narrow path leading to the valley and riverside, the entrance features a somewhat broader thoroughfare. The road appears significantly more even than the winding trails, suggesting it has been artificially leveled. He maneuvered his character cautiously onto the main road. Before departing from Peaceful Town, he intended to assess the dangers lurking beyond its borders to ascertain whether the outside world posed the same threats he envisioned. Over the past month, no bandits had ventured into Peaceful Town, leading him to speculate that their previous incursions were mere anomalies. Should he confirm this, there would be no need for the excessive caution that currently consumed his time. To date, Chen Fang remained uncertain of the existence of other players within the game, as his online searches yielded little useful information. The limited data available was either exceedingly vague or lacking continuity. Adjusting his phone to its maximum brightness, he remained vigilant, attuned to the slightest rustle of the wind or grass, ready to react to the first sign of movement. After several minutes along the main road, guided by his prior experiences of traversing to the valley and riverside, he estimated that he had walked approximately 1 or 2 miles. The anticipated encounters with beasts or bandits had not materialized, prompting a subtle sigh of relief as he began to turn back. Upon returning to the town's entrance, he ventured in the opposite direction down the main road for a short distance, yet still encountered no incidents. Chen Fang nodded in approval. Excellent. Everything was progressing positively. It was time to take the next step. Once more at the entrance, he chose not to follow the main road, but instead descended into the thickets flanking the path. These bushes resembled a bamboo grove, accessible yet dauntingly deep, obscuring visibility even in daylight, which had deterred him from entering until now. The bushes, while also reaching waist height, at least permitted a clear view of the surroundings during the day, though he remained wary of what lay beneath his feet. Just as Chen Fang contemplated how to draw his blade, the moment his character brushed against the undergrowth, the scene on the screen shifted dramatically. The perspective suddenly elevated, causing the characters on the screen to diminish in size. Above them appeared 2 elongated bars, one red and one blue, while a sword-drawing icon materialized in the lower right corner. In front of the character lay clusters of shrub monsters, advancing toward him at an exceedingly slow pace. However, their sluggishness allowed Chen Fang to leisurely inspect their attributes. Shrub monster, health, 10, strength, 1. Chen Fang was momentarily taken aback, as this once conventional RPG had transformed into a side-scrolling adventure game, leaving him somewhat bewildered. With a click, he drew his elegant willow leaf steel sword. Maneuvering the virtual joystick, he discovered that moving forward propelled him ahead, while moving backward took him back. Pressing up initiated a jump, and pressing down made him crouch. The sword-drawing icon had now transitioned to a sword-striking icon, and a switch icon was positioned a short distance away. Chapter 20. The mowing game. Chen Fang initially attempted to strike by clicking on the attack button, causing the character on the screen to swiftly swing a blade forward, accompanied by a sharp sound effect. Continuous clicks resulted in a series of combo animations, subtle yet distinct in their audio cues. After experimenting with the blade, he switched modes. The icon transformed from a long sword into a fist, and simultaneously, the character sheathed the weapon, freeing both hands. Clicking the attack icon again prompted a punch. With a gentle tap, the character lunged forward, delivering a punch, and successive clicks executed 2 punches followed by a side kick. At this point, Chen Fang discerned that this icon functioned as an attack key. When wielding a weapon, the attack method involved the sword. When unarmed, it resorted to punches. The red and blue bars above the character undoubtedly represented health and inner strength. However, confusion soon arose. Previously, during his encounter with bandits at the inn, the game operated in a turn-based manner, yet now it unfolded as a side-scrolling adventure. Chen Fang found himself momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, he maneuvered the character to draw the steel blade and advance. He pondered whether the approaching shrub monsters could retaliate. Clarity arrived swiftly. As the character moved closer to the shrub monsters, the seemingly innocuous bushes began to stir, claws bared, slowly advancing toward him, with a red bar appearing above them. Standing resolute, Chen Fang decisively struck as the shrub monster entered his attack range. With a decisive slash, it suffered -38 damage, instantly depleting its meager health of 10 points, leaving the red bar above it empty. Following a melodious wail, the shrub monster collapsed, reverting to an ordinary bush before gradually vanishing. Battle prompt. You have slain a shrub monster, earning 10 experience points and 10 potential points. Before he could fully relish his victory, a multitude of shrub monsters surged forth. Fortunately, despite their fearsome appearance, these creatures moved slowly and could not withstand even a single strike from the character. Though numerous, they posed no real threat. Initially cautious, Chen Fang soon realized the combat posed no danger at all, prompting him to test the differences between punches and blade strikes. Switching to punches, he delivered a round of blows to the shrub monsters, discovering little distinction between the two methods. To be precise, the difference in damage dealt to the shrub monsters was negligible. The steel blade inflicted 30 damage, occasionally reaching 40, while punches dealt merely 20. Yet for Chen Fang at this moment, whether it was 20 or 30 damage made little difference, as both exceeded the monster's capacity to endure. However, the punch's shorter range prompted him to favor the blade for safety. Since entering the game, this marked Chen Fang's first exhilarating battle, despite it being only his second encounter. It must be acknowledged that the popularity of the grass-cutting game is not without reason. The character resembles a war god, charging forth with relentless vigor, dispatching the shrub monsters with ease. As he continues his onslaught, the backdrop begins to transform, and the health of the shrub monsters gradually increases, although they remain susceptible to a single strike. After a mere 10 minutes, their initial health of 10 points has escalated to 30 points. Should he resort to using his fists, a single blow would no longer suffice for an instant kill. For Chen Fang, failing to achieve a one-hit kill in this game would be tantamount to placing himself in the most precarious of situations. A monster that cannot be dispatched in one fell swoop is certainly not a favorable adversary, he muttered to himself. As time progressed, the background behind the horizontal screen began to darken, and Chen Fang realized that night was approaching. Just as he hesitated over whether to click the exit button in the upper right corner, the entire screen of his phone suddenly trembled. An ominous cacophony of unintelligible roars emanated from beyond the frame, distinctly inhuman. Chen Fang surmised that a boss was imminent. Sure enough, as the vibrations intensified, a colossal shrub monster, several times larger than the ordinary variety, burst onto the screen. Upon checking its attributes, he found giant shrub monster, health 50, strength 5. Chen Fang was left speechless. It seemed this had merely transitioned from a one-hit foe to a two-hit one, still insufficient to withstand his combo attack, rendering his earlier efforts futile. Experience 100, potential 100, better than nothing, he supposed. With ease, he dispatched the giant shrub monster, and a wooden treasure chest appeared atop its lifeless form. Upon clicking to open it, a notification popped up. System notification. You have obtained rose seeds, rhododendron seeds, peony seeds, berberis seeds, boxwood seeds, sandcypress seeds. Chen Fang was once again at a loss for words. This game was truly bizarre. What kind of game rewards players with an array of seeds after defeating monsters? What purpose do these seeds serve, if not to compel him into farming? After perusing the notifications, he found nothing but seeds, no equipment or items. Adhering to the principle of taking what one can, he collected all the seeds and stored them in his backpack. Once he had gathered the drops, a prompt appeared in the center of the screen asking whether to continue. Glancing at the sky, He recalled the dangers of the night he had previously encountered within the town. Now that monsters were appearing outside, who could say what other perils awaited him in the darkness? It was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might even encounter ghosts, he mused, decisively opting for no. The scene began to shift, the surroundings expanding, and the character reverted to his normal size. Turning to look back, he saw that he had strayed from the main road and had traversed a considerable distance into the wilderness, with severed shrubbery lining his path. Upon facing forward once more, an endless expanse of shrubs lay ahead, shrouded in an indistinct darkness. After returning to the inn and logging out of the game, Chen Fang reflected on his experiences outside the town that day. Intuitively, the shrub spirit posed little pressure on him, a stark contrast to the bandits he had previously encountered in the town. It seemed to deviate significantly from the monsters he had come to know. Ordinarily, one would expect that no matter how feeble a creature might be, it would still surpass a human who only possessed rudimentary agricultural skills. Yet, the entities in this game appeared remarkably weak. Of course, it could also be attributed to his limited exposure thus far. Perhaps venturing further into the wilderness would unveil more formidable creatures. Moreover, the combat modes activated when confronting humans versus monsters seemed distinctly different. The skirmish with the bandits adhered to a turn-based system, while the encounter with the shrub spirit resembled a side-scrolling adventure game. This was merely his current speculation. Further exploration in the coming days would be necessary for verification. However, he would have to wait another 4 hours to continue his confirmations. For now, Chen Fang gently caressed his abdomen and glanced out the window, noting that the sky in reality had already darkened. Chapter 21. A second attempt after having dinner at the cafeteria, I encountered several classmates on the way. They patted Chen Fang's shoulder, offering words of comfort that left him feeling both amused and exasperated. It was evident that most believed he was in dire need of solace after such an unexpected turn of events. Chen Fang chose not to elaborate further, offering only perfunctory replies before departing. Upon returning to his solitary dormitory, he pondered the situation and ultimately decided to contact the school authorities to request a few days off. At this critical juncture, as he prepared to leave Ping in town, he deemed it wiser to retreat into seclusion to avoid any disturbances. Once back in his single room, Chen Fang retrieved a pen and began to sketch out plans for his character's future in his notebook. In a bid to avoid following the same misguided path as Zhang Quanin, he understood that every step he took must be executed with utmost caution. Before he realized it, he had filled an entire sheet of paper. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and tore the paper into pieces, lighting it on fire. The more he learned about the game, the more he discovered the vast unknowns that lay ahead. Sometimes, plans simply could not keep pace with changes, much like the sudden time-limited task he had previously faced. Had fortune not favored him, or had his reactions been slightly delayed, he might very well have ended up as a lifeless body in a hotel room. Risk often accompanies reward. By a stroke of luck, he had survived that encounter and even obtained a Tangmen guiding order. Although its benefits had yet to manifest, the prowess of the Tangmen, as evidenced by the performance of their disciple Ji Wushuang, hinted at the sect's formidable strength. 4 hours slipped by in an instant, and Chen Fang logged into the game. Finding his character in the room, without a moment's hesitation, he directed his avatar towards the small river. This action had become instinctual for him. It was only halfway there that he realized the daily tasks had not yet reset, prompting him to hastily return to the town entrance. Chen Fang calculated that, within the game, there was a consistent 12-hour cycle of day and night, devoid of any fluctuations. Completing his daily tasks took nearly 3 hours, translating to over 8 hours of game time. The remaining free time amounted to 2 in-game days, plus an additional hour. While this sounded ample, time was, in fact, quite limited, as the game operated at a ratio of 3-to-1 compared to reality. Arriving at the town entrance without hesitation, Chen Fang navigated the well-trodden road. The shrubbery he had previously hacked away still remained, not yet refreshed, and he wondered when new shrub monsters might emerge. Following the gap he had created, he ventured inside, the screen suddenly shifting to landscape mode. His character remained at the location where he had vanquished the great shrub monster the day before. Drawing his steel blade, Chen Fang pressed onward. Not far into his journey, He encountered a monster, yet again a shrub monster, with no visible change in its attributes. Seizing the opportunity, he began to swing his sword, sending various plant corpses flying across the screen, their cries echoing throughout the room, to ensure he had a clear grasp of his surroundings. Chen Fang always kept his phone's volume turned up to the maximum. As he battled his way through, the screen trembled, heralding the grand appearance of the great shrub monster. Chen Fang remained utterly indifferent, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. After dispatching the foes with 2 swift strikes, he prepared to open the fallen treasure chest. In the final moment, his finger lingered above the screen, hesitating to press down. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could he perhaps discern the description of the wooden chest? If so, it might very well be an intriguing feature of the game world. Without further ado, Chen Fang perked up his ears and fixed his gaze intently on the small wooden chest. Gradually, a faint shadow began to materialize beside it, yet Chen Fang remained motionless. His eyes locked on the chest. After a few more seconds, the shadow solidified, revealing a line of text. Chen Fang focused his eyes. Wooden chest. Opening grants 1 to 10 varying rewards. 98 chance of receiving ordinary plant seeds. 1. 9 chance of receiving spiritual plant seeds. And 0. 1 chance of receiving spirit stone fragments. Setting aside the nature of the spiritual plants and spirit stones, the probabilities were indeed disheartening. Chen Fang felt a wave of skepticism regarding his chances of obtaining anything valuable. Nevertheless, the hunt must go on. After all, defeating a shrub sprite yielded 10 experience points and potential, while a great shrub sprite offered a substantial 100 points. Though not an enormous sum, even the smallest mosquito counts as meat. Chen Fang maneuvered his character forward, facing an endless expanse of shrub sprites and great shrub sprites. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had slipped into the depths of night. He had been immersed in a relentless spree of mowing down foes, losing count of how many shrub sprites had fallen beneath his steel blade. With a yawn, fatigue began to creep in. Just one last wave. He uttered this phrase for the 3rd time. The screen shook, and once again, the great shrub sprite made its dazzling appearance, only to be shattered into fragments within mere seconds. Upon opening the treasure chest, system notification, you have obtained rose seeds, peony seeds, boxwood seeds, spirit stone fragments. His previously muddled mind snapped back to clarity, akin to the refreshing jolt of an iced Americano on a sweltering summer day. Opening his backpack, he sifted through a chaotic assortment of seeds until he unearthed a glowing stone fragment. Instinctively, upon seeing the luminescent stone, his first thought was that he had been irradiated, only to quickly remember that this was merely a game. He reached out and tapped it, revealing an item description. Name, spirit stone fragment. Function, collecting 100 can synthesize a complete spirit stone. Beyond this, there was nothing further. No information regarding the uses of spirit stones or where to acquire spirit stone fragments was provided. Chen Fang had grown accustomed to this, expertly honing his focus on the spirit stone fragment. Before long, the shadow gradually solidified and another line of text appeared before him. Spirit stone fragment has a certain chance to drop from the defeat of sentient beings. Chen Fang scratched his head, puzzled by the game's seemingly redundant design. It could have easily consolidated the description and details together, yet opted for a separation that felt rather superfluous. Glancing at the game's ambient light, he noted it was merely dimming slightly, with ample time remaining before complete darkness enveloped the world. Yet he still did not intend to continue, for in reality, he found himself somewhat unable to endure any longer. The alternating cycles of 4 hours of activity, followed by 4 hours of rest, left him feeling quite drained. Were it not for the game's inner strength mirroring his own, enduring such a relentless pace for an extended period would likely lead to his character remaining unscathed while he, in reality, might succumb to exhaustion. Thus, Chen Fang decisively opted for rest. He returned to the inn in Peacetown, commanded his character to sleep, and soon followed suit. He was indeed fatigued. Scarcely had his head touched the pillow when the sound of his snoring filled the air. However, shortly after he fell asleep, a plethora of azure light points materialized around his body. These twinkling orbs approached him, as if imbued with life. Regrettably, Chen Fang was already deep in slumber. utterly oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. The azure light points enveloped his form entirely, creating a cocoon of luminescence that pulsated rhythmically, akin to a beating heart. Chapter 22. The leap. Chen Fang's body seemed to possess an alluring magnetism, drawing in an endless stream of azure light. After a few minutes, as the final spark melded into him, his body convulsed suddenly, then fell silent. At around 4 in the morning, Chen Fang was jolted awake by the blaring alarm clock. Despite his overwhelming desire to silence it and drift back into slumber, the image of Zhang Quan'an's face compelled him to slap his cheeks and rise with determination. He mused to himself that Zhang Quan'an was, in a sense, his benefactor. After washing his face to invigorate himself, he had yet to log into the game when he immediately sensed an anomaly within his body. With the cultivation of his internal energy, Chen Fang's control over his physique had become increasingly refined. Today, upon regaining his focus, he distinctly felt his internal energy at the dantian area in his abdomen had multiplied several times over. He remained unperturbed, as he was already prepared for this development. Glancing at his wristwatch, he estimated that approximately 24 hours had passed since he last allocated points to his character in the game. Rather than hastily logging in, Chen Fang sat cross-legged on his bed, adopting the 5 hearts towards heaven posture, and concentrated on sensing his internal state. As his mind gradually focused, a stream of balanced and harmonious energy manifested within his perception. With a mere thought, this internal energy began to flow slowly through his meridians. To his astonishment, as the energy circulated, he could faintly discern the outline of his muscles, veins, and even bones, an occurrence that had not transpired during his previous internal energy exercises. A vague speculation flickered in Chen Fang's mind. Perhaps this ability was a skill attained only after reaching level 100 in the foundational internal arts. The feedback from his character's foundational skills had seemingly endowed him with the equivalent mastery in reality. Yet he remained perplexed about how many years of training a common person would require to reach that level. This was a matter of urgent curiosity for him. Having played the game for over a month and immersed himself for nearly half a year without encountering a single player, he had finally stumbled upon a potential counterpart in reality, only to be met with demise. The significance of experience lay in accumulating potential, enhancing martial arts levels, and mastering new techniques. These were undeniably important. However, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the pressing need to ascertain the approximate level of his own strength. What position did foundational martial arts at around level 100 hold in this realm? Was he insignificant, a third-rate practitioner, or perhaps second-rate? Regrettably, he had been unable to determine his capabilities thus far. Contemplating this, an unexpected disinterest in logging into the game washed over him. Yet the surge of internal energy left him restless. Outside, the night was thick and tranquil, with dawn still a considerable way off. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he thought, why not venture out to test his skills? Without hesitation, he sprang into action, ever the proactive individual. Having made his decision, he quickly dressed and stealthily opened the door. As he pushed it ajar, he caught sight of the camera at the end of the corridor, its red light flickering ominously. He was quick-witted and deft, swiftly placing the trash behind the door outside before calmly shutting it. After closing the door, Chen Fang stroked his chin in contemplation, ultimately deciding against using the front entrance. Although there were no regulations prohibiting nighttime excursions from a school, he felt a pang of guilt within. After a moment's thought, he donned a mask and changed into some seldom-worn attire, then approached the window to peer outside. By this time it was late autumn, and a slight chill accompanied the evening breeze. Yet Chen Fang felt no trace of cold. With his subtle exertion of his internal energy, he banished the chill from his skin. Residing on the 3rd floor, he was acutely aware of the considerable height. He took a glance down, knowing well that barring a headfirst fall, he was unlikely to meet a fatal fate, perhaps only sustaining injuries. Nevertheless, anxiety gnawed at him. What if his internal energy or lightness skill faltered? Tomorrow, he might become a notorious figure on campus. Yet, the impulse within him prevailed. After much hesitation, he gradually ascended to the windowsill, aiming for a patch of grass below, and with a sudden thrust, closed his eyes and leaped. To claim he felt no fear would be disingenuous. The fantastical depictions of internal energy in novels were mere fabrications of the imagination. Who could ascertain the true nature of the internal energy coursing through his veins? The moment his feet left the windowsill, his first thought was regret. He was, after all, on the third floor. He had leapt without any protective measures. His second realization was how delightful the early morning air felt, the gentle breeze caressing his face. The third thought struck him abruptly. Wait, how had he not yet reached the ground? Opening his eyes to look downward, he was immediately taken aback. When he had jumped from the windowsill, he had aimed for the grass approximately 2 to 3 meters away from the dormitory. However, reality diverged from his expectations. Initially, he had considered that if his lightness skill failed, the laws of physics would dictate he would descend in a parabolic arc, landing on the grassy expanse rather than the unforgiving concrete. Yet, the situation was unfolding quite differently than he had anticipated. He had thought that even if he had acquired the rudimentary lightness skill, it would merely allow him to leap with less weight, cushioning his fall from a height. Now, 2 to 3 seconds had passed since his leap, and, astonishingly, he was gliding through the air. Indeed, he was gliding. What had happened to the grass 2 to 3 meters away? The distance between the staff dormitory's lawn and the concrete road outside was roughly 5 to 6 meters, and he was perilously close to landing on the road. Stay calm, he urged himself inwardly. He began to concentrate, sensing the rapid flow of internal energy within him. The effect was remarkable. He felt as light as a feather, almost weightless. The speed and trajectory of his energy flow differed markedly from his usual practices in internal cultivation. Chen Fang speculated that this was perhaps the distinction between fundamental internal energy and basic lightness skills. As he glided a few meters through the air, he found himself hovering above the concrete path. A sudden impulse surged within Chen as he retracted his internal energy back to his dantian, causing his weight to return instantly, and he plummeted straight down to ground. Thud! His feet struck the earth, creating a notable commotion. Chen slightly bent forward before standing upright, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at his legs. The primary channel for his internal energy had just coursed through them. Is this the essence of basic lightness skill? If so, it stands to reason that foundational martial arts are not merely what I had presumed, limited to boxing or combat techniques. The more Chen pondered, the more plausible it seemed. How could internal and lightness skills be so formidable while his striking abilities were so lackluster? Nevertheless, he decided to remain patient. Glancing at the time, there was still ample darkness before dawn. He could find a more secluded spot to practice his lightness skill a while longer. Chen's heart brimmed with exhilaration at the thought. Chapter 23. Running at this moment, Chen Fang resembled a child who had just received a new toy, brimming with uncontainable excitement. He meandered around the campus, yet the presence of surveillance cameras left him feeling uneasy. What if he were to be captured by a camera hidden in some corner? Would he not become notorious? Thus, he made his way out of the school through a secluded spot. The road was deserted, save for a few humble breakfast stalls beginning to set up. Chen Fang, feeling a twinge of hunger, purchased a pancake wrap, savoring it as he strolled towards the outskirts. Although the school was already situated on the fringes, he still felt a lingering apprehension. As he ventured further away, he gradually strayed from the main path. A sense of exhilaration surged within him, akin to a fish returning to the ocean, accompanied by an intoxicating breath of freedom that enveloped his heart. After performing a few warm-up exercises and taking deep breaths, he calmed his mind, allowing the internal energy within him to flow through the path he had traversed during his previous leap. In an instant, Chen Fang felt as though his body had shed dozens of pounds. Tentatively, he took a step forward, which surprisingly propelled him several meters ahead. However, being naturally cautious, he refrained from sprinting off immediately, instead opting to turn off the health tracking on his mobile phone. Minutes later, on a country path, a distant roar echoed closer, accompanied by a fleeting shadow that vanished in an instant, stirring a few wisps of mist and provoking a cacophony of barking from nearby dogs. Yet, the source of the sound had already traveled hundreds of meters away. Feeling the brisk wind against him, the morning fog had dampened his hair into wispy strands. Yet he showed no sign of slowing down. At this moment, his internal energy coursed through his meridians, continuously fueling him, creating an illusion of wind beneath his feet. He sprinted for over 10 minutes without experiencing any fatigue. In fact, he felt an abundance of energy, barely breaking a breath. As he continued to stray further off the beaten path, Chen Fang no longer restrained the speed of his internal energy, allowing it to surge through his meridians with full force. His velocity increased once more to the point where the naked eye could barely catch a glimpse of him. If encountered in the dead of night by someone timid, it would surely frighten them profoundly. Despite his remarkable speed, Chen Fang felt an inexplicable assurance that he could halt at any moment. Logically, at his current pace, he must have been traveling at least several meters per second, and the immense momentum and inertia should have made it impossible for an ordinary person to stop instantly. Yet, the essence of internal energy seemed to defy such limitations. At this moment, Chen Fang was imbued with a sense of confidence, knowing he could achieve this feat, yet puzzled as to why he could. He had always been a man of action, and with this thought in mind, he proceeded to act. With a mere thought, the internal energy that had been racing within him suddenly converged back to his dantian. After such a prolonged run, only a quarter of his internal energy had been expended. The return of this energy to his dantian was swift, followed by an even quicker surge as it burst forth again through a meridian he had never traversed before, completing a circuitous journey before settling back into his dantian, quieting once more. Yet, as he entered and exited, Chen Fang abruptly halted, as if he were a wooden post. This pause, however, was not without its price. The meridian he traversed had never before been subjected to such an intense surge of energy and an excruciating pain, akin to a tearing sensation, surged into his mind. "Damn!" Chen Fang exclaimed, clutching his lower back and wailing in agony. Fortunately, this pain was fleeting, dissipating once his internal energy returned to his dantian, though the sharp sting gradually faded. Nevertheless, he dared not be negligent. After all, the meridian was intangible, and should any issues arise, he would have no one to turn to for remedy. Disregarding the dirt beneath him, Chen Fang promptly seated himself cross-legged and assumed the 5 hearts facing heaven posture, beginning to circulate his internal energy. The impact he had just experienced was overwhelmingly potent. Though brief, the pain lingered. With utmost caution, he guided his internal energy through the recently traversed meridian. As his energy flowed through the sensitive area, a sensation of soreness and heaviness emerged, though it was not unpleasant. Once, twice, thrice, after completing 6 circuits, a warm sensation radiated from within, and the sharp pain vanished entirely. Reflecting on his recent actions, Chen Fang acknowledged that, given his current constitution, he could endure no more than 3 consecutive circuits. It seemed prudent to exercise restraint in the future. However, he mused, the transition from rapid motion to a sudden halt had been remarkably impressive, evoking a sense of spatial contraction. Having tested his lightness of foot, he glanced at a cluster of sturdy trees nearby and then down at his own fist, feeling a surge of eagerness bubbling within. A few minutes later, after unleashing a flurry of punches against the tree, Chen Fang scratched his head, sensing something amiss. His internal energy had inexplicably materialized in his dantian, and his lightness of foot had only crystallized after leaping from a height. How then was he to grasp the essence of his punches and kicks? Surely, he could not simply seek out a brawl. One thing was certain. The foundational martial arts he had learned were indeed resonating within him, yet realizing their potential required a certain catalyst. Leaning against the tree, Chen Fang pondered deeply. As dawn broke, illuminating the sky, he still had not conjured a solution and decided to head toward the school. With the arrival of daylight, the streets bustled with activity, and he could only proceed with deliberate, measured steps. This journey lasted over an hour, yet the school remained elusive. Chen Fang drew in a sharp breath, astonished at the distance he had covered during the night. Unable to ignore his hunger, he sought refuge in a roadside eatery to satiate his appetite. To his surprise, as he pushed aside the curtain, a beer bottle hurtled toward him. "Damn!" he uttered instinctively, swiftly ducking to avoid it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a brawl unfolding within the establishment. Although he felt a twinge of eagerness to engage and see if a fight might awaken his foundational skills, he ultimately chose to abstain. With internal energy coursing through him, he realized that should he inadvertently injure someone, he would be liable for damages. Given his current financial straits, it was hardly prudent to part with any money. Adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it, Chen Fang contemplated changing his dining establishment. However, as he attempted to leave, he encountered an individual unwilling to let him depart. "Hey, you brat, don't you dare leave," a thunderous voice commanded. A burly man, his upper body bare and adorned with an array of tattoos, brandished a baseball bat towards Chen Fang, exuding an intimidating presence that suggested immediate violence should his response be deemed unsatisfactory. His visage reeked of alcohol, indicating he had indulged excessively. Chen Fang, taken aback, responded in a manner befitting his surprise. "Huh? What? I don't know anything." Observing Chen Fang's naive demeanor, the tattooed man dismissively uttered, "Scram." Initially inclined to take his leave, Chen Fang hesitated, his foot poised to depart, yet ultimately remaining grounded. He turned to point at the bloodied man lying at the feet of the tattooed brute and implored, "Brother, if you continue this, you might just kill him." Chapter 24. Taking action, the tattooed, heavy-set man lifted his head, twisted his neck, and grinned broadly. "I told you, Scram, but you wouldn't listen. You just had a medal, you university student." "Indeed, how did you know?" Chen Fang nodded, responding with a smile. The few lackeys behind the tattooed man erupted in laughter, as if they had just heard a delightful joke. Chen Fang maintained his cheerful demeanor. Is it truly that amusing? In truth, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, and if their fighting skills were as formidable as he feared, he might not escape unscathed today. However, glancing at the man at the tattooed fellow's feet, who was nearly unconscious, he resolved to intervene in this matter. "How amusing?" Chen Fang inquired, prompting one of the lackeys to instinctively respond, clearly someone who, like Chen Fang, would not let a conversation fall flat. Yet, as soon as the lackey spoke, he received a slap from the heavy-set man. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see he's just toying with you? I meant no offense." Chen Fang quickly waved his hands in denial. "Perhaps you could kindly let this gentleman up. He appears to be in rather poor condition." "I'll raise you up, you bastard," the heavy-set man cursed, immediately launching a tirade against Chen Fang's family. "Hey, no need for insults," Chen Fang replied, noticing the man approaching him with a baseball bat. He quickly added, "I've already called the police. They'll be here shortly. It would be wise to leave now." In that fleeting moment, he regretted his words, especially upon seeing the glinting bat. He thought to himself that a blow from such an object would be catastrophic. Even his 100 levels of inner strength might not withstand it. Panic surged within him, prompting him to mimic the dialogue often found in novels, hoping to intimidate them with the mention of law enforcement. To his dismay, it backfired spectacularly. "How dare you call the police?" "Get him," the tattooed man commanded, rallying his lackeys to act against Chen Fang. Wait. Assault is illegal. I truly did call the police." Chen Fang retreated towards the exit, internally lamenting, "All those novels are nothing but lies." Several men armed with knives, guns, and clubs encircled him. "Get him," at the tattooed man's command. The throng surged forward. Realizing escape was futile, Chen Fang resolved not to flee, but instead took a firm stance, preparing to harness his basic fighting skills against them. In an instant, one of the quickest lackeys swung his wooden club towards Chen Fang. Fortunately, this individual was astute enough not to aim for Chen Fang's head, but targeted his shoulder instead. The club sliced through the air with a whistling sound, hurtling toward him. In previous encounters, Chen Fang would likely have instinctively covered his head with both hands to shield himself from a critical strike, while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. However, this time was different. His eyes remained fixated on the rapidly approaching club, and inexplicably, a sudden conviction surged within him. He could effortlessly evade it. And not just in one way. In the blink of an eye, 3 distinct methods of avoidance sprang to mind, leaving him momentarily indecisive on which to choose. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. No, it should be his reaction that quickened. The wooden stick was less than 20 centimeters from his shoulder, and he even had the leisure to feel the unfamiliar energy coursing through a new meridian within him. "Ah, yet another route," he mused. Just as the stick was about to strike, Chen Fang's hands, which had been hanging low, suddenly moved. His left hand shot up, and with remarkable swiftness, he grasped the stick effortlessly. Simultaneously, his right hand lifted and gently pushed forward. It was merely a light nudge, infused with just a hint of internal energy. Boom! The fastest of the little brothers was sent flying back, and indeed he soared through the air for several meters, crashing against a wall before slowly sliding down, resembling a mural. This maneuver instantly astounded everyone present. Even the bloodied man on the ground managed to lift his gaze momentarily. At that moment, Chen Fang's heart raced, fearing he might have inadvertently struck the man to death. However, upon witnessing the injured little brother clutching his chest and wailing, he felt slightly relieved, realizing that if he still had the strength to scream, it likely wasn't too grave. Finally, he had the chance to glance at his hand. In that fleeting moment, he had truly only nudged the little brother lightly. He hadn't exerted much force at all, only employing a slight amount of internal energy that merely circulated within his arm's meridian, without being released externally. Nevertheless, Chen Fang realized that, with his current internal power, he was evidently not yet capable of projecting it outward. After the little brother's howls subsided, he noticed no one was paying him any mind, so he looked up at the scene around him and wisely closed his mouth. At that moment, the restaurant was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, clearly indicating that Chen Fang's earlier action had subdued everyone present. You. The tattooed, heavy-set man attempted to utter some placating words, but upon seeing Chen Fang's gaze directed toward him, he promptly fell silent, much like the little brother. Without a second thought for the man on the ground, he turned and bolted through the back door of the restaurant. The other little brothers, seeing this, followed suit, each one hastily fleeing through the rear exit. Chen Fang felt a twinge of regret. A rare target had been frightened away due to his excessive force, and he resolved to be gentler next time. He approached the man on the ground, asking, "How about I call for an ambulance?" The man waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to respond. Not wishing to impose further, Chen Fang turned and exited the restaurant. He found another eatery, indulged in a hearty meal, and after settling the bill, was about to leave when he looked up and couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, enemies do not gather without reason. For there stood the tattooed, heavy-set man and his few little brothers, seemingly having taken a brief detour before returning for a meal. "Hey, brother, what a coincidence!" Chen Fang greeted politely. The group appeared as if they had seen a ghost. One of the little brothers exclaimed indignantly, "He actually caught up with us." Instantly, they abandoned their meal, not looking back as they bolted away. Chen Fang shook his head. He had already mastered the fundamentals of martial arts, and thus would no longer seek trouble with them. As for issues related to delinquents, they were even less relevant to him. With a smile, he proceeded towards the school. As he walked, he began to reminisce about the moments when he first employed martial arts, noting that they all occurred during instances of heightened adrenaline. Chen Fang shook his head again, realizing that this characterization was not entirely accurate. When he unleashed a punch amplified by inner strength, he was far from experiencing an adrenaline rush. At most, he felt a slight thrill and an increased heartbeat. The only genuine moment of fear, perhaps, was when he nearly got hit by a car. In truth, it was from that incident that he had already been able to execute 3 fundamental martial techniques, albeit with some lack of proficiency. The feedback from this martial arts world did not manifest as a sudden influx of unfamiliar memories as depicted in novels. However, the strength indeed seemed to materialize within his body. Chapter 25. Dialogue. Unbeknownst to him, this surge of power indeed manifested from thin air, yet did not directly emerge from his own body. Upon returning to school, he maintained a calm demeanor as he entered his dormitory. Immediately, he began to punch and kick at the empty air, simultaneously directing his inner energy to flow through newly established meridians. As expected, with each strike, a formidable punch wind was unleashed, causing the room to feel as though a tempest had swept through. Chen Fang became increasingly exhilarated, delivering a flurry of punches that transformed the space into a scene of utter chaos, reminiscent of a typhoon's passage. As the adage goes, one may appear exceptionally graceful in moments of elegance, yet equally clumsy while gathering scattered belongings. After laboriously tidying up the mess, Chen Fang took a seat and fell into deep contemplation. His choice to primarily enhance his foundational internal skills was indeed vindicated, even if the results were not overtly apparent. From his morning leap off the building to his recent bout of training, he had acutely sensed the significant enhancement that inner strength afforded to both his martial arts and agility. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even with only a rudimentary level in lightness skill and basic combat, a sufficiently robust inner power could yield remarkable results. Whether his suspicions held true would require further exploration in the days to come. At the very least, he had come to grasp the paramount importance of inner strength. And for the foreseeable future, Chen Fang resolved to primarily devote his efforts to augmenting his foundational internal skills. Clarifying his thoughts, he calculated the time. The virtual day in the game had already elapsed, and he would have to wait several hours before logging back in. He felt no regret over the impulsive squander of a game day that morning. The pressures he had been under of late had been overwhelming. The specter of death loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, and as he departed from Peacetown, he was about to confront the uncertainties of the outside world, compounded by various pressures from reality. All these factors had strained his nerves to a tautness that could snap at any moment, with consequences that were all too predictable. His frenzied leap off the building, frantic dashes, and provocations of local ruffians were but his methods of releasing this pressure. While he could not claim to have completely alleviated his stress, he had not succumbed to madness and made grievous errors in judgment. Setting an alarm, Chen Fang indulged in a brief respite. Just as he began to drift into slumber, the alarm jolted him awake. Rousing himself, he leaned against the bed and grasped his phone to log into the game. As the interface shifted, his character appeared within the confines of an inn room. Descending the stairs, he was greeted by Feng Chun, who expressed surprise at seeing him. "Ah, you are in your room. I thought you had left Peacetown. I knocked on your door yesterday, but there was no response." A single response option emerged. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Feng. I was feeling unwell yesterday, took some medicine, and went to bed. I am much improved now," the character replied with a smile and a cupped fist gesture. Once Feng Chun completed his tasks, he approached and patted the character's chest, saying, "Brother, I've noticed you've been venturing outside the town quite frequently these past few days. Please be cautious not to stray from the official paths." Chen Fang's heart skipped a beat. Here it came. He quickly focused on the response options provided by the system, hoping for something of value. Choose one. "Rest assured, my friend Feng, I shall not stray from the official path." Choose 2. "I shall certainly remember your words. Yet there is one matter I find puzzling, and I hope you might enlighten me." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fang selected the second option. The character immediately spoke. "I shall certainly remember your words. Yet there is one matter I find puzzling, and I hope you might enlighten me." Feng Chun smiled as he replied, "I know what you wish to inquire about, yet I too remain uncertain of the origins of those matters. Perhaps the shopkeeper, being an expert, may possess some insight." Chen Fang felt no regret. Every endeavor begins with challenges. It is not the difficulty of the task that daunts one, but the absence of a task itself. Solutions abound where problems exist. At least now, he knew whom to approach for verification. Bidding farewell to Feng Chun, Chen Fang maneuvered his character towards the counter. Unable to initiate conversation, he resorted to making his character sway back and forth in front of the shopkeeper. Feng Chun, true to his nature as a good brother, called out from a distance, "Shopkeeper, my brother has a question for you." Whether it was Feng Chen's words that had an effect, or simply the annoyance of being swayed, the shopkeeper extended his hand and firmly pressed it down on him, rendering the character immobile. Chen Fang's heart skipped a beat. Though unaware of the shopkeeper's martial prowess, his previous demeanor suggested an expertise far beyond his own. At that moment, 3 options appeared on the screen. Choose 1. "What are you doing, shopkeeper?" Choose 2. "Why are you restraining me? Seeking death?" Choose 3. "Greetings, esteemed shopkeeper. I am quite curious about the matters beyond the town, and have heard you possess some knowledge." Chen Fang rolled his eyes. The second choice seemed a path to his demise. The first was equally implausible, so he selected the third option. The character respectfully clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Esteemed shopkeeper, I am quite curious about the matters beyond the town, and have heard you possess some knowledge. May I inquire? The shopkeeper began. The origins of what you seek can be traced back to the celestial upheaval of the former dynasty 150 years ago. As soon as he spoke, Chen Fang realized they were venturing into the game's backstory, which likely could not be summarized swiftly. Thus, he settled into a comfortable position on his bed, prepared to listen attentively. However, the shopkeeper abruptly shifted his narrative. The time is far too distant, and I do not possess extensive knowledge of the details. But I do know that one day, a black mist began to emanate from various regions of the 9 provinces. The origins of this mist and the secrets it harbored remain unknown to all, yet gave birth to various monstrous beings. Chen Fang blinked in surprise. Is that all? Indeed, the shopkeeper replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. This revelation startled Chen Fang, who quickly fell silent, afraid to utter a sound. The shopkeeper had actually responded to him. However, his concern was evidently not shared by the shopkeeper, who continued, most of these creatures are not particularly powerful, and ordinary individuals can easily vanquish them. Yet, as the frequency of the black mist's appearance has increased over the years, so too has the number of these beings. Initially, our limited understanding of these creatures led to significant casualties. Later, I, in the guise of the U, overthrew the tyrannical rule of the previous dynasty and established a new era, embarking on a journey to study various malevolent entities, gradually uncovering methods to combat them. Chen Fang instinctively interjected, the official road? Indeed, the shopkeeper replied. The official road has been fortified with a substance extracted from the bodies of these creatures, rendering them hesitant to approach. Unfortunately, the quantity remains insufficient. Chen Fang fell silent, pondering to himself. Could it be shards of spirit stones? If that is the case, then local NPCs can also procure items from these monsters, rather than this being an exclusive ability of mine as a player. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Fang felt an increasingly strong sense of déjà vu regarding the background story recounted by the shopkeeper, yet he could not quite grasp the memory. If you wish to leave Ping'an Town, be sure to take the official road. The back paths are not to be traversed lightly without exceptional skill. The shopkeeper imparted as a final piece of advice before returning to his own accounts. Chapter 26. The new monsters. Chen Fang fell into deep contemplation. Finally recalling the source of his déjà vu, wasn't this akin to a revival of spiritual energy in an ancient version of another world? Thanks to the ultra-clear graphics of the game, he could discern the gravity etched upon the shopkeeper's face as he uttered his last words. It was evident that he had encountered these monstrous beings firsthand. The outcome, judging by the shopkeeper's reclusive existence in Ping'an Town, suggested that even a victory would likely be a Pyrrhic one. More than the monsters, Chen Fang was intrigued to understand the caliber of the first-rate skills the shopkeeper had mentioned. Regrettably, no matter how he inquired, it was as if the shopkeeper were deaf to his questions. The silver lining was that he now understood the official road or the main thoroughfare to be a safe zone. When confronted with an overpowering monster, retreating was an option. Resolute, Chen Fang decided to experiment. Upon reaching the official road outside the town, he guided his character to engage with a shrub monster, instantly transitioning from portrait to landscape mode. As usual, he unsheathed his blade and commenced his assault, slicing through until the formidable shrub monster made its appearance. However, this time, instead of dispatching the creature with 2 swift strikes, he turned and fled. The large shrub monster roared in pursuit, yet its speed was woefully inadequate. With each step his character took, he was compelled to halt and wait for it to catch up. After several minutes of relentless chase, his character finally returned to the starting point, which resembled half of the official road. As he maneuvered his character onto this point, the interface remained in landscape mode, but the large shrub monster ceased its pursuit, eyeing his character with suspicion. Through the clarity of his phone screen, Chen Fang could distinctly observe the creature's tiny, bean-sized eyes warily fixated on the road below. Though it appeared somewhat dim-witted, it was evidently fearful of the thoroughfare. This confirmed that the innkeeper had not deceived him. Indeed, something lay beneath the official road that instilled fear in the monsters. Yet, this assurance was insufficient. A creature of the shrub monster's caliber did not afford Chen Fang complete peace of mind. He needed to find a stronger adversary for further testing. Muttering to himself, he effortlessly dispatched the shrub monster and pressed onward. Soon, a relentless stream of shrub monsters emerged, prompting Chen Fang to feel a sense of nausea from the incessant hacking. However, seeing the continuous stream of notifications rise at the bottom of the screen lifted his spirits. Combat notification. You have slain a shrub monster, earning 10 experience points and 10 potential points. Combat notification. You have slain a shrub monster, earning 10 experience points and 10 potential points. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him today, as the wooden chests yielded nothing but seeds, true to their 98 drop rate. With 2 swift strikes, Chen Fang expertly released the attack button, and the large shrub monster let out a pitiful wail before shattering into fragments. Upon opening the wooden chest, he was met once again with a collection of seeds. Shaking his head, he manipulated the virtual joystick to guide his character forward once more. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon a newly emerged monster, and his excitement was palpable. At last, a different kind of monster had arrived. Vine monster, health, 2020, strength, 2. Now surging toward his character was a horde of clawing and snapping vines. In comparison to the shrub monsters, the vine creatures possess slightly superior vitality and strength, yet their advantage is marginal, rendering them merely as foes to be swiftly dispatched. Chen Fang directed his character towards the vine creature, wielding the willow leaf steel knife with fervor. Instantly, the screen transformed into a living ink wash painting, with ink splattering across the canvas. Battle alert. You have slain a vine creature, earning 20 experience points and 20 potential points. Battle alert. You have slain a vine creature, earning 20 experience points and 20 potential points. In contrast to the one-sided onslaught against the shrub monsters, the encounters with the vine creatures proved to be more arduous. Firstly, the number of vine creatures exceeded that of the shrub monsters by more than double, and their attack range was considerably broader. While Chen Fang sustained minimal injuries against the shrub monsters, he had already incurred wounds after merely a few minutes of battling the vine creatures. Battle alert. You have been struck by a vine, suffering a negligible pain, health -3. Battle alert. You have been struck by a vine, suffering a negligible pain, health -2. Although the individual damage appeared minimal, within just 4 or 5 minutes, his character had been consecutively harmed by the vines, resulting in a loss of over 10 health points. This was under the circumstance that he had yet to encounter the larger vine creatures. As Chen Fang grappled with a heavy heart, the final boss made a grand entrance, albeit not the towering vine creature he had envisioned. Multi-legged vine creature. Health, 100-100, strength, 10. Both its vitality and strength surpassed that of the large shrub monster by a factor of 2, and the disparity in attack range placed their powers in entirely different realms. Gripping the steel knife tightly, the character braced for the impending confrontation. Unexpectedly, the multi-legged vine creature exhibited a lack of martial decorum, launching its assault before even entering the attack range of a standard vine creature. Chen Fang, caught off guard, received a severe lash. Battle alert. You have been struck by a vine, experiencing slight pain, health -12. Fortunately, the days of practice had not been in vain. As the first lash concluded, the second came swiftly. He hastily maneuvered his character to leap high, evading the attack. Upon landing, Chen Fang immediately propelled his character towards the multi-legged vine creature, deftly dodging 2 successive vine strikes by crouching. Alas, on the third attempt, the opponent unleashed a surprise attack. Chen Fang, thinking it improbable that the same attack would be repeated thrice, had already positioned his fingers to initiate a jump. Yet the multi-legged vine creature remained unyielding in its tactics. A momentary lapse in reaction cost him dearly, as he was struck again. Battle alert. You have been struck by a vine, experiencing slight pain, health -12. Consequently, his character's health had diminished by a full third, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Were this merely a conventional horizontal scrolling adventure game, Chen Fang was confident that with a few familiarization attempts, he could conquer it with ease. However, this particular game offered no such opportunities for acclimatization, and the pressure of a single life weighed heavily upon him. Neglecting to wipe away the sweat, he fixated intently on the vines of the multi-legged creature, fervently mashing the attack button. The character swung the knife, and dark blood sprayed forth from the multi-legged vine creature, visibly depleting its health bar. Before he could swing the second strike, the several roots of the multi-legged vine demon quivered on the ground. Chen Fang immediately braced himself, his slightly reddened eyes fixated on the thrashing vines. Would it be an upward strike or downward? The answer soon revealed itself as a vine lunged swiftly towards the character's lower half. With quick reflexes, he leapt upward, narrowly evading the assault. However, the encounter was far from over. As soon as he landed, the roots of the vine demon stirred once more, and another vine swept towards him. This time, it was an upward strike. The character quickly crouched down, successfully dodging again. The roots continued to writhe, and while Chen Fang felt an urge to curse under his breath, he could only focus intently on the screen. Once again, an upward strike was imminent, and the character remained still, effortlessly avoiding the blow. After 3 consecutive attacks, Chen Fang swiftly commanded his character to rise and executed 3 rapid strikes. As the final blow landed, he observed the roots of the multi-legged vine demon stirring once more, preparing to attack. Without hesitation, the character stepped forward and delivered a decisive strike, depleting the last remnants of the opponent's vitality. Chapter 27. Preparation. The vines, having lost their vitality, lay scattered upon the ground. In a fleeting moment, they crumbled into a pile of ashes, disappearing from sight. Combat notification. You have slain a multi-legged vine demon, earning 100 experience points and 100 potential points. With a flash of dark light, a wooden treasure chest materialized on the ground. It appeared to be more refined than the one dropped by the great shrub demon, though not by much. Chen Fang focused his mind adeptly on the wooden chest, and a line of small text gradually emerged. Exquisite wooden treasure chest. Opening will yield rewards ranging from 1 to 10, with an 80 chance of receiving ordinary vine seeds, a 19 chance of obtaining spiritual vine seeds, and a 1 chance of acquiring a shard of spiritual stone. Well, Chen Fang mused, it is slightly superior to an ordinary wooden chest, yet its advantages are limited. The drop rate for the spiritual stone shard has increased from 1 to 1, which is a minor improvement at best. Upon opening the chest, system notification, you have received vine seeds, vine seeds, vine seeds, and a shard of spiritual stone. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a fortuitous start, as the first chest yielded a shard of spiritual stone. He opened his inventory, and aside from a collection of assorted seeds, 2 shards of spiritual stone lay in the corner, emitting a faint glow. Upon inspection, name, spiritual stone shard, 2-100, function, collecting 100 shards allows the synthesis of a complete spiritual stone. Only 2 shards thus far. The journey to 100 seems interminable. Chen Fang sighed and closed the inventory. After organizing his spoils, Chen Fang maneuvered his character to exit the horizontal mode. He had no intention of continuing further. Although his character's remaining health could support further exploration, any unexpected event could lead to his character's demise. A consequence he could not afford. It was imperative to return to town for supplies. Upon returning to the inn, he placed his character on the bed in his room, significantly hastening the recovery of health points. Chen Fang felt a wave of relief. Throughout his journey, his character had maintained a half-health status, which left him feeling quite insecure, fearful that a bandit might appear and end his life. Watching his health gradually rise brought him a slight sense of comfort. Logging out of the game, the clock indicated that it was now noon. As per his routine, Chen Fang headed to the dining hall for a meal before returning to his dormitory for a brief rest. With the enhancement of his inner strength, he could manage with less sleep to a certain extent. However, prolonged periods still took their toll. Just as he began to doze off, the alarm clock rang. Chen Fang gritted his teeth, contemplating whether to take a day off from the game for a proper rest. After much deliberation, prioritizing his well-being, he retrieved his mobile phone. Logging back into the game, his character appeared in the inn room. The good news was that his health had fully restored. The bad news was that the durability of his steel knife was critically low. Willow leaf steel knife. Hardness, 4. Toughness, 3-4. Sharpness, 3-4. Weight, for durability, 513. The blade measures 3 feet, forged from pure steel, and is named for its resemblance to willow leaves. Fortunately, Today's session did not require combat, as it was designated for daily tasks. Effortlessly completing the 3 daily tasks, he garnered a considerable amount of experience and potential, marking the end of his gaming session for the day. Chen Fang realized that undertaking quests yielded superior experience and potential compared to battling monsters. Simultaneously, a question emerged in his mind. If he were to leave Peace Town in the future, would the daily tasks vanish entirely, or would new ones arise in their stead? If new daily tasks were available, that would be acceptable. However, if none existed, he would need to contemplate alternative methods for acquiring experience and potential. The staggering amount of potential required for enhancing the 3 foundational martial arts was evident. This was merely the enhancement of basic martial arts. With foundational martial arts come advanced and even supreme techniques, the potential consumption of which would undoubtedly far exceed that of the foundational ones. Furthermore, merely elevating the 3 basic martial arts to level 100 had already consumed nearly 800,000 potential. Without a reliable means of obtaining potential, it was foreseeable that his prowess would stagnate for an extended period. One could assert that a character's strength was intimately tied to their very existence. The stronger one became, the more assured their safety. Stagnation, however, led to uncertain outcomes. From the moment he logged into the game, it felt as if he were a car with its brakes disengaged, compelled to forge ahead relentlessly. Although he had contemplated seeking assistance from the authorities, the peculiar behavior of Officer Ma and the unsettling appearance of a game icon from Zhang Quan'in's phone on his device deterred him. He dared not take the risk, prioritizing both his own life and the lives of others. Wrapping his forehead, he found his thoughts spiraling. Gathering his wits, he exhaled deeply, neglecting food to plunge into a restorative slumber. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. Upon logging back into the game, his character materialized in the inn's room. He first visited the apothecary to purchase 100 health potions. The existence of health potions was a revelation that came only after he could converse with NPCs post-game update. His initial visit to the apothecary had been during a time-sensitive quest, leaving him rushed and unable to comprehend the local dialect, rendering him oblivious to the shop's functions. During his character's period of unconsciousness, the game had seemingly undergone updates or patches. In any case, Chen Fang could now communicate fluently with the NPCs within the game. Due to his heightened awareness of in-game structures, he paid particular attention to the apothecary, blacksmith, and tailor. In a typical game, these establishments would serve the purposes of purchasing potions, trading, and weapon repairs, as well as acquiring equipment. However, in the realm of martial arts, the implications were less clear. He first ventured to the tailor's shop, where various garments were available for purchase, albeit lacking any attributes. Fortunately, the apothecary and blacksmith enabled him to acquire health potions and weaponry, even though he had initially not intended to buy health potions. However, after sustaining injuries, he recognized the necessity of procuring medicine. Proceeding to the blacksmith, he discovered services for restoring weapon durability. After spending 10 taels of silver to repair his willow leaf steel saber, Chen Fang set forth once more from the town. Arriving at a familiar location, he was uncertain whether the prolonged refresh time was the cause or if the refresh function was entirely absent. He walked outward along the gap, without the inclination to change direction. On either side of the official road, dense thickets prevailed, a scenario that required no further contemplation. As the character exited the official path, the game interface immediately shifted to landscape mode. Chen Fang rotated his phone, commanding his character to unsheath the willow leaf steel knife and advance forward. Before long, familiar vine monsters appeared at the edge of the screen. Here they come. Chen Fang licked his lips, focusing his full attention. His previous encounter with the minor monsters had resulted in a lack of concentration, leading to significant health loss, forcing him to return to town after vanquishing just one centipede vine monster. This time, however, he was well prepared, carrying a total of 100 health elixirs. These potions were exorbitantly priced, costing him a painful 10 taels of gold. Chen Fang had resolved that he would not relent until he conquered this challenge. Chapter 28. The withered bone demon, with a renewed vigor, the willow leaf steel knife struck down upon the vine demon, eliciting a piercing scream that resonated from the phone speaker. Chen Fang maintained an unwavering expression, his demeanor imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and focus. As a result of the internal energy feedback, possibly enhanced by his cultivated power, his physical condition improved remarkably, with his strength and reaction speed continually on a rise. This led to a geometric increase in his fine motor skills. Were he to engage in esports now, he might achieve commendable results. Of course, Chen Fang had no intention of competing. Without expending a single drop of vitality, he effortlessly reached the final boss. The imposing multi-legged vine demon made its grand entrance, brandishing its tendrils and sweeping towards him with ferocity. The sound of air being split echoed ominously, yet Chen Fang remained composed, lightly leaping with ease to evade the attack. Raising an eyebrow, he felt a profound satisfaction with his reflexes. In stark contrast to his previous disarray, he now appeared remarkably adept, all thanks to the improvements brought by the circulation of internal energy throughout his meridians. Internal energy, it seemed, was not as simplistic as he had initially presumed. However, contemplation of such matters was not pertinent at the moment. Chen Fang maneuvered his character to leap again, successfully dodging another strike from the vine demon. As he approached the creature, he skillfully crouched to evade a sweeping attack. The willow leaf steel knife slashed repeatedly, and a flurry of crimson numbers erupted from the demon, reducing its health to a mere sliver in the blink of an eye. Yet, rather than succumbing to greed, he prudently retreated a few paces, recognizing that proximity could hinder his ability to respond to the demon's counterattack. Indeed, only 2 or 3 steps back, the vine demon's assault was upon him. Thanks to the ample distance, he effortlessly evaded the strike. Up, down, up. He danced around the creature before finally approaching with a flourish of his blade, causing the multi-legged vine demon to transform into a wooden treasure chest. Chen Fang stared in astonishment, glancing down at his hands, momentarily taken aback by the realization of his newfound prowess. Have I truly become this formidable? He murmured to himself. Or is it simply the foundation of internal energy that is so remarkable? It was evident that alongside foundational techniques, there existed advanced forms of internal energy, and he found himself yearning for the Tang sect and Shu. Surely, they must possess a means of advancing their internal cultivation. However, one must take life one step at a time. For now, his priority was to leave Ping in town and accumulate potential. The consumption of potential through foundational internal energy was already substantial, and advanced techniques would undoubtedly require even greater reserves. Thus, he resolved to gather potential for future endeavors. Opening the treasure chest, he received a system notification. You have obtained vine seeds, spiritual vine seeds. Fortune smiled upon him as he collected 2 spiritual vine seeds. Chen Fang fixated on the seeds, and soon after, a shadowy text materialized before him. Name, spiritual vine seed. Effect, plant the seed, and 5 years later, you may harvest a sentient vine spirit. This evoked a peculiar memory of scenes from the game Plants vs. Zombies. Given the nature of this game, if monsters were present, could zombies be far behind? Disregarding the 5 years of growth time, one cannot be certain that there will not come a day when it proves useful. Gathering the seeds into his backpack, he clicked on the central button to continue, progressing to the next level. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. Chen Fang could not ascertain precisely how many vine monsters he had vanquished. He only knew that his backpack had accumulated a total of 36 ethereal vine seeds and 3 shards of spirit stones, alongside an innumerable quantity of ordinary seeds. Were it not for the backpack's capacity to stack identical items up to 999, he would have long since run out of space. As he continued to slash away, the scenery suddenly opened up ahead, and the interface on the screen transformed. Chen Fang paused momentarily, then came to his senses. Had he just cleared the level? Observing the interface, now reverted to portrait mode, a prompt at the bottom was gradually fading away. System notification. You have exited Peaceful Town and entered the wilderness. Please exercise caution. Chen Fang was instantly invigorated, raising his vigilance to the utmost. If the system had issued a warning regarding safety, the dangers lurking in the wilderness must be considerable. Glancing at the remaining 97 health recovery elixirs in his backpack, each capable of restoring 100 health points within 30 seconds. He thought, unless he would be defeated in an instant. No, no, no. May fortune smile upon him. Such thoughts were ill-advised. Chen Fang hastily pulled his wandering mind back, slapping his own face, realizing he had nearly turned into a character from a theatrical performance. Surveying his surroundings, the wilderness indeed lived up to its name, the desolation palpable. There were no paths to speak of, only a few withered trees of unknown varieties. And even the wild grasses grew sporadically, scattered hither and thither. The silver lining was the clarity of his vision. He need not worry about any peculiar entities launching a surprise attack. Just as this thought settled, the screen flashed red, and his character emitted a muffled grunt, with the system notification arriving belatedly. System notification. You have been attacked by an unknown creature. Health -12. System notification. You have entered a poison state. Health -2 per second for 10 seconds. Chen Fang's heart sank. He had lost a significant amount of health without even glimpsing the beast that assailed him. Compounded by the persistent damage from the poison, he swiftly maneuvered his character to rotate the view, but after a complete turn, he saw nothing amiss. There was absolutely nothing around him. Could it be that this creature was invisible? Chen Fang pondered. He did not wish to remain stationary any longer. Yet when he attempted to move his character using the virtual joystick, it merely twitched without making progress. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the creature attacking him had emerged from the ground. At that moment, his character's legs were ensnared by a pair of eerily white, jet-black bony claws. With a wisp of indistinct black smoke wafting from below, Chen Fang dared not hesitate. He drew his blade and struck at the claws, and the system notification promptly appeared. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat mode. With that prompt, the interface on the screen transformed once more. Resembling the one from his previous encounter at the inn, the wilderness remained the wilderness. The character was still the character, yet the bony claws beneath his feet had vanished. Although the poison status lingered on, the virtual joystick has transformed into 5 options: attack, parry, recover, potion, and escape, an addition of 2 compared to the inn. A rather stylish skeletal figure, adorned in an ink wash style, stand a few meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, I realized that this is the very creature that ambushed me moments ago. System notification. 3, 2, 1, countdown complete, battle commences. There is no time to ponder the emergence of this entity. It approaches languidly, raising its chilling bony claws to strike. Chen Fang taps the parry option, and the character lifts the willow leaf steel knife, positioning it defensively. A spark ignites as the attack connects. The character lets out a muffled grunt, staggering back a half step. It still manages to swing the steel knife toward the adversary. Battle notification. The skeletal demon claws at your face, inflicting 23 points of damage. You struggle to fend it off. Your parry and counterattack are successful, dealing 13 points of damage to the skeletal demon. You feel somewhat fatigued, yet still brimming with vitality. Chapter 29. Battles and gains. Both parties sustained injuries, their vitality diminished. As the skeletal demon's attack concluded, it was Chen Fang's turn. He refrained from attacking and instead selected the option for medicinal pills. Upon clicking, a prompt appeared asking whether to use a vitality elixir, to which he naturally chose to proceed. In the brief span of a single turn, his character's vitality had plummeted to nearly 2/3, instilling a sense of vulnerability. With urgency, Chen Fang consumed a vitality elixir, feeling his health gradually replenish. Yet, the skeletal demon raised its claws once more and charged at him. Chen Fang glanced at the block button, noting that the cooldown period had only elapsed halfway. Clearly, there was no time to react. A sudden explosion of dark blood erupted from his character's chest. Combat alert. The skeletal demon clawed at your chest, inflicting 28 points of damage. You have entered a bleeding state, losing 1 vitality per second for 10 seconds. You appear somewhat fatigued, yet still quite vigorous. Chen Fang. Just as the poison state ended, I find myself afflicted by bleeding. Fortunately, the latter also lasts for 10 seconds. With a manageable loss of only 1 vitality per second. When it was his turn again, Chen Fang opted not to consume another elixir. Instead, he chose to attack. His character brandished the steel blade and lunged at the skeletal demon. As he approached, he instinctively swiped the screen, only to be startled as his character mirrored the motion, causing the blade's trajectory to veer alarmingly off course. In a moment of panic, he quickly swiped back, narrowly redirecting the steel blade to strike the demon's shoulder. It was evident that this was yet another subtle modification following the recent update. The blade scraped against bone, producing a jarring sound reminiscent of a cat's claws dragging across glass. Combat alert. You swung the willow leaf steel blade towards the skeletal demon's neck, inflicting 29 points of damage. The opponent appears somewhat sluggish, but remains remarkably vigorous. Chen Fang keenly noted the change in the combat log. It seemed the skeletal demon possessed a rather substantial health pool. However, he found himself lacking in effective strategies, as the turn-based combat system allowed little room for micromanagement. The silver lining was that following the game update, he could somewhat adjust the angle of his character's strikes. The battle unfolded as a back-and-forth exchange of blows. After several strikes, he began to discern that varying blade angles resulted in different damage outputs to the skeletal demon. For instance, when striking the cranium, the damage was a pitiful few points, sometimes even less than 10. Conversely, hits to the torso and limbs yielded slightly higher damage, generally hovering between 15 and 20 points. The most effective strikes landed on the neck, occasionally resulting in critical hits exceeding 30 points. Nonetheless, the angle of each attack varied, and the blade's movement was quite erratic, posing a significant challenge to control. Chen Fang speculated that this might be attributed to his lack of formal training in weaponry techniques. Regrettably, there was no place in Peacetown to learn the art of swordsmanship, and the Tang sect, as it sounded, did not seem to be a school for blade work. One can only tenuously control the situation, striving to direct the blade towards the vicinity of the neck. The vitality of both man and demon wanes in alternating patterns. Yet, with the assurance of a vitality elixir, there is little pressure as long as one consumes a pill whenever health dips below half. Combat notification. You wield the willow leaf steel knife and strike at the neck of the withered bone demon, inflicting 29 points of damage. The opponent appears exceedingly fatigued, evidently in need of rest. Chen Fang. This creature does not seem to require rest at all. After another round, the character once again delivers a precise blow to the foe's neck, sending fragments of bone scattering. Combat notification. You wield the willow leaf steel knife and strike at the neck of the withered bone demon, inflicting 33 points of damage. The opponent has been thoroughly dismantled. As the withered bone demon crumbled into a pile of dark bones, the system provided timely feedback. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 300 experience points, 300 potential points, a piece of resilient white bone, and 1 point of martial arts experience. The character exited the battle scene, reappearing in the wilderness, and Chen Fang finally exhaled in relief. This time, devoid of silver coins and righteousness points, with only 1 point of martial arts experience. It seemed unlikely that such a creature would possess any silver. The acquisition of righteousness points likely required other criteria, such as the opponent actively engaging in malice. Yet simultaneously, a multitude of questions surged forth. Why did the previous shrub demon and vine demon present a horizontal screen challenge with only treasure chests as rewards, while the withered bone demon engaged in a round-based combat mode akin to mountain bandits? Initially, he presumed it was due to species differences, as there must be distinctions between man and demon, but it was evidently not the case. Opening his backpack, he examined the attributes of the resilient white bone, where a shadowy inscription materialized. Name, resilient white bone. Function, a material for weapon crafting, capable of enhancing weapon durability. Defect, reduced toughness. After organizing his gains, Chen Fang directed his character to consume a vitality elixir, replenishing the lost health. He then continued his journey forward. After traversing anxiously for half a day, he had yet to encounter a second withered bone demon, suggesting that such creatures were not particularly common. Had the withered bone demon been as numerous as the shrub and vine demons, he would have promptly turned back, residing peacefully in the tranquil town for several years, eventually emerging as the sword god of Tenli Pur. Fortunately, After walking for over 10 minutes, he had not met another withered bone demon. The desolation surrounding him remained unyielding. Had it not been for a divine perspective occasionally correcting his course, he would have surely lost his way. There was nothing resembling a path, merely a few dead trees and scattered, unrecognizable stones and wood, which could barely serve as reference points. The mournful sound of the wind echoed through his phone's speaker, amplifying the desolation. Progressing further, Chen Fang hesitated to continue, fearing he might genuinely become lost in this wilderness. Moreover, the skies had darkened, necessitating a return. As the character turned back, it seemed that what one fears often comes to pass. Not having ventured far, a sudden flash of red illuminated the screen, and the character let out a muffled groan, while Chen Fang instinctively uttered a phrase from the essence of his culture. System notification. You have been attacked by an unknown creature. Health -10. System notification. You have entered a poisoned state. Health -2 per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Shifting his perspective, he looked down to find a pair of pitch-black skeletal claws tightly gripping his character's ankle. A familiar wisp of black, smoke gradually rising from the ground below. Chen Fang swiftly drew his blade to strike, prompting a notification to appear, and the interface transformed immediately. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat mode. The familiar ink-wash-styled, dashing skeleton stood not far away, signaling that yet another fierce battle was about to unfold. However, Chen Fang felt a pang of urgency. The sky within the combat scene was noticeably darkening. The time remaining for his return was rapidly dwindling. Chapter 30. Anomaly. In his desperate bid to return to Peace Town swiftly, he was compelled to take significant risks. He endeavored to minimize his consumption of restorative potions, resulting in his health plummeting to perilously below 50%. Such a diminished vitality posed a grave threat to Chen Fang. Should he encounter a series of monsters in quick succession, he might find himself unable to consume potions in time to restore his health. After an arduous battle with a skeletal demon, he finally vanquished the foe. Battle notification. You raise your willow leaf steel knife and struck the skeletal demon at its neck. Dealing 36 points of damage, the opponent has been defeated. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 300 experience points, 300 potential points, hardened white bones, and 1 point of martial arts experience. With no time to catch his breath, Chen Fang hurriedly commanded his character to consume 2 health elixirs. At that moment, his vitality dwindled to just over 100 points, teetering on the brink of danger. After swallowing the potions and witnessing his health gradually rise, he finally exhaled in relief. Until his health was fully replenished, he dared not wander recklessly. Encountering another skeletal demon could prove fatal. He anxiously observed the sky while monitoring the slow ascent of his health. At long last, with his vitality restored, he immediately maneuvered the virtual joystick to hasten his return. Fortune smiled upon him. The journey back was devoid of further encounters with skeletal demons, allowing him to reach the inn in Peace Town smoothly before nightfall. Up to this point, Chen Fang remained oblivious to the happenings in this game world during the night, or those renowned martial artists pursuing. However, witnessing even a master like Ji Wushuang in such a state of disarray extinguished any thoughts he had of exploring Peace Town by night. Staying at the inn, under the watchful eye of the innkeeper, assured him a modicum of safety. Yet, his plans to leave the town seemed to be thwarted once more. He had anticipated that defeating various combinations of monsters, such as the Bramble Demon and Vine Demon, would unveil new paths and towns. Little did he expect that beyond the minor demons lay greater threats and an expanse of boundless wilderness. At least on the small map. Aside from the minuscule area he had traversed, a staggering 99% remained shrouded in fog. From every angle, embarking on a journey hundreds of kilometers to the Shuzhong area through the wilderness appeared to be a poor choice. Chen Fang stifled his thoughts and devised a plan to explore the wilderness for another couple of days. Should he yield no results, he would simply hire a carriage to travel via the official road to the next town. Having made his decision, he dismissed further contemplation and logged out of the game. By this time, it was already deep into the night, and ordering takeout was out of the question. Fortunately, he had purchased some snacks from a store earlier in the day. After nibbling on a few to quell his hunger, he retired for the night. This time, he refrained from setting an alarm, allowing his body's internal clock to guide him into slumber until midday the following day. Upon awakening, he felt somewhat disoriented, momentarily struggling to recall the time. Dazed, I turned to glance at the somewhat unfamiliar dormitory, taking a moment to regain my senses. Once I was aware of my surroundings, I did not immediately rise from my bed nor reach for my phone to log into the game, even though the time I had set for logging in had long passed. After a considerable pause, I finally exhaled deeply. Instead of logging into the game, I retrieved my phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaochun, how are you?" Came a warm voice from the other end. "Hello, secretary. I plan to start attending classes tomorrow," I replied. There was a brief silence before the secretary responded. "That's perfectly fine, Xiaochun. You can take your time to adjust before returning to class. There is no rush." "I'm fine now, secretary," I assured him. "All right," he said after a moment of contemplation. "If you have any issues, feel free to call me at any time." "Thank you, secretary." I expressed my gratitude before ending the call. After hanging up, I leisurely got out of bed, washed up, took a shower, and changed into fresh clothes before meandering out of the dormitory towards the cafeteria. I ordered a dish I particularly enjoyed and casually found a seat to savor my meal. I deliberately chose this slow pace to calm myself. After a substantial rest, I sensed that my mindset was somewhat off, perhaps overly impatient. By intentionally slowing down, I aimed to clear my mind and avoid making irrational decisions in the near future. I finished my meal at a languid pace and strolled through a small park before returning to my dorm. Seated properly at my desk, I opened my phone to log into the game. Just then, my alarm went off precisely as I had set it. The sun in the game had just risen, casting a warm glow over the landscape, and the purple sky was breathtaking. Wait, I paused, taken aback. Purple? Where did this unexpected hue come from in a world that typically embraced ink wash aesthetics? My character, initially headed toward the town's outskirts, halted as I began to examine the streets near the inn. The thoroughfare, which would usually be bustling with activity, was eerily silent, devoid of the usual vendors. Even the few figures passing by hurried along, as if driven by urgent matters. Having been in Ping'an Town for a while, this was the first time I had encountered such a scene. Noticing these peculiarities, I scrutinized my surroundings, only to discover more anomalies. The inn's door was merely ajar, whereas it would typically be wide open at this hour. An unsettling atmosphere pervaded Ping'an Town, prompting me to wisely maneuver my character back into the inn. To my surprise, the innkeeper and the server, who had been bustling moments ago, were now nowhere to be found. Glancing toward the town's exterior, the previously visible figures had vanished entirely. I abruptly rotated my perspective. The sky's purple hue had inexplicably deepened to a sinister shade of violet. Fearing to look any longer, I hastily ascended the stairs and shut the door behind me. Just as I grappled with the bizarre situation unfolding before me, the system notification I had grown accustomed to arriving late finally made its delayed appearance. System announcement. The world is undergoing an evolution. Players are urged to immediately seek an unoccupied room to log out of the game. Time limit, 30:00:00. Should the countdown reach 0 without finding an unoccupied room, the consequences shall be borne by the player. No, this was not merely a system prompt. It was a system announcement. The blood-red, colossal font nearly engulfed the entire screen, sending a shiver down Chen Fang's spine as he remained rooted in reality. As the countdown commenced, Chen Fang surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Often, it is the unknown that breeds the most profound fear, even with vast differences in strength. As long as one possesses the knowledge of how to respond, it becomes manageable. At this moment, with the knowledge of a 30-minute countdown, his courage surged. As long as he could return to his room before the countdown concluded, the likelihood of encountering trouble seemed minimal. Surely, the system announcement could not be a deception. Could it? Contemplating this, Chen Fang found his confidence wavering. Steeling himself, he cautiously maneuvered his character to push open the window and peer outside, a sight that nearly elicited a scream from him. Chapter 31. The emergence of the shrub demon, a colossal eye, obscuring the sun, had inexplicably appeared in the dark purple sky. The lashes were distinctly defined, quivering slightly, as if on the brink of opening. As the countdown progressed, the immense eye parted slightly, emitting a chill that surged through Chen Fang's scalp. He dared not linger any longer. Closing the window, he deftly maneuvered his character to turn and ascend to the bed, subsequently logging out of the game in one fluid motion. The screen dimmed momentarily before illuminating once more, revealing that his back was soaked with cold sweat. In that fleeting darkness, Chen Fang glimpsed his pallid visage, resembling one who had been gravely ill for 3 days. The harrowing image he had just witnessed replayed in his mind. What on earth was that gigantic eye? Why had the mere sight of it instilled such terror within him? And that was before it had fully opened? What calamity would ensue if the eye were to open completely? An instinctive dread enveloped him, foretelling of some impending horror. After a brief respite, he began to analyze this unforeseen event. Firstly, it was evident that the giant eye posed a threat to himself, or, more broadly, to the players. Of course, this assumption held only if other players existed within the game. Secondly, it appeared that the system aligned itself with players like him. Otherwise, it would not have utilized a blood-red announcement to convey the warning. Lastly, Chen Fang surmised that the system might be incapable of confronting the master of the giant eye. Numerous questions lingered in his mind. Why had the sky turned purple prior to the eye's appearance? And why did the townsfolk of Pingyang seem so accustomed to this phenomenon? Where had these residents vanished to? After the emergence of the giant eye, Chen Fang had no time, nor the courage, to explore the town. The countdown felt like a harbinger of doom. For the moment, it seemed unlikely he could re-enter the game, providing a perfect opportunity to return to the rhythms of normal life, with classes resuming tomorrow. Glancing outside, he noticed the sky was dim and foreboding, as if a thunderstorm were imminent. The oppressive atmosphere reflected his own mood, gloomy and adrift, uncertain of his direction. Noticing that the rain had yet to fall, Chen Fang opted to leave the dormitory and meander outside the campus. He wandered aimlessly, observing the passers-by, a wave of envy washing over him. If only he had chosen not to remain in the dorm, perhaps he would not find himself in this predicament. Yet, feeling the tumultuous energy coursing within him, he realized that if given another chance, he might still choose to delve into this enigmatic world of the game. Lost in thought, he unwittingly found himself in a secluded and unfamiliar alley. Upon regaining his senses, he realized he had become disoriented. Chuckling softly to himself, he acknowledged the disorder within his mind, having navigated the university town only to lose his way. Surveying his surroundings, which indeed were uncharted territory, he retrieved his phone to navigate back home. As he was about to navigate, an unexpected whisper emanated from around the nearby corner. The sound was not distinctly human, yet it struck a chord of familiarity. With the internal energy coursing through him, he was acutely aware of even the faintest disturbances within a radius of several hundred meters. Possessing both keen hearing and sharp vision, detecting subtle movements within a span of 100 meters posed no challenge for him. Chen Fang dismissed the sound, attributing it to a drunken man, and turned to leave the alley. Suddenly, a series of crunching noises reached his ears, reminiscent of something being gnawed upon. He pondered briefly, considering the possibility that a drunken soul might be indulging in some bizarre feast, prompting him to approach the corner instead. If the situation warranted, he could always alert the authorities to intervene. He could not simply ignore the individual sprawled there. As he drew nearer to the corner, the gnawing grew louder, accompanied by a pungent mix of alcohol and the metallic scent of rust filling his nostrils. He hoped fervently that the individual was not consuming something grotesque. Upon turning the corner, he froze in his tracks. Before him lay a half of a body. Indeed, only half, its remaining portion devoured by a creature he recognized all too well. The scene was drenched in dark crimson blood, with several unidentified organs strewn about. A wave of nausea surged within him. As he recognized the devourer, it was none other than the bush monster from the game. He stumbled back several paces until he collided with the wall behind him. The rustling alerted the bush monster, composed of various plant forms, which ceased its feast to glance at Chen Fang. Though its gaze was indiscernible, it seemed to acknowledge him. As if enticed by something extraordinary, 2 decorative flower buds suddenly bloomed, resembling the illuminating gleam of human eyes. It then discarded the half-consumed corpse and lumbered toward Chen Fang at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Chen Fang's mind swirled with conflicting thoughts. Questions about how this creature had materialized in reality mingled with a sense of relief at its identity as merely a bush monster. As it approached, he began scanning his surroundings for an appropriate weapon. Although he was capable of confronting it unarmed, he was loath to be mistaken for a murderer. Given the creature's bloodied form, fortune smiled upon him. At his feet lay a 1-meter-long iron pipe. Without regard for its grimy rust, he strode over and bent down to retrieve it. Turning his gaze back to the bush monster, he reasoned that if it truly resembled its in-game counterpart, he should be able to dispatch it without much difficulty. However, reality and the virtual world were vastly different. Faced with a genuine monster for the first time, he felt a twinge of trepidation. After mentally fortifying himself a dozen times, he finally summoned his courage. Channeling his internal energy through his legs as he surged toward the bush monster. In a flash, propelled by his internal power, his speed soared, nearly leaving behind an afterimage in his wake. With unwavering focus, he channeled a surge of inner strength into his arms, unleashing it through the fundamental techniques of martial arts. The iron pipe he wielded emitted a formidable sound as it sliced through the air, striking fiercely at the bush demon. He exerted tremendous force in this blow, his internal energy gushing forth recklessly, nearly straining his lower back. Fortunately, much like in the game, the bush demon remained a mere triviality, its sluggish speed accompanied by limited destructive power. Unless one was inebriated and caught off guard, even an ordinary adult could effortlessly dismantle it. From a distance, he prodded the lifeless body of the once menacing bush demon, now reduced to an ordinary plant, and a familiar shard caught his eye, a fragment of a spirit stone. Chen Fang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The emergence of bush demons in reality made the appearance of a spirit stone fragment seem entirely plausible. What nonsense! Is the real world also on the verge of spiritual awakening? Chen Fang silently roared in indignation. Chapter 32. The Alarm Using an Iron Pipe. He nudged what appeared to be fragments of a spiritual stone closer to his feet and picked them up for a closer inspection. After thorough scrutiny, Chen Fang was unequivocally certain that they were indeed fragments of a spiritual stone. He sifted through the nearby foliage, confirming that no second fragment lay hidden, before shifting his gaze to the lifeless body before him, deep in contemplation. A glance at the iron pipe revealed several distinct fingerprints. Fortunately, this secluded alleyway was devoid of surveillance cameras, alleviating any fears of being recorded. Chen Fang shook his head, pondering why he felt guilty. He had not committed murder, but had, in fact, vanquished a malevolent creature, contributing to societal stability. Naturally, such thoughts were not meant for verbal expression. After much deliberation, he resolved to contact the authorities. After all, a life had been lost. Retrieving his phone, he dialed the emergency number, and shortly thereafter, a police car sped into view. Several officers disembarked, the foremost being a familiar face, Officer Ma. Rising swiftly from his crouch at the alley's entrance, Chen Fang greeted him, Uncle Ma. Officer Ma appeared momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "It's you again?" With a wry smile, Chen Fang replied, "Who would have thought that a night run would lead to encountering a murder scene?" This was a line he had rehearsed, knowing that appearing in such a deserted alley at such an hour warranted a plausible explanation. "Next time, be more careful," Officer Ma admonished, his expression grave. "What if the murderer is still on the scene?" I immediately fled to a more populated area to call for help upon discovering the body, Chen Fang said, lifting the iron pipe in his hand. "I even picked up a weapon for self-defense." "All right, tell me what happened," Officer Ma instructed, then turned to a nearby officer. "This is a witness. Take a statement." "Yes, sir," the officer replied. Chen Fang recounted the entire sequence of events regarding the discovery of the body, omitting any mention of his confrontation with the shrub demon, claiming instead that he was merely out for a night run to enhance his fitness. Returning to the scene, he accompanied the officers on a brief tour. "I had merely drank too much water and needed to relieve myself when I stumbled upon this gruesome sight," he reiterated before detailing his discovery of the body. Did you tamper with the scene? The officer inquired. No, Chen Fang pointed to a series of footprints. I walked here and found the half-buried body, which startled me so much I ran into the wall. By this time, the body had been removed, and a police cordon was established around the area, allowing Chen Fang to feel less discomfort. Was this pile of items here when you arrived? Yes. I even prodded a few things with the iron pipe to see if there were any weapons. After a thorough inquiry, the officer concluded, "Thank you for your cooperation. You may leave for now. Please keep your phone accessible over the next few days. We may need to contact you for further questioning." "No problem. I will certainly assist with your investigation." After exchanging pleasantries with Officer Ma, Chen Fang returned to campus. Sitting in his dormitory, he began to reflect on the statements he had made, searching for any glaring inconsistencies. After all, one is not a protagonist in a psychological novel capable of achieving perfection. Nevertheless, the corpse truly bears no relation to oneself. It primarily serves to conceal one's internal strength. The concepts of monsters and internal energy are indeed difficult to articulate, and the notion of an eerie game is even more perplexing. As for whether the shrub monster poses any threat to the populace, Chen Fang believes that with its combat power barely exceeding 5, it is entirely harmless. His concern lies in the possibility of more formidable game creatures invading reality. Would skeletal monsters or even more powerful entities jeopardize the order of the real world? After reflecting for a while and confirming no oversights, he began to ponder how the shrub monster could materialize in reality. The emergence of the shrub monster is as shocking as the initial entry into the eerie game. Sitting in his chair, gazing out the window, Chen Fang's mind raced with thoughts, life-binding eerie games, martial arts feedback into reality, the violet sky, the enormous closed eye, and the shrub monster appearing in the real world. Would there be further manifestations of game creatures? After some time, Chen Fang, in distress, raked his fingers through his hair, only to realize he had not had a haircut in quite some time. His long hair nearly obscured his eyes. Shoving aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he recalled the sudden encounter with the shrub monster last night and the time wasted on documentation. By the time he returned to his dormitory, it was already 9 p.m. Although this marked the second instance in his life witnessing a corpse, the gruesome state of this one completely robbed him of his appetite. Even though his stomach growled with hunger, he felt no desire to eat. Just then, the alarm clock blared. Time for his daily log into the game. Yet, he dared not venture into the game, silencing the alarm before hastily washing up and retreating to bed. Regardless, life must go on. He dreamt not at all. In the morning, Chen Fang was awakened by the relentless pangs of hunger. Having lost his appetite the previous night due to the sight of the corpse, he could no longer endure it by morning. No matter how wondrous one's internal energy may be, it does not grant the ability to forego food. Clutching his belly, he washed his face and brushed his teeth, casting a glance at his schedule before hastily heading to the dining hall. Devouring 10 large meat buns in quick succession, he finally felt somewhat revitalized. Thus, the day unfolded as it typically would for an ordinary student, attending classes, dining, and studying. Indeed, without the eerie game, Chen Fang was merely an unremarkable student. Days turned into weeks, and before he knew it, half a month had slipped by. Chen Fang seemed to have emerged from the shadow of his classmates' sudden demise, at least in the eyes of his teachers and peers. Yet, he alone was aware of his nightly turmoil regarding whether to log into the game to check on the situation. However, each time he recalled that enormous eye, slightly ajar, a chill coursed through him, as if something dreadful were destined to transpire. After 2 weeks of indecision, he had yet to summon the resolve. For life is singular and precious. Yet, after this span of time, circumstances finally took a turn for the better. The previously dormant game icon suddenly trembled this evening, and a progress bar appeared atop it. Was it an update? Chen Fang, perplexed, could only watch in silence. In merely 1 or 2 minutes, the progress bar advanced from 0 to 100, and the ink wash style icon began to transform. Rubbing his eyes, Chen Fang realized the image on the icon had not changed significantly. It was merely infused with more color. No. He leaned in closer and noticed a subtle alteration. The sky within the image now featured a closed eye. This immediately reminded him of the last time he logged into the game, when he had seen a nearly open eye in the purple sky. However, the eye on the icon was so diminutive that even upon closer inspection, he could not discern if it had truly opened even a sliver. Chapter 33. Changes in the game. Chen Fang found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Did this imply he could enter the game? As he hesitated, his phone suddenly buzzed with a notification at the top of the screen. System notification. Game update completed. Players may now enter the game. The familiar script appeared before his eyes, and Chen Fang realized that he could indeed access the game this time. Simultaneously, a wave of relief washed over him. Had he entered prematurely, he might have encountered unforeseen adversities. After this moment of gratitude, he promptly tapped the icon to log into the game. The screen dimmed, and a fresh melody emanated from the speakers. Moments later, the display illuminated once more, revealing a vast expanse of starry sky. Lacking expertise in constellations, Chen Fang was unable to discern any particular patterns. The camera panned, swiftly zooming in on a star that radiated a captivating purple glow. A flurry of planets, stars, moons, and asteroid belts flashed by at remarkable speed. Ultimately, the lens focused on an enormous planet. The earlier purple luminescence was not the planet's inherent hue. Rather, it emanated from a colossal, sprawling palace complex that adorned its surface. Chen Fang gazed, entranced, at the palatial structures and the ethereal beings flitting between them. In comparison to the grandeur of the palaces, these creatures appeared insignificant, akin to pebbles upon a mountain. The camera continued to draw nearer, though at a considerably slower pace than before. After a brief wait, he finally discerned the nature of the aerial beings. Initially, Chen Fang speculated they might be some exotic avian creatures kept by the palace's inhabitants. However, as he observed closely, he was astonished to realize they were, in fact, a group of elegantly attired humans, their garments billowing gracefully. Celestials? A word flashed through Chen Fang's mind. Before he could examine them further, the camera jolted, and the palace complex began to tremble violently. Numerous figures clad in white soared from the palaces into the air, seemingly investigating something. In quick succession, a familiar sight materialized above the planet. A partially opened eye, surrounded by a nebulous white mist, resembling clouds or fog, rendering it indistinct. Just at that critical moment, the screen darkened. When it flickered back to life, the once majestic planet had transformed into a desolate wasteland. The splendid palaces and the soaring celestial beings had vanished without a trace. The planet's surface lay in ruins, lifeless, devoid of its former opulence. As Chen Fang grappled with confusion, the camera began to retreat rapidly. Soon, he beheld a mass of clouds and a tightly shut eye seemingly moving in a particular direction. While pondering how the mist behind the eye had shifted from white to purple, the camera accelerated its retreat, swiftly obscuring the eye from view. The lens returned to the initial starry expanse, shifted its angle, and revealed a colossal planet that hurtled downward. The planet grew ever larger, consuming the entire screen, and the structures on the surface became increasingly distinct, eventually allowing him to glimpse shadows the size of ants. The final shot hovers above a quaint little town. Could it be anywhere other than Peace Town? The scene fades to darkness, and when it illuminates once more, it reveals a room within an inn. The perspective returns to normal, and the character lies serenely on the bed, breath steady. Chen Fang reflects on the disjointed cutscene he has just witnessed and cannot help but ponder its significance. He harbors a vague suspicion, yet he lacks the certainty to articulate it. The violet sky and the mist that transitions from white to purple linger in his mind. But soon, he interrupts his own thoughts. Why dwell on such matters? He is merely an inconspicuous novice, struggling to leave the beginner's village. Contemplating a world-ending colossal, feels rather absurd. He maneuvers the character to push open the door, and within the game, it is midday. He promptly sets about completing the task of serving tea. As for the game's updates, he cannot discern any apparent differences at present. Fortunately, the two reclusive masters residing in the inn remain. Had they vanished, Chen Fang would have been at a loss for where to seek out new quests. Time is limited, and he manages to complete the tea-serving task just as dusk begins to fall. He has no intention of burning the midnight oil, so he guides the character back to the inn room, preparing to log off. Before logging out, he opens the attributes panel to check how much potential he has accumulated. Upon opening it, he finds himself momentarily taken aback. Name, egg yolk, novice. Age, 14. Gender, male. Strength, 33. 26. Agility, 36. 30. Bone structure, 19. 11. Perception, 13. 13. Fortune, 20. Experience, 1. 209. 600. Potential, 500. 180. Health, 190. 190. Internal energy, 2. 355. 2. 355. Wealth, for gold, 67 silver. 38 copper. Unarmed combat. Basic unarmed level 90 ordinary. Weapon. None. Lightness skill. Basic lightness level 90 ordinary. Internal skill. Basic internal skill level 100 mundane. Knowledge. None. Chivalry value. 3. Experience in the Jianghu. 3. Prestige. 0. Ranking. 1398. Perhaps due to his experience exceeding 100,000. His title has finally shifted from novice to novice adventurer, though he remains uncertain of its implications. Recently, various unforeseen circumstances have resulted in a markedly low acquisition of potential, totaling just over 400,000. At the bottom of the attributes panel, a new feature labeled ranking appears next to the Great Egg's prestige. He currently holds the 13th position, which seems rather high. Chen Fang concentrates, intently gazing at the words ranking for a while. Soon, a faint shadow solidified into a line of small text. Leaderboard. Real-time reflection of your prowess among the player community. Current rank, 1398. Chen Fang lowered his head in contemplation. This indicated that there were a total of 98 players in the Jianghu, and his position at 13 seemed quite commendable. It appeared that the last update was merely a minor patch, while this one was a genuine overhaul, especially since the cutscenes have been introduced. 13. Chen Fang murmured to himself, once again scrutinizing the attributes panel. Leaderboard, 1397. A sudden jolt surged through him. Did this mean that a player had just perished? His previously relaxed demeanor instantly tightened, although he was unaware of the identity of the fallen. The decrease in the leaderboard's total from 98 to 97 signified the quiet extinguishing of a life. From a map he had obtained, it was evident that the world of Jianghu was extraordinarily vast, nearly comparable to reality itself. With fewer than 100 players introduced, it was akin to a single drop of water merging into the ocean. Chen Fang abandoned the notion of searching for other players. The difficulty was insurmountable. Moreover, under the pressure of life and death, discerning whether fellow players or game NPCs pose a greater threat was a precarious dilemma. He had always been inclined to assume the worst in others. Chapter 34. A significant enhancement aside from the leaderboard. Chen Fang discovered no newly added features. After a thorough examination of his inventory, he found that all the sellable odds and ends had been taken to the general store, leaving only items that were either useful or of uncertain future utility. His dwindling finances received a slight reprieve, yet remained a mere drop in the ocean. Relying on selling miscellaneous items for profit was akin to chasing a mirage. Whether for repairing weapons or purchasing vitality potions, the expenses were exorbitant, particularly for the vitality potions. 100 potions cost 10 taels of gold, equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver, averaging 10 taels of silver per potion. However, facing the skeletal demons in the wild without vitality potions was simply untenable. After recently defeating 2, he had already consumed over 20 potions, leaving him with insufficient supplies to endure for long. The most pressing concern was his uncertainty about the vastness of the wilderness. Relying solely on vitality potions was clearly impractical. Chen Fang resolved to temporarily lower his profile, focusing instead on daily quests while exploring alternative avenues for progress. Moreover, he had foolishly retraced his steps back to the city instead of utilizing the one-click teleportation feature. Many days passed before he suddenly recalled this oversight, exasperatedly tapping his forehead. He vowed to remember next time. Pinching himself, he logged out of the game and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Chen Fang attended his classes as usual, logging into the game at the appointed time to complete his daily quests. As time marched on, Zhang Quan'in's death gradually faded from collective memory, only surfacing sporadically in conversation. This suited Chen Fang just fine. Having inherited Zhang Quan'an's game account, he felt an undeniable sense of guilt. Days slipped by in a monotonous rhythm. Due to a long-standing habit akin to that of a hamster, he had a penchant for hoarding important items to enjoy all at once. This tendency, however, had led to a rapid decline in his game ranking, plummeting from 13th to 56th place. Eventually, it seemed that everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. Under the collective effort of his peers, Zhang Quan'an's name was no longer mentioned, though Chen Fang often sensed an inexplicable attraction from several girls in his class. In the past, he would have eagerly seized such a rare opportunity, undoubtedly seeking a girlfriend. Yet now, he was acutely aware of the reasons behind their attention, compounded by the weight of a truly life-altering game on his shoulders. There was no room for romantic entanglements amidst such pressure. Declining invitations from several classmates to visit an internet CF, Chen Fang retreated to his dormitory, setting aside his books. He first climbed onto his bed, adopting a position of relaxation, channeling his internal energy to alleviate the fatigue accumulated from a day of classes. After more than an hour, he emerged revitalized, stretching his limbs before retrieving his phone to log into the game. His character appeared within the inn's room, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window. Upon opening the attributes panel, Chen Fang was struck by the staggering accumulation of potential points, now reaching an astonishing 5,001,420. Simultaneously, his ranking had slipped to 78th place, and the somber reality dawned upon him that several vibrant lives had permanently vanished from the world. The realm of Jianghu now housed only 84 players. With a sigh, Chen Fang reflected, extraordinary abilities come at a cost. He then patted his cheeks, steeling himself for the most significant enhancement of his character since his entry into the game. Navigating to the martial arts panel, he gazed at the softly glowing plus sign and gently tapped it. System notification. Your diligent practice has improved your basic fist and foot techniques, level 10, current level 100. Potential minus 112,488. System notification. Your diligent practice has improved your basic lightness skills, level 10, current level 100. Potential minus 112,488. Simultaneously, two notifications appeared at the bottom of the screen. Notification. Basic fist and foot techniques, level 10. Your acquired strength 1. Notification. Basic lightness skills, level 10. Your acquired agility 1, possessing a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Chen Fang decided to elevate both his basic fist and foot techniques and basic lightness skills to level 100 before advancing his internal skills. Observing the neatly aligned 3-level 100 martial arts, his long-suffering heart finally found solace. With over 7 million potential points remaining, he mused, let me explore your limits. With a youthful exuberance, he began to tap the screen rapidly, a skill honed over 2 decades of singlehood. A flurry of system notifications soon engulfed his mobile screen. System notification. Your diligent practice has improved your basic internal skills, level 10, current level 110. Potential minus 148,156. System notification. Your diligent practice has improved your basic internal skills, level 10, current level 120. Potential minus 190,664. System notification. Your diligent practice has improved your basic internal skills, level 10, current level 130. Potential minus 240,612. System notification. Your diligent practice has improved your basic internal skills, level 10, current level 200. Potential minus 848,968. However, it became evident that Chen Fang had underestimated the potential consumption required for basic internal skills. In his mind, having amassed over 5 million potential points, he believed he could elevate his internal skills by 200 or 300 levels. To his dismay, reaching level 200 drained his potential down to a mere 224 points. Chen Fang felt a poignant sense of disillusionment, akin to the deflation of grand ambitions that had scarcely begun to take flight, leaving him with a chill creeping up from below. As he noticed the plus sign next to basic internal skills vanish, he resigned himself to allocate the remaining 300,000 points to both basic fist and foot techniques and basic lightness skills. Ultimately, Having expended over 5 million potential points, his foundational martial arts barely made a ripple. Martial arts, basic fist and foot techniques, LV-110, unremarkable. Lightness skills, basic lightness skills, LV-110, unremarkable. Inner strength, basic inner strength, LV-200, comprehensive understanding. The attributes have once again undergone a transformation. Yet he remains perplexed, yet impressed. Whether unremarkable or comprehensive, neither offers any significant enhancement in terms of combat efficacy, such as a damage increase of 10. Upon the completion of the basic martial arts training, his various attributes have seen considerable augmentation. Strength, 37, 26, agility, 4130, bone quality, 3111, insight, 1313. Notably, the enhancement in bone quality has elevated his vitality to 310 points, while the growth in inner strength has been particularly substantial, greatly enhancing his sense of security. Thanks to the accumulation during this period, his modest treasury has once again reached double-digit gold, even exceeding previous amounts. With his combat prowess significantly bolstered and his purse well filled, it is only natural for him to indulge in some expenditure and then test the limits of his current strength. Chapter 35. A preliminary test, there was little need for a change of attire, and he held no particular fondness for fashion. He made his way directly to the blacksmith shop, where he purchased a fine blade he had previously admired but hesitated to acquire, the soul-severing blade. Though its name might suggest it was merely a fictional weapon easily vanquished by a protagonist, its true nature was far from such trivialities. Soul-severing blade, hardness, 10, toughness, 7, sharpness, 6, weight, 12, special effect, sound attack 1, durability, 30-30. The soul-severing blade measured 3 feet and 7 inches in length, its blade exceedingly substantial. Adorned with 9 steel rings along the spine. When wielded, it emitted a sound akin to the roar of a dragon or the growl of a tiger, possessing the formidable power to instill fear and sever souls. In comparison to the previous willow leaf steel blade, the soul-severing blade exhibited a remarkable enhancement in all attributes such as hardness and toughness, along with the added special effect of sound attack, and its durability exceeded that of the former by more than double. Aside from slight deficiency in sharpness, it bore virtually no flaws. However, in terms of appearance, it was more aptly described as a weapon for bludgeoning rather than slicing. Having secured his weaponry, Chen Fang proceeded to the apothecary to replenish a substantial supply of vitality elixirs. With a newfound vigor, he confidently directed his character towards the outskirts of the town. Chen Fang's plan for the day involved departing from the main road in search of alternative routes. He allocated a week for this endeavor, intending to exit the peaceful town of Pingyang should he find no progress within that time frame. With all preparations complete, he opened his attribute panel and glanced at the rankings. Leaderboard, 184. Before acquiring the blade, he had merely ranked second, indicating that the game accounted for equipment as part of individual strength. This perspective was not without merit. He merely sought to experiment. Chen Fang was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that he would ascend to the top rank. Upon stepping onto the main road, Chen Fang deliberately set forth in the opposite direction of his previous journey. As he ventured into the underbrush, the interface transformed from portrait to landscape mode. The shrub creatures, sluggishly approaching, appeared somewhat endearing despite their sinister nature in reality. The character, refreshed in both physical attributes and equipment, was now a far cry from his former self. The shrub monsters, vine monsters, and even the larger shrub creatures proved feeble against a single strike. Half an hour passed. With a piercing sound, a damage figure of -68 emerged as the multi-legged vine monster crumbled into pieces. Numbly, he opened the treasure chest, collected the spoils, and continued onward. Suddenly, the interface shifted, revealing that he had unwittingly traversed the horizontal zone and arrived in the wilderness. Gazing upon the familiar landscape, Chen Fang mused that perhaps the seemingly modest increase in foundational internal skills had indeed been substantial. Yet, the true challenges were only just beginning. He could not afford to grow complacent. Choosing a direction at random, he boldly advanced. Indeed, it was not long before he encountered his first skeletal monster. Chen Fang remained unhurried, setting down his phone to take up a piece of paper and a pen to jot down some notes. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his foundational inner strength, his character's internal power had grown more robust. Although he encountered an ambush once again, he did not succumb to a poisoned state. System notification. You have been attacked by an unknown creature, health -8. Moreover, the health lost this time was considerably less than before, indicating that as his character's inner strength improved, so too did his defenses. Nevertheless, he did not dare to be complacent and swiftly drew his knife, aiming for the bony claws at his ankles. The system notification appeared promptly. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat mode. The interface shifted, revealing the familiar skeletal demon not far away. System notification. 3, 2, 1. Countdown complete. Battle commences. The skeletal demon followed its usual pattern, approaching at a moderate speed before lunging at his character's chest with a claw. Chen Fang clicked to parry, and his character raised the knife to block. The clash of metal rang out, and the battle notification followed suit. Battle notification. The deathly claw of the skeletal demon aimed at your chest has not inflicted damage. You easily deflected it. Your parry and counterattack were successful, dealing 45 points of damage to the skeletal demon. You remain unchanged, full of vitality. It was now Chen Fang's turn. He commanded his character to raise the soul-severing blade and struck fiercely at the demon's cranium. Battle notification. You brought down the soul-severing blade upon the skeletal demon's neck, inflicting 62 points of damage and inducing a dazed state. However, the foe is immune to dizziness and appears quite fatigued, in need of a good rest. After 2 more rounds, the skeletal demon shattered into a pile of black bones, and the system notification emerged promptly. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 450 experience points, 450 potential points, sturdy white bones, and 1 point of Jianghu experience. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished by the significant increase in his strength. The skeletal demon, which had previously posed a considerable challenge, was now easily vanquished, even without health potions. In just 3 rounds, he had dispatched the foe, sustaining only a loss of about 20 health points. Chen Fang felt it necessary to re-evaluate his character's combat prowess. Without lingering, he continued onward. In the desolate wilderness, a small figure braved the cold wind, trudging in a specific direction while occasionally adjusting its path. Occasionally, he encountered a few skeletal demons, engaging in a rather peculiar combat dance with them. The wilderness was vast. The figure traversed it for an entire day, yet still faced an endless expanse of desolation, with no end in sight. As dusk approached, the figure halted, sitting cross-legged on the ground, forming strange hand gestures and murmuring incantations. A beam of white light shot into the sky, and the figure suddenly vanished from the wilderness. Chen Fang brought his phone close to his ear, attempting to listen, but naturally, he heard nothing. He observed the scene on the screen as it swiftly transitioned from the wilderness to a narrow alley beside an inn in Peacetown. Just moments ago, as dusk approached in the game, Chen Fang activated the waypoint, eager to ascertain whether the one-click teleportation feature could be utilized in the wilderness. Upon opening the waypoint, the dim light representing the inn in Peacetown finally illuminated, confirming its availability. He tentatively clicked on it, and instantly, his character assumed a meditative posture, fingers forming intricate seals, while incantations flowed from his lips. A progress bar materialized on the screen, and after a brief span of approximately 10 seconds, his character was enveloped in a radiant white light, successfully transported back to the inn. Upon reopening the waypoint, the light representing the inn dimmed once more. Below the light, a countdown appeared, 48:00:00, indicating that he would have to wait 2 days before he could utilize it again. Observing the countdown's relentless progression, it became evident that it was based on real-world time rather than game time. Chapter 36. Elite Monsters. It seems that the cooldown period for the waypoint is 6 days within the game. Quite a lengthy duration indeed. Chen Fang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Regrettably, he could not discern what the character had muttered, nor did he manage to record a video in time. Had he succeeded, he could have attempted to replicate the skill in reality. If accomplished, it would grant him an additional means of self-preservation. Alas, He would have to wait for the next opportunity to use the waypoint to endeavor again. The night passed in silence. On the following day, he attended classes as usual, displaying behavior akin to that of an ordinary university student, save for his reluctance to engage in recreational activities. The peculiarities of Zhang Quan'an's behavior during his lifetime remained vividly etched in his memory. At the time, Chen Fang had been perplexed, but now he found himself empathizing deeply with the other's plight. The sword of Damocles hung ominously above him. How could one find the heart to indulge in revelry when such a threat loomed? Moreover, the feedback from gaming skills to the real world had rendered ordinary entertainment insufficiently captivating. In a bid to avoid being perceived as eccentric as Zhang Quan'an had been, he endeavored to appear as normal as possible. After all, it would be absurd to leap back into the fray after having extricated himself. It would be as if he were willingly courting misfortune. Thus, he made every effort to maintain a semblance of his usual demeanor, striving not for absolute similarity, but at least to ensure that the differences were minimal. However, in his attempts to remain understated, he perhaps overcompensated. Previously, he had not been particularly effervescent, but he could at least engage in normal conversation. Now, however, he found himself taciturn, prone to distraction, and his responses lagged by a beat. Fortunately, his classmates displayed considerable understanding of his unusual behavior, even extending thoughtful gestures to inquire after his well-being. Fearful that they might inadvertently exacerbate his PTSD, he once again graciously declined invitations from several female classmates to join them for a weekend outing, citing health concerns and the need for rest. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Fang logged into the game. His character basked in the gentle morning sunlight as he set forth on the path to the wilderness. Retracing his steps from the previous day, he was unsurprised not to encounter a single skeletal demon. In fact, the remnants of the bones he had scattered yesterday still lay undisturbed. The breach he had carved from the other side of the official road remained intact, untouched even by the game's updates, prompting him to question whether the game possessed any refreshing mechanics at all. After wandering for over an hour, Chen Fang suddenly halted his character's progress. Not far ahead, he could distinctly observe several skeletal demons forming a circle, standing sentinel-like in their positions. Behind their phalanx lay a shadowy cavern, unfathomably deep. Near the entrance of the cave stood two humanoid skeletons, noticeably larger and darker than the skeletal demons, each wielding a long knife. The blades were elongated and slightly curved. Reminiscent of a samurai sword, their surfaces marred by rust. In the realm of reality, they would surely be classified as tetanus-inducing weapons. Chen Fang surmised that the two skeletons guarding the cave entrance were likely the so-called elite monsters, while the depths of the cavern presumably harbored the ultimate boss. He counted the skeletal demons surrounding him, and there were 8 in total, each pair spaced almost evenly apart. The pressing question was whether engaging in battle would provoke just the one demon he confronted or all 8 to join the fray. Although taking on a solitary skeletal demon was now a trivial task, facing all 8 simultaneously would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. After all, he was not the legendary Chen Yuan, renowned for defeating 10 opponents at once. Surveying the desolate wilderness around him, he found nothing but endless stretches of barren land. A glance into his backpack revealed some health potions, and after careful consideration, he resolved to give it a try. With utmost caution, he maneuvered his character towards one of the skeletal demons and swung his blade decisively at its visage. This marked his first proactive assault on a skeletal demon. The strike landed squarely on its forehead, sending the creature staggering from the force of the blow. The attacked demon immediately retaliated, screeching as it lunged with its sharp claws. Just as the claws were about to reach him, his character froze in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat status. With a shift in the interface, the character and the skeletal demon stood facing each other, maintaining a respectful distance. Chen Fang let out a slow breath of relief. His assessment had been correct. No matter who struck first, the system only recognized combat status when both parties engaged in mutual assault. Observing the solitary skeletal demon before him, Chen Fang grinned. It was a relief to know he was not facing a mob. With a swift attack, He grasped the nearly 4-foot-long soul-cutting blade and charged at the skeletal demon. Combat notification. You lifted the soul-cutting blade and struck at the demon's neck, dealing 66 points of damage. The opponent appears extremely fatigued and in need of rest. He scoffed internally at the notion of a skeletal frame needing rest and deftly blocked the demon's counterattack. After another swift series of strikes, within 3 rounds, only a heap of shattered bones remained, yielding a single piece of hard bone as loot. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you gained 890 experience points, 890 potential points, and 1 piece of hard white bone, along with 1 point of martial experience. Chen Fang was taken aback by the substantial experience and potential gained. While 800 points was not an astronomical amount, merely equivalent to defeating 2 demons, it was unusual compared to the previous day's encounters. Was there a difference in the skeletal demons? Their combat strength and appearance seemed largely unchanged. The only distinction was that today he had initiated the attack, and the skeletal demons near the cave did not retreat underground, but remained on the surface. Reflecting on the system's keywords, Chen Fang murmured to himself, pondering if he had stumbled upon the truth. This was just a minor episode. Without lingering too long, he pressed on to engage the remaining skeletal demons. After a span of mere minutes, all 8 skeletal demons lay vanquished. The 2 elite monsters at the cave's entrance, however, remained blissfully oblivious, as if they had not witnessed the carnage. After all, it was just a game. The level of intelligence could never mirror reality perfectly. Chen Fang mused as he approached the cave entrance. As he approached within a certain proximity, he cast his gaze upon the 2 colossal skeletons. Much like the mountain bandits, 2 inscriptions adorned their foreheads, one large and one small, the former denoting their name, and the latter indicating the disparity in strength. Great withered bone demon, even matched, Chen Fang couldn't help but chuckle. He had unwittingly become so formidable, standing toe-to-toe with elite monsters. It was not merely a matter of superior skill. It suggested that the boss lurking beneath the crypt was not beyond reach. With over 100 health potions in hand, he was well prepared for a protracted battle. He resolved to strike decisively at the nearest great withered bone demon, initiating combat as his opponent retaliated. The battle state was established. 1 man and 1 demon swiftly entered the fray. No, it was 1 man against 2 demons. Chen Fang looked at the 2 great withered bone demons before him, muttered a phrase of cultural heritage, and steeled himself to make the first move. Chapter 37. Fundamental Blade Techniques. As soon as he entered the combat interface, Chen Fang had yet to react when the attack from the great bone demon struck. The claws, significantly thicker than those of an ordinary bone demon, lunged towards his chest. Combat alert. The great bone demon claws at your chest, inflicting 28 points of damage. You enter a bleeding state, losing 2 health points per second for 15 seconds. You feel somewhat fatigued, yet still remarkably vigorous. Chen Fang was taken aback. The damage was far greater than he had anticipated, and the added 15 seconds of bleeding was dire. However, he had little time to be astonished, as another attack from a great bone demon was already upon him. Fortuitously, he managed to react in time and clicked to parry. Combat alert. The death bone demon strikes at your face, but you evade by turning your head, successfully parrying and counterattacking, dealing 18 points of damage to the death bone demon. It seems somewhat fatigued, yet still remarkably vigorous. As the saying goes, to shoot the horse, one must first shoot the rider. To capture a thief, one must first capture the leader. Chen Fang aimed a fierce kick at the lame leg of his target, directing his attack towards the great bone demon from which he had just countered. Brandishing the soul-severing blade, which appeared to weigh an impressive amount, he swung it forcefully towards the creature's neck. The great bone demon, however, stood resolute, enduring the strike without a sound. Yet, despite its bones being significantly sturdier than those of a typical bone demon, it still struggled to withstand the might of the blade's swing. Combat alert. You raise the soul-severing blade and strike at the bone demon's neck, inflicting 46 points of damage. Its movements seem somewhat sluggish, yet remains remarkably vigorous. A sense of heaviness settled in Chen Fang's heart, while 46 points of damage seemed substantial. An examination of the combat alert's description revealed that the creature had not sustained significant harm. In the realm of martial arts, one cannot discern the precise health points of an opponent, whether in turn-based or horizontal combat formats. Through extensive research during his recent battles, he had derived a personal set of insights from the combat alerts. Generally speaking, both characters and monsters experience injury in several stages. First stage, appears somewhat fatigued. Movements are sluggish, yet still remarkably vigorous. Second stage, movements become less agile, yet remain methodical. Third stage, breathing heavily, seems to be in poor condition. Fourth stage, extremely fatigued, appears in dire need of rest. Fifth stage, in a semi-unconscious state, likely to faint at any moment. Sixth stage, in a state of unconsciousness, has been defeated. There exists a slight discrepancy in terminology between beings such as mountain bandits and undead creatures like bone demons. Yet the overall distinction is minimal, excluding the final stage, which signifies the monster's health reaching 0. Each preceding stage generally represents approximately 20 of the monster's total health. At present, Chen Fang could only make vague judgments. A more precise understanding would require encounters with a broader variety of monsters. Currently, his full-force strike had landed on the relatively vulnerable neck of the Great Bone Demon, inflicting over 40 health points, and even after 2 strikes, the creature's health had yet to drop below 80. Chen Fang understood that a grueling battle was inevitable. The exchange between the two adversaries was fierce and relentless, each strike met with a counter, resulting in an indeterminate stalemate. However, the characters had the ability to consume health potions to replenish their vitality, unlike the colossal skeletal demon. A single health potion could restore a total of 100 vitality within 30 seconds, sustaining the combat for 3 to 4 rounds. Overall, the character maintained a distinct advantage, despite a slight decrease in speed. Ultimately, victory was paramount. The method of achieving it held little significance for Chen Fang. After several rounds of combat, and consuming a health potion, he found himself revitalized and ready to engage for another 3 to 4 rounds. After expending over an hour, he finally reduced the 2 colossal skeletal demons to a pile of shattered bones. System notification: you have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 4,420 experience points, 4,420 potential points, a bone or basic swordsmanship, and 3 points of martial experience. Chen Fang rubbed his eyes, confirming that the colossal skeletal demon had indeed dropped a skill book. The purpose of the bone orb remained unclear, but the abundance of experience and potential points was noteworthy, particularly the final item, basic swordsmanship. Upon opening his inventory, he discovered, besides a round, seemingly useless bone orb, a somewhat worn-thin book. Its cover emblazoned with the words basic swordsmanship. As he reached out to touch the book, a prompt appeared asking whether he wished to learn. System notification: do you wish to learn basic swordsmanship? Without hesitation, he decisively chose to learn it. The book transformed into a beam of black light that entered his mind, and another notification emerged. System notification: congratulations, you have learned basic swordsmanship and acquired a new martial art. Upon opening the martial arts panel, he saw that the weapons section now included information about basic swordsmanship. Weapon: basic swordsmanship LV0. This was the first skill book he had acquired since entering the game. He had previously believed that monsters in this game did not drop skill books or equipment. The discovery of a skill book indicated that such drops were indeed possible, albeit rare, or perhaps that monsters below the elite tier did not yield them. Initially, after battling the 2 colossal skeletal demons, Chen Fang had contemplated abandoning his pursuit of the boss. Although he had sustained minimal damage, he had consumed over 30 health potions in the process. Faced with the boss, he harbored little confidence in his ability to withstand additional elite monsters. Exercising caution, he resolved to return to training, planning to revisit the challenge once his character had grown stronger. In a game where a single life was at stake, prudence was essential. Yet, Chen Fang sometimes pondered the reality of death within the game, whether the demise of his character would indeed result in his own death in the real world. However, he dared not test this theory. If it were a mere illusion, it would be one thing, but if it were true, the consequences would be dire. The vastness of the game world was astonishing, and despite spending a considerable amount of time within it, he had yet to encounter another player, leaving him devoid of any opportunity for communication. In reality, he found no information related to the game, making the search for fellow Jianghu players an insurmountable task. The absence of interaction and the isolation of solitary endeavor became Chen Fang's greatest source of frustration. What is even more astonishing is that I find myself ranked first among the players in the Jianghu community. Could it be that this game has only recently launched? With a sigh, Chen Fang cautiously navigated his character into the underground cavern. He had mastered the fundamental sword techniques and utilized the remaining potential to elevate it to level 60. However, unlike several other foundational skills that enhance attributes such as strength and resilience, the basic sword technique merely offered a few notifications regarding damage improvement upon leveling up. Notification: Basic sword technique level 10. Your sword damage has increased. This was the source of his courage to continue challenging the boss. Otherwise, he would never dare to venture into such peril. Chapter 38. The Centurion. Upon entering the crypt, he found it was not as dim and damp as he had anticipated. On the contrary, the interior was brilliantly illuminated and remarkably dry. Although there were no particularly extravagant decorations or burial artifacts, the space was impeccably clean and orderly. The crypt was modest in size, merely a quarter of a basketball court, with a simple wooden coffin positioned at its center. The lid of the coffin was ajar, revealing a skeleton clad in leather armor, beside which lay a gleaming long knife. A warmth flickered within Chen Fang. Another knife-wielding opponent perhaps held the potential to yield a martial arts manual. To this point, the 4 disciplines he possessed were all rudimentary techniques, and he yearned for a renowned martial arts tome. The leather-clad skeleton lay motionless in the coffin, and Chen Fang did not immediately provoke the boss, but instead took a moment to scour the crypt. To his surprise, he indeed uncovered some treasures. System notification: You have discovered a jade ring. System notification: You have found 2 strands of pearl necklaces. It appeared he was not entirely devoid of fortune, and Chen Fang smiled at the jewelry that could be monetized in his backpack. After confirming that he had overlooked nothing further, he commanded his character to draw the soul-severing knife and strike the coffin. With a resounding crash, the coffin splintered into pieces, and the leather-armored skeleton finally stirred. System notification: You have awakened the fallen Centurion, triggering a boss battle. You have entered combat mode. Chen Fang proceeded with utmost caution, retreating immediately after shattering the coffin. As expected, the boss differed significantly from ordinary foes. Before the system notification even materialized, the fallen Centurion, displaying a lack of martial decorum, wielded the long knife beside him to execute a surprise attack. Fortunately, Chen Fang's swift retreat spared him from harm. The system notification eventually arrived, and the combat commenced without further ado. Without a doubt, the boss seized the initiative, the glint of the blade dazzlingly bright. Chen Fang's eyes widened slightly. This adversary possessed skill in swordplay. Combat notification: The Centurion strikes at your face. You evade as best as you can, but sustain a blow to your shoulder, inflicting 34 points of damage. You feel somewhat fatigued, yet remain vibrant. Chen Fang's confidence grew. A 34-point strike was manageable. When it was his turn, the soul-severing knife rang out as he swung the Centurion's neck. Combat notification: You raise the soul-severing knife to strike at the Centurion's neck. He deftly dodges and counterattacks, inflicting 12 points of damage. You feel somewhat fatigued, yet remain vibrant. Returning to his position, Chen Fang found the Centurion's assault closely following. Combat notification: The Centurion swings his knife toward your chest. You evade as best as you can, but are struck in the lower abdomen, causing 31 points of damage. You feel somewhat fatigued, yet remain vibrant. A sense of foreboding settled within Chen Fang. This brief engagement had left him with an unsettling premonition. In this round, he chose not to strike, but instead consumed a health-replenishing pill. Watching his vitality gradually rise, he exhaled in relief, yet his heart remained burdened with anxiety. Battle alert. The captain swings his blade towards your chest, inflicting 52 points of damage. Your movements become somewhat sluggish, yet you maintain your composure. It was now his turn once more. Chen Fang no longer fixated on attacking the neck, but emulated his opponent by targeting the chest and abdomen. finally inflicting considerable damage. Battle alert. You raise the soul-severing blade and strike at the captain's chest, dealing 27 points of damage. The enemy appears somewhat fatigued. It still possesses remarkable vigor. He disregarded the absurdity of a skeletal frame exhibiting signs of fatigue. Chen Fang felt a renewed sense of relief. As long as he could breach the defenses, it was manageable. His greatest concern had been the inability to penetrate the defenses, which would necessitate contemplating an escape. Although the damage was not substantial, as long as he could bypass the defenses, he could wear the opponent down with the health-replenishing pills he had brought. Chen Fang smirked, his racing heart gradually stabilizing as he began to engage earnestly with the captain. It must be said that the captain lived up to his title as a boss. Not only was his defense exceedingly high, but his offensive power was also formidable. Each strike akin to a blow against a vital artery. Without the health-replenishing pills, Chen Fang surmised he would have perished numerous times by now. Even so, the battle remained incredibly arduous. He found himself consuming a health pill roughly every 2 or 3 rounds. The silver lining was that he had adequately stocked supplies for this encounter and could still endure. After an indeterminate number of rounds, adeptly maneuvering his character to strike the captain's chest and abdomen, he noted that the battle alert had changed. Battle alert. You raise the soul-severing blade and strike at the captain's chest, triggering a sound attack effect, inflicting 31 points of damage and rendering the opponent unable to act for 1 round. The captain gasped for breath, appearing quite unwell. Having acquired the soul-severing blade for some time, this was his first instance of triggering its sound attack effect, effectively immobilizing the captain for a turn. The implications of this were far beyond merely denying the captain an attack. Chen Fang seized the opportunity to relentlessly assault the beleaguered foe, the soul-severing blade slicing through the air towards the captain's neck. Battle alert. You raise the soul-severing blade and strike at the captain's neck, inflicting 78 points of damage. The opponent is exceedingly fatigued and appears in dire need of rest. A colossal crimson numeral 78 ascended from the captain's head, propelling him into the 4th phase of battle. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, affirming his judgment. Without protection, the neck was a vulnerability for most humanoid beings, even those who were inanimate. As a turn passed, the captain let out a furious roar, seemingly enraged. However, that was the extent of his reaction. After his roar, he swung his blade at Chen Fang in a fit of anger, reminiscent of a petulant child lashing out in frustration. Chen Fang nearly found it amusing, exerting considerable effort to suppress his laughter. The clash between man and creature raged on, the battle stretching across 81 rounds before a victor emerged. The captain wailed and collapsed to the ground, defeated. System notification: you have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have earned 20,000 experience points, 20,000 potential points. The captain's saber, tattered leather armor, 10 points of martial arts experience, and 1 point of prestige. Chen's heart swelled with joy, a staggering 20,000 experience and potential points, along with a rather impressive-looking saber and the worn leather armor, had been awarded to him. The 10 points of martial arts experience and 1 point of prestige remained somewhat enigmatic in their purpose, serving merely as a supplementary gain for the time being. The only slight disappointment was the absence of a martial arts manual, yet Chen was already exceedingly satisfied with the captain's spoils. Chapter 39. Harvest. Before Chen Fang could examine the attributes of his dagger and leather armor, a system announcement suddenly appeared, playing thrice before it concluded. System announcement. Congratulations to Dan Huang for successfully defeating the Ten Chieftain, becoming the first player to slay a boss. Reward: a randomly selected superior martial art. Upon opening his backpack, he discovered a finely bound booklet that had mysteriously found its way inside. The cover bore indistinct characters that were difficult to decipher, prompting Chen Fang to tap it with his finger. A prompt emerged. System prompt: would you like to proceed with a random selection of martial arts? Once initiated, it cannot be halted. You may choose one from 4 categories: fist and foot, weaponry, lightness skill, or internal power. As the prompt faded, 4 cards appeared on the screen, each depicting a fist and a pair of feet, various weapons such as swords and halberds, a figure soaring through the air, and a night sky adorned with countless stars. A countdown timer of 30 seconds accompanied the cards, with a small note stating, If no selection is made before the countdown ends, a random choice will be executed. With little time to spare, Chen Fang regretted hastily opening the booklet and hurriedly contemplated which card to select. The meaning of the 4 cards was clear. Choosing any one of them would grant him a randomly selected superior martial art from the corresponding category. This ensured at least one superior martial art, promising a favorable outcome. What he needed to discern was which of the 4 categories, fist and foot, weaponry, lightness skill, or internal power, was most essential at this juncture. Truth be told, it was a rather arduous choice. Both fist and foot, as well as weaponry, offered formidable combat capabilities, categorizing them together. Lightness skill would significantly enhance his survival. For as the old adage goes, only by living can one deal damage. Internal power, even more so, was critical. A robust internal skill would determine the quantity and potency of one's internal energy, which is the foundation of all strength. After much deliberation, with the countdown dwindling to less than 10 seconds, Chen Fang ultimately resolved to select the internal power category. Although he was soon to journey to Shu and join the Tang sect, if it was indeed the same Tang sect of his memories, his character would specialize in concealed weapons for a considerable time ahead. He deemed this sect one of the safest and most ideal, as avoiding close combat was preferable. Concealed weapons fell under the category of weaponry and did not necessitate hand-to-hand combat, thus rendering fist and foot martial arts unnecessary. While lightness skill was commendable for enhancing survival, Chen Fang was inclined towards internal power. After all, he had personally experienced the benefits of possessing internal energy. He extended his finger to gently tap the card representing internal power, causing the other 3 cards to disintegrate into a flurry of luminous particles, vanishing from sight. The card depicting the starry night sky expanded, filling the entire screen, gradually radiating light. A multitude of internal power manuals, some familiar and others unknown, flickered continuously across the screen. Pure Yang skill, 2 instruments mysterious origin skill, purple cloud skill, transformation skill, Bodhi heart method, golden wind record, withering, and flourishing skill. These words appeared with increasing velocity until they coalesced into a myriad of afterimages. After a brief span of seconds, the speed of the text began to decelerate, and Chen Fang's heart began to quicken. One by one, the names of martial arts flickered across the center of the screen, gradually slowing down until they finally halted. Fetal breathing skill. It was a name he had never encountered before. In an instant, the 3 characters of fetal breathing transformed into a dark light and entered his backpack. Chen Fang hurriedly opened his backpack to inspect it. Name: fetal breathing skill, supreme. Effect: merging spirit with qi, qi beyond spirit, breathing through the nose lightly, as if existent yet non-existent, when cultivated to profound depths. It can prolong life and enhance physical constitution, compatible with other internal arts. Upon reading the final line, Chen Fang's face finally broke into a joyful expression. After making his choice, he pondered the possibility of randomly obtaining a supreme internal skill from another sect that could lead to Tang men abandoning him. Now, that concern was alleviated. It was evident that fetal breathing skill was an auxiliary internal art aimed at enhancing the practitioner's constitution to achieve longevity. With this thought, excitement surged within him. It is known that the martial arts of Jianghu could manifest tangible effects in reality. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to learn the fetal breathing skill. System prompt: do you wish to learn fetal breathing skill? Yes. The manual immediately transformed into a dark light and entered the character's mind. System prompt: congratulations, you have learned fetal breathing skill and acquired a new martial art. Simultaneously, lines of incomprehensible text filled the screen. All practitioners must attain stillness. Stillness represents righteousness, tranquility, harmony, and return. When the heart is tranquil, the qi becomes serene. When the qi is serene, the spirit is calm. The words circled around the character's body, continuously swirling back and forth until they all entered his being. Opening the martial arts panel, changes were evident. Fist and foot, basic fist and foot LV-110, unremarkable. Weaponry, basic blade technique LV-60, initial understanding. Lightness skill, basic lightness skill LV-110, unremarkable. Internal skill. Basic internal skill LV 200, comprehensive understanding. Fetal breathing skill LV 100, ordinary. The addition of fetal breathing skill raised the level directly to 100, though the conversion process remained unclear. However, a wave of apprehension arose in his heart. Would the level of fetal breathing skill be unable to surpass that of basic internal skill? There was no means to test it now, as the cumulative potential was insufficient to elevate even one of the techniques. Having finalized the skill, Chen Fang turned his attention to two pieces of equipment in his backpack: the captain's blade and a tattered leather armor. Centurion's dagger, hardness, 8 toughness, 8 sharpness, 12 weight, 5 special effect, sharpness 1, durability, 724. The blade measures 3 feet and 5 inches in length. Elegantly crafted from cold iron, formerly belonging to a soldier of an ancient dynasty. After enduring over a century, it remains unblemished, still glimmering with a cold light. The sharpness value reaches an impressive 12 points. Although its durability is somewhat diminished, with a little maintenance, it could still serve its purpose. Chen Fang sheathed the dagger with satisfaction, grateful for the generous gift of a fine-quality sheath from the Centurion. Turning his attention to the tattered leather armor, he held little hope for this piece of equipment. Its dilapidated state suggested it bore little value. Tattered leather armor, defense 2, durability 350, standard issue equipment from a certain ancient military unit. To his surprise, the armor proved unexpectedly decent. The 2 defense rating left him uncertain of its classification. Nonetheless, it was his first piece of equipment with defensive capabilities, and Chen Fang treasured it, placing it carefully in his backpack to be repaired at the blacksmith's upon his return to town. Having assessed his gains, he noticed that the day had grown late. Most of his time had been spent with the Centurion, but the effectiveness of the dagger trial had left him quite pleased. With the return function of his resting point still on cooldown, Chen Fang had no choice but to make his way back on foot. Chapter 40. Verification. The day swiftly passed, and soon it was evening of the following day. Chen Fang did not log into the game. Instead, he lay quietly on his bed, awaiting something. Ever since he discovered that the martial arts from Jianghu could manifest in his reality, he remained uncertain about the nature of this feedback. Would it appear silently at a moment's notice, or would it give rise to some supernatural phenomena? This was crucial. If some extraordinary event transpired within 24 hours after mastering a new skill, he would need to exercise caution. He wished to avoid being summoned by certain legendary special departments for clandestine investigations. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Chen Fang circulated his inner energy. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he often felt a sense of growth in his internal power after each session. Yet, the fundamental internal skill within the game showed no signs of change, suggesting it might just be a figment of his imagination. Nonetheless, he was not in a hurry, for he could allocate points to his character in the game, allowing him to master the skills directly after 24 hours. He was not overly anxious about whether he could cultivate his internal energy independently. As time gradually passed, his wristwatch emitted a crisp beep. Suddenly, numerous azure light points materialized around him, flickering and drawing closer to his body as if imbued with life. As the lights approached, Chen Fang's heart began to race. Although he suspected these azure points might be the true source of the game's skill feedback, he could not shake off a slight unease in the presence of the unknown. What if he was mistaken, and these entities were harmful? He feared he might miss the opportune moment to escape. The light points drew nearer, their distances diminishing. At this juncture, any thought of fleeing seemed futile. Resolutely, Chen Fang lay back on his bed, only to find the light points shifting in accordance with his movement. The bed beneath him offered no barrier to the encroaching lights. As they came even closer, the points nearly coalesced, forming a veil of azure luminescence. Chen Fang widened his eyes in astonishment, but unbeknownst to him, he silently drifted into slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, he mentally cautioned himself that after allocating points to his character in the game, he must not venture outside within the next 24 hours. The light points continued to envelop Chen Fang's body, creating what resembled a large cocoon. This cocoon pulsed rhythmically, akin to a beating heart. When Chen Fang finally awoke, the clock read 7 in the morning. In that first moment of consciousness, he quickly dispelled the remnants of sleep. Sitting upright on his bed and assuming a meditative posture with his palms facing the heavens. As his mind gradually settled, a faint yet perceptible aura emerged within his awareness. This aura felt similar to the internal power cultivated through basic practices, yet there was an unmistakable distinction. While both seemed fundamentally alike, the pathways they traversed within his meridians were entirely different. Chen Fang's thoughts closely followed the flow of energy coursing through his meridians. He understood that awakening after feedback was akin to receiving a boon, a rare opportunity for self-improvement bestowed by the game. From this point onward, any further practice would depend solely on his own efforts. Time passed unmeasured until Chen Fang gradually concluded his meditation and emerged from his trance. A glance at the clock revealed that only a few minutes had elapsed. Time, it seemed, was not excessive. This could likely be attributed to the uncomplicated pathway of the energy within his meridians. Unsurprisingly, this energy represented the prenatal breathing technique he had recently mastered. For when he did not consciously circulate it, the two forces coexisted peacefully in his dantian, each occupying its own territory. In terms of quantity, the newly acquired energy was approximately equivalent to half of the internal force associated with foundational internal martial arts. Upon finishing his practice, Chen Fang shook his head slightly. He sensed that his breathing intervals had lengthened, a state he interpreted as the essence of prolonged vitality. To put it plainly, it seemed his lung capacity had improved. Unsure if his assessment was accurate, he recognized that the prenatal breathing technique was still in its infancy, and there was no rush. Ample time lay ahead for exploration. After this round of practice, he realized the class hour was drawing near. He glanced at his schedule, gathered a few books, and prepared to attend his lesson. Today's subject was advanced mathematics, to be held in a large auditorium. The classroom was not conducive to practice, so, as usual, Chen Fang sought out a secluded corner at the back. He took out his phone and aimlessly scoured the internet for news and gossip. He still harbored hopes of discovering information about players in the Jianghu, hoping to make contact. Unfortunately, in such a vast modern society, locating a mere handful of individuals was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Until the class concluded, his searches yielded nothing but games, novels, or advertisements. With a sigh, he tidied his books and prepared to return to the dormitory. In truth, there was little to organize. His books appeared the same at the end of class as they had at the beginning. Given his current state, it seemed unrealistic for Chen Fang to engage in serious study. Just as he stood up, a delicate little hand intercepted him. Lowering his gaze, he frowned at the girl before him. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" The girl, standing at less than 155 centimeters, sported twin ponytails. Her skin fair and smooth, and her large eyes framed a charming face. The only flaw was the thick glasses that rendered her somewhat daft in appearance. Clearly taken aback by Chen Fang's question, she paused before responding. "I'm Chen Fang. We're classmates. We spoke during military training." Chen Fang recalled the girl, whose slightly awkward yet endearing demeanor earned her the nickname Ying in his mind, an internal moniker he had never voiced aloud, as he still possessed a modicum of decorum. He broke into a smile and replied, "Haha, I was just teasing you. How could I not recognize you?" Ying, with an expression of disbelief, inquired, "Is that true? Then what is my name?" "Ying," she replied softly. "Fine, I suppose you have a conscience. After all, I did bring you water during that basketball match." Chen Fang pretended to wipe his brow, recalling that moment. "Do not even mention it. I nearly stepped on you." Ying responded with silence. "Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Chen Fang asked. Even before Zhang Quan'an's demise, he and Ying had not shared much of a connection. The act of delivering water was a common courtesy extended to all participants in the basketball game. He merely missed the moment when he nearly knocked her down, which had elicited a playful uproar from others for a brief period. In truth, there was little to it, merely that this weekend, the class monitor and others from different departments are organizing a social gathering, and I was asked to inform you. "All right, no problem. Please send me the time and location." Chen Fang agreed readily. "Sure, I will send it to your phone shortly." Chapter 41. The Great Contest. After bidding farewell to Ying, Chen Fang turned and returned to his dormitory. Having already donned the guise of a typical student, These basic social interactions were inevitable. He had mentally prepared himself, knowing it would only result in a few wasted hours. In the days that followed, Chen Fang attended classes by day and explored the wilderness by night, filling his schedule to the brim. Unfortunately, aside from the first lieutenant, he had yet to encounter another boss. As the days progressed, he gradually recognized the benefits of the fetal breathing technique. Although his foundational internal power had allowed him to run faster, jump higher, and endure hunger for extended periods, his physical condition, when not utilizing internal energy, bore little distinction from that of an ordinary person. In contrast, the fetal breathing technique had brought about noticeable changes within just a few days. His previously slightly nearsighted vision no longer required glasses for distant viewing. His breathing became increasingly profound, his posture lighter, and his musculature more developed, without the grotesque bulk typically associated with rigorous training. Such transformations occurred within only a few days, and he could distinctly feel his strength amplifying. Chen Fang maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, while internally he reveled in delight. Following the address provided by Ying, he arrived at a restaurant of moderate quality, neither too extravagant nor overly humble. After all, he was merely an average student with a limited monthly allowance. As for the wealthy, second-generation students, to date, he had yet to encounter any in his vicinity. The tales spun within novels were mere fabrications. Students of this second-tier university would not frequent such establishments. Upon locating the private room and entering, he found the gathering to be modest, with only a handful of individuals present. After exchanging greetings with a few acquaintances, he seamlessly joined their conversation. Before long, more people arrived, heralding the commencement of a lively interdepartmental social event. Chen Fang sat among them, neither conspicuous nor overly concealed, occasionally interjecting with a quip. In essence, he was embodying the quintessential persona of a typical university student. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, it was inconceivable for such a rare social occasion to conclude abruptly. "Let us drink and toast to the next adventure," proclaimed the class monitor, inviting everyone to raise their glasses while revealing the next venue. Unexpectedly, the once lively conversation faltered as several individuals began to exhibit reluctance, citing various personal commitments. The monitor's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment, yet he could not insist, forcing a smile and concession. Ultimately, only a handful remained in the KTV room. The intended social partners had dispersed, and those left were largely disinterested, with the class monitor's demeanor darkening. The atmosphere in the private room grew somewhat oppressive. "No worries. Let us enjoy ourselves. After all, the money has been spent, and returning now would be a waste." Acknowledging the silence, the monitor recognized his previous misstep and stood to address the group. "You all continue singing. I shall step out for a moment." "What on earth is happening?" One person couldn't help but murmur after finishing their meal and getting up. Chen Fang, unable to restrain himself, quipped back, "Must be the Air Force." Everyone paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. The one who had spoken earlier playfully pointed at Chen Fang and exclaimed, "You hit the nail on the head." Chen Fang. Chen Fang chuckled without replying, rising to select a song and began to sing. However, before he could get through even a couple of lines, the others pulled him down, covering his mouth. "Friend, don't start. For heaven's sake, your voice is unbearable. Could you please be quiet, Chen Fang?" Yet, his antics invigorated the atmosphere once more. Being university students, they harbored no grudges. Once an event had passed, it was forgotten. After singing a dozen songs, someone suddenly remarked, "Hey, where's the class monitor? He has been gone for quite a while. He hasn't fallen into a pit, has he? You all stay here. I'll go look for him," Chen Fang declared, rising from his seat. He pushed open the door to the private room and stepped outside. After a brief search in the restroom, he found no sign of the monitor. He then made his way to the counter, pondering that perhaps he was feeling melancholic there. As he approached the counter, a cacophony of noise and sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. Chen Fang had become particularly sensitive to the sounds of fighting, having encountered them frequently before logging off each day. Quickening his pace, he arrived at the counter to find 3 or 4 individuals surrounding the class monitor, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. "Li Xian, Chen Fang shouted, but it was evident that Li Xian was already dazed from the blows, merely cradling his head in an attempt to shield himself from further harm. Witnessing the ongoing assault, Chen Fang could not stand idly by. He immediately strode over, calling out, "I've already called the police. You better stop." Upon hearing his words, two of the assailants paused, but the others, clearly under the influence of alcohol, turned and charged at Chen Fang, cursing, "Who the hell are you, brat? You dare to call the police? Never been beaten before, have you?" Undaunted, Chen Fang retaliated with two resounding strikes, leaving the two men dazed, their already flushed faces growing even more vibrant and slightly swollen. The scene fell into a stunned silence, all eyes fixed on Chen Fang. "Have you sobered up? If so, behave yourselves," he declared, pulling out his phone and dialing the police. Seeing Chen Fang attempting to report, the group panicked, including the two who were only slightly intoxicated, rushing to snatch the phone from him. Chen Fang was not about to indulge them. He swiftly dispatched them to the ground with a slap for each. However, he refrained from using any internal force, fearing that he might cause serious harm to the drunken men and bear the responsibility. Realizing they were outmatched, the first man struck pleaded, Bro, we were wrong. We had a few drinks and weren't thinking straight. We hit your friend. Please don't call the police. We'll cover any medical expenses your friend needs." After speaking, he turned and picked up the leather bag from the ground, extracting several stacks of money. "Is 10,000 enough? If not, how about 20,000 or 30,000? Chen Fang remained silent, glancing at Li Xian. At that moment, Li Xian appeared rather tragic. He retrieved his shattered glasses from the ground, his face marred with bruises, and the corner of his mouth swollen significantly. His ill-fitting suit was also torn in several places. The speaker hurriedly approached and embraced Li Xian, exclaiming, "Brother, I am truly sorry. I had a bit too much to drink, and my mind is hazy. Just tell us how much for medical expenses, and we will cover it." After a moment of silence, Li Xian replied, "It's not a big deal." The man then looked towards Chen Fang. Chen Fang stated, "Leave the money. Just go." The man promptly placed the stacks of cash on the counter and hurriedly departed. Li Xian seemed about to say something, but Chen Fang interjected, "You've sustained quite the beating. Let us get you checked out. And that suit is rented." "Isn't it?" Li Xian fell silent, and after a long pause, he whispered, "Thank you." Chen Fang said nothing further and turned back to the private room. Chapter 42. The bread delivery men were his class leaderly? Someone inquired, noticing only Chen Fang returning. They had something to attend to and left early. "You all should head back after your performance." "I'm just going for a stroll," Chen Fang replied, refraining from disclosing the altercation. "Hey, don't go wandering off. We wouldn't want to discriminate against you," one remarked. "Indeed, I'll endure the pain of listening to one of your songs. You aren't falling in love, are you?" Meanwhile, a group of inebriated men had exited the KTV. After enduring a beating from Chen Fang, their drunkenness had largely dissipated. One of them, clutching his swollen cheek, slurred, "Is this how it ends?" "Ends? Of course, cannot end like this." The man who had previously apologized scoffed. "Shall we call for backup?" Another inquired, only to receive a swift slap, revealing the leader among them. "Backup? We are not gangsters. We live in a lawful society, and we are respectable business people. We must refrain from violence," the leader declared. "What do you propose, then?" the beaten man asked, immediately receiving another slap. "I've told you not to call me boss in public. Refer to me as Director Liu." "All right, Director. What do you suggest?" "You. How about this? We call for help but refrain from engaging directly. What does Director Liu think?" "Propose a subordinate with a mole on his face. We'll watch from a distance. However, that fellow seems quite capable, with fewer of us." "It might be insufficient," the man added. Old Sun's suggestion was deemed acceptable. Being strong is pointless. One needs power and connections to survive in this world. "Xiao Sun, you ought to learn from your brother and think more critically. Make a phone call," Director Liu said approvingly, gesturing for Old Sun to call for assistance. Xiao Sun retreated, hesitant to speak further. Before long, 3 vans pulled up outside the KTV, disgorging a total of 30 to 40 individuals. At that moment, Chen Fang had just extricated himself from the enthusiastic invitations of several classmates and stepped out of the private room. Not having taken more than a few steps, he sensed someone rapidly approaching from behind. a hand reaching out to pat his shoulder. Chen Fang turned naturally, smiling at the newcomer, a fellow student working part-time at the venue. The student, who had been attempting to mediate during the earlier brawl and had unwittingly taken a few punches himself, appeared anxious. "Classmate, don't go out. There are several vans full of men outside." Chen Fang responded, "What? No, I mean there are several bread delivery men outside. You absolutely must not go out now. How many are there?" Chen Fang's expression turned serious. From a quick glance, at least 30 to 40, all covered in tattoos. They look like gangsters. "Don't exit through the front. Hurry and use the back door." "Thank you, classmate. What should I call you?" Chen Fang asked, patting the student's shoulder in gratitude. "Where's the back door?" "No need for thanks. We're from the same school. My name is Chen Luoyang." "Another Chen. I owe you even more gratitude." A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. Despite possessing inner strength, I have never engaged in a brawl with so many adversaries. I fear that if I lose control, it could lead to dire consequences. Adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it, I decide that the best course of action is to retreat. I can simply hide within the confines of the school. Surely, this group would not dare to search for me there. As I contemplate my escape, the two of us swiftly approach the rear entrance of the KTV. Chen Luoyang pushes open the small iron gate and instructs, "Once you exit, take a detour to avoid being spotted." Grateful, I thank him and suggest we exchange contact information, promising to treat him to a meal in a few days. Chen Luoyang pauses momentarily before we exchange phone numbers. I cautiously peek out from the back door, revealing a dark and narrow alley. Just as I am about to leave, Chen Luoyang suddenly pulls me back, handing me a jacket, saying, "Put this on, just in case." I accept it without hesitation, thanking him once more. The alley stretches on, cluttered with various discarded items, and beneath my feet, the brittle, yellowed leaves and twigs crackle softly. As I approach the exit, I notice several burly tattooed men guarding the entrance. Shaking my head, I acknowledge their vigilance and turn to retreat in the opposite direction, only to find more watchers at the alley's mouth. Surveying my surroundings, I note the KTV's wall on one side and a tall, 2-meter-high fence on the other, topped with shards of glass to deter climbers. Summoning my inner strength, I leap effortlessly over the wall, skillfully avoiding the sharp glass. Moments later, I stroll casually past the KTV entrance, nonchalantly walking in front of dozens of people, including Mr. Liu. "Where did this fellow come from?" Little son exclaims in disbelief. The back door, I call back, my keen senses alert. Mr. Liu and the others are momentarily taken aback. Having made my grand exit, I dash away, my speed creating an afterimage as I vanish into the distance before they can react. "What are you waiting for?" "Chase him," Mr. Liu barks, abandoning his usual composed demeanor and issuing commands. A throng of people rushes after me. "Are you all fools? Chase him in a car," Mr. Liu laments, nearly in tears. The crowd scrambles back, hastily boarding a van, while few shout after them, "Hey, I'm not in yet. Wait for me." I sprint a few paces, startled to see them gain ground on foot. Surely, they cannot be so foolish as to pursue me on foot when they have vehicles at their disposal. After a brief moment of hesitation, I feel relieved when I see them finally driving after me. The 3 vans, packed with people, cannot travel quickly, so I tap into a fraction of my inner strength, accelerating my pace. This astonishes those inside the vehicles. What the heck? This kid can really run. I continue my flight, heading straight toward the outskirts. The internal energy coursed through his meridians, and not only did he not exhibit signs of physical exhaustion, but he also found himself running with increasing ease. After a continuous sprint to a secluded area on the outskirts, he came to a halt, preparing to confront those pursuing him. Before long, 3 vans and a sedan came to a stop not far from him. Dozens of individuals approached in a formidable procession, surrounding him, yet they did not strike immediately. Indeed, Mr. Liu stepped down from the sedan with an air of composure. Chen Fang, smiling, inquired, "Is this truly necessary? I only took 1 vehicle, and you've summoned so many people?" Mr. Liu raised 3 fingers and declared, "I have never been slapped in the face by anyone throughout my life. You are the first, and you've done so thrice. Life is replete with firsts. One must learn to adapt," Chen Fang replied, still smiling. Mr. Liu let out a cold laugh, saying, "Then from today onward, You should also learn to adapt to a life with one arm and one leg. With that, he gestured to the multitude of henchmen behind him, commanding, spare his breath, but remove one of his arms and one of his legs. Chapter 43. A modest trial of skill in his inaugural confrontation with such a multitude of adversaries. Chen Fang could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. This experience was starkly different from the ease of mowing down foes in a game. Within the realm of Jianghu, he could unleash his full potential without a shred of psychological burden. However, reality dictated otherwise. Should he truly take the lives of dozens today, it was likely that by dawn, a battalion of armed police would have him at gunpoint. The art of inflicting injury without death, while also safeguarding oneself, is a profound discipline. In the blink of an eye, a group of fierce-looking men had approached. Fortunately, President Liu was astute enough to ensure they were unarmed, confronting Chen Fang with nothing but their bare hands. Faced with the intimidating crowd, Chen Fang calmly stepped back a pace and delivered a kick to the fastest among them. Concerned about potentially delivering a fatal blow, he tempered his strength to 80%. Nonetheless, the swiftness of the assailant propelled him back with equal speed, knocking over 2 or 3 others in his wake, resulting in a chaotic tumble. The unfortunate recipient of Chen Fang's kick lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen and groaning, momentarily incapacitated. Yet, the sheer number of opponents proved daunting. 2 men on either side simultaneously launched kicks towards Chen Fang's midsection. He did not flinch or evade, but retaliated with 2 rapid strikes of his own, targeting the nerve points on their legs, causing them to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground, clutching their knees in despair. This technique was one of his recent studies, stemming from his need to cultivate internal energy and familiarize himself with the meridians and acupoints, skills deemed fundamental. Failing to master these could lead to disastrous consequences should his internal power veer off course. Over the past while, he had amassed a collection of literature on traditional Chinese medicine and meridian theory. In this endeavor, he discovered that striking the nerve points could incapacitate an opponent temporarily, a significant achievement among his findings. Of course, the primary advantage lay in his unparalleled speed and strength, enhanced by his internal energy. After dispatching the 2, he did not linger in triumph, but swiftly retreated. As he fought and withdrew, he left behind a trail of individuals writhing in pain, clutching their limbs in agony. At that moment, President Liu was overwhelmed with regret. After enduring a few blows from Chen Fang, he had realized the latter's formidable prowess, but had never anticipated such extraordinary capabilities. This was utterly absurd. He watched in disbelief as Chen Fang navigated through the throng with effortless agility, showing no signs of breathlessness. However, the sheer volume of attackers made it impossible for him to evade every assault. Despite his enhanced physique, bolstered by the prenatal breathing technique, he could not escape unscathed, occasionally absorbing a few punches and kicks. Yet, this only served to deepen the despair of those around him. When he struck an adversary, it was as though they had been struck by a battering ram, sent flying several meters and left lying motionless on the ground. Conversely, when they struck him, it felt as if he had merely been nudged. "Brother, perhaps we should flee?" Xiao Sun suggested, eyeing the seemingly demonic Chen Fang with trepidation. President Liu, however, shook his head resolutely, declaring, "Today, let me impart another lesson to you." Turning to Lao Sun, he commanded, "Continue to gather people. I refuse to believe he is a deity. Today, I shall exhaust his strength, come what may." Upon receiving the order, Lao Sun promptly began making phone calls to rally more supporters. Xiao Sun, perplexed, listened as General Liu elucidated, "A conflict has arisen. It must culminate in a decisive outcome. Otherwise, entangling ourselves with such a person would bring considerable trouble. I understand, elder brother. Today, it is either his demise or ours." Xiao Sun seemed to grasp the essence of the situation, declaring with fervor, "Nonsense." Liu swiftly delivered a sharp slap to him, adding, "If such a master were to join our ranks, our clandestine operations would become significantly more convenient." General Liu's intent was clear, to recruit this formidable individual. After concluding his calls, Lao Sun offered a subtle reminder to his younger brother. Xiao Sun, suddenly enlightened, chuckled sheepishly. Elder brother, you truly possess foresight. He was instructed to address Lu as General Lu rather than continually referring to him as elder brother. Lu, unfazed, playfully smacked Xiao Sun on the head. Xiao Sun mumbled a few words. Realizing further arguments were futile, he understood this was simply an excuse for his superior to chastise him. It must be said, even the wisest may err, while even the most foolish can stumble upon insight, and Xiao Sun had indeed made a rare discovery. Amid their conversation, the skirmish in the distance was nearing its conclusion. Though there were but 30 to 40 adversaries, Chen Fang adeptly fought while retreating, never allowing the enemy to encircle him, always ensuring his back remained unguarded. While it may seem simple, the reality of maintaining vigilance in front, to the sides, and listening for threats from behind proved exceedingly challenging. The cinematic notion of being aware of all directions is a feat few can achieve. However, after hours of intense combat, transitioning from chaos to composure, even what began merely as a brawl had facilitated his considerable growth. At that moment, he felt confident that even if the number of foes doubled, he could handle them with ease. Having dispatched the last opponent to the ground, 5 vans suddenly appeared near where General Lu and the others stood. Chen Fang chuckled. It appears my wishes are manifesting, and strode purposefully towards the incoming group. As anticipated, dozens more emerged from the vans, a number far exceeding the previous contingent. Furthermore, those he had initially incapacitated were now nearly recovered, bringing the throng to nearly 100 individuals. 100 may seem a modest number, yet when faced with an advancing mass of 100 fierce, tattooed men, an imposing aura is undeniably palpable. For an ordinary person, the sight alone could instill paralyzing fear. Fortunately, Chen Fang was no ordinary individual. Having felled dozens prior had significantly bolstered his courage. "Kulme," he exclaimed, quickening his pace until he was running headlong towards the throng. Even General Lu, observing from the sidelines, could not help but marvel. What a true warrior. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been a valiant and pioneering general. Lu could not help but exclaim. Old Sun, standing nearby, casually remarked, "Then let us first congratulate Lu on acquiring such a fierce warrior." "Ha!" Suddenly recalling something amusing, Lu burst into laughter, prompting Chen Fang, who was still in the midst of his run, to turn his head in confusion, unable to fathom the reason behind Lu's silly grin. Boom! Moments later, Chen Fang plunged into the throng, disregarding the punches and kicks coming from all directions, solely focused on delivering his own strikes and kicks. Gradually, an inexplicable sensation began to flood his mind. A faceless stick figure abruptly materialized, commencing to throw punches from various angles. Jabs, hooks, uppercuts, and thrusts followed by kicks. Front kicks, side kicks, roundhouse kicks. The movements were not overly complex. They were all fundamental techniques, the kind even a child could practice alongside. Chen Fang's body instinctively mirrored the stick figure's motions. Chapter 44. The Deal. Fortunately, he was still conscious enough to moderate his strength. Nevertheless, despite being besieged by nearly 100 individuals, the situation appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. As Chen Fang began to drift into a trance, he seemed to transform into a different person. Previously, he had been ambushed from behind, but now it was as if he possessed a sixth sense. Moreover, he appeared to have boundless stamina from the onset of the conflict. He had not even broken a sweat. The assailants grew increasingly apprehensive, questioning whether they were truly facing a mere human. At that moment, 2 individuals stealthily crouched on the ground, waiting for the opportune moment to lunge at Chen Fang and seize his legs. Unbeknownst to them, as they closed in, he casually executed 2 backward kicks. Without any hindrance to his momentum, he repelled the 2 with a single strike from each fist and continued to stride forward. The atmosphere momentarily fell silent. The remaining few dozen hesitated, unwilling to advance further. With each step Chen Fang took, they retreated in tandem, leaving Lu and his companions in a state of astonishment. "Mr. Lu, perhaps we should send someone to Old Sun," began, but Lu interrupted with a wave of his hand. "No, we shall approach him to offer our apologies," he declared, his gaze profound and inscrutable. The others were thoroughly perplexed. However, given his insistence, they dared not refuse and followed him toward Chen Fang. Observing from a distance had been shocking enough. But as they drew closer and heard the agonized wails of their fallen comrades, Lu could not suppress his inner exclamation. Was this truly a human being? As everyone retreated, Chen Fang did not pursue them, but remained calmly in place, eventually closing his eyes. The faceless figures in his mind began to dissolve, scattering into a myriad of twinkling stars. Upon closer inspection, each star represented a stick figure performing various actions. The stars dispersed within his consciousness, flooding him with an overwhelming array of movements. For a moment, Chen Fang felt a slight pressure in his head, yet it was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of relief. Time passed, and eventually, all the stars were absorbed. Upon reopening his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashed within them, his dark pupils seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment. The individuals standing a short distance away, including Lu, were inadvertently intimidated by Chen Fang's gaze, instinctively retreating several steps. Those further away remained entirely unaffected. Feeling a twinge of unease, Lu summoned his courage and approached Chen Fang. "Young man, we concede today. Please, let us know your terms." "Terms?" Chen Fang, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What terms?" With a wry smile, Lu replied, "We acknowledge our defeat. Despite summoning so many, we were unable to overcome you. We accept our loss. So tell us what you desire. Money, property, a vehicle. Name your price, and as long as you spare us in the future, we shall comply." Chen Fang expressed that it was not his intention to seek them out. Rather, it was their relentless pursuit that compelled him to take action. Just as he was about to wave them off, Mr. Lu's mention of 1,000,000 caused him to swallow his words. "Is 1,000,000 sufficient?" Mr. Lu raised a finger. Observing Chen Fang's impassive demeanor and silence, he gritted his teeth and added, 2,000,000. After a brief pause, Chen Fang maintained his stoic expression. "A firm offer, 5,000,000. Mr. Lu exclaimed, suppressing his bleeding heart. "I have no more cash than that. Young man, do not be overly greedy." In truth, Chen Fang was not driven by greed. He was simply astonished by the sheer magnitude of the offer. Little did they know, coming from an ordinary working-class background, he had never even laid eyes on 100,000, let alone 1,000,000. All you need to do is nod and reveal who sent you, and the funds will be transferred immediately, Mr. Lu stated, nodding to Lao Sun beside him. Lao Sun promptly retrieved his phone. "Bring 5,000,000 in cash to this location. I'll send you the coordinates shortly. What do you say? Just one word from you, and the cash will be on its way." "Mr." Lu fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Fang, mistakenly believing him to be an adversary sent to confront him. Little did he realize that Chen Fang's mind was preoccupied with the thought, 1,000,000 in cash weighs 11. 5 kilograms, so 5,000,000 would weigh 57. 5 kilograms, over 100 pounds, which he could easily manage with his current strength. "Brother?" Noticing Chen Fang's prolonged silence, Mr. Lu inquired again. "Oh, my apologies. I was lost in thought." Chen Fang snapped back to reality and decided to speak frankly. He added with a hint of bravado, "Believe it or not, I have no one instructing me. Besides, do you think someone could truly manipulate me with my skills?" It was evident that these individuals were far from reputable, and Chen Fang preferred not to entangle himself with them. Now, it was Mr. Lu and his associates who appeared dumbfounded. Initially, they had assumed it was mere coincidence, but upon reflection, the odds seemed implausible. A few core members of their company coincidentally disguised themselves and encountered an irritable university student, who just so happened to have a formidable friend. Furthermore, this friend was not just formidable, he was almost superhuman in his capabilities. Faced with Mr. Lu's skeptical gaze, Chen Fang shrugged, indifferent to their beliefs. "So, will we continue this confrontation, or will you step aside?" Chen Fang queried. "After much contemplation, Mr. Lu seemed to arrive at a decision. I believe you, but I would like to propose a business arrangement with you. What do you think?" Chen Fang was well aware that the other party was not convinced. "Go on," he prompted. "Become my bodyguard and ensure my safety." Before Mr. Lu could finish, Chen Fang outright rejected the idea. "Impossible. I do not have the time to shadow you. Aren't you interested in hearing my offer? All right, what do you propose? What is my worth?" Mr. Lu replied with a confident smile, "Still 5,000,000. What do you say? What does it matter how capable one is, after all? They're merely a student. Even if one throws money around, It can merely leave another disoriented. Indeed, Chen Fang nodded with satisfaction. It appears I hold considerable value. Alas, I desire the money, yet I am unwilling to work for you. What should I do? You are merely daydreaming. With so many of us here. Before a subordinate could finish a sentence, he was sent flying backward at an astonishing speed. Chen Fang patted his thigh. It seems your leadership is not as impressive as one might think. President Lu's face shifted from pale to flushed, and after a brief pause, he inquired, "Are you planning to pull off a heist without any risk?" Chen Fang shook his head. "I am but a university student. How could I engage in such activities? While business dealings are out of the question, I can choose to let you off this time." "Does that mean you'll keep your word?" President Lu felt uncertain. Yet given that this was a crucial period for the company's transformation, he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Chapter 45. Oblivion. The essence of nature is arithmetic. Chen Fang's expression was profound. Lu, the boss. Observe him for a moment before finally speaking. "All right, provide me with the car number, and the funds will be transferred in 3 days." Chen Fang interrupted directly. "I want to see the money in this account by tomorrow." The atmosphere froze for less than 2 seconds before Lu chuckled. "Tomorrow? It will arrive immediately. Lao-sun, initiate the transfer." His words were brimming with bravado. Chen Fang clasped his fist. Feeling no remorse for taking money from those in the underworld who were transitioning from darkness to light, yet still clung to their old ways. "I am Lu Bo. If Brother Chen does not mind, you may call me Lu Gu or Old Lu." Following this, Chen Fang and Lao-sun exchanged contact information and bid farewell. "I suppose we have become acquainted through this encounter." Lu Bo appeared to be in good spirits despite Chen Fang having incapacitated so many of his subordinates. By this time, it was already midnight. After a tumultuous evening, Chen Fang felt a pang of hunger. Fortunately, he had hitched a ride with Lu Bo and was able to enjoy a meal as well. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Fang took out his phone. Filled with emotions, he was astonished that his strength had reached such heights without him even realizing it. 100-man slaughter. This was still due to him holding back. If he unleashed his full potential, he could hardly fathom how many opponents he could truly overcome. His heart raced with exhilaration, yet he was also gripped by a sense of anxiety and dread. He was thrilled to be on the path to the extraordinary, but fearful of the price he might have to pay for such power. One step at a time, he sighed, and then he opened his contacts to block Lao Sunday. He had no desire to entangle himself with these individuals from the underworld, whether they were shifting from darkness to light or vice versa. Setting his phone beside the bed, Chen Fang stood up, closed his eyes, and began pacing the dormitory, occasionally executing kicks and movements. To the untrained eye, it may have appeared as mere spectacle, but to a connoisseur, the subtleties were profound. If a martial artist had been present, they would have been astounded, for each of Chen Fang's seemingly soft and feeble moves concealed intricate techniques and a mastery of power. It was only today that Chen Fang truly comprehended the fundamentals of the martial arts he had absorbed from the characters within the game. Unlike internal power, which directly infuses one's being and expands their meridians, the martial arts and lightness skills require the player to painstakingly unearth their potential. Whether through extreme sports or combat, one can convert latent potential into tangible strength to a certain extent. After this remarkable encounter of facing 100 adversaries, he had nearly exhausted the potential feedback that had been bestowed upon his body. It remained uncertain how many players had discovered this feedback mechanism within the game. Although it seemed he was merely practicing within the confines of his dormitory, after several minutes, Chen Fang halted, panting and deep in thought. It was predictable that the knowledge of the game's feedback system would soon become common understanding among all players, and that time would not be prolonged. Fortunately, the current number of individuals entering the game as players is still relatively modest. Even if everyone were to become a half-superhuman, it would not pose a significant threat to the order of the real world. Moreover, from the statistics provided by Zhang Quanin and the leaderboards within the game, it is apparent that the mortality rate is likely quite high. Therefore, no major issues should arise in the short term, unless new complications emerge within the game. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Fang logged into the game, completed a few daily tasks, and went to bed early. The following morning, he, as per his routine, carried a book while munching on a steaming bun purchased from the cafeteria on his way to class. Along the way, he coincidentally encountered a fellow student heading to the same destination, his former roommate. "Hey, what a coincidence, Lao Chun. Are you off to class too?" A tall, lanky student playfully greeted him. Chen Fang smiled and nodded, joining the group. Upon entering the classroom, they habitually occupied the last row. This scene reminded Chen Fang of earlier times. Zhang Quanin was not entirely absent from classes, whether for a change of pace or some other reason. He would occasionally attend classes with Chen Fang and the others. The last row of the classroom had essentially become the exclusive domain of their dormitory's members, with Zhang Quanin favoring the window seat. Gazing vacantly out the window, Chen Fang was suddenly snapped back to reality by the sound of fingers snap. "What are you daydreaming about?" "I asked you a question," the lanky student inquired again. "Oh, what? Could you repeat that?" "I didn't catch it," Chen Fang replied, regaining his focus. "I was asking what has been going on with you lately. Why have you moved out? Come on, spill the beans. Are there people at school involved?" Chen Fang felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't the reason for his move something they all understood? "Well, our dorm was already short one person, and now you've chosen to move out. We're already missing one for card games," muttered the chubby student sitting on the other side. This remark struck Chen Fang like a bolt from the blue. He fixed his gaze on the chubby student, suppressing the tremor within him as he asked, "How many of us are there in the dorm?" The chubby student looked at Chen Fang with confusion. "There are 4 of us, including you." "Now there are 3. Why?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Fang tried to maintain a calm demeanor. "Do you know someone named Zhang Quanin?" "Zhang Quanin? Who's that?" The chubby student turned to the lanky one. "Do you know him?" The lanky student shook his head, displaying disinterest. "Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Sounds like a man's name." Suddenly, Chen Fang stood up. He had thought he possessed a certain level of understanding regarding this game. Yet whenever he felt sufficiently informed, the world of Jianghu would deliver a resounding slap to his face. "Lao Chen, what's wrong?" the chubby student asked, puzzled. "Nothing. Just help me mark attendance. I suddenly have a stomach ache." Chen Fang clutched his abdomen and rushed out of the classroom. Once outside the teaching building, he immediately retrieved his phone and dialed a university official he had been in contact with recently. "Hello, do you know a student named Zhang Quanin?" "Zhang Quanin? I don't recall. Is he a student at our school?" The response from the other end of the line plunged Chen Fang into a chilling abyss, his vision momentarily darkening, nearly causing him to lose his footing. He dialed several more numbers in rapid succession. Teachers, classmates, including Officer Ma, whom he had encountered on previous occasions. However, as anticipated, none had ever heard of Zhang Quanin. It was as if Zhang Quanin had never existed in this world at all. He felt as though Zhang Quanin had been erased, like a corrupted line of code. Was it the world that was amiss? Or was it his own memory that had faltered? Chen Fang summoned the game icon on his phone, fixating on it intensely. "What manner of existence are you?" Chapter 46. The Zombie Suddenly. Chen Fang seemed to recall something and promptly restored his phone to normal functionality. He opened the browser and searched for news regarding the homicide case in Qingshan Township. Indeed, there was not a single trace of the notorious case that had once stirred a considerable uproar online. It was as though such an incident had never transpired in Qingshan Township at all. At this moment, Chen Fang felt an unwavering conviction within him. Firstly, the individual from Qingshan Township must undoubtedly be a player of the game Jianghu. Secondly, once a Jianghu player meets their demise, they will gradually be forgotten by the people in reality. Family, friends, colleagues, and even enemies will completely erase them from memory, as if that person had never existed in this world. A chill ran down Chen Fang's spine, yet he abruptly regained his composure. What significance did it hold whether someone remembered him after death? When one dies, they ascend to the heavens, and if they do not perish, they endure for eternity. There was no point in attending class, so he decided to take several packed meals from the cafeteria back to his dormitory. Since his internal power had seen some improvement, Chen Fang's appetite had also been increasing day by day, although he still had a considerable gap compared to the legendary 5 oxen a day. If he survived in the game, as his internal power continued to grow, his consumption would reach an alarming level. However, that was a matter for the future, not something Chen Fang needed to ponder at the present moment. What he needed to contemplate now was how to survive and grow stronger. Upon logging into the game, Chen Fang directed his character straight to the blacksmith shop, where he repaired his saber and leather armor. After spending a significant amount of silver, both pieces of equipment were restored to their former glory. Captain's saber, hardness, 10, toughness, 10, sharpness, 15, weight, 6, special effect, sharpness 2, durability, 24. The blade measures 3 feet and 5 inches, forged from cold iron. A saber once wielded by a soldier from a bygone dynasty, enduring for 120 years without damage, its cold gleam still intact. Brand new leather armor, protection, 5, durability, 50/50, standard equipment from a certain troop of the previous dynasty, restored by the blacksmith. After the repairs, the attributes of the saber and the protective qualities of the leather armor saw a notable enhancement. Without further ado, he donned the leather armor, which instantly adorned his character with a dark, sleek layer of protection. Although it appeared somewhat incongruous, the 5 defense provided him with a semblance of security. As for the saber, he placed it in his backpack, ready to be drawn whenever needed. Following several days of exploration in the wilderness, or perhaps it was merely the previous day's bountiful encounter with the captain, Chen Fang resolved to remain in Ping'an Town for a while longer. Firstly, he was uncertain whether he would encounter equally effortless daily tasks upon leaving. Secondly, he had discovered that there were indeed valuable items to be found in the wilderness, which he had previously overlooked. Lastly, and most crucially, his ranking was comfortably secure in first place, alleviating some of the urgency he felt. In this game, a steady and methodical approach was undoubtedly the most prudent strategy. After replenishing his health with a few blood-replenishing pills, Chen Fang once again ventured into the wilderness, guiding his character onward. System notification. You have exited the safety of Ping'an Town and entered the wilderness zone. Please exercise caution. Before me lay the same desolate scene. The expanse of sky and earth shrouded in a bleakness that seemed to suggest a long-lost vitality. The only sounds accompanying the howling wind were the faint crunch of dried twigs and leaves beneath my character's hurried steps. The figure raced onward with fervor. Chen Fang had finally discerned a significant advantage of the fetal breathing technique. Although the game did not explicitly indicate the existence of a stamina bar, since he had begun practicing this technique, his character's running endurance had markedly increased. Previously, after just half an hour of full speed running, he would be gasping for breath. Now, he could sprint for over an hour before feeling slightly fatigued. Of course, this was all in game time, judging solely by the duration of his running. It was evident that his character's stamina had significantly improved. However, this enhancement was not without a cost. The rapid depletion of inner strength was the price for his accelerated pace. Fortunately, his reservoir of inner strength was ample, sufficient to sustain the toll of prolonged running. Soon, he arrived near the cave of the 10-man leader. Without pausing, he dashed past the cave and continued forward until he could no longer suppress his heavy breathing. He settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his inner strength, and his panting swiftly diminished and eventually ceased. This meditative practice not only replenished his inner strength, but also restored his stamina quickly, a rule he had recently discovered within the game. Before long, his character rose with renewed vigor. Yet, Chen Fang refrained from urging his character to run further. Beyond the cave of the 10-man leader lay unexplored territory, which warranted caution. He pondered the possibility of encountering new monsters as he guided his character onward. Step by step, he advanced when suddenly, he spotted a silhouette at the edge of the desolate forest. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Fang. Was it a player? An NPC? A new humanoid monster? A flurry of speculations flooded his mind. However, after observing the figure for a while, he dismissed the notion that it was a player or NPC. The entity stood unsteadily at the forest's edge, shrouded in a mist that obscured clarity. From its posture, it was highly probable that this was some new form of humanoid monster. Chen Fang urged his character to take a few more steps forward when a system notification appeared. System notification. You have entered the nameless ancient battlefield. Please exercise caution. An ancient battlefield? The fleeting intrigue in his mind was quickly set aside as his character pressed on. As he approached, the thin mist no longer hindered his vision, and he finally discerned the wandering figure. Its clothing appeared almost completely decayed, yet the skin beneath showed no signs of rot. Instead, it bore a ghastly iron-gray hue, distinctly unlike human flesh. The figure stood rigidly, swaying with the gentle breeze that passed through, even as his character stood less than 10 meters away. It seemed oblivious to his presence. Chen Fang commanded his character to draw the 10-man leader's dagger, taking aim at the creature's neck before delivering a heavy strike. System prompt. Conditions met. You have entered battle mode. The scene shifted, and the familiar battleground materialized on the screen, facing the androgynous, pallid figure from moments before. Battle prompt. You wield the Commander S blade and strike at the zombie S neck, inflicting 56 points of damage. The opponent's movements become somewhat sluggish, yet they remain composed. It turned out to be a zombie. Observing the damage inflicted, Chen felt a slight easing of tension as he engaged in combat. Battle prompt. The zombie lunges at your chest, but its grasp is thwarted by your leather armor. Seizing the opportunity, you counterattack, dealing 26 points of damage. The opponent's movements grow increasingly unsteady, yet they persist. The protective 5 leather armor finally showcased its efficacy, successfully deflecting the zombie's assault. After several rounds, the zombie succumbed to your blade. This creature, though initially intimidating in appearance, possessed combat prowess inferior to that of a mere skeleton. Nevertheless, it represented a new type of foe, leading Chen to speculate that there might be a corpse king lurking within the forest. Chapter 47. The Zombie Forest. Upon perusing the map, Chen Fang discovered that the nameless ancient battleground spanned an extensive area. The Zombie Forest, where he currently found himself, comprised less than 1/10 of that vast expanse. Having resolved not to depart from Ping'an Town in the near future, he felt no urgency to explore the nameless battleground, instead guiding his character deeper into the zombie forest. As he stepped into the forest, the screen's brightness dimmed significantly. Despite the barren trees lacking even a single leaf, the wind within the forest seemed to stir unseen entities. Chen Fang, possessing both skill and courage, ventured further into the woods. Yet, he remained vigilant, aware that even though he had just dispatched a zombie of the easily defeated tier, he could not afford to let his guard down. With heightened awareness, he scanned his surroundings. After traversing a mere dozen steps, he encountered a second wandering zombie. Rather than initiating combat immediately, he maneuvered his character to assess the environment. Once he confirmed the absence of additional zombies or other creatures, he raised his weapon and struck. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat mode. The battle unfolded just as effortlessly as before. Regrettably, the creature yielded no spoils, proving as miserly as the last. Nonetheless, Chen Fang's spirits remained unflagging. The zombies granted him 800 experience points and potential, more than double what the skeletal fiends had provided. After stepping over the slowly dissipating corpse, he ensured his direction was correct and continued onward. Shortly thereafter, another zombie appeared in the distance. After engaging in combat within the zombie forest for over 6 hours, Chen Fang finally guided his character to a safe corner and stretched his shoulders. During this time, he had successfully eliminated more than 40 zombies, all of whom were undeniably of the easily defeated caliber. While the encounters had been effortless, they had also grown rather monotonous, as the zombies were indeed quite stingy with their drops. Under Chen Fang's deliberate control, his character had consistently navigated the periphery of the forest, where the presence of easily defeated zombies was to be expected. Glancing at the sky, he prepared to delve deeper before returning to town. As he ventured further in, the screen darkened progressively. He pondered whether the heart of the forest would render everything pitch black and entirely obscured. After walking for a while, he noticed a stark difference. No shadows of zombies were in sight. Chen Fang pressed on for several more steps, the darkness enveloping him, making it difficult to discern whether the dimming was due to the encroaching night or the forest itself. Just as he contemplated abandoning his exploration until the following morning, a familiar figure emerged in the distance. As he approached within 10 paces to observe the figure, it suddenly lunged towards him with a guttural roar. Rather than fear, Chen Fang felt a surge of excitement. This entity was evidently unlike the previous dazed zombies he had encountered. It was only when he drew closer, within 3 or 4 steps, that he discerned the true nature of the figure before him. It bore no clothing, replaced instead by long, flowing strands of black hair. Aside from its head, 2 hands, and 2 legs, the face of the creature was utterly unrecognizable as human. Upon approaching, Chen Fang could even perceive wisps of indistinct black mist emanating from the creature's gaping maw. Its rank was equal to his own, a formidable opponent. Mao Jiang. Equal standing. System notification. You have been infected by zombie poison, entering a poisoned state, losing 2 health points per second for 15 seconds. Chen Fang was momentarily taken aback, yet remained composed. Ever since he had elevated his fundamental internal skills, enhancing his character's bone structure to over 30 points, he had not succumbed to poison. He surmised that with sufficiently high bone structure, one could become immune to most toxins. The instant the poisoning notification appeared, the creature known as Mao Jiang was still 2 steps away. Drawing his blade, Chen Fang had no time to adjust its angle and struck directly at the creature's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated from his phone, and Chen Fang could not help but exclaim at the iron-headed creature's resilience. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat mode. Combat notification. The zombie clawed at your chest, but you deftly evaded it, counterattacking and inflicting 12 points of damage. The creature's movements seem somewhat sluggish, yet remains vibrant. Combat notification. You raised the sergeant's saber and struck at the zombie's neck, inflicting 34 points of damage. The creature's movements seem somewhat sluggish, yet remains vibrant. Combat notification. Mao Jiang clawed at your left arm, inflicting 15 points of damage. Your movements seem somewhat sluggish, yet you remain vibrant. Combat notification. You raised the sergeant's saber and struck at Mao Jiang's chest, inflicting 32 points of damage. The creature's movements seem somewhat sluggish, yet it remains vibrant. After several rounds, Chen Fang was pleasantly surprised to discover that despite its fearsome appearance, Mao Jiang was, in fact, a mere fade. Most of its attacks were easily dodged, allowing him to retaliate effectively. Even when he occasionally failed to evade, the damage inflicted was minimal, rendering him indifferent to the need for healing potions. It was evident that Mao Jiang was a creature of high defense and low attack. Aside from a slight toll on his equipment, it possessed few drawbacks, though it remained uncertain whether it would exhibit the typical stinginess of ordinary zombies. During a brief intermission in the battle, Chen Fang reluctantly inspected the durability of his leather armor and saber, noting a decline of nearly 1/3. Patiently, he whittled down Mao Jiang's health while also calculating the passage of time. Finally, after nearly half an hour of combat, Mao Jiang let out a mournful wail and collapsed to the ground. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 1,500 experience points, 1,500 potential points, a vial of zombie poison, and 1 point of martial arts experience. Compared to ordinary zombies, Mao Jiang was quite generous, bestowing a substantial 1,500 points of experience and potential. Additionally, it yielded a vial of zombie poison. Without haste to examine the specifics of the poison's effects, Chen Fang guided his character to mark a withered tree before departing the zombie forest and heading toward Peacetown. Moments later, Chen Fang emerged from the zombie forest and glanced at the sky outside. Though it had begun to dim slightly, it was evidently far from twilight. The forest environment had led him to misjudge the passage of time within the game. This miscalculation was partly due to his lack of attention to the real-world time upon entering the woods. He reminded himself to remain vigilant about the time discrepancy in the future, to avoid peril stemming from minute details. However, now that he had exited, he had no intention of returning. Consequently, he opted not to utilize a way station and chose to walk back on foot. Upon returning to Peacetown, he visited the blacksmith's shop to repair his equipment and took the opportunity to examine the effects of the poison he had encountered. Name: Corpse Poison. Effect: a toxic substance used for crafting, applied to weapons. It lethally obstructs the throat upon contact with blood. Chapter 48. The Corpse Slayer. The following day, upon returning to his dormitory after class, Chen Fang immediately logged into the game, making his way to the zombie forest. As he treaded through the morning mist, The only sounds accompanying him were the gentle whispers of the wind and the rhythmic echo of his footsteps across the desolate wilderness. A profound sense of solitude washed over him. Yet as he ventured deeper into the zombie forest and encountered the wandering, stiff figures, that feeling was swiftly dispelled. This time, Chen Fang came prepared, having purchased a significant number of detoxification pills from the apothecary. Name: detoxification pill. Effect: can neutralize a portion of toxins. Uncertain whether the corpse poison was included, he opted to buy only 10. Compared to the exorbitant prices of vitality elixirs, the cost of detoxification pills was quite reasonable, at merely 5 taels of silver each. Should they prove effective against the corpse poison, he would save a considerable sum on vitality elixirs. Spotting a hairy corpse, he refrained from rushing into battle. Instead, he opened his backpack and consumed 1 detoxification pill. System prompt: you have consumed a detoxification pill. For the duration of 1 incense stick, you are immune to a certain degree of toxins. Observing the appearance of the detoxification buff in his character status bar, he raised his saber and struck at the hairy corpse, which immediately retaliated with a fierce roar. System prompt: conditions met. You have entered combat mode. After a brief wait, and noticing no sign of toxin infection, Chen Fang felt a surge of confidence. Combat prompt: you raised the commander's saber and struck at the neck of the hairy corpse, dealing 45 points of damage. The opponent seems somewhat sluggish, yet still possesses considerable vitality. Combat prompt: the hairy corpse clawed at your face. You deftly turned away and counterattacked, inflicting 18 points of damage. The opponent appears somewhat sluggish, yet still possesses considerable vitality. System prompt: you have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have earned 1 600 experience points, 1 600 potential points, 1 dose of corpse poison, and 1 point of martial experience. After several dozen rounds, Chen Fang dispatched the hairy corpse before him, yet his expression was far from joyful. Checking the condition of his saber, he noted its durability had plummeted to 19 points. At this rate, he could only defeat at most 3 more hairy corpses before the saber would be rendered ineffective. Furthermore, as its durability diminished, the rate of decline would accelerate, and it might not even last through the 4th hairy corpse. Fortunately, within his backpack lay a sturdier weapon, the soul-severing blade. Whether it was merely an illusion, Chen Fang felt that the commander's saber was losing durability at an alarming rate. To confirm his suspicion, he switched weapons, equipping the soul-severing blade, and then sought out another hairy corpse to engage in battle. After several dozen rounds, noticing that the durability of the soul-severing blade had only decreased by 2 points, he silently acknowledged the truth of his initial impression. It was not an illusion, indeed. The commander's saber did deteriorate at a faster rate. Additionally, Chen Fang realized that his understanding had been somewhat flawed. Initially, he believed that a weapon's sharpness was paramount, but now he discerned that this was not necessarily the case. Ordinary monsters are manageable, easily dispatched within a few rounds without significantly depleting one's endurance. However, the formidable Maojiang, with its remarkably tough exterior, resembles heavy armor for reasons unknown. The sharp blade of a dagger proves to be ineffective against the defenses of the Maojiang. In comparison to the elongated sword of the centurion, the Dawando is far heftier, their weights not even in the same league. Chen Fang took out another mobile device to search online. In the realm of melee weaponry, the most effective armor-piercing instruments are predominantly blunt weapons, such as hammers, whips, flails, spike clubs, and bludgeons. It is worth noting that the whip referenced here is not a flexible one, but rather a steel whip reminiscent of a flail. Although the Dawando is categorized as a sword, its sharpness attribute is relatively low. Conversely, its weight is the highest among its 4 attributes, akin to the heavy sword wielded by Yanghua in the Return of the Condor Heroes. It is more appropriate to describe it as a weapon for smashing rather than slashing. Combat alert. You swing the centurion's sword towards the Maojiang's chest, inflicting 58 points of damage. The opponent appears somewhat sluggish, but remains remarkably vigorous. Combat alert. You strike the Maojiang's neck with the centurion's sword, dealing 61 points of damage. The opponent's movements become less agile, yet retains a certain level of composure. Upon equipping the Dawando, Chen Fang's efficiency in slaying monsters noticeably improved, crucially allowing him to avoid returning to town for equipment repairs before nightfall. As he ventured deeper into the zombie forest, the ambient light gradually diminished. However, he had calibrated the game time with reality and was acutely aware that dusk was still distant. Therefore, he continued to advance at a deliberate pace. After more than 2 hours in reality, the game time had progressed to around 1 p.m., having successfully vanquished another Maojiang. Chen Fang surveyed his surroundings. Visibility had diminished significantly. Nearly everything was obscured beyond 10 paces. He cautiously slowed his character's pace, advancing step by step. After several minutes without encountering a single Maojiang, he understood that the third type of monster was imminent. Indeed, after a few more minutes, a hazy, massive figure loomed in the distance. Before he could analyze it, the enormous silhouette charged toward him with alarming speed. Chen Fang barely had time to open his backpack to consume an antidote, only managing a fleeting glance at the creature's head. Death corpse, slightly superior, fortunately. The newly emerged monster bore no toxins, although its attack power was startling. System alert. You have been attacked by the death corpse, health minus 31. Moreover, this new adversary not only exhibited tremendous strength, but also possessed the quickest attack speed he had ever encountered. The death corpse's fist struck Chen Fang's character in the chest, with hardly any delay before the second blow followed. Chen Fang hastily maneuvered his character to swing the sword, but it was evidently too late. System alert. You have been attacked by the death corpse, health minus 28. The health bar above his character's head visibly diminished. Thankfully, his sword managed to land on the torso of the death corpse, albeit in the chaos. He had no time to aim properly. System prompt. Conditions met. You have entered combat mode. The character, now in combat mode, barely has time to consume potions before the relentless assault of the undead creature resumes. Although the exact resilience of the undead remains uncertain, it is evident that the adversary's strength and speed are astonishingly exaggerated. Combat alert. The undead strikes a powerful blow to your chest, inflicting 34 points of damage. Your movements become somewhat sluggish, yet you maintain your composure. After the attack concludes, it is finally Chen Fang's turn. He hastily begins to consume potions, disregarding any waste, and swiftly ingests 3 blood recovery pills in one go. Thus commences a grueling battle. Combat alert. The undead delivers another forceful strike to your chest, inflicting 34 points of damage. Your movements become somewhat sluggish, yet you maintain your composure. Combat alert. You raise the soul-severing blade and strike the undead's chest, dealing 59 points of damage. The foe's movements appear somewhat delayed, yet remains remarkably vigorous. Combat alert. The undead strikes your right arm with a powerful blow, inflicting 34 points of damage. Your movements become somewhat sluggish, yet you maintain your composure. Combat alert. You choose to consume a blood recovery pill. Your health is gradually restoring. Chapter 49. Numerous malevolent corpses, after expending considerable effort, with his vitality teetering on the brink of his predetermined threshold, he finally managed to vanquish the zombie before him. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 3,000 experience points, 3,000 potential points, a fragment of malevolent energy, and 1 point of martial experience. Chen Fang shook his fingers, which had grown somewhat numb from the tension of overexertion. This battle had proven to be the most perilous he had encountered since entering the game, far more dangerous than his initial encounter with the skeletal demon, which had been more awe-inspiring than threatening. In terms of time, slaying the malevolent corpse did not take significantly longer than dispatching a hairy zombie. However, the hairy zombie, with its low attack and high defense, posed little threat to his character's life. It merely consumed time. The malevolent corpse, on the other hand, made his health bar oscillate like a trampoline during combat. Had he not preemptively stocked up on a substantial quantity of vitality elixirs, he could have met his demise countless times over. Although the experience and potential gain from defeating the malevolent corpse were considerable, the toll taken by the vitality elixirs left Chen Fang feeling significantly disadvantaged. Glancing at the map, he noted that he was now quite close to the center of the forest. As the saying goes, one who travels 100 miles is halfway there. Retreating from the zombie forest at this juncture would indeed mean incurring a significant loss. Thus, Chen Fang steeled himself and pressed onward. Before long, he encountered another malevolent corpse. This one, however, was distinctly different from the previous one. The earlier malevolent corpse had been large and imposing, each punch delivering a formidable sense of pressure to Chen Fang, who felt that in reality, he might not possess the courage to confront such a colossal foe. On the battlefield, that malevolent corpse would undoubtedly have been an unparalleled warrior, yet it lacked any toxic attributes. The malevolent corpse before him was a different matter entirely. Standing less than a meter tall, its slender form resembled that of a monkey, surrounded by a faint green mist that exuded an air of danger. Were it not for the information hovering above its head, he would hardly have recognized it as a malevolent corpse. Malevolent corpse, slightly superior. As Chen Fang beheld the creature, it likewise took notice of him. Unlike the massive malevolent corpse, this smaller variant approached him leisurely. With its movement, the pale green mist began to drift closer. Chen Fang quickly maneuvered his character backward while retrieving an antidote from his backpack and consuming it. As the buff from the antidote activated, he felt a slight sense of relief, yet he remained vigilant. He switched to the sentry's dagger and charged at the diminutive malevolent corpse. Through several rounds of combat, he had gained a fair understanding of which weapons to employ against various types of monsters. This particular small malevolent corpse appeared to be agile, quick, and capable of using toxins, suggesting its defenses were likely not very high. Thus, wielding the sentry's dagger was indeed appropriate. In contrast, the Soulbreaker blade was best utilized against creatures with high defenses and substantial health, serving as an effective means of armor penetration. As the character approached the sinister corpse, a prompt appeared. System alert. You have been infected with corpse poison, entering a poisoned state, losing 3 health points per second for 30 seconds. Chen Fang was startled. He retreated as swiftly as he had advanced, distancing himself by several meters. Quickly rummaging through his backpack, he retrieved 2 health pills, swallowed them, and charged forward once more. With a sharp thrust, the blade pierced the flesh, releasing a stream of dark, mysterious liquid from the wound of the sinister corpse. The creature let out a shriek and attempted to flee, darting several meters away in the blink of an eye. However, it was evidently too late. A flash of light signaled a shift in the interface, and both man and corpse were drawn into the battle space. System alert. Conditions met. You have entered combat status. At this moment, Chen Fang suddenly recognized a minor flaw within the Jianghu game mechanics. It appeared that the turn-based combat space was not particularly accommodating to ranged, high-agility combat styles typical of assassin-type players. As long as both parties engaged, they would be deemed to have entered combat status. Once within this space, tactics such as kite fighting or luring monsters would become utterly futile. Here, everything hinged upon the raw strength of attack, health levels, and agility. In light of such game rules, only one strategy remained viable: to maintain a distance of at least 800 meters, launching hidden weapons without ever making contact with the enemy. As long as the enemy did not retaliate, the game system would not classify the two as engaged in combat, thereby preventing entry into the battle space. Conversely, any opponent attempting to kite would find themselves immediately drawn into close-quarters combat upon being struck. Unsurprisingly, the sinister corpse before him displayed remarkable speed, yet its health was undeniably fragile. Within merely 3 turns, Chen Fang dispatched it, converting the foe into experience and potential. System alert. You have completed a battle, earning 800 experience points, 800 potential points, a 20-year-old poison pill, and 1 point of Jianghu experience. However, Chen Fang sensed that the opponent was constrained by the battle space. Otherwise, had it been allowed to kite, given its terrifying toxicity and the speed it had previously demonstrated, he would surely have been at risk. Collecting his spoils, Chen Fang eagerly continued deeper into the forest. At this point, he was not far from the heart of the zombie grove. A day swiftly passed. Chen Fang had underestimated the vastness of the zombie grove while overestimating his own efficiency in dealing with the sinister corpses. After vanquishing both the formidable, high attack and high defense sinister corpses, he encountered 3 additional varieties. These included a strong attack sinister corpse wielding dual blades with astonishing power, and a robustly defensive sinister corpse characterized by its round shape and outrageous resilience. The offensive capabilities of the former and the defensive prowess of the latter surpassed even those of the previous high-attack, high-defense foes. The latter was manageable, although the soul-cutting blade could not penetrate armor effectively. With patience and time, it ultimately succumbed. The former, however, made Chen Fang feel as though he were dancing on the edge of a knife, his vitality plummeting dramatically, only to gradually recover under the influence of his remaining strength, before plummeting once more. On several occasions, he believed he would meet his demise there. Fortunately, he consumed vitality pills without hesitation, managing at last to stabilize his health. The last type of undead, however, appeared much like an ordinary person. Its attributes were more balanced, neither particularly weak nor excessively strong, making it relatively easier to deal with. In total, there were 6 types of undead: high attack, strong attack, balanced, high defense, strong defense, and fragile poison corpses. In comparison, Chen Fang preferred the balanced type, as it posed little danger and did not require an excessive amount of time to conquer. Having arrived at this point, he finally reached the deepest part of the zombie forest. Regrettably, too much time had been consumed along the way, and darkness had fallen. Chen Fang had no choice but to retreat, planning to return for battle on the morrow. Chapter 50. Where's my boss? The following morning, after finishing his class, Chen Fang returned to his dormitory. He promptly took out his phone to log into the game, finding his character in a room within an inn. He first visited the apothecary to replenish his health and detoxification potions, then headed to the blacksmith to repair his equipment before making his way directly to the zombie forest. Navigating the familiar terrain, Chen Fang ventured deeper into the forest, his heart racing with excitement. After days of arduous effort, he was finally on the brink of encountering the boss. Arriving at the spot where he had defeated the last of the malevolent corpses the previous day, Chen Fang cautiously maneuvered his character forward. At this juncture, visibility was exceedingly poor. He had been ambushed several times by the malevolent corpses before he even noticed them, responding only when they collided with him. It would not be an exaggeration to say he could not see his own hand in front of his face. Thus, he had to rely solely on the map to guide his character through the darkness. Suddenly, it felt as if his character had crossed an invisible barrier. The darkness dissipated, and the screen was bathed in light once more. Chen Fang rotated the view, astonished by the lush, towering trees surrounding him. At the center of the zombie forest lay a clearing approximately the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, this area was brimming with vitality. However, this vitality appeared somewhat uncanny. The periphery of the clearing was lined with an array of unknown tree species. Apart from these trees, not a single blade of grass could be seen. The ground was remarkably even, devoid of any flowers or even a small pebble, as if it had been meticulously compressed like asphalt before paving. Standing at the edge of the clearing, Chen Fang turned to look behind him, only to find nothing. His point of entry had vanished without a trace. He attempted to strike the stout tree trunks with his weapon, producing a resonant clang of metal upon impact. He tried several other spots, but the outcome remained unchanged. Realizing he could not return, he opted to turn back. At the center of the clearing lay a stone coffin, its surface impeccably smooth and devoid of any embellishments, seemingly polished with intent. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily silent, as though even the wind dared not intrude. With the captain's blade in hand, Chen Fang approached the stone coffin step by step, his finger hovering over the attack key, ever ready to strike. He had already consumed a health potion and a detoxification potion. Gradually closing in on the coffin, he commanded his character to halt 10 paces away. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated eruption from the coffin did not occur. After a brief moment of waiting, nothing transpired. His character continued to advance. Finally, standing beside the stone coffin without incident, he maintained his vigilance, scrutinizing the coffin before him. From a distance, it appeared immaculate, but upon closer inspection, its surface was marred with numerous pits and irregularities. Being a stone artifact, it was not so easily polished. The body of the coffin lacked visual intrigue. The focus instead lay upon the lid. Chen Fang adjusted his perspective, noting a large square in the center of the coffin lid, composed of 9 smaller squares arranged in a 3x3 grid. Each square is approximately the size of an adult's palm. Beside the squares, there are 9 thin stone tablets, each nearly identical in size to the squares. The tablets are inscribed in sequence with the characters and the numeral representing 10 in Chinese. As I contemplated directing my character to touch the tablets, a prompt suddenly appeared. System prompt. Do you wish to begin the puzzle immediately? Realizing it was merely a puzzle, Chen Fang felt no apprehension and selected yes. The scene shifted, revealing the 9 squares atop a stone coffin on the mobile screen, with the 9 stone tablets arranged alongside. By dragging the tablets with my hand, I could place them into or remove them from the Sudoku grid. Chen Fang paused momentarily, realizing it was essentially a Sudoku game, also known as a 9-square grid. Such games require a degree of logical reasoning and are not heavily reliant on numerical calculations. Although the mechanics are simple, the arrangements of numbers can vary immensely, rendering it an excellent exercise for the mind. The game follows a straightforward set of rules. Even possessing a mnemonic, 2 and 4 form the shoulders, 6 and 8 serve as the feet, 9 is above, 1 is below, 3 is to the left, 7 is to the right, and 5 occupies the center. Thousands of years ago, the ancient Chinese devised the Luo Shu and a 9-square diagram from the Confucian classic. The I Ching is derived from this, hence it is referred to as the Luo Shu 9-square diagram. Chen Fang had been captivated by such games since his elementary school days. This basic version, devoid of any stringent requirements, was naturally second nature to him. In under 2 minutes, he deftly placed each stone tablet into the 9-square grid. System prompt. You have cleared the first level. Do you wish to continue to the next level? Yes. The scene transformed again, still featuring the 9-square grid, but now there was an additional requirement below. Requirement. The sum vertically, horizontally, and diagonally must equal 15. This too posed no challenge for Chen Fang. After a brief moment of contemplation, he successfully passed, taking no more than 5 minutes. System prompt. You have cleared the second level. Do you wish to continue to the next level? Yes. 5 minutes later. System prompt. You have cleared. As the levels progressed, the difficulty of the game increased accordingly. Chen Fang had to slow his pace, taking out paper and pencil to jot down notes. Upon reaching the 9th level, a massive 81-square diagram appeared on the screen. His gaze momentarily dulled, akin to the character standing before the stone coffin. However, after a brief stint of daze, Chen Fang suddenly snapped back to reality and couldn't help but chuckle. He realized he possessed more than just one mobile phone. He had several. Producing another device, he promptly began searching for a solution. Within 2 seconds, the answer materialized. Chen Fang. In half a minute, he placed each tablet one by one, effortlessly clearing the level. System prompt. You have cleared the 9th level. Do you wish to continue to the next level? The 10th level is the final level. As expected, there was indeed a 10th level. However, by this point, the game posed no challenge for Chen Fang. More accurately, it was no match for the vast knowledge of the internet users. In just over a minute, he successfully completed the level. System prompt. You have successfully solved the stone coffin puzzle. As the prompt concluded, the stone coffin lid trembled slightly, revealing a narrow crevice. Chen Fang immediately became vigilant and retreated several steps, observing the stone coffin from a distance. After waiting a few minutes, and noticing that the coffin remained still, he cautiously approached once more. As he drew near, the word push appeared on the coffin. Chen Fang extended his hand and, in an effortless manner, the character executed the corresponding action, easily pushing the lid of the coffin aside. As the lid thudded to the ground, he received a system notification. System notification, congratulations. You have successfully cleared the zombie forest, earning 100,000 experience points, 100,000 potential points, 10 years of pure, attribute-free internal energy, and a skill book. Chen Fang was momentarily dumbfounded. After all the arduous trials he had endured to reach this point, the atmosphere had been set, the puzzles unraveled, and he was merely awaiting the appearance of the final boss. Instead, he was informed that he had cleared the level directly. Chen Fang exclaimed, "Where's my colossal boss?" Chapter 51. An unexpected turn. Chen Fang's native language was silence. The boss he had anticipated for so long was merely a figment of his imagination. Upon solving the puzzle, he realized that he had successfully completed the level. The rewards, while not unsatisfactory, fell far short of his expectations. He opened his inventory to find a luminous orb of white light and a tome. Upon clicking the orb, a prompt appeared asking whether to use it. Chen Fang hesitated, opting to cancel the action, and his gaze fixated on the orb. Before long, a shadowy image emerged, solidifying into a line of text. Name: attribute less pure internal energy. Quantity: 10 years. Effect: consuming it directly enhances internal energy without any toxic side effects. A splendid item indeed, though the conversion of these 10 years into internal energy points remained unclear. He turned his attention to the tome. Upon opening it, he discovered that it was titled a skill book. Clicking it revealed a similar prompt as before, inquiring whether to utilize it. Again, Chen Fang refrained from immediate use, instead scrutinizing the book. The shadow materialized once more, coalescing into text. Name: a skill book. Effect: can be used to enhance the level of any particular arcane skill. Arcane skills? Another novel term. He pondered whether this encompassed spells or esoteric techniques, but surmised that it would likely not be of use in the immediate future. Redirecting his focus back to the pure internal energy, he clicked to use it. The white orb dispersed instantly, transforming into a cloud of milky mist, devoid of fixed shape. The mist entered his character's body at a relatively slow pace. Opening the attributes panel, he observed the long-stagnant internal energy steadily rising. Though the milky mist was scant, the absorption rate, albeit not rapid, culminated after a few minutes. With this, Chen Fang's expedition in the zombie forest dungeon was nearing its conclusion. However, drawing from his years of RPG experience, he instinctively maneuvered his character closer to the sarcophagus to inspect if there were any burial items within. To his dismay, the sarcophagus was impeccably polished and utterly vacant. Chen Fang felt no disappointment. He had merely sought a fleeting glance. Yet, just as he was about to guide his character away, a prompt flashed across the screen. It bore resemblance to the previous prompt regarding the push command for the coffin lid, though it seemed subtly distinct. Chen Fang quickly turned his character around, but the prompt did not reappear. At this moment, he felt no urgency. Dusk was still a considerable distance away, granting him ample time to investigate. Thus, in the ensuing moments, his character circled the lidless sarcophagus in various peculiar and even eerie postures. Ultimately, through his relentless persistence, the earlier prompt reemerged. Lie down, Chen Fang. What does this mean? Is it suggesting I lie inside? He rotated his view. Aside from his character's faint breaths, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. However, unease lingered, prompting him to control his character to wield the dagger and meticulously examine the perimeter. As expected, nothing was found. Once again standing before the stone sarcophagus, he cast a glance at the toppled lid and the hollow interior of the sarcophagus. Chen Fang resolved to give it a try, recalling the tales from his childhood, particularly the return of the Condor heroes. A surge of anticipation filled his heart. Perhaps there lay a martial arts manual within? With that thought, he reached out and tapped the character to lie down, instantly causing the figure to turn and recline within the stone coffin. As he settled inside, Chen Fang immediately noticed something amiss. The sky, which he had previously overlooked. The sights and sensations accumulated during his journey through the zombie forest had indicated that this was merely a peculiar grove where trees had withered for some unknown reason. However, upon lying down in the sarcophagus, he beheld something unexpected from his supine perspective, a vast ceiling constructed of piled stones. For safety's sake, Chen Fang instinctively sought to crawl out of the sarcophagus. Yet, it was at this moment that an unexpected occurrence transpired. The stone lid, which had been pushed aside, suddenly rose of its own accord, as if imbued with life, and sealed the sarcophagus once more. Chen Fang let out a curse in frustration. Instantly, his vision was engulfed in darkness. Nothing was visible. He attempted to swipe the screen, but to no avail. The inky blackness remained unyielding. Fortunately, it was only the character that was trapped within the sarcophagus, not Chen Fang himself. Otherwise, Faced with such a sudden predicament, he doubted his ability to think clearly. Forcing himself to remain calm, he first checked the grounding point and found it still operational. A sense of relief washed over him as he began to contemplate the current situation. It seemed that the character's prone position had triggered some preordained mechanism, causing the sarcophagus to seal shut. This raised a pressing question. Why had the designer of the sarcophagus devised such a contraption, and how could he escape its confines? After a brief moment, listening to the character's steady breaths emanating from the phone, Chen Fang felt a tad reassured. At the very least, the sarcophagus was not airtight, sparing him from suffocation. The screen was shrouded in darkness, save for a few functional buttons. He could only fumble to maneuver the character, attempting to shift ever so slightly. He dared not draw a weapon. A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. He tried to punch attack, but the sarcophagus, true to its exterior, merely echoed a few deep sounds without any further reaction. Instead, the character lost a few health points. From his earlier observations, the interior of the sarcophagus was not particularly spacious. It could barely accommodate 2 individuals. Thus, while there was some room to maneuver, it was limited. Rather than lying idle, Chen Fang preferred to explore actively. Thus, he guided the character to wriggle like a worm within the sarcophagus, searching for an exit. As time trickled by, it felt as though his efforts were in vain, yielding no results. Just as he was about to give up and use the grounding point to teleport back to Safe Town, the character inadvertently triggered a mechanism, or perhaps the time had run out. Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds emanated from within the sarcophagus, followed by a glimmer of light emanating from its base. Perhaps due to years of neglect, the mechanism's sound abruptly ceased midway, seemingly having become jammed. As the light fell upon his footsteps, Chen Fang exerted considerable effort to adjust the figure's posture. The stone sarcophagus comprised 3 large stone slabs, one of which had now sunk, while the second had descended halfway, but came to a halt. With no alternative, he resolved to approach the mountain instead. The figure once again began to surge within the sarcophagus, gradually gliding towards the sunken slab. In the course of this movement, it inadvertently pressed against something, causing the previously jammed mechanism to spring back to life and with a swifter pace. To his astonishment, the figure suddenly plummeted down. Damn! In the face of this unexpected free fall, Chen Fang could not suppress a sharp scream, his legs succumbing to weakness. He had always harbored a slight fear of heights. Chapter 52. The Underground Cavern. Fortunately, the character did not continue to fall indefinitely. After just a few seconds of descent, they reached the bottom. The screen brightened once more, revealing that beneath the stone sarcophagus lay a sloping passageway. Upon landing, the character instinctively began to slide downward. The illumination originated from torches affixed to the walls on either side of the passage. They slid for several more seconds before plunging into the water with a splash. At the end of the passage was a small pool, approximately half a person deep. At this point, Chen Fang regained control of the character. He maneuvered the character to rise and climb out of the pool. As the character stepped away from the water, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism. Suddenly, flames erupted in all directions. Aside from the sloping passage leading out, the area surrounding the pool was comprised of rocky terrain, bearing the marks of human excavation. Numerous torches were embedded in the walls, and upon triggering the mechanism, they all ignited. Chen Fang rotated the camera to survey the surroundings and discovered that the only exit lay directly ahead, another pitch-black passageway. Returning to the pool for a brief search yielded no discoveries. Thus, Chen Fang guided the character toward the dark passage ahead. As the character approached, the torches within the passage ignited one after another, illuminating the narrow corridor. The passage was quite constricted. Even at its widest point, it could only accommodate 3 individuals side by side. Fortunately, it soared to a height of 2 to 3 meters, and the torches were positioned sufficiently high to avoid igniting the character's hair. Chen Fang retrieved the soul-cutting blade, but, after contemplation, opted instead for the officer's dagger. He reconsidered and ultimately sheathed the weapon. In such a narrow environment, wielding 2 long blades would prove cumbersome. Should he encounter any monsters, a swift punch would be more effective, and he could unsheathe his weapon once combat ensued. Having prepared himself mentally, Chen Fang strode confidently into the passage. As he walked, he observed the walls on either side. Unlike the first passage, this second one exhibited a more level trajectory. The surface of the walls was coarsely hewn, with remnants of excavation tools still visible in some areas. Chen Fang attempted to utilize one of the tools, but alas, due to the passage of time, they were all rendered unusable. The passage extended for an impressive length. He walked for several minutes without reaching the end. It twisted and turned, with the narrowest sections allowing only a single person to pass, evoking a sense of haste in its initial construction. After some contemplation without resolution, Chen Fang focused his attention ahead. Minutes later, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. In a relatively spacious area, a skeleton leaned against the wall, beside which lay a long blade broken into 3 segments. The clothing of the skeleton had long since deteriorated beyond recognition. After a cursory examination yielded no findings, he stood and pressed onward. The presence of the skeleton led him to surmise that the end of the passage must be drawing near. As expected, upon turning a corner, a vast underground cavern emerged before him. The cavern, having undergone minimal polishing, revealed numerous stalactites that had been largely cleared away. Stepping out of the passage and into the cavern, Chen Fang's attention was immediately drawn to the ground strewn with white bones. Some of these bones were relatively intact, while others lay scattered and mangled. Various broken weapons were also dispersed throughout the area. The postures of the fallen bones unmistakably indicated that a fierce battle had transpired here many years ago. From the half-decayed garments adorning the bones, it was evident that the individuals had been divided into 2 factions. However, whether they were adversaries or allies remained unclear to him. Among the disarrayed bones, there were also many animal bones that were distinctly non-human. It was apparent that these 2 groups had been engaged in combat with some unknown beast. His gaze traversed the heap of bones towards the center of the cavern, where stood a beast skeleton towering over 2 meters in height and more than 5 meters in length, posed as if roaring towards the heavens. Upon seeing this, Chen Fang's pupils constricted, despite the creature having been dead for countless years and his mere observation through a screen. He could not help but be awed by the imposing presence of this formidable beast. For the first time, he genuinely experienced the ineffable aura described in novels. Opposite the colossal creature lay 3 corpses. Indeed, they were corpses, not mere bones. The 3 individuals had evidently perished long ago, yet for reasons unknown. While others and the beast had long decomposed into skeletal remains, these 3 maintained their pre-mortem condition. Chen Fang drew his officer's dagger and cautiously approached the trio of corpses. Judging by their attire, it appeared that these 3 hailed from the same place as the distant pile of bones. The half-decayed garments suggested that aside from a more intricate patterns and designs, their forms were largely similar. He arrived at the first corpse, which was separated from its head and lay supine on the ground, a rusted short axe embedded beside it, while its skull was nowhere to be found. Turning his gaze, he indeed spotted a skull lodged within the belly of the mighty beast across from him, initially mistaking it for the beast's inner core. Chen Fang picked up the short axe, but alas, its durability had diminished to 0, rendering it mere scrap metal. Searching the headless corpse yielded no further discoveries. What a bunch of paupers! He muttered, preparing to rise and inspect the next body. However, as he walked, he inadvertently kicked something that rolled across the ground before coming to a halt nearby. Leaning down, he was astonished to find a fiery red pill, approximately the size of an infant's fist. "Is this the treasure?" he exclaimed, excitement surging as he moved to retrieve the pill and clicked to inspect it. Name: incomplete fire Qilin inner core. Effect: direct consumption significantly enhances internal energy, with a chance of causing a backlash. Slow refinement can improve physical constitution. What a remarkable find. A smile spread across Chen Fang's face. However, he did not rush to use it. Instead, he placed the inner core carefully into his backpack. This is, after all, not a secure place. One cannot dismiss the possibility that the elusive boss may be lurking within these subterranean caverns. Continuing to search among the corpses, fortune smiled upon him this time, as he finally discovered his first usable weapon since his arrival. It was a dagger which, despite the passage of countless years within the cave, still gleamed with a chilling radiance. Its only flaw was a small chip the size of a fingernail on one edge, the result of an encounter with some formidable weapon long ago. Cold Moon, hardness, 5 toughness, 5 sharpness, 14 weight, 3, special effect, sharpness 3, durability, 467, forged by a master craftsman, steeped in history, radiating a chilling light. Captivating and indomitable, capable of cutting through iron and gold. Had Chen Fang arrived, even a few months later, the durability of this dagger might have completely diminished, rendering it nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. Treasuring the Cold Moon dagger, he continued his grim exploration of the corpses. Chapter 53. The stealthy night exploration under duress. The second corpse lay on the ground in a kneeling position, remarkably intact, yet with its arms contorted grotesquely behind its back. The expression one of profound agony. It was evident that it had been subjected to an immense force that had twisted it beyond recognition. Chen Fang cautiously prodded it with the tip of his knife, causing the body to topple uncontrollably to the side. A cloud of green smoke billowed forth from within the corpse, and sensing the imminent danger, Chen Fang swiftly maneuvered his character to retreat. However, his response was a fraction too late, and a wisp of the toxic vapor entered his being. System notification. You have been infected by an unknown toxin, entering a poisoned state. Minus 10 health points per second, lasting for 40 seconds. Chen Fang was taken aback and hurriedly consumed several health potions with reckless abandon, desperately trying to halt the decline of his health bar. After considerable effort, he managed to stabilize his condition. Upon observing the green mist, it still enveloped the corpse, showing no signs of dissipating. He dared not inspect the terrifying body further. Fortunately, the last corpse lay at a safe distance, unaffected by the noxious fumes. As he approached and scrutinized it for a moment, he noted that it was the most well-preserved of the 3. It bore no missing parts and exhibited no apparent injuries, resembling a person in a deep slumber. Having learned from his previous misfortunes, Chen Fang cautiously prodded the corpse with the commander's dagger from a distance. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through the cavern, causing Chen Fang's heart to leap. To his astonishment, the seated corpse opened its eyes. He staggered back, his mind momentarily clouded with confusion. How could a corpse awaken? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the seemingly lifeless body rose to its feet. Nevertheless, the discerning Chen Fang noted the unnaturalness in the creature's ebony eyes, devoid of any whites. The black-eyed undead gradually stood, as if acclimating to its reanimated form, flexing its limbs. Then, to Chen Fang's astonishment, 2 lines of text began to materialize above its head. Undead, recovering. Unfathomable. A sense of dread washed over Chen Fang. This was the first unfathomable monster he had encountered since entering the game. Had it been in its normal state, he would have fled without hesitation, knowing he stood no chance against such a creature. However, the recovering status hinted at a potential opportunity for victory. Even so, this game afforded only a single life, and prudence dictated that he adopt a strategy of retreat. He could always level up again. After all, the zombie forest was stationary, and thus far, he had seen no other players in the vicinity, alleviating any concern of competition. Moreover, should another player manage to claim the creature, it would simply be a testament to their skill. Seizing the moment while the undead remained oblivious to his presence, Chen Fang swiftly selected a teleportation point and initiated the transfer. Yet his action seemed to provoke the recovering undead, as a health bar, now reduced to a third, materialized above its head. With a guttural roar, it lunged toward him. Fortunately, Chen Fang had anticipated the situation, and at the first sign of the anomaly with the undead, he adeptly maneuvered his character to retreat to a safe distance. The speed of the undead was remarkable, but it was not instantaneous. It required time to traverse any considerable distance. It was impossible for it to cross nearly half the cavern before settling. Thus, amidst the impotent rage of the undead, Chen Fang waved his hand at it, saying, "Wait here. I shall return to deal with you in due time." In a flash of light, the interface on the screen transitioned to Peaceful Town. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, Chen Fang felt a sense of relief wash over him. The enigmatic adversary was beyond his comprehension, and he had no desire to confront it. After all, life is singular, and death would render everything void. He was uncertain how long he had lingered within the peculiar barrier in the subterranean cavern. By the time he was transported back to Peaceful Town, darkness had enveloped the sky, and every household had secured their doors and windows. Venturing onto the streets, he could faintly hear rustling noises nearby, reminiscent of a scurrying horde of mice. Chen Fang suddenly recalled that the town was often filled with strange sounds at night. When he had first entered the game, still weak in power, he had encountered Ji Wushuang during his inaugural and only nighttime excursion. Remarkably, he had fortuitously completed a time-sensitive quest and earned a sect invitation token. Yet, witnessing someone like Ji Wushuang sustain such grave injuries had instilled in Chen Fang a lasting fear of venturing out after dark. However, due to the considerable delay within the underground cavern beneath the zombie forest, his return coincided with the late hours of the night. Not to mention, the distance to the nearest inn remained uncertain, as it was unclear whether it would still be open at this late hour. Reluctantly, he had to embark on a nocturnal exploration of Peaceful Town. Yet, this time was different from the last. As the saying goes, a separation of 3 days warrants a new perspective. The Chen Fang of today was not the same as the one from months prior. Encouraging himself internally, he gripped the commander's dagger tightly. The sound of footsteps echoed intermittently, sometimes above on rooftops, other times along the streets. The clashing of weapons, the whoosh of fists and feet, and eerie, inhuman growls resonated, reminiscent of some wild beast. Were monsters attacking the town? Chen Fang pondered. According to the innkeeper, human settlements should be safe for now. The mysterious materials resembling spirit stone fragments beneath the official road could, to some extent, deter monsters, referred to by NPCs as fiends. So why was the town so lively at night? Increasing his pace, he moved toward the source of the sounds. Speculation paled in comparison to witnessing the reality himself. With his current strength, he believed he stood a chance in battle. Perhaps, as he approached the source, his heart began to race. Turning a corner, he beheld dozens of figures cloaked in black, engaged in a fierce struggle over something. Chen Fang cast a quick glance, wisely deciding not to linger, and retreated. The combatants were divided into 3 factions, with the largest group comprising at least 20 to 30 individuals. He merely cast a casual glance. Mysterious man in black, evenly matched. Mysterious man in black, evenly matched. The other 2 groups were considerably smaller, one consisting of 3 individuals, while the other had merely 1. His certainty about the presence of 3 factions stemmed from the fact that the members of the 2 smaller groups donned standardized attire, while the other group was clad in plain robes, hastily concealing their faces with a piece of cloth acquired from who knows where. Mysterious individual, profound and enigmatic. Mysterious individual, profound and enigmatic. The few individuals in the smaller groups appear to be entirely inscrutable in Chen Fang's eyes. This inevitably reminded him of that night with Ji Wushuang. Even in his current state, he did not possess much confidence in his ability to hold his ground against them for several exchanges. As for the object they were vying for, Chen Fang observed from a distance that it resembled a spherical entity. It could potentially be the inner core of a certain demonic creature or a treasure from the heavens and earth. This thought was inspired by the Qilin inner core from his own backpack. It was likely only an inner core capable of enhancing one's internal strength that could draw such a formidable crowd. Chapter 54. The strange encounter. Upon witnessing dozens of evenly matched individuals, Chen Fang was left with a fleeting hope of scavenging some advantage. If it came to a confrontation, he could always retreat. As the enigmatic figures made their move, Chen Fang decisively turned away without a hint of hesitation. As the adage goes, were this merely an ordinary game, he would have taken a chance, perhaps even striking luck. After all, what was the worst that could happen? A mere death, and 10 seconds later, he would rise anew. At this moment, Chen Fang felt assured that no one in this world could rival his caution. He dashed through 3 streets, distancing himself from the fray. After confirming his bearings, he intended to check if an inn's door was ajar. Logically, the innkeeper's skills should surpass those of the mysterious martial artists, thus he ought not to fear them. Yet, recalling the innkeeper's demeanor on the day of the bandit raid. Chen Fang began to second-guess his assumptions. Just as he affirmed his direction and had not ventured far, the sharp clatter of weapons clashing and anguished cries pierced the air, alarmingly close to his position. Chen Fang pondered, was there truly no escape? Listening intently, he discerned that this group was distinct from the earlier one. Their numbers were evidently fewer, as inferred from the intensity of the sounds. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to investigate, as the altercation lay merely 100 meters ahead. By daylight, he could have observed it clearly from afar, but now, cloaked in the veil of night, a thin mist enveloped the town, obscuring his vision. Approaching cautiously, Chen Fang concealed himself behind a large tree, peeking out with utmost care. Instantly, his mind began to race with possibilities. Not far off, a dozen masked and unmasked martial artists were embroiled in a fierce skirmish. The sparks from clashing weapons, the grunts of exertion, and the whoosh of blows filled the air. Among these combatants, some were of comparable skill to his own, while others were clearly weaklings. They were not contending over the same spherical object as before, but rather seemed to be vying for a tome that he surmised might contain some secret technique or martial art. Chen Fang's thoughts raced. A few were his equals, while the others were easily dismissed. He stood silently behind the tree, refraining from action, as he noticed a peculiar detail. Throughout the chaos, not a single word was uttered. Even the occasional grunt or cry was reduced to mere fragments, devoid of coherent sentences. His previously fidgety spirit settled into a quietude as he recalled the immense eyes that had appeared that fateful night, which had even prompted an update to the game. Regardless of skill level, age, or gender, everyone concealed their faces. At this thought, an unsettling sensation suddenly arose within Chen. He realized that throughout his journey, he had not intentionally hidden his presence. The truth was that, as he manipulated the character through the screen, he was incapable of executing such subtle movements. Consequently, if someone were to observe from a third-person perspective, they would discover that the character was conspicuously standing behind a tree, appearing well concealed. Yet a slight shift in angle would reveal everything clearly. Strangely, those engaged in combat seemed oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their own skirmishes. Contemplating this, Chen had resolved to retreat when he suddenly witnessed an individual unleash a gust of force that sent a book flying, followed by a powerful kick that propelled another combatant, who was contesting the same item, several meters backward. The struck individual hurtled toward a clothes-drying rack, which was merely a bamboo pole secured by a few branches and twine. The impact was so fierce that even a child could easily topple it. Yet, a robust figure landed squarely upon the drying pole, which remained steadfast, as if it were merely a mirage. Chen's hands, clutching his phone, became suddenly damp, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. Could it be that what he witnessed the previous night were not humans? It was otherwise inexplicable why, despite the raucousness of the night, no one had mentioned any damage to homes or buildings during the day. Given the ferocity of their fighting, it was inconceivable that even a straw hut could withstand such force. A brick wall would surely crumble. The reality was that while meandering through the town earlier, he had not come across any signs of destruction. The more he pondered, the more eerie it felt, sending a chill down his spine and igniting an urge to flee. Yet, ironically, as he feared, trouble approached. Earlier, the character had boldly traversed the street without incident, but now, as he sensed something amiss and prepared to leave, he turned only to find several masked figures engaged in fervent combat just to his right. While they fought, they gradually advanced in his direction. Chen felt an instinctive desire to flee, yet both paths were blocked. He considered scaling the wall, but an overwhelming sense of trepidation washed over him at the mere thought. As the combatants drew nearer, he could discern the inscriptions and blood grooves on their weapons. Just when he was on the verge of acting, a hand unexpectedly descended upon his shoulder from behind, yanking him back, and the character vanished behind the large tree with a soft thud. The screen abruptly darkened, sending a jolt of fear through Chen as he instinctively began to fumble with the virtual joystick and attack button. "Shoo, do not make a sound," a gentle voice whispered from behind him. It was a woman. Chen relaxed his grip on the joystick, remaining motionless. Regardless of who the other party may be or what their intentions entail, they have yet to take any action against him. In reality, over half an hour has elapsed. Chen Fang has been staring intently at the pitch-black screen for more than 30 minutes, scarcely blinking. At last, a gentle voice spoke. "They have left. You may speak now." From his previous conversation with Feng Shun and the shopkeeper, he learned that they could hear him if he spoke directly into the phone. Chen Fang immediately began to fire off his questions in rapid succession. "Who are you? Who are they? What are they trying to seize? Hold on. Let me turn on a light," the gentle voice replied. A sound of breath was heard, and then the screen illuminated once more, allowing him to finally discern his surroundings. He found himself in a modest dwelling. During the day, while strolling through Ping'an town, he had ventured into an unoccupied house and had taken a look around. The arrangement here was not exactly identical to what he had observed that day, but it was quite similar. A wooden bed, a wooden table, several chairs and benches, along with a few other items, comprised the entirety of this small residence. Chapter 55. Night within an unnamed dwelling in the tranquil town. Two figures stood opposite each other. The woman possessed an unremarkable physique and appearance, the kind that would easily fade into the background of a crowd, garnering no second glance. "I'm a resident of this peaceful town," she spoke softly, her voice imbued with gentleness. "A native." Chen Fang scoffed. "Who doesn't know you are from Peaceful Town?" Yet, the memory of this unassuming woman having pulled him from behind a tree into this very room hinted at some peculiar ability she possessed. "Who are those people outside? And what are they trying to seize?" Chen Fang inquired. The woman cast a glance out the window, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she finally replied, "They are not human." "Not human?" Chen Fang instinctively retorted, "Are they ghosts then?" Just as he was poised to mock her further, he abruptly halted. As a youth raised under the auspices of a socialist regime, he had always dismissed the notion of spirits or deities as mere superstition, a byproduct of insufficient scientific advancement and limited human understanding, a means of evading unexplainable phenomena. Such were his thoughts prior to entering this bizarre game. Indeed, given the peculiarities of this game, he had already transformed into a formidable martial artist. "I do not know if they are ghosts, but they are certainly not human," she intoned cryptically, her expression grave. Chen Fang recalled Ji Wushuang from that fateful night. Surely, the one who had assigned him the task could not have been inhuman. Could they? Yet, the rewards for the task had undeniably materialized in his possession. Just as he was about to pose another question, he noticed the woman anxiously extinguishing the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness once more. A thud resounded at the door, as if a heavy object had been dropped. Chen Fang approached the window, only to discover a shadowy figure outside, wailing in despair, one of those attempting to seize treasures. "Hush," the woman urged, moving closer to him, signaling for silence. Still perplexed, he suddenly saw a system notification flash across the screen. "System notification, a wandering spirit is approaching you." Chen Fang exclaimed internally. The presence of monsters in a martial arts game was already absurd enough. Now, spirits had emerged. He felt as though he might lose his mind. Why not simply rename the game a Chinese ghost story instead of calling it Jianghu? While his inner thoughts raged, he maintained an exterior of calm. Indeed, the character could not exhibit any emotions. Unbeknownst to Chen Fang, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The pressing question was, were the entities outside the door spirits, or were the ones behind him spirits as well? A wandering spirit? Could his internal energy inflict harm upon this so-called spirit? He possessed numerous fragments of spiritual stones in his backpack. Could throwing them deter the spirit? A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged within him, leaving Chen Fang's mind in disarray. Gripping his phone rigidly, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Silence enveloped the space, both inside and outside, save for the indistinct sounds of what might be human or ghost struggling to rise outside the dwelling. After a moment, Chen Fang pressed his ear closer to the phone. He faintly perceived a series of indistinct breaths emanating from behind him, prompting a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that the presence trailing him was likely not a wandering spirit. As time trickled by, nearly an hour elapsed in the game, and the commotion outside ultimately subsided. Yet, Chen Fang remained paralyzed, for the woman behind him had not uttered a sound. After a prolonged standoff, it suddenly dawned on him that it was the character who was immobilized, while he, in reality, was free to move. Regaining his composure, he hastily set down his phone and vigorously shook his hands to alleviate the numbness. After flexing his fingers, he picked up his phone once more. Unbeknownst to him, the character had already materialized outside, concealed behind that very tree. Chen Fang, what just transpired? He swiftly adjusted his perspective. The silver lining was that nothing surrounded him. The masked assailants and the woman had vanished without a trace. A resounding crow echoed, drawing his attention to the fact that the sky in the game had begun to brighten. Dawn had arrived, though the precise time within the game eluded him. He could discern it from the vendors gradually appearing to set up their stalls. The once desolate, peaceful town was beginning to stir with life. Chen Fang stood there, transfixed, observing the streets as they grew increasingly bustling. The clothesline that had been struck the previous night was now being used by someone to hang laundry. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of the lively town sent a chill through Chen Fang's heart, as if there were no corner of this vast town where he could find solace. Even the inn, once a reliable refuge, now seemed far from secure. A wave of confusion washed over him, leaving him uncertain of where to turn next. Lost in thought for a while, he suddenly chuckled to himself. Since entering this game, where could one truly find absolute safety? Even in reality, countless unforeseen events unfolded daily. For instance, had he been merely an ordinary individual at the restaurant when he nearly got hit by a car, and if fortune had not favored him, he might well be lying in a hospital bed now. All he could do was to continually fortify himself each day, building resilience against the inevitable surprises life might throw his way. With this realization, Chen Fang felt a newfound clarity. No one could predict whether danger or misfortune would arrive first tomorrow. Thus, his focus must be on empowering himself as much as possible. He would confront whatever came, relying on human effort while leaving the rest to fate. Exhaling deeply, he guided his character towards the outskirts of the town. It was time to engage in his daily routines once again. During the following period, Chen Fang attended classes as usual, diligently embodying the role of a student and fulfilling his academic responsibilities. In his spare time, he either explored the wilderness within the game or completed daily quests, while also ceaselessly scouring the internet for information pertaining to the game Jianghu. Throughout this time, his rankings steadily declined, eventually slipping beyond the top 50. The reason for this drop was the diminishing player count within the game, which had fallen below 50 participants. Just a few days ago, the game saw an influx of players, yet the total remains at 100. His current ranking stands at 53 out of 145. If no one had met their demise due to reckless actions at the outset, it would imply that only 45 individuals from the initial batch remain. In this brief span of a few months, 55 vibrant lives have irrevocably vanished from the world. Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox, while simultaneously grappling with the question, if he is among the first batch of players, where then have Zhang Quanin and his cohort of players gone? Surely, it cannot be that they have all perished. In this moment, he lacks a satisfactory answer to this conundrum. Chen's understanding of the game is still quite rudimentary. After all, he has yet to venture beyond the novice village, making it rather premature to delve into the secrets that lie behind the game. Chapter 56, A Player. Although his confusion remained unanswered, it was undeniable that this game had indeed come from Zhang Quanin, albeit under duress. Thus, Chen Fang's life gradually returned to a state of tranquility. His campus life was remarkably fulfilling, though it would have been even better had it not been for the constant interruptions from the incessant female admirers who disrupted his gaming sessions. Perhaps it was the inner strength that had transformed his physique, or perhaps the effects of the prenatal breathing technique were beginning to manifest. His skin had become notably finer and fairer, even radiating a subtle sheen. Having immersed himself in numerous foundational martial arts, coupled with the recent experience of the 100-man duel, an unbidden sense of confidence blossomed from within him, one that he was scarcely aware of. Compared to his former self, he now exuded an air of charisma in his movements. As some of his classmates remarked, "Old Chen, you possess far more charm than those celebrities. You ought to debut." Yet, This newfound attention was also a source of distress for Chen Fang. Someone had evidently spread the word for female students from other classes, departments, and even different schools began to flock to him incessantly. At times, he felt as though he had become a tourist attraction. To be honest, he would rather engage in a fierce battle with various monsters in the wilderness than deal with these girls, who seemed to be drawn only to his physique. This overwhelming attention made him reluctant to step outside, as he was constantly approached by too many admirers. In the school cafeteria, "Hey, classmate!" A melodious female voice chimed from behind him. Chen Fang, feeling somewhat exasperated, rubbed his head. Turning around, he was met by a tall, attractive girl. "Hello, what can I do for you?" he replied, his face adorned with a formulaic smile. "I would like to chat with you for a moment. Do you have the time?" "Let us find a place to sit and talk," she suggested, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, evoking an involuntary sense of affection. Though Chen Fang remained unaffected. "No need. We can talk right here," he replied, unmoved, as he was preoccupied with his impending gaming session. "Are you sure you want to talk here?" The girl's curiosity was evident, her eyes widening as she asked. "Yes, let us talk here," Chen Fang said with an indifferent expression, feeling akin to the protagonists in novels who nonchalantly dismissed conversations. All right then," she smiled brightly, her eyes once again transforming into crescent shapes. She lowered her voice and inquired, "I wanted to ask if you're also a player of Jianghu?" Initially expressionless, Chen Fang was momentarily taken aback, astonishment flashing across his face before he regained his composure. "What is Jianghu? Is it a game?" He feigned calmness. The girl, with unwavering certainty, responded, "Do you have time to sit down and chat now? You choose the place." Chen Fang shrugged, attempting to mask his inner excitement. After all this time, he had finally found a fellow player of Jianghu. The two departed the cafeteria side by side, leaving a crowd of onlookers buzzing with speculation. "It's over. My aloof male god has finally succumbed. Who was that girl just now? Does anyone know her? It is said that she is the belle of the neighboring school." "Umph. Is this really the belle? I find her appearance rather unimpressive. However, it seems their temperaments are quite similar." Outside the northern gate of the school, in a private booth of the Pinnacle Internet CAF. "Are you also a player of Jianghu?" Chen Fang inquired eagerly. The girl glanced around with a somewhat stiff expression, refraining from answering his question, and countered, "Is this your first time bringing a girl here?" Perhaps detecting the scent of smoke, her countenance soured slightly. "Do not mind such trifles." Chen Fang waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Children of the Jianghu, we do not concern ourselves with minor details." The girl responded with a silent pause, then sighed softly. "I thought we were kindred spirits, but it seems." With that, she abruptly stood up and left. "Hey, wait, are you an experienced player? I've only just started. Could you perhaps offer some guidance? Oh, by the way, I don't even know your name." The girl shook her head, standing at the booth's entrance, not turning back as she said, "Survive the novice phase before seeking me out." With that, she casually tossed a card and departed. "Wait, let's team up and play together," Chen Fang called after her retreating figure. Yet, her pace quickened further. Chen Fang hurried after her, attempting to persuade her for a few more steps. Once he confirmed her departure was genuine, his previously cheerful demeanor darkened abruptly. Turning back to the Internet CF, he opened the game menu and selected a popular game, cranking the volume of his headphones to the maximum. He lost himself in the glow of the computer screen. With no classes that afternoon, he immersed himself in the game like many other students in the CAF. On the second floor of the CAF, the girl who had seemingly left was seated in a booth. She closed her eyes, concentrating intently, her ears slightly twitching as if listening for something. After a considerable time, she opened her eyes, no longer filled with mirth but rather a chill. "Playing dumb, are we? Umph." Clearly, she did not believe anyone could resist the allure of such trivial games after obtaining player status in Jianghu. Unknown to her, Chen Fang downstairs seemed to have heard her mutterings. After playing for a while, he took out his phone and logged into Jianghu, muttering, all right, after today has fun. It's time to slay some monsters." He then guided his character out of Ping in town and into the wilderness. However, he did not venture far. He merely hunted some shrub demons and vine demons nearby. The sound of his blade slicing through the air and the anguished cries of the monsters echoed from his phone, harmonizing with the background music of the game on his computer. The girl upstairs froze, her smirk faltering. After a while, she sighed, powered down her computer, and left the internet CAF. Chen Fang remained oblivious, still absorbed in Jianghu. It wasn't until evening that he finally emerged from the CAF, having ordered takeout, fully embodying the role of a gaming addict. Upon returning to his dormitory, after completing his personal grooming, he reclined on his bed and resumed his gaming endeavors. It was only at the stroke of midnight, when the in-game clock also indicated nightfall, that he finally logged off. After a brief visit to the restroom, Chen Fang returned to his bed, stretching languidly and reflecting. What a fulfilling day it has been. He then extinguished the lights and succumbed to slumber. A few minutes later, a barely audible thud echoed from outside, reminiscent of someone discarding rubbish from the upper floors. Yet, Chen Fang remained motionless on his bed, seemingly lost in deep sleep. After a brief pause, he abruptly turned over, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that suggested an inner light. Channeling his internal energy, he swiftly donned a new outfit, complete with a mask and sunglasses, and adeptly descended the stairs. After a moment's contemplation to ascertain his bearings, he set off at a brisk pace in one chosen direction. Chapter 57. Exposure. Chen Fang devoted himself entirely to the practice of the fetal breathing technique, sealing his mouth and nose to enter an internal cycle. This was a remarkable application of the fetal breathing technique he had developed over time, which he referred to as the tortoise breathing state. Whenever he entered this state, his human presence would vanish completely, akin to a mere stone by the roadside. At the northern gate of the school, numerous stray cats and dogs roamed about. The benevolent university students could not bear to let these little creatures go hungry, although the school had explicitly prohibited keeping stray animals in the dormitories. It had not forbidden feeding them. Consequently, many students visited daily to provide nourishment. Over time, the school designated a specific area on the eastern side of the northern gate as a feeding point for these small beings. One fateful night, Chen Fang stealthily approached the feeding point for stray animals. He was eager to test the effectiveness of the fetal breathing technique, which had enabled him to enter the tortoise breathing state and mask his presence. It is well known that stray animals are highly vigilant, particularly the stray cats, which remain cautious even when offered food. As Chen Fang made his way to the feeding point, he began to activate the fetal breathing technique, rendering his aura faint and ceasing his breath. Remarkably, the cats, who would typically scatter at the sight of an approaching person, remained unmoved that night. Only when Chen Fang accidentally stepped on some twigs or plastic bags did they become alert. Numerous stray animals lingered at the feeding point, as someone had thoughtfully constructed small shelters for them using cardboard boxes. Thus, some had taken to staying overnight or even longer. As Chen Fang continued to approach, the cats regarded him as though he were invisible. It was as if he were a walking stone, and even a large orange cat left its mark at his feet. Watching the orange cat relieve itself nearby, Chen Fang could not help but reminisce about his elderly cat back home. Succumbing to a mischievous impulse, he crouched down and playfully ruffled the cat's head, startling the orange creature, whose fur bristled in alarm as it emitted a warning growl. Its cries sent the other nearby cats, whether standing or lying down, into a frenzied retreat into the underbrush, vanishing in an instant. From that moment on, Chen Fang understood the formidable power of the fetal breathing technique in concealing one's presence. This was the primary reason he felt emboldened to follow others. When a female student in the cafeteria posed a certain question, Chen Fang was certain she was also a player in the Jianghu. Moreover, it was highly probable that she had entered the game before him and might even know Zhang Quanan. Delving deeper into conspiracy, he speculated that his entry into the game might be connected to her in some way. The current situation presented an enigma. Everything about her was unknown, while he felt as though he stood before them utterly exposed. This uncertainty was why he chose to feign madness and foolishness. For Chen Fang, the number of individuals present, their strength, and their intentions were all mysteries, and there were numerous discrepancies in his understanding of the game. For instance, from the perspective of the leaderboard, it is evident that I should be among the first batch of gamers. Yet, the presence of Zhang Quanan and the girl from today raises questions, as they clearly entered the game long before I did. Naturally, Chen Fang was aware that choosing to follow them tonight carried a significant risk of exposure. However, the thought of being akin to a lab rat, perpetually under the scrutiny of others, ignited a flicker of irritation within him. He silently hoped for the support of the fetal breathing technique. With utmost focus, he trailed the figures in the distance. He dared not draw too close. Without understanding their capabilities, getting too near would be tantamount to courting disaster. Though, in truth, he was already flirting with peril. The pair seemed oblivious to the presence of Chen Fang lingering behind, hence their pace remained leisurely. Nevertheless, maintaining a state of stealth, Chen Fang could only barely keep up. Soon, they exited the university grounds. During the day, he had heard from his classmates that this girl appeared to be a student from another school. Yet, as he followed, he noticed they had veered away from the university town, heading towards the outskirts. Upon leaving the university, their speed noticeably increased. Before long, Chen Fang realized he had lost their trail. In the end, he only witnessed them leap high into the air, soaring several meters before vanishing among the trees. Rather than recklessly approaching to investigate, he chose to change direction, seeking refuge to meditate and fully harness his fetal breathing technique. As expected, shortly thereafter, the previously vanished figure reemerged. Chen Fang's heart raced. Had they truly detected his presence? He observed as the figure perched motionless upon a branch, seemingly surveying something. Instinctively, he dared not move. Fortunately, in his state of stealth, he remained completely still, even holding his breath. After a thorough examination, the figure failed to locate him and disappeared once more into the forest. Chen Fang exhaled in relief, maintaining his stealth until dawn broke. He was certain that their strength exceeded his by a considerable margin. Should they engage in combat, the likelihood of him being a match for them was exceedingly slim. Having toiled for an entire night with no results, Chen Fang felt a pang of frustration. He patted his somewhat numb legs, rising to leave his hiding spot and return to the university. Suddenly, a familiar voice from behind startled him nearly out of his wits. Not bad, quite cautious. It was worth my time waiting here all night. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he stiffly turned around. Indeed, a familiar figure came into view, with an upright posture and crescent-shaped eyes radiating mirth. "Who are you?" Chen Fang asked, his tone laced with bitterness. "Just like you, a player ensnared in the Jianghu," the girl replied. "An internal test player?" Chen Fang inquired. "Smart," she said, snapping her fingers. "If Zhang Quanan had half your caution, he wouldn't have met such an untimely fate." Chen Fang immediately grasped the implication and pressed further. "Do you know Zhang Quanan?" "Of course, he is my teammate," she replied with a smile. Chen Fang wished to ask more, but she interrupted. "All right, let's save the rest of the conversation for when you manage to leave the novice village alive." Observing the vigilant gaze of Chen Fang, the girl remained unperturbed and smiled as she spoke. "I have two purposes for seeking you out today, or rather, yesterday. Firstly, I wish to assess the qualities of this fortunate individual. Secondly, I am eager to inquire about the specifics of this internal test. Naturally, I shall not seek this information without offering something in return. I will provide you with some resources to help you navigate your path more smoothly. What do you say?" After her proposition, she quietly awaited Chen Fang's response. However, Chen Fang's mind was already in a state of disarray, surviving the novice village. Fortunate individual. The contents of this internal test. "May I ask a few questions first?" Chen Fang inquired. "Of course," the girl gestured invitingly. "Which iteration of the internal test are you referring to?" "The fifth," she replied. "What do you mean by surviving the novice village?" "That falls under the category of trade secrets. I will disclose it once you agree to my terms." Chen Fang fell into contemplation. Chapter 58. Communication in Truth. There was little room for negotiation. Given the opponent's strength, they could easily threaten his life. "If you refuse to tell me, I shall kill you." Thus, he resolutely acquiesced. "Very well." "Oh, feeling a bit reckless this time?" the girl teased lightly. Chen Fang shook his head with a bitter smile. "What do you wish to know?" The girl, standing at a height, leaped down effortlessly from 3 to 4 meters, landing gracefully as if she were a leaf drifting to the ground. Chen Fang stared wide-eyed, his gaze betraying unreserved envy. "There's no need for envy. Once you survive your time in the novice village, You two shall master a variety of martial arts, the girl remarked. Now, shall we find a place to sit and converse leisurely? The two returned to the university district, and Chen Fang wisely refrained from inquiring about her purpose in the outskirts. They found a quaint CF, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and sat facing each other. At that moment, Chen Fang finally learned the girl's name, Lulan. Lulan lifted her coffee cup, took a sip, and said, "Let me share a piece of information with you for free. Once a player has participated in an internal test, they cannot join the subsequent one, which means we can only engage in information exchange now. Do you understand my meaning?" With a playful wink at Chen Fang, he grasped her implication and asked, "So, which internal test did you participate in?" The fourth, Lulan replied, holding up 4 fingers. "I joined before you, but not by much. Now it's your turn to inquire," Chen Fang stated. Lulan lowered her gaze, tapping her nails thoughtfully before asking, "Since you entered the game, have you encountered any other players?" "None," Chen Fang shook his head. "Now it's your turn to ask. Will there be a public release of Jianghu after the internal tests conclude?" "I cannot answer that either. I can only say, why would they conduct an internal test if they had no intention of a public release?" As they continued their question and answer session, time slipped away swiftly. Before they knew it, it was noon, and they had relocated their conversation to a private dining room in a restaurant. The exchange persisted, or more accurately, it evolved into a dialogue. Though Lulan was a 4th-time internal test player, her knowledge differed significantly from Chen Fang's experiences. Each iteration of Jianghu seemed to present a markedly distinct set of testing content. Through their discourse, Chen Fang began to gain a broader understanding of the game, titled Jianghu. Firstly, this was not the first time Jianghu sought players. There had been 4 previous internal tests, the earliest of which could be traced back over a decade. Lulan was uncertain of the exact timeline, as the oldest player she knew was merely from the 3rd internal test. The durations of each test varied. Thus far, the first internal test lasted over 2 years, while the 3rd was a mere 4 months. The content of each test also differed. For instance, Lulan had the option to choose her birthplace and allocate her initial attributes, granting her a higher degree of freedom. In contrast, Chen Fang found himself randomly placed by a stream, and it took considerable effort before he stumbled upon the peaceful town. Yet, it is not without its merits. Lulan was born into a situation devoid of familial lineage from which to choose. Beyond this, there are numerous similarities and distinctions to consider. What transpires in reality when a character perishes in the game? After much inner turmoil, Chen Fang finally posed the question that had long plagued him. Lulan did not respond immediately, but instead retorted, "Your character has never died, has it? Why do you ask?" Chen Fang inquired, puzzled. "Because if your character had experienced death even once, you would not be asking this question," Lulan elucidated. Chen Fang paused for a moment and asked dryly, "So, when a game character dies, the real you does not die along with it, correct?" Lulan replied, "Brother, you cannot seriously believe that your character shares but a single life with you." Lulan's astonishment was palpable. Chen Fang, then how could Zhang Quanin? A flicker of sorrow passed through Lulan's eyes, yet she erupted into laughter, a continuous stream that left Chen Fang somewhat unnerved. Zhang Quanin, even in death, he cannot rest, and he seeks to ensnare novices once more. Chen Fang remained silent. After several minutes, Lulan finally managed to stifle her laughter and said, "Once your character has faced death for the first time, the age on your attribute panel will change to lifespan. This initial death does not count towards the character's death tally. However, thereafter, each subsequent death will deduct a specific amount from your lifespan. If your lifespan reads 1576, each death may cost you as little as 3 or 5 points, or as much as 10. When your lifespan reaches 7676, your character will ultimately succumb to old age. Following the character's demise, the player in reality will experience rapid aging over the course of 3 days, traversing the remaining decades of their life until death ensues. At that moment, Chen Fang found himself at a loss regarding his emotions. Should he feel relief or trepidation? And with the accumulation of character deaths, you too shall gradually weaken in reality, though it will be imperceptible on the surface. Even the most advanced instruments cannot detect it. "Well, we've discussed enough for now," Lulan said, rising and extending her right hand toward Chen Fang. Her hand was exquisitely beautiful, with slender fingers, though marred slightly by thick calluses at the base and on the fingertips. "Thank you," Chen Fang said as he extended his hand to grasp hers. "What thanks? We are merely exchanging knowledge and fulfilling our respective needs," Lulan declared with a grandiose spirit. "Lastly, I wish you the best in surviving your exit from the novice village and successfully completing the beta test. Ah, and your breath-concealing technique is quite commendable. We should exchange insights when the opportunity arises." Chen Fang opened his mouth to speak, intending to convey that this was merely feedback from the game and that he had only emulated what he had observed. However, Lulan, regarding him with a knowing look, said, "No, you understand it. Think carefully." With that, she turned and departed. Chen Fang stood silently for a time before softly sighing. Let us survive first. Regardless, he was at least assured that the death of a character would not result in his own demise in reality. Zhang Quan'in's death was entirely an accident. In Lulan's words, he had sought his own end, and no one could have intervened. Chen Fang's speculation proved accurate. Lulan indeed recognized Zhang Quan'in, and their relationship was quite profound. Ordinarily, each player is granted but a single opportunity to participate in the closed beta. Once the beta concludes, the player's character is sealed, remaining in stasis until the official launch of the game. Indeed, Jianghu boasts a non-deletion policy during its closed beta. Yet, Zhang Quan'in harbored the reckless desire to continue partaking in the beta, audaciously seeking to prematurely release his character. No one fathomed how he accomplished this. Ultimately, he met an unceremonious demise within his dormitory. Ironically, the fifth opportunity for the closed beta ended up benefiting him. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved paper and pen, intending to meticulously document the information gleaned from Lulan that day. However, after careful consideration, he opted against this course of action. Instead, he accessed the note-taking application on his phone, which housed the Jianghu game icon, and began to type slowly. Chapter 59. Taking a leave of absence. Firstly, the origins or purposes of the game remain shrouded in mystery. Whether it is a cultivation of demons or a foreign experiment is beyond comprehension. Secondly, the demise of a character within the game does not equate to actual death. Rather, it results in the depletion of the character's lifespan, which in turn affects the physical state in the real world. Thirdly, while theoretical cultivation in reality can enhance attributes in the game, the efficiency is lamentably low, often requiring years of dedication. Fourthly, upon the conclusion of the internal testing phase, players will receive an attribute panel. Indeed, the quintessential panel that protagonists in novels possess. However, this panel permits only viewing, devoid of any possibility for attribute allocation. Fifthly, within proximity of the character's birthplace, there exists either a formidable boss or a puzzle that must be conquered or solved to exit the novice village. Otherwise, the character remains bound to their birthplace indefinitely. Moreover, the novice village cannot serve as a sanctuary for perpetual growth. With the passage of time, the boss will grow stronger and the puzzles will become increasingly intricate. A mere survival tactic may even lead to catastrophic events that could obliterate the novice village. Sixthly, in regard to martial arts, Chen Fang meticulously edited and recorded the information point by point in a memo. This way, should he meet his demise, others could glean the cause of his death from his notes. Stroking his chin, Chen Fang pondered. According to Lulan, the commencement and conclusion of internal testing are entirely random. For instance, a year elapsed between the second and third internal tests, yet a staggering 3 years separated the third and fourth, while only 3 months passed from the fourth to the fifth. Chen Fang harbored a premonition that the public testing phase might not be far off. It was possible that public testing could commence immediately after the conclusion of the fifth internal test. However, that was a matter for the future. At present, he needed to contemplate the location of the boss or puzzle in Pingan Town. The sword god of Shirley Slope seemed an unfeasible endeavor. He had to brace himself, for awaiting him were either insurmountable bosses or unsolvable puzzles. Yet, he currently had no inkling regarding these so-called bosses and puzzles. Ultimately, Chen Fang resolved to take a leave of absence. Only in this manner could he fully immerse himself in the game. Securing a leave was straightforward. and justifying it was not a challenge. Yet the daily expenses posed a dilemma. With the gradual enhancement of his inner strength, his appetite had also escalated, necessitating a substantial sum merely for sustenance each day. He required funds, not excessively, but sufficient to sustain his daily expenditures. Fortunately, the philanthropic Lu Bo had gifted him 5 million, alleviating his immediate financial concerns. Chen Fang was a man of action. Having made up his mind, he hesitated no longer and commenced his endeavors. First, he contacted the school to express his desire for a 1-year leave of absence. And indeed, there were no significant obstacles. After a few inquiries, his request was granted smoothly. Next, he needed to find accommodation. He could not disclose his leave to his elderly parents, let alone return home. In fact, there were numerous rental apartments surrounding the school, but none met his desires. Through the feedback from the game, Chen Fang could now be considered accomplished in martial arts, diligently practicing even when not engaged in the game. Though the efficiency of practice in reality may be considerably low, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. He must seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Thus, places like apartments were dismissed. Chen Fang was not in a hurry. He logged into the game and roamed the wilderness for a while before logging out back to town. The following morning, he set out with his student ID and other documents to process his leave of absence, while continuing to browse rental information online. After a day of running around the school, he finally managed to complete his leave of absence, yet unfortunately had not found a satisfactory house. Just then, an unfamiliar number called. He answered, "Hello, who is this?" A familiar voice came from the other end. It was Lulan, whom he had just parted with not long ago. Chen Fang frowned slightly and replied with a hint of sarcasm. "So concerned about me?" Lulan chuckled lightly. "Don't misunderstand. Consider it an investment on my part." Chen Fang was not grateful. "Thank you for your kind intentions. Offering help without a reason often hides ulterior motives, and if one reaps too many benefits, extricating oneself later could prove difficult." The atmosphere grew tense. "Let me be straightforward. I am interested in your breathing technique." "Name your price," Lulan said, her tone shifting as she noticed Chen Fang's indifference. Before Chen Fang could respond, she continued, "Although you are a novice, I assure you, your technique is of considerable worth. Offering you a house is merely interest. I'm aware of your financial means. When you acquire the ability to replicate martial arts, I am willing to pay a satisfactory price for a copy." Chen Fang, perplexed, remarked, "Since the first closed beta test until now, there must have been numerous techniques that have made their way into reality. Surely the breathing technique cannot be so scarce." He did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. As a veteran player who had experienced 4 tests, it was hard to believe he had not defeated even a single boss in the game. "Let us discuss this after you successfully pass through the novice village. I will send you the address shortly. You can go directly tomorrow, and I will leave the key under the doormat," Lulan said hurriedly before hanging up. Chen Fang flexed his fingers, realizing he was also inclined to engage with these former closed beta players. Although it could be a perilous endeavor, since entering this game, what absolute safety had he ever possessed? After ending the call, Lulan smiled broadly. "Okay, it's settled." Opposite her sat a young man with graying hair, who was flipping through a book while seated in a wheelchair. Hearing her, he looked up and grinned. "So, did you send it off?" "Of course. When this beautiful lady takes action, it's a piece of cake," Lulan declared, hands on her hips. The young man, disregarding her boast, inquired, "Do you think he can make it through the novice village?" "Naturally. This Chen fellow is far more reliable than that Zhang Quanin. He will definitely succeed." The young man shook his head in amusement. "You said the same thing last time." Lulan shot him an annoyed glance, and he quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. "He will definitely make it this time." Suddenly, he shifted the topic. "Have you thought about how to explain to him why closed beta players cannot enter the game?" Lulan awkwardly remarked, "I believe you will understand my heartfelt intentions in due time." The young man replied, "I hope he proves to be as understanding as your brother." Chen Fang remained oblivious to the truth behind Lulan's words. The following morning, Chen Fang followed the address sent by Lulan to a secluded villa on the outskirts. The place was quite consistent with the description provided, lacking only in accessibility. The small villa, though compact, was divided into 2 stories and was remarkably well appointed. The lavish interior left Chen Fang, a simple country boy, utterly astounded. Following the methods found online for locating hidden cameras, he roamed around the villa, both inside and out, but found nothing amiss. Although he had resolved to stay here, a degree of vigilance was still necessary, if only to demonstrate it to them. Chapter 60. A little more he did not entirely believe everything Lulan had said. As the old saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Another adage states that a pie does not simply fall from the sky. If it were to fall, it would surely be a hard one. The fact that Lulan, an experienced player, sought him out indicated that his connection with Zhang Quanan was likely genuine. However, the notion that seasoned players could not continue the game was something Chen Fang found hard to accept. There was no substantial evidence to support this. It was merely an instinctual feeling of disquiet. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Lulan must have ulterior motives for approaching him. The reason for her reticence might stem from his insufficient strength, or perhaps, as she claimed, she was waiting for him to clear the novice village. Regardless, Lulan's prowess surpassed his own, and her influence was far greater. Even if he was aware that it might be a bait, he had no choice but to partake. Fortunately, from Lulan's demeanor, Chen Fang could discern that she was most likely of a lawful alignment. Had he encountered someone of a chaotic disposition, his situation could have been dire. Embracing a mindset of acceptance, he returned to school to gather his belongings and promptly settled into the villa. Just as he organized his things, Lulan's call came through. An aunt would come by every Saturday to clean, so he should take note. Chen Fang was pleased to have the luxury of not having to clean. After a long day of exertion, he finally had the opportunity to immerse himself in the game. Meanwhile, in that opulent living room, Lulan and a young man with graying hair were each engrossed in their phones, occasionally exchanging remarks. After a while, seemingly during a break, they set their devices down to stretch their wrists. "Are you really not installing any cameras over there?" the young man asked with a grin. Lulan nearly spat out her drink. "Liu Bei, are you out of your mind? Do you think I'm like you, relishing the act of spying on those reservists to satisfy your twisted desires?" Liu Bei retorted, "I did it for their safety." "That's nonsense. Installing surveillance in someone else's bedroom? Why not put one in the bathroom, too?" Lulan laughed loudly. Liu Bei shook his head and shifted the topic. "How many KPIs does the guild still need to fulfill this year? If this one survives, we still need 2 more. What about you?" Lulan calculated using her fingers. The implication of whom she referred to was unmistakable. "You need to hurry then." Liu Bei was about to continue when both their phones emitted a raspy voice simultaneously. "All right, we can start the hunt now. Everyone get ready." The two ceased their conversation and once again focused intently on their devices. Chen Fang maneuvered his character through the wilderness, occasionally glancing back to ensure he was on the right path. Today, he intended to test whether the game world he inhabited had any boundaries. According to Lulan, each novice player's birthplace was a distinct novice village, or perhaps more aptly termed a novice dungeon. Therefore, it was entirely normal not to encounter other players. Only after clearing the novice dungeon could players enter the true game world and receive certain rewards. Reincarnation? Infinity? The Master God? Chen Fang occasionally indulges in novels, and thus finds himself familiar with such circumstances. It is uncertain how far he has traveled. Nevertheless, the character has embarked on a journey since dawn, riding a rented pack horse, and continues onward. The sky has grown increasingly dim, yet the anticipated air barrier or boundary has not materialized. He remains able to advance, but the monotonous wilderness imparts a sensation of treading in place. However, the map confirms his linear progression in a specific direction. Chen Fang halts, realizing he can no longer proceed. The pitch-black expanse instills a profound unease within him, causing even the pack horse beneath him to grow restless. It seems that after nightfall, something terrifying may emerge from the wilderness. Not wishing to court danger, Chen Fang promptly stows the horse within the stable and activates the waypoint, teleporting back to Peace Town. He suspends the character in an room, but hesitates as his hand hovers over the log out button. He contemplates whether to explore Peace Town once more tonight or to accumulate potential and enhance his abilities. Initially, Chen Fang had fixated on amassing potential to reserve for acquiring more formidable martial arts in the future. However, through the insights shared by Lulan, he realized his thinking was fundamentally flawed. As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. and use potential is equivalent to none. If he were to inadvertently perish one day, retaining excess potential would serve no purpose. Talp, talp, talp. Chen Fang recognizes that the masked individuals outside have resumed their activities. He promptly exits the game and collapses into slumber. The following morning, he accompanies his milk with urgently needed newly purchased compressed biscuits before logging into the game. First, he reviews his attributes and martial arts. Attributes: Strength, 34, 26, Agility, 37, 30, Constitution, 29, 11, Insight, 13, 13. Martial arts: Fist and Foot, Basic Fist and Foot LV 110, Unremarkable. Weaponry: Basic Sword Technique LV 60, Initial Acquaintance. Lightness Skill: Basic Lightness Skill LV 110, Unremarkable. Internal Skill: Basic Internal Skill LV 200, Comprehensively Integrated. Fetal Breathing Skill LV 100, Mundane. Equipment: Soul-Cutting Knife. Captain Saber, Pristine Leather Armor, Cold Moon Dagger. It seems he has not enhanced his character's strength in quite some time, with potential having accumulated to over 10 million, surpassing his previous total. Attempting to allocate points to the fetal breathing skill, he is informed that this technique cannot be enhanced independently, but only progresses alongside the basic internal skill. Chen Fang's gaze shifts across the various martial arts, finding it somewhat challenging to make a choice. Fist and Foot determine his offensive capacity. Internal skill influences his vitality, while lightness skill is critical for survival. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolves to pursue a balanced development. System notification: Through diligent practice, your basic martial arts skills have improved. Level 10, currently LV 120, potential minus 190,664. System notification: Through diligent practice, your basic lightness skills have improved. Level 10, currently LV 120, potential minus 190,664. With a single breath, I elevated both my basic martial arts and basic lightness skills to level 200, the potential accumulated over time, cascading forth like a dam bursting, swift and unrestrained. My 8-digit potential swiftly dwindled to a mere 7 digits. After some contemplation, I raised my basic swordsmanship to level 100, bringing an aesthetically pleasing order to my abilities. Martial arts: Basic martial arts LV 200, Comprehensive Understanding. Weaponry: Basic swordsmanship LV 100, Ordinary. Lightness skills: Basic lightness skills LV 200, Comprehensive Understanding. Internal skills: Basic internal skills LV 200, Comprehensive Understanding. Tai Chi skill LV 100, Ordinary. With over 5 million potential points remaining, I decisively allocated all of it to my basic internal skills. System notification: Through diligent practice, your basic internal skills have improved. Level 10, currently LV 210, potential minus 980,036. System notification: Through diligent practice, your basic internal skills have improved. Level 10, currently LV 240, potential dash 1452680. Ultimately, my basic internal skills reached a pinnacle of level 240, and my potential returned to a state of insignificance, leaving me with just over 1,000 points. Chapter 61. An increasing number of doubts. The considerable consumption of potential has yielded what kind of strength enhancement? Chen Fang felt it necessary to seek out minor adversaries to test his skills. The most suitable venue for such an endeavor was undoubtedly the nameless ancient battlefield. He speculated that the key to successfully navigating the novice dungeon might reside here. The zombie forest, aside from the enigmatic demonic corpse lurking within the subterranean caverns, had been thoroughly cleared of other monsters. Although he now understood that character death would not result in his immediate demise, it remained prudent to strive for survival whenever possible. Chen Fang did not intend to confront the demonic corpse just yet, despite the significant augmentation of his abilities. The enhancement of his foundational martial arts had resulted in a notable increase across all his attributes. Moreover, upon surpassing level 200, the internal energy generated by his basic inner strength had brought about a transformative change in his character. It appeared that martial arts techniques reached a critical juncture at level 200. Name: Egg Yolk, Rising Fame. Age: 15. Gender: male. Strength: 44-26 agility, 48-30 bone quality, 35-11 comprehension, 13-13 fortune, 20 experience, 14-398 600 potential, 1370 vitality, 350-350 inner strength, 2,355 4,810 wealth, 14 gold, 36 silver, 54 copper, knowledge, none, chivalry value, 34, martial experience, 1296, prestige, 6, ranking, 134 as his attributes improved, his inner strength and vitality surged correspondingly. Notably, the descriptor following egg yolk had transformed into rising fame. This marked a second change. The previous transformation had occurred when his experience exceeded 5 million, evolving from a novice to someone of modest renown. During this period of frequently battling monsters, his finances had scarcely accumulated, as he had expended most of his wealth on vitality elixirs. Ultimately, his ranking had ascended once more to the top position. This time was markedly different. Attaining the first rank had been surprisingly effortless and somewhat unreasonable. How could one surpass so many others simply by casually completing daily tasks and slaying monsters? Of course, due to Zhang Quan'in's influence, it was likely that his time in the game had preceded others by a slight margin. In just a few days, more than 10 players had vanished. Chen Fang sighed, steeling himself as he ventured into the wilderness. Navigating around the zombie forest, he found himself before a stretch of farmland, once a thriving agricultural landscape. The ground still bore traces of furrows, though they were no longer distinctly visible. Upon opening the map, he confirmed that the fog had lifted, revealing his location as an area on the outskirts of Ping'an Town. The vast fields were partitioned into segments, evoking images of countless residents laboring in this very spot during better days. Within a radius of several hundred meters, there was scarcely any obstructions, offering an unbroken view. Scattered throughout the fields stood dilapidated scarecrows, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet, Chen Fang knew this was merely a fade. The information above the enchanted scarecrows had long betrayed everything. Chen Fang maneuvered his character towards a magical scarecrow, the blade in his hand reflecting a chilling gleam. Upon entering the attack range, he aimed to strike at the scarecrow, then swiftly directed his character to dash aside. However, he had clearly underestimated the scarecrow's response, or perhaps overestimated his character's speed. Just as he had evaded halfway, his character was struck. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat status. Chen Fang. His initial intention was to employ a kite-flying tactic to avoid entering the combat zone. As long as the enemy could not land a hit on him, the conditions would not be met, and consequently, he would not enter combat status. Unfortunately, this was merely a mobile game, and the controls were exceedingly challenging. The character's attack wind-up was lengthy, and being a melee combatant, it was difficult to achieve the desired hit-and-run state. Perhaps once he departed from Peace Town to join the Tang sect, he could play in such a manner. Chen Fang mused, as he deftly dispatched the enchanted scarecrow with quick precision. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 1,200 experience points, 1,200 potential points, 3 fragments of spiritual stones, and 1 point of martial arts experience. After defeating several more, Chen Fang gradually discerned a pattern. The enchanted scarecrow did not move swiftly, but rather struck with rapid speed. If he possessed a certain skill with throwing weapons, he could effortlessly kite such monsters without sustaining injury. Although at his current strength, the scarecrow's blows would not deplete much of his health. Nevertheless, he remained fixated on the notion of kiting monsters without taking damage in this perilous game. Compared to the various corpses nearby, the scarecrow was considerably more generous. Not only did it provide ample experience and potential, but it also yielded 3 fragments of spiritual stones. He had previously assumed that the monsters in the wilderness did not drop spiritual stone fragments, only to discover that the corpses were simply impoverished. With the fragments of spiritual stones in hand, Chen Fang felt invigorated. The outskirts of Peace Town were expansive, housing no fewer than 800 enchanted scarecrows. Experience and potential aside, Surely, with so many scarecrows, he could synthesize a spiritual stone. Chen Fang had been curious about these spiritual stones for quite some time. From his initial foray into the wilderness, he had acquired a fragment from a shrub demon. However, the drop rate from the shrub demon and vine demon was dismally low. After enhancing his strength, he had grown disinterested in battling such minor creatures. The subsequent skeletal demons only dropped bones, while zombies and decaying corpses either released poison or yielded nothing at all. This led Chen Fang to believe that only the lesser demons could drop fragments of spiritual stones. Energized, Chen Fang diligently farmed the enchanted scarecrows. Most of the scarecrows were of the insignificant level, with sporadic, evenly matched, ones merely extending the time required. After vanquishing dozens of enchanted scarecrows, he finally amassed a total of 100 fragments of spiritual stones. Name: Spirit Stone Fragment. Function: collecting 100 can synthesize a complete spirit stone. Synthesize? When the quantity of spirit stone fragments reached 100, a prompt indeed appeared asking whether to synthesize. Naturally, the answer was yes. Upon Chen Fang's selection, the seemingly ordinary fragments began to emanate a radiant glow. This light was intense yet not blinding, remarkably gentle. Moments later, the 100 spirit stone fragments vanished from the inventory, replaced by a pale, white crystalline entity. Chen Fang opened the crystal. Name: Complete Spirit Stone. Function: contains immense spiritual energy, can be used for array formation, beast taming, weapon refining. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one can directly absorb the spiritual energy within the stone. Chapter 62. The marvelous use of spirit stones. The functionality of the spirit stones bore little distinction from what Chen Fang had previously perceived. However, he possessed an alternative method to glean information about the spirit stones. Through his conversation with Lulan, he discovered that many in-game items were not as straightforward as their superficial description suggested. For instance, rose seeds, when entrusted to a spirit gardener under specific conditions, had a probability of cultivating into a spirit plant. Yet, the game merely presented them as ordinary rose seeds. This revelation left Chen Fang somewhat disheartened. He had initially believed himself to be the sole possessor of such a unique capability. Rubbing his eyes, he fixated on the spirit stone. Within moments, the ghostly images on the screen gradually solidified into a line of text. Spirit stone contains the spiritual essence of a realm. Absorption method: place it in the Dantian. Operate the foundational internal skill in a forward cycle. Then reverse it for another cycle to slowly absorb. Chen Fang felt a surge of energy. Perhaps due to his enhanced abilities, this time the text appeared more detailed than before. To validate his hypothesis, he turned his attention to the fortune attribute. Fortune influences the passive income and item acquisition of the character. Current: 20. Yield: 2. Indeed, Chen Fang's excitement led him to pump his fist in triumph. He distinctly recalled that his initial glance at the fortune attribute yielded only a single line of description. Now, it included the current yield percentage. This suggested that if he were sufficiently powerful, he might perceive the essence of all things at a glance. However, understanding the essence of everything felt distant. At present, Chen Fang merely yearned to comprehend the significance of experience. While he had formed a tentative hypothesis, nothing could rival the clarity of direct observation. The ghostly images slowly solidified, revealing the text. Experience: players can obtain a certain amount of experience points by engaging in any activity within the game world. The first line remained unchanged from his initial observation, but the subsequent lines revealed critical information. Function: after the game's public beta, a portion of experience points can be exchanged for lifespan. Chen Fang's initial reaction was one of ecstatic joy, swiftly followed by affirmation. Lulan had indeed withheld some information from him. This was understandable, given that their disparate powers rendered them unequal. Yet, a new question arose. Why had she not disclosed that experience could be exchanged for lifespan? Surely, once foundational martial arts reached a certain level, this information would naturally become apparent. One would not be foolish enough to overlook it, would they? With a mind full of questions, Chen Fang found little inclination to continue battling monsters and decided to return home instead. He was eager to test the full potential of this spirit stone. Though he still felt that the prospect of cultivating immortality was unlikely, a sliver of hope lingered. What if, upon returning to his room, Chen Fang directed his character to sit upon the bed? In the martial arts panel, there existed a meditation skill. Upon clicking the icon, his character would adopt a lotus position and circulate internal energy. Typically, he utilized this opportunity to recover his internal energy amidst monster hunting in the wilderness, or to quickly raise his internal energy cap after allocating points. This practice explained why, after each enhancement of his foundational internal skill, his internal energy was seldom at its maximum. This necessitates that the character actively cultivates to restore their internal energy. Allocating points merely raises the upper limit of internal energy. Upon clicking the meditation icon, the character sits cross-legged on the bed. However, the subsequent actions leave Chen Fang somewhat perplexed. How can he possibly control the character to place the spirit stone precisely in the dantian? He attempts to toss the spirit stone onto the bed and then have the character meditate atop it, but alas, this proves futile. It is evident that the area beneath is not the dantian. The plan to utilize the spirit stone for cultivation seems doomed to failure before it even commences. Gazing at the spirit stone, which lies quietly in his backpack, shimmering enticingly, Chen Fang feels a pang of desire, yet is helpless. After trying several methods in vain, just as he is on the verge of giving up, Chen Fang makes one last attempt to press and drag the spirit stone. To his astonishment, the stone is indeed movable. Chen Fang. As the spirit stone is dragged from the backpack, a concavity appears above the character's head, as well as at the palms and the dantian. Without hesitation, Chen Fang places the spirit stone in the dantian and releases it. System prompt: you are utilizing the spirit stone for cultivation. This session can last for 1 hour. Excess is counterproductive. Chen Fang keenly observes the distinct nature of this system prompt. Generally, the system's notifications resemble a soulless machine narrating, devoid of emotional punctuation. The presence of such punctuation indicates that the player must exercise caution. The last time he saw an exclamation mark was the day a colossal eye appeared in the sky. Once the system prompt concludes, a 2-hour countdown appears in the upper left corner of the screen. Chen Fang understands that this signifies he must not cultivate with the spirit stone for more than 2 hours, lest it become counterproductive. He patiently watches the character engaged in cultivation on the screen. A mere few minutes pass. System prompt: you see white mist swirling above your head, your body enveloped in clouds. A surge of celestial energy bursts forth from your dantian, and you instantly feel a wave of relaxation. A refreshing sensation washes over you. System prompt: congratulations on your diligent cultivation. Your internal cultivation level has advanced by 5. The surrounding mist thickens, nearly obscuring the character from view. Fortunately, this cloud only envelopes the character and does not spread outward. Otherwise, it would have already caused a commotion. Another 10 minutes pass. System prompt: congratulations on your diligent cultivation. Your internal cultivation level has advanced by 5. In just over a dozen minutes, his foundational internal cultivation has reached LV 250. Chen Fang cannot help but exclaim, how many potential points this must save. Time flows steadily, and the character is ultimately enveloped in a dense mist, resembling a colossal white egg. However, as the countdown gradually diminishes, the mist begins to slowly dissipate. Simultaneously, the intervals between level advancements in foundational internal cultivation lengthen, and the increments decrease. System prompt: congratulations on your diligent cultivation. Your internal cultivation level has advanced by 1. In the final instance before the countdown expires, it even results in merely a single level gain. However, Chen Fang was already quite content as he picked up the spirit stone that had fallen onto the bed. The white spirit stone had begun to show signs of fading, and he anticipated that after about 10 more uses, it would likely become completely transparent. As he continued to observe the spirit stone, he noticed a countdown appearing at the bottom, suggesting it too had a cool-down period. Spirit stone contains the spiritual energy of a realm. Absorption method: place it in the dantian, circulate the foundational internal energy in a clockwise direction. Then reverse the circulation for 1 round to gradually absorb it. 72, 00, 00. a full 72 hours remained, yet Chen Fang was exceedingly pleased. In just a brief span of 2 hours, his foundational internal energy had increased by an impressive 23 levels. He had now reached LV 263. His root bone value had risen to 37.3, and Chen Fang felt a slight astonishment. It was the first time he realized that a character's attributes could possess decimal points. Chapter 63. Monster farming. Chen Fang found himself in a state of amusement as he gazed upon his fluctuating root bone attribute, which had reached a remarkable 373 vitality points. Upon reflection, he deemed this development quite reasonable. He had consistently enhanced his martial arts in increments of 10 levels. Had he adopted a more gradual approach from the outset, the presence of decimal points in his attributes would not have been particularly surprising. The decimals were merely an incidental detail, and Chen Fang paid them little heed. During the 3-day cooldown for spirit stones, he diligently farmed the enchanted scarecrows, swiftly synthesizing his second and third spirit stones. However, the rate at which he accumulated spirit stone fragments began to noticeably decline. The reason was simple. The enchanted scarecrows in the fields had been nearly exhausted. With no respawn feature in the game, he had checked the zombie forest 2 days prior, only to find the zombies there had also not respawned. Nevertheless, he accepted what he had. Understanding the insatiable nature of human desire, he observed the 7 spirit stones resting quietly in his bag, concluding that they should suffice for a while. At that moment, the enchanted scarecrows in the fields had been completely eradicated, leaving not a single straw behind. Following this, a significant transformation occurred in the farmland. A vast cavern, measuring several meters in diameter, emerged. From above, it appeared in impenetrable darkness, with a faint mist wafting from its depths. The game's ink-wash art style only intensified the cavern's ominous allure. Chen Fang wisely refrained from venturing inside. The magical corpses lurking within the underground caverns were all too vivid in his memory, and he was acutely aware that he was no match for those formidable bosses at present. Yet, Chen Fang remained unperturbed. With no other players in Peaceful Town, he was confident that as his strength gradually increased, he would eventually conquer them. Continuing past the farmland, he pressed onward, gradually unraveling the fog of the map. A new area unfolded before him, Black Wind Ridge. He beheld a modestly tall hill, roughly 300 to 400 meters in height. Although not particularly imposing, the hill's surface was strewn with bizarre rocks, winding and treacherous, suggesting it was a place seldom trodden by human feet. As Chen Fang maneuvered his character, he found himself unable to locate a path upward. Elevating his viewpoint, he could only gaze at the various peculiar monsters perched upon the hill, lamenting their elusive nature. These creatures seemed oblivious to his presence, or perhaps they simply lacked the inclination to descend. After a brief period of hopping around, it became evident that ascending was impossible. He ceased his frustrations and circled the base of the hill, hoping to discover a route upward. However, after a complete circuit, he concluded that no such path existed. It appeared that an invisible barrier of air encircled Black Wind Ridge, preventing him from ascending. Chen Fang promptly turned away, reflecting that if this place did not welcome him, there were ample other areas to explore. The ancient battlefield was vast, and he had barely illuminated a fraction of it. There were countless locales yet to be ventured, but he surmised that he had yet to fulfill certain prerequisites to access Black Wind Ridge, perhaps a specific item or the defeat of several bosses in other regions to break the enchantment surrounding it. Upon reflection, the key to overcoming the challenge may very well lie in this seemingly unremarkable low hill. As Chen Fang made his way to the next gathering of monsters, he pondered deeply within. However, he was acutely aware that it would not be so straightforward. Before discovering the anomalies of Peace Town, he might have truly believed that defeating the boss here would suffice for completion. Yet, the encounters of that fateful night led him to suspect that the method to conquer Peace Town likely involved unraveling a mystery. Chen Fang felt a twinge of exasperation. While he had no qualms about enhancing his strength and honing his skills to combat a boss, the notion of solving puzzles felt akin to being forced into an uncomfortable situation, quite the challenge indeed. He currently lacked even the faintest inkling on how to approach the conundrum. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for Chen Fang firmly believed that true strength was the foundation of all. If he could not simply bulldoze through, it merely indicated that his power was insufficient. Hence, enhancing his intrinsic capabilities was of utmost priority, particularly now that he had mastered the technique of utilizing spirit stones for cultivation. He experienced leaps in strength every few days. It remained unclear how many players had grasped this method, but witnessing his unwavering position atop the leaderboard, he understood that the number of those who truly knew was likely quite limited. After traversing Black Wind Ridge and walking approximately 3 to 4 miles, a broad river materialized before him. The inky waters flowed ceaselessly, reminiscent of an ancient, ferocious beast poised to devour all. Occasionally, fish over half a meter long leapt from the depths, their mouths agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth, accompanied by piercing shrieks. Chen Fang positioned his character by the riverbank, the dagger in his hand reflecting a chilling glimmer. At last, a flying fish soared from the water, heading directly toward him, its sharp teeth clashing with a resounding crack. Unfazed, Chen Fang allowed it to bite into his character while simultaneously delivering a swift strike to its tail. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat state. Indeed, Chen Fang was engaged in a rather peculiar form of fishing, using himself as bait. Once enveloped in the combat space, the half-meter-long fish tumbled to the ground, stubbornly flapping. Chen Fang felt a wave of relief. The combat environment would not alter due to the nature of the opponent. His greatest fear had been that fighting a fish demon would transform the battle into a scene by the shore or within the water, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Should such a scenario occur, he would need to avoid combat with airborne creatures until mastering flight. Fortunately, the combat space was entirely equitable, remaining unaffected by the opponent's race. Chen Fang relaxed as he observed the thrashing fish demon before him. Demonized fish, even match, in an underwater setting, he would likely not stand a chance against it. However, as it was, he merely awaited the countdown's end, for the demonized fish could only flop helplessly on land. After all, it was not suddenly capable of sprouting legs and arms to engage him in battle. Thus unfolded a rare one-sided bout, reminiscent of the last time he faced such a scenario during the bandit attack at the inn. After a dozen rounds, system notification, you have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 2,400 experience points, 2,400 potential points, a fragment of a spirit stone, 10 enchanted fish scales, and 1 point of martial arts experience. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow. The enchanted fish were indeed generous. Not only did they provide experience and potential, but they also offered spirit stone fragments and materials. Truly a remarkable creature of the earthly realm. Although the fishing process was somewhat tedious, it was ultimately safe and stable, making it difficult to leave empty-handed. The river was at least 10 meters wide, and the patch of land he stood on was merely a trivial fraction. After fishing in one spot a few times, Chen Fang would shift along the riverbank to a new location, where fresh, enchanted fish would eagerly present themselves. It could be said that a moment of inspiration unexpectedly led to the most comfortable monster grinding experience since he began the game. Chapter 64. Accumulation. The tumultuous river surged westward, its waters rolling with relentless vigor. Along the riverbank, a figure stood quietly, knife in hand, engaged in the art of fishing. It was not long before a half-meter-long mutated fish leaped from the water, seizing the figure's arm with an unyielding grip. In response, the figure delivered a powerful punch to the fish's head. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat mode. In a flash of light, both the figure and the fish vanished from sight. A few minutes later, the figure reappeared in the same spot, but the mutated fish had entirely disappeared. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 2,600 experience points, 2,600 potential points, 2 fragments of spirit stones, 10 scales of the mutated fish, and 1 point of martial experience. At this moment, Chen Fang had already spent 3 full days fishing by the river, yielding an abundant harvest. Not counting the experience and potential, his backpack now contained 2 complete spirit stones, bringing the total he possessed to 9. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within the first spirit stone was nearly exhausted. 9 spirit stones were more than sufficient for his cultivation needs over the coming months. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the grayish-white twilight spread across the sky, casting an eerie glow. Chen Fang made his way home and settled cross-legged in his room at the inn, preparing for his cultivation. As the countdown on the spirit stone reached 0, he swiftly moved it to his dantian. System notification: a white mist envelopes your head, and you feel as if you are shrouded in clouds. A surge of spiritual energy erupts from your dantian, leaving you with an overwhelming sense of lightness and a refreshing sensation. System notification: congratulations. Through diligent practice, you have achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation, increasing your foundational internal skill level by 3. Uncertain whether it was the insufficiency of spiritual energy within the spirit stones or the elevation of his foundational skill level, the increments in his cultivation had begun to dwindle. After this period of utilizing spirit stones for cultivation, Chen Fang's foundational internal skill level had reached 342. The enhancement of his vitality and inner strength aside, the potential points he had saved were immeasurable. As his inner strength grew, he sensed a peculiar phenomenon when observing Ping'an Town, as if veiled in a haze. However, he could not pinpoint what fell amiss, which vexed him greatly. Yet, despite his frustration, his rhythm of cultivation remained uninterrupted. Each day, apart from his routine commitments, he steadfastly returned to the river to fish, and whenever the spirit stones cooled down, he diligently utilized them for cultivation. Even with a 24-hour delay in feedback, Chen Fang could still feel himself steadily and resolutely growing stronger. He relished this gradual transformation. Thus, while he enhanced his abilities within the game, Chen Fang did not relent in his quest to find fellow beta testers online. The sensation he derived from Lulan was persistently unsatisfactory. As the adage goes, one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. He needed to establish his own channels of information. Fellow beta testers constituted his objective. Unfortunately, in the vast sea of people, especially within the ambiguous realm of the internet, he encountered numerous disappointments. Several times, he believed he had found fellow testers, only to discover they were merely individuals lost in their own delusions, leaving him profoundly disheartened. As time passed, Chen Fang had long ceased to harbor any expectations. Upon reflection, this was quite understandable. What was his first reaction upon encountering players? Most individuals would undoubtedly prioritize their own safety. Of course, there were those who were somewhat oblivious. But unless fate smiled upon them in an extraordinary manner, their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. As evening descended, Chen Fang logged out of the game and, as per his usual routine, lay in bed browsing forums and discussion boards. He had posted several ambiguous inquiries seeking strategies in these venues. Upon checking his inbox, he found numerous private messages, though regrettably, they were all inquiries about the nature of the game. Chen Fang remained unperturbed by the thought of someone tracing the connection to find him. To locate him, one would at least need to surpass the challenges of Lulan first. As for the concern of officials seeking him out, he welcomed the prospect. He was in dire need of systematic guidance. And should the authorities approach him with offers to join some dragon group or agency, Chen Fang would wholeheartedly agree and join in the swiftest manner possible. After all, life is no trifling matter, and he was not the protagonist of a novel endowed with extraordinary luck. The opportunity to grow stronger while contributing to his motherland was something he wholeheartedly embraced. Chen Fang was indeed a person who reciprocated sincerity with sincerity, while those who deceived him he would discard as one would a mere trifle. After perusing the private messages, he found nothing of value. Setting an alarm, he turned over and drifted into slumber. He was awakened by the blaring of the alarm, returning once again to his nocturnal existence governed by game time. Today was a day of rest, a time to complete 3 daily tasks, which he humorously referred to as his leisure day. Groggily finishing his daily routines, he noticed that the sky outside was beginning to lighten. Unbothered, he ensured his character returned to the inn before sinking back into deep sleep. It was not that he lacked energy. With his internal power, going without sleep for 3 to 5 days was entirely feasible. However, he had been pushing himself far too hard of late. No matter how miraculous his internal energy, it could not replace the need for rest. As a mortal, One must ensure adequate sleep. Upon awakening from his next slumber, Chen Fang felt rejuvenated, ready to engage in marathon gaming sessions for several nights without rest. He casually grabbed some snacks while logging into the game. His character awoke in a room and, under his control, headed straight for the wilderness. Navigating the familiar terrain, he arrived at the riverbank, resuming his fishing from where he had left off yesterday. Before long, the first mutated fish of the day was caught. System notification. Conditions met. You have entered combat status. As he entered the combat space, Chen Fang focused intently. Wow, this was quite a sizable creature. Colossal mutated fish. Skill level. Superior. This mutated fish was unlike the smaller ones he had encountered previously. Its mouth housed 3 rows of densely packed, sharp teeth, and its fins were notably larger, resembling wings. Measuring nearly 2 meters in length, its scales appeared thick and robust. Chen Fang wisely exchanged the centurion's dagger for the soul-severing blade, recognizing that against formidable foes with high defenses, a heavier weapon proved to be far more effective. Patiently awaiting the countdown's conclusion, Chen Fang initiated the attack. As his foundational internal martial arts advanced in proficiency, the likelihood of him striking first increased correspondingly. Initially, he believed that the priority of his attacks was solely linked to his agility. However, it appeared that the level of his foundational internal martial arts, along with other attributes, also influenced his attack precedence. With a sharp clang, the soul-severing blade was sent soaring. Battle notification. You raised the soul-severing blade and struck the colossal mutated fish. Defense unbroken. Dealt 1 point of damage. The opponent remains vibrant. Chen Fang. Life is filled with numerous firsts, such as the first time playing a game or the first time staying up late. At this moment, it marked Chen Fang's inaugural experience in the game of failing to breach an opponent's defense. Yet, he was on the verge of breaking through. Chapter 65. Soft armor and mission. The colossal, enchanted fish on the ground refrained from attacking. After all, no matter how grand its fins, they could not serve as limbs. Its lifeless eyes seemed to mock Chen Fang's ineptitude. Soon, the enemy's turn concluded, and it was once again Chen Fang's opportunity to strike. Rather than attacking immediately, he chose to observe the gigantic fish. Accustomed to battling zombies and scarecrows, he typically aimed for the head. However, the foe before him was no humanoid creature, and targeting its head appeared less effective. Recalling his childhood, when he savored fish heads, he remembered their formidable hardness. Thus, a question arose: where should one strike when facing a fish? Chen Fang sheathed his soul-severing blade and drew the captain's dagger. He aimed directly at the gigantic fish's eye and thrust it forward, only for the creature to flail in an attempt to evade. Yet, Chen Fang's hands were remarkably steady, akin to a seasoned surgeon wielding a scalpel. The blade penetrated with precision. With a sound akin to a water-filled balloon being punctured, an unknown liquid gushed forth. The intense pain sent the colossal fish into a frenzy, its fins and tail thrashing against the ground with resounding slaps. Combat notification. You have thrust the captain's dagger into the giant enchanted fish's eyeball, dealing 234 points of damage. The opponent is gasping for breath, appearing in dire straits. Chen Fang felt a wave of apprehension. Had this battle taken place in water, he would surely have been no match for the fish. Yet, he commended his own cleverness. The fish's entire body was as hard as iron, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against its defenses. However, its eyes remained its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fang embodied the spirit of kicking a cripple, continuing his assault on the creature's eyes. Combat notification. You have thrust the captain's dagger into the giant enchanted fish's eye socket, failing to breach its defenses, inflicting 1 point of damage. The opponent is gasping for breath, appearing in dire straits. Chen Fang. The fish's violent thrashing indeed affected his aim. Fortunately, his third strike did not falter. Combat notification. You have thrust the captain's dagger into the giant enchanted fish's brainstem, dealing 379 points of damage. The opponent is exceedingly fatigued, in need of substantial rest. It is well known that monsters with high defenses invariably possess substantial health. The giant enchanted fish was no exception. Chen Fang struck its critical weakness 4 times, depleting over 1,000 points of health before finally vanquishing it. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 5,000 experience points, 5,000 potential points, 50 enchanted fish scales, a basic throwing weapon, and 5 points of martial experience. Chen Fang was overjoyed. Had he acquired a new skill? In this game, any creature with a prefix such as great, for instance, great withered bone demon, or giant like giant enchanted fish, was typically classified as an elite monster. What is an elite monster? An elite monster is a unique creature endowed with attributes and skills that surpass those of ordinary monsters, exhibiting not only heightened attack power and vitality, but also the ability to unleash special skills. Chen Fang has managed to defeat elite monsters on 2 occasions and a boss once, either by relying on health potions to endure the challenge or by employing clever tactics, which cannot be deemed a standard approach. Typically, vanquishing an elite monster necessitates players to possess advanced combat skills and equipment, as well as a strategically composed team. Upon defeating elite monsters, players are rewarded with superior equipment, skills, and a substantial amount of experience points. So far, the only 2 skill books Chen Fang possesses have been obtained from elite monsters. It is worth noting that elite monsters have a drop rate. One is not guaranteed to acquire valuable items every time. After collecting his rewards, Chen Fang resumed his fishing. As anticipated, no second giant mutated fish surfaced, only a variety of ordinary mutated fish. However, Chen Fang did not mind and collected them all. In the realm of Jianghu, the rewards from elite monsters are not as significant as those in other games, and their strength is relatively moderate. This may be attributed to the unique characteristics of Jianghu, or perhaps other factors at play. In summary, if one possesses formidable strength, elite monsters in Jianghu can indeed be defeated solo. The day's gaming hours swiftly passed. Chen Fang was somewhat disheartened by the absence of a second giant mutated fish. For reasons unknown, the winds had been particularly fierce over the past few days. Under the dim sky, he traversed the wilderness, leaving footprints in the sand as he made his way toward Pingan Town, a scene steeped in desolation. Contrastingly, his spirit remained buoyant. Chen Fang multitasked, maneuvering the virtual joystick to direct his character while rummaging through his backpack. Over the past few days, he had accumulated over 700 mutated fish scales. He had inquired at the blacksmith shop, discovering that 500 mutated fish scales, along with additional materials, could be crafted into a suit of close-fitting armor. Furthermore, the blacksmith offered to buy mutated fish scales at a rate of 5 taels each, which delighted Chen Fang, whose finances were already somewhat strained. Thus, he set off toward home before dusk. Upon reaching Pingan Town, he visited the blacksmith to sell the surplus 240 mutated fish scales, netting him 12 taels of gold. He then placed an order for the close-fitting armor, parting with 500 mutated fish scales and 10 taels of gold. The gold he had just received felt scarcely warm in his hands before a significant portion was relinquished. Moreover, the 10 taels of gold was merely a deposit. He would need to provide an additional 20 taels upon delivery. His funds were dwindling. "Come back in 3 days," the blacksmith grumbled, turning away from him. In the span of 3 days, Chen Fang calculated that, given the plentiful mutated fish in the river, earning enough to cover the remaining payment should pose no issue. Indeed, no unforeseen circumstances arose. 3 days later, armed with over 400 mutated fish scales, Chen Fang returned to the blacksmith, exchanging them for 21 taels of gold, which allowed him to settle the balance. He then claimed a piece of armor that shimmered with a faint luminescence, adding it to his collection. Silken fish scale armor, defense 10, durability 60-60. This soft armor, intricately woven with special silk threads and embedded with enchanted fish scales, is both lightweight and supple while maintaining resilience, capable of diffusing attacks from sharp weapons and mitigating a portion of blunt force damage. Chen Fang's eyes lit up indeed. It was a splendid piece of equipment. He couldn't help but cast a puzzled glance at the blacksmith. Of course, the Chen Fang before the screen remained motionless, standing idly at the entrance of the forge. Just as he was about to depart, the blacksmith unexpectedly spoke up. "Young hero, if you have the time, could you fetch some enchanted silkworm silk for my wife?" Chen Fang keenly sensed the undertone of a quest and promptly activated his microphone to inquire. Where might I find this enchanted silkworm silk? And who is your esteemed wife? Years ago, I had some wealth and established a tailor shop for my wife in the town. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang grasped the situation and confidently declared, "No problem at all. How much does your wife require? I shall procure it and deliver it to her." "That won't do. That won't do." The blacksmith hastily waved his hands. "How about we settle on 50 taels of silver for a tael of silk, based on market price? As for the quantity, the more the better." "Absolutely no issue." Chapter 66. The Silkworm Demon. The blacksmith spoke a few more words, presumably regarding the task location and certain precautions. As soon as he finished speaking, a task prompt appeared. Task prompt. You have reached an agreement with the old blacksmith to bring silkworm silk for his wife, and he will purchase it at market price, rewarding you with money. Will you accept? Glancing at the map, Chen Fang did not hesitate, as it was a location he intended to explore anyway. The sky had already darkened, and after bidding farewell to the old blacksmith, he guided his character back to the inn. Chen Fang opened the task panel, where a new task had appeared. Task: the old blacksmith's request. Time: no time limit. Reward: money, 1 tael, 50 taels. He opened the map again and meticulously compared the distances. The task location lay to the northwest of Black Wind Ridge and the Great River, roughly 2 zombie forts away. Coincidentally, Chen Fang was currently heading in that direction along the river. Since it was an unlimited time task that would also enrich his purse, he saw no reason to decline. The following morning, in game time, as dawn broke, Chen Fang was already by the riverside, casting his line. In no time, he successfully caught a mutated fish. Given the task's lack of urgency, he did not rush. Instead, he continued to fish at his own pace, ensuring he thoroughly cleared one area of mutated fish before moving to the next suitable spot. His progress, therefore, was akin to that of a snail, as observed on the map. Fortunately, the blacksmith and his wife were not impatient. They only inquired about his progress occasionally without pressing him further. All things must come to an end, and just as Chen Fang thought he would continue along the riverbank indefinitely, he attempted to guide his character to the next location, only to find that he had suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, a wall of air identical to that at the character's spawn point. Despite the rushing, murky waters and the desolate wilderness ahead, his character could not pass through. After several attempts to break through, he began to walk along the barrier. The terrain gradually rose until he reached a sheer cliff, where he paused. Upon opening the map, he was astonished to realize he had unwittingly approached the vicinity of the task location. Adjusting his direction, he soon discovered the task site, the mulberry leaf forest. As he pondered how silkworms could become demons, he stepped into the forest and was instantly taken aback. Was this the mulberry leaf forest or the spider cave? Would he face a silkworm demon or a spider spirit? He had never encountered a silkworm that spun silk more ferociously than a spider. Upon entering the mulberry leaf forest, he needed not search for long, as a silkworm, as thick as an adult's arm, lunged at his character. Chen Fang immediately retaliated. System prompt: conditions met. You have entered combat mode. In the battle space, a lone fighter faced the silkworm. Although the size difference was considerable, Chen Fang dared not underestimate the threat. Silkworm demon, even match. This was indeed a formidable opponent, one that was genuinely evenly matched, unlike the mutated fish he had previously encountered. Chen Fang took the initiative, opting to test the waters with the lieutenant's dagger as per his usual strategy. With a sudden hiss, a small gash several inches long appeared on the body of the silkworm demon, its green blood splattering onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Chen Fang's expression turned grave. What a potent venom! It was now the silkworm demon's turn. The creature opened its somewhat grotesque mandibles, expelling a viscous strand of white silk towards him. Chen Fang hastily maneuvered his character to evade, yet he was unsuccessful. Combat alert. The silkworm demon executed a silk attack. You attempted to dodge, but failed, resulting in 23 points of damage. You also suffered 30 points of corrosive damage. Your movements are slightly sluggish, yet you remain quite vigorous. Rather than feeling alarmed, Chen Fang was unexpectedly pleased. The corrosive damage did not entail any poison, compared to instantaneous damage. He found persistent afflictions, such as poisoning and bleeding, far more detestable. Such ongoing damage was not merely a matter of health points being deducted. For instance, with bleeding, over time, even if he used a health potion to replenish his vitality, excessive layers would lead to a debuff, excessive blood loss. This debuff, a gaming term denoting a negative status effect, was particularly loathsome. Once triggered, it would darken the screen and cast large shadows. Both the speed of actions and attacks would diminish significantly. If excessive blood loss occurred during battle, it signified a dire situation. Thus far, Chen Fang had yet to discover a method to purify the excessive blood loss debuff. As it became Chen Fang's turn, he raised the captain's sword and dashed towards the silkworm demon, which attempted to roll its fleshy body to evade. However, he was no longer the same. Not only had his character's strength improved, but he himself had also experienced considerable growth in reality. With hands steady as a rock, he accurately struck the demon's mandibles, the tip of his sword piercing in at an angle. Combat alert. You thrust the captain's sword into the silkworm demon's mandibles. It attempted to evade but failed, piercing its gland and inflicting 58 points of damage. Its movements are somewhat slowed, yet it remains quite vigorous. The battle unfolded with both sides exchanging blows. It was a rare encounter for Chen Fang to face an equally matched opponent, and he fought with great fervor. He continually employed techniques to find and exploit weaknesses in the silkworm demon. After several minutes of intense combat, the battered silkworm demon let out a reluctant roar before succumbing. System notification. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 4,200 experience points, 4,200 potential points, 3 strands of enchanted silkworm silk, and 3 points of martial experience. Chen Fang's character was not unscathed either. His health bar had dropped by over half, and the corrosive damage was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, it was all worthwhile. He had discovered 3 distinct weaknesses on the silkworm demon. The first was its mandibles, specifically the internal glands. Striking the glands required a measure of luck. His initial thrust had inadvertently pierced the gland, a fortunate coincidence. The second weakness lay in its eyes. Generally, the eyes of most creatures are considered vulnerable, which is quite reasonable. The final revelation, and indeed the most peculiar, lay in the chrysanthemum of the silkworm demon. It was by a stroke of misfortune that he inadvertently struck there, leading to this unexpected discovery. Chen Fang genuinely did not anticipate this. Initially, he presumed that beings such as silkworms were devoid of such features. Little did he know that today's gaming experience would bestow upon him newfound knowledge. This notion is, in fact, quite reasonable. All carbon-based life forms possess vulnerable points, particularly the eyes and the chrysanthemum. The arduous battle proved worthwhile, as knowing these 3 weaknesses significantly enhanced Chen Fang's efficiency in monster hunting. Although it was not as leisurely and enjoyable as vanquishing the enchanted fish, it was indeed remarkably swift. On average, he could dispatch a silkworm demon every 5 minutes. It is noteworthy that these silkworm demons were rated at the same level as Chen Fang, indicating a formidable challenge, rather than being feeble foes easily defeated. The world operates on principles of fairness. Perhaps it is precisely this somewhat outrageous vulnerability that accounts for the silkworm demon's relatively thin vitality and their average speed. Chapter 67, Daily Life, System Prompt. You have completed a battle. Based on your performance, you have gained 400 experience points, 400 potential points, 4 tails of magical silkworm silk, and 3 points of martial world experience. Another exhilarating battle has concluded. The silkworm demon let out a mournful wail before dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. Although the night was still far off, Chen Fang found it necessary to return to the city for supplies. In recent days, his fishing had been so engrossing that he neglected to replenish his blood recovery pills, leading to the depletion of his remaining supplies after just over half a day in the mulberry forest. Furthermore, the wear on his officer's blade and leather armor was quite significant, with their durability noticeably diminished. Officer's blade, hardness, 10, toughness, 10, sharpness, 15, weight, 6, special effect, sharpness 2, durability, 824. The blade spans 3 feet and 5 inches with a slender body forged from cold iron. It is the weapon of a soldier from a bygone era, enduring more than 120 years without decay, still gleaming coldly. New leather armor. Protection, 5. Durability, 1250, a standard issue equipment from a former army, restored by a blacksmith. His close-fitting silk armor remained in good condition. However, the two pieces of equipment that had directly engaged with the silkworm demon fared poorly. The corrosive attribute had inflicted more damage than Chen Fang had anticipated. Nevertheless, his haul was commendable. He had gathered over 70 taels of silk, equivalent to more than 30 taels of gold, a veritable windfall. Upon returning to Peacetown, he submitted a quest at the blacksmith's, receiving 37 taels of gold in return. He then repaired his gear and generously stocked up on 300 blood recovery pills at the apothecary. The freshly acquired gold had barely warmed in his hands before it was entirely spent. However, Chen Fang was acutely aware that money was but a fleeting entity. It could be earned again once lost. He had only cleared less than 1/10 of the mulberry forest, and as long as the old blacksmith's wife required silk, he could still earn at least 300 taels of gold. Opening the quest panel, he confirmed that the task remained active, allowing him to exhale in relief. After a series of endeavors, the sky had darkened considerably, and he decided against lingering in the game any longer, promptly logging out. In reality, it was still quite early before dusk. Having sat for an entire day, Chen Fang felt a surge of restlessness. He stepped into the courtyard and began practicing his punches. After several rounds of basic techniques, he felt invigorated, his inner strength flowing through his meridians. The sensation of power accompanying each punch and kick was utterly enthralling. As he grew increasingly animated, he let out a hearty shout and delivered a powerful kick toward the half-man-high artificial rock in the courtyard. A thunderous crash echoed as the rock shattered into countless pieces. The fragments, propelled by the force of his inner strength, struck the courtyard wall, leaving deep, mottled impressions. Fortunately, the villa was situated in a relatively secluded area, with the nearest neighbor over 200 meters away, thus sparing him from causing any public alarm. Panting heavily, Chen Fang stood in place, gazing at his handiwork, still in a state of astonishment. It was hard to believe that he had accomplished such a feat. He glanced down to find his torn canvas shoes, revealing the pale skin beneath. Chen Fang bared his teeth, his internal strength robust in every aspect, save for one troubling detail. Perhaps due to the cleansing of his muscles and marrow, his body expelled a viscous, dark substance every few days. The odor was somewhat nauseating. Yet with the elimination of this viscous material, his previously sallow skin began to take on a more delicate, fair complexion, hinting at an emerging trend towards a youthful appearance. Consequently, he had taken to basking in the sun whenever he found a spare moment, enjoying the intimate embrace of ultraviolet rays. Fortunately, it seemed that the impurities within him had been largely purged, as the recent discharges had shifted from black to gray, gradually lightening in hue. After engaging in several rounds of martial arts to expend some of his pent-up energy, he tidied up the courtyard to avoid startling the cleaning lady upon her arrival. Once indoors, he indulged in a refreshing shower and then ordered takeout via his mobile phone. It was evident that Lolan's family was quite affluent, as demonstrated by her casual ability to send over a small villa. Naturally, with such wealth, they would not be reduced to frequently ordering takeout, which led to a certain underestimation of the dedication exhibited by delivery personnel. Remote delivery? Too late for orders? Nonsense. If you dared to place an order, even the cemetery would see timely delivery at the stroke of midnight. Chen Fang ordered several of his usual favorites, and within 10 seconds, the order was confirmed. During the wait for his meal, he practiced his internal skills, a routine he adhered to daily. While Lolan's words held merit, he felt compelled to validate them through personal experience. The ability of real-world cultivation to enhance the martial prowess of his character in the game was of utmost importance. After running through 3 cycles of both foundational internal skills and embryonic breathing techniques, hunger gnawed at him. Fortunately, the delivery arrived promptly. The delivery driver, assuming a gathering was taking place, brought an ample feast meant for 10. Now a millionaire in his own right, Chen Fang was not one to skimp on meals, spending his money freely. Having acquired wealth with relative ease, he was unbothered by the notion of sudden police inquiries into his finances. which had yet to materialize even after months of waiting. Thus, he felt justified in his expenditures. For safety's sake, he refrained from transferring money to his parents, opting instead to advance them 2 months' worth of living expenses, planning to send them a portion next year, if all went well. As for the rationale, he had devised a simple explanation. He had won the lottery. After several hours of such endeavors, he was surprised to find that night had deepened. In the game, morning dawned once more as Chen Fang logged in. He checked his equipment's durability and potions. Everything was ready as he guided his character towards the mulberry leaf forest. System notification. You have entered the nameless ancient battlefield. Please exercise caution. With ease, he navigated to the mulberry leaf forest, wielding the commander's saber with familiarity. A fierce battle ensued, and only by evening did he gather a bountiful return, ready to return to the city. Today, he had prepared adequately, which accounted for the lateness of his return, but it also marked the end of the cool-down period for spirit stones. Thus, Chen Fang opted to utilize the foothold and activated the one-click return town. Upon his return to Ping'an Town, the cool-down period for the spirit stone concluded, leaving him no time to undertake any tasks before retreating to his room. He commanded his character to sit upon the bed and opened his backpack, dragging a new spirit stone to the character's Dantian position. System prompt. You are currently employing a spirit stone for cultivation. This cultivation session will last for 1 hour. Moderation is key. A few minutes elapsed. System prompt. You observe a swirling white mist above your head, your entire being enveloped in a cloud-like aura. A surge of celestial energy erupts from your Dantian, and you instantly feel a profound sense of ease, accompanied by a refreshing sensation. System prompt. Congratulations. After arduous cultivation, you have attained a breakthrough in your personal cultivation level. Foundational internal skill level 5. The increment returned to the usual 5 levels. And Chen Fang exhaled a sigh of relief. If this trend continued, the Spirit Stone's efficacy would not be as substantial as initially perceived. Fortunately, this diminishing effect was only attributable to the same Spirit Stone. Switching to a new one would refresh the process from the beginning. Chapter 68. Sudden Wealth and the Recruitment of Disciples at the Martial Arts School. 2 hours elapsed, and once again his fundamental internal power surged by an impressive 23 levels. At this moment, his internal power had ascended to LV 378, a state of sublime mastery. A look of joy illuminated Chen Fang's face. Just think of how much potential he had conserved. Given a little more time, he could very well challenge Luan. However, he found it peculiar that during their previous encounter, he had not sensed any overwhelming fluctuations in the opponent's internal energy. Was it possible that the other had already attained the profound state of returning to simplicity? After all, the wondrous applications of spirit stones were generally apparent to anyone with a discerning eye. Contemplating this, Chen Fang couldn't help but remark to himself, truly, a seasoned player from a 4th internal test, their strength was indeed formidable. In the days that followed, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the game. Finally, one evening, after a week of relentless effort, he conquered the mulberry leaf forest. The time spent clearing the forest exceeded his expectations, and naturally, the haul of silkworm silk was far greater than he had anticipated. Regrettably, after vanquishing all the silkworm demons, he did not encounter any formidable bosses like the Silkworm King. Nevertheless, the spoils of his adventure left him exceedingly satisfied. His backpack was crammed with an entire pound of silk. Upon returning triumphantly to Peace Town, he made his way to the blacksmith's shop to find the old blacksmith. I have a quest to turn in, Chen Fang declared with great enthusiasm, and he retrieved a large bundle of enchanted silkworm silk from his bag. The old blacksmith maintained his usual calm demeanor, meticulously weighing the silk before handing Chen Fang a staggering 1,000 taels of gold. Chen Fang's eyes were fixed intently on the blacksmith, not out of fear that he would withhold payment, but rather out of curiosity as to whether he would produce the gold ingots directly. After weighing all the enchanted silk, the blacksmith withdrew a small abacus from his pocket and tapped it a couple of times. Nodding in satisfaction, he produced a substantial stack of silver notes, moistening his fingers with his mouth before counting. Chen Fang was taken aback, feeling a sudden wave of discomfort. However, fortunately, As soon as the character received the silver notes, they vanished from his hands, transformed into a string of numbers: 1,113 gold, 45 silver, and 72 copper. Although prices in Peacetown had experienced slight inflation, possessing over 1,000 gold coins certainly classified him as wealthy. Of course, this wealth was a result of his own tireless efforts against the silkworm demons, each coin infused with his sweat and toil. What should one do with newfound wealth in a game? Naturally, the answer was to spend it. Yet, as Chen Fang contemplated, he realized he had little to purchase aside from some potions from the apothecary. As for weapons, the soul-ending blade was the finest weapon available at the blacksmith shop. Moreover, he already possessed a captain's saber. When it came to armor, he was clad in 2 layers of armor, and the ordinary garments at the tailor's shop offered no attributes whatsoever. Suddenly, an idea struck him: the martial arts school. After unlocking the inn, he found that he could freely enter most buildings in Peacetown. This included the brothel, where, should he wish to spend, his character could engage the company of 2 courtesans. However, he found little meaning in that. Having visited once, he had never returned. Only this martial arts hall consistently sees the townsfolk entering and exiting, yet for some inexplicable reason, the protagonist remains barred from entry. An invisible barrier persists. Initially, Chen Fang speculated that he might not have met certain prerequisites for entry, but he remained unperturbed. He wandered around the town, convinced that eventually he would meet the necessary conditions. However, as time passed without any progress, he found himself increasingly perplexed. Now that he had amassed considerable wealth, he discovered that there were no opportunities to spend it in the tranquil town. Thus, he turned his attention to the elusive martial arts hall he had always been unable to enter. After a prolonged period of battling monsters to the point of exhaustion, he decided to explore the storyline in the town today, hoping to uncover some hidden secrets. After repairing his equipment and replenishing his potions at the apothecary, Chen Fang guided his character towards the martial arts hall. As anticipated, he was met with the invisible barrier once more upon reaching the entrance. Nearby, a young boy, presumably an apprentice of the hall, was about to enter. The child cast a puzzled glance at Chen Fang, seemingly baffled by the sight of a person colliding with an unseen wall. Chen Fang shifted his focus to the child, and information about him materialized above his head. Zhang Gong, easily defeated. Noticing the boy was poised to step inside, Chen Fang called out to him, "Hey, young lad." The child halted, turned around, and politely inquired, "What is it, big brother?" Chen Fang paused, suddenly realizing that the character he was controlling was merely a 15-year-old child, not significantly older than the boy before him. "I would like to ask you something," Chen Fang said, producing a handful of copper coins to propose a transaction. "How can I join the martial arts hall?" The boy scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Consider this a fee for directions. You can use it to buy some sweets," Chen Fang offered. The child accepted the copper coins with delight, carefully stowing them away before responding, "Big brother, our martial arts hall holds an open recruitment every 6 months in Town. Anyone who meets the master's talent requirements can join." "What kind of requirements are we talking about?" Chen Fang inquired, seeking clarification. "The criteria vary with each recruitment. Sometimes it's bone structure, sometimes agility, and occasionally other attributes," the child explained, counting on his fingers. "I remember last year, it was a bone structure score of around 20. Chen Fang comprehended that the martial arts hall had specific attribute requirements for apprentices. "Oh, right. And their SA fee," the boy added. "How much is that?" Chen Fang asked cautiously, despite his wealth. 10 gold coins. "Thank you, young lad. Do you know when the next recruitment will take place?" Chen Fang questioned. "It's today," the child replied. Chen Fang was taken aback. What a coincidence. He turned to survey the tranquil street before glancing back at the martial arts hall, which seemed far from resembling a venue for open recruitment. The child seemed to perceive Chen Fang's confusion and remarked, "The martial arts school is located at the city gate." Chen Fang expressed his gratitude to the child and, calling out a greeting, swiftly made his way toward the city gate. As he approached, a cacophony erupted from his phone, intermingled with the cries of children and the lamentations of disappointment from adults. Upon reaching the city gate, he indeed found a dozen burly men standing in a row, blocking the enthusiastic crowd. Behind them were 2 tables. In front of the tables, 2 long lines had formed, composed entirely of children around the age of 10. Chen Fang felt a sense of relief, realizing he had arrived at the correct location. He quietly chose one of the lines and stood at the back. When a tearful little chubby boy turned to glance at him and, with a quivering voice, asked, "Where are your adults?" Before Chen Fang could respond, a man and a woman nearby reprimanded, "Don't speak out of turn." The little boy, who had nearly ceased his crying, instantly resumed his sobs. Chen Fang. Chapter 69. Wealth Can Move Mountains. Chen Fang shifted his gaze and beheld a simple, honest farmer alongside a shrewd farmer's wife. The farmer's wife scrutinized Chen Fang with a wary eye before reprimanding the plump child beside her. The child, sniffling, turned away in silence. Chen Fang stroked his chin, contemplating the information hovering above the child's head, deep in thought. It appeared that one could only discern the specific names of interactive NPCs, whereas non-interactive characters, like the farmer, were merely identified by their titles. Chen Fang refrained from engaging with the plump child further and quietly waited in line, observing the individuals seated at the table ahead as they examined each child in turn. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Chen Fang's turn. Seated at the table to his left was an elderly man with a goat-like beard, who extended his hands and spoke softly. Just as Chen Fang pondered how to direct his character to reciprocate the gesture, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Extend hands innocently. Option 2. Who do you think you are to command me? Option 3. Remain passive. Chen Fang thought to himself, is there a glitch in this game system? It would be madness to select the second option. Opting for the first choice, he directed his character to extend his hands toward the elderly man. The old man examined his character's hands, shaking his head as he spoke. Alas, your innate talent is woefully inadequate. You are fated to be estranged from the martial arts. Chen Fang opened his attribute panel and noted that his innate talent was indeed among the lowest, merely 11 points. Although he could subsequently enhance his foundational skills to elevate his innate talent to over 30, the old man's assessment pertained to the so-called innate attributes determined at birth. "Begone next," the old man declared, as a burly man approached and ushered Chen Fang aside. Chen Fang felt no anger towards the NPC. Yet it seemed that joining the martial arts academy was no longer an option for him. He considered leaving, armed with his Tang sect invitation, realizing that entry into this particular academy was not obligatory. Investigating the academy did not necessitate membership. However, after some deliberation, Chen Fang resolved to linger a while longer, observing the proceedings. Many children who had passed the examination were led aside by the burly man, while those who had not, like himself, had mostly departed. A few remained, standing alongside him. Chen Fang astutely noticed that the children who stayed appeared to come from affluent backgrounds, as evidenced by their attire and the attendants accompanying them. As the examination concluded and the personnel of the academy had yet to clear the table, Chen Fang recognized that his opportunity had arrived. They approached, pulling out a bulging purse from their pockets. The elders of the martial arts school, responsible for examining the candidates, received the purse with smiles, then gestured to the burly men maintaining order. The elegantly dressed children were promptly ushered into the throng of onlookers. Chen Fang realized the truth. Money indeed has the power to influence, a universal truth that stands the test of time. Without hesitation, he maneuvered forward to request a transaction with the bearded old man. "Ah, you are quite clever, young lad, but have you obtained your elder's consent?" The old man chuckled, stroking his beard. Once again, options appeared. Choice 1, trade 10 gold. My elder has given consent, outer disciple. Choice 2, trade 50 gold. I have no family, inner disciple. Choice 3, trade 100 gold. Silent, true disciple. Chen Fang was taken aback. It was astonishing that a mere local martial arts school had such a hierarchy akin to the grand sects of novels. Without further contemplation, he opted to trade 100 gold. The old man's previously maintained composure evaporated, replaced by a beaming smile. "I never anticipated that my young brother possessed such wealth. No wonder I heard the magpies chirping joyfully this morning. It all makes sense now." The old man's tone shifted, addressing him as young brother. After inquiring about his name, The old man grasped Chen Fang's hand, personally guiding him into the crowd. He also instructed the burly men to treat him with utmost care. Chen Fang, somewhat speechless, marveled once more at the undeniable allure of wealth. After tidying up the tables and benches, Chen Fang followed the crowd back to the martial arts school. Including the few who paid their way, there were approximately 20 children in total. Upon entering the school, Chen Fang discovered an unexpected world within. The school, seemingly modest from the outside, actually occupied a far larger area than he had anticipated. Passing through an air wall into the main entrance, he beheld a moderately sized plaza. At the rear stood a stone wall adorned with intricate, swirling patterns, though they were indistinct from a distance. Several elders led the crowd through small doors on either side of the stone wall. Inside lay a much larger plaza, which Chen Fang estimated to be at least the size of 6 or 7 basketball courts. Presently, numerous youngsters were either practicing punches or training with stone locks under the guidance of instructors. The crowd continued deeper, traversing a second plaza, which housed a series of guest rooms, presumably for the accommodation of the school as personnel. Chen Fang noticed that most of the other children were taken into rooms with 3 or 4 individuals, while he and a few others who entered through the back were led into a room alone. Upon entering, the furnishings were rather simple: a bed, a table, a chair, and a few pieces of furniture, nothing more. The room was somewhat austere. "You shall make do for now, young brother. Tomorrow, when a master personally accepts you as a disciple, someone will escort you to the backyard," the kind old man remarked warmly. At that moment, the options reappeared. Option 1. Do not trade. No problem. It is already quite good. Option 2. Trade 10 gold. I feel that living here does not quite suit my temperament. Option 3. Trade 50 gold. Thank you, elder. I hope for your continued guidance in the future. Chen Fang was beginning to feel somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, having already spent 100 gold, was the loss of a few more pieces of gold. With wealth comes the liberty to indulge. He decisively selected the third option, gold 50. The character smiled and produced a banknote from his pocket, handing it over. Thank you, elder. I hope for your continued guidance in the future. The old man with the goatee beamed with delight, his face resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum. Oh dear, how can I accept such generosity? Yet his hands were swift, and before Chen Fang could even comprehend the banknote in his hand, it had vanished. What a pleasant exchange. I wonder what interests you, young brother. Martial arts weaponry, internal cultivation techniques, or perhaps stealthy methods of movement. Chen Fang's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the moment had arrived. Chapter 70. The scent of blood this time. There were no options. It was evidently required to speak for oneself. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fang activated the microphone and inquired, "May I select how many?" The man with the goat beard chuckled. Logically speaking, one cannot overindulge, but given your substantial resources, selecting 2 additional options should pose no issue. Chen Fang pondered briefly. Selecting 2 additional options implied he could indeed choose 3. Truly, the might of wealth was formidable. Then I shall choose knife techniques, concealed weapons, and agility techniques, he declared. The goat-bearded man smiled amiably. No problem. Allow me to report this to the master of the dojo. Thank you, esteemed sir. Chen Fang expressed his gratitude. And I am aware of your honorable name. He was indeed cognizant of the other's name, but he felt the need to uphold the pretense of formality. I am Wang. With a single character calm, the elder replied. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Chen Fang reiterated his thanks, for it is said that courtesy is never unwelcome. After spending considerable time in this Jianghu, he had grown accustomed to the intelligence of the game's NPCs. Most neutral NPCs, though appearing somewhat dull, possessed their own distinct personalities and were not lacking in intelligence. For instance, the blacksmith, who seemed to stand by the forge daily, hammering away without a hint of wisdom, actually tailored his creations to the recent demands of Ping'an Town. During busy farming seasons, he crafted primarily farming tools. Conversely, during times when the town was bustling with martial characters, he forged weapons such as swords and knives. Thus, Chen Fang never dared to conflate the NPCs in this game with the dim-witted ones found in others. Having bid farewell to Wong Kong, he noted that it was still early before nightfall, and uncertain of the dojo's safety, he refrained from logging off hastily. He decided to remain logged in, planning to observe the situation throughout the night. Setting his phone aside, he ordered takeout, eating while awaiting the onset of night in the game. As time passed, the game eventually transitioned into the evening. The once lively dojo fell into a hushed silence. The sounds of practice ceased entirely. Chen Fang maneuvered his character to the window, peering through the wooden slats to the outside. Initially, he could see other rooms ablaze with light and hear snippets of conversation. However, as the hours deepened into the night, the lights in the outer rooms gradually extinguished, plunging the dojo into an eerie stillness. His character stood quietly. He refrained from lighting a lamp. The familiar sound of footsteps that usually heralded the arrival of night was conspicuously absent. Chen Fang exhibited remarkable patience, his character remaining motionless. After more than 2 hours had passed, just as he thought this night would unfold in tranquility, a notification appeared. System notification. You seem to detect a hint of blood. Chen Fang. What is the meaning of this? Is it suggesting I should venture outside? He placed his hands on the phone screen, refraining from making any movement. System notification. The scent of blood outside grows increasingly intense. You find yourself hesitating whether to step out and investigate. The system notification reappeared, leaving Chen Fang in a state of bemusement. He harbored no intention of venturing outside, unless compelled by the system. It seemed that this martial arts school was not as secure as he had imagined. Chen Fang strained to adjust his perspective, attempting to discern the situation outside through the narrow slits of the wooden window. Yet, all he encountered was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any sign of life. He found himself perplexed by the system's prompt, uncertain whether he should remain inside or step out. After much deliberation, he resolved to maintain his status quo. He cautiously returned to the bedside, but instead of lying down, he retrieved the captain's dagger, gripping it firmly in his hand, prepared to react should any peculiar entity intrude unexpectedly. He remained in this state of vigilance until the first rays of dawn illuminated the room. He had sat there all night without incident. Chen Fang yawned, his heightened nerves rendering the wait somewhat tedious. Yet, he could not shake his curiosity regarding the source of the sudden, acrid scent of blood. Ultimately, caution triumphed over his curiosity, and he refrained from dragging his character into potential peril. As daylight broke, the martial arts school buzzed with activity once more. The sounds of disciples practicing their techniques echoed from a nearby square. After a brief wait, Chen Fang stepped outside once he noticed someone exiting a room. His quarters were occupied by newcomers who had joined the school only the day before. These adolescents were filled with wonder at everything within the school, eagerly craning their necks toward the square. Before they knew it, they found themselves gravitating in that direction. Chen Fang blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. He had long since stowed away his equipment, wearing his soft armor beneath his garments, rendering it invisible to the outside observer. What are you doing? Keep your distance from the training ground. Be careful not to get injured. Just as the crowd approached the square, a voice suddenly halted them. The throng scattered in a frenzy, retreating in disarray. Chen Fang maneuvered his character back while shifting his perspective to identify the speaker. A young man clad in a long robe of white adorned with black patterns stood before them, appearing to be around 20 years of age. The newcomers rushed to the entrance of their room, but did not enter. Instead, they lingered at the threshold, gazing toward the square. White with black patterns. He is a true disciple of the martial arts school, declared an elaborately dressed youth. Chen Fang approached discreetly, blending into the background. Indeed, the next moment, someone inquired, "What do you mean by white with black patterns? How can you tell he is a true disciple?" "Foolish. It's evident from his attire." The ostentatiously dressed youth replied with a sense of superiority. The disciples of the martial arts school were categorized into 3 ranks: the outer disciples in gray robes, the inner disciples in blue robes, and the true disciples in white with black patterns. "You're quite impressive, so knowledgeable," remarked another, prompting the ostentatious youth to swell with pride. "You lot who haven't paid, unless you possess exceptional talent. Most of you are merely outer disciples. Only those like us, who have paid, can at least be inner disciples, provided our talent isn't lacking, allowing us to enjoy the medicinal baths for body refinement." Wow, that sounds incredible. What is a medicinal bath? How much does it cost to become an inner disciple? The elegantly dressed children exhibited no discernible cunning as they began to respond one by one. Chen Fang ceased to listen further. Instead, he maneuvered his character to traverse the rooms repeatedly, examining every corner. The system notification from the previous night remained vividly etched in his memory. If one could detect the scent of blood within the room, it was implausible that there would be no traces outside. However, after wandering for quite some time, he found not a single corpse, nor even a trace of blood. Moreover, from the children's discourse, it became evident that they seemingly did not perceive any hint of blood last night. It was hardly conceivable that everyone except for him had simply succumbed to sleep. Gazing around the apparently normal martial arts hall, an unsettling sensation surged within Chen Fang's heart. The night here seemed even more abnormal than the sounds echoing from outside. Chapter 71. Initiation before long. Several inner disciples clad in blue robes arrived to escort the newcomers to the square. Not the training square, but a slightly smaller one visible upon entry. In the square, over 20 newcomers were divided into 3 groups. The largest group comprised 20 individuals, while the second group contained 6 or 7, including a child dressed in splendid attire. The final group featured only Chen Fang, standing solitary and isolated. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, and whispers of curiosity filled the air regarding the reason for his singular separation. Silence. We welcome the master to the arena, a blue-robed disciple announced loudly. As his voice echoed, a tall, robust, middle-aged man adorned in a gilded robe entered the square, flanked by 4 disciples of true inheritance in black and white, alongside 2 elders in black robes. Chen Fang, intrigued, shifted his gaze. Regardless of their strength, their imposing presence was undeniable. Due to the lack of interaction, Chen Fang could only discern their titles. The master, already of considerable stature, exuded an aura as he strode forward with a commanding gait, reminiscent of a dragon or tiger. He then began a lengthy discourse that felt incongruous with his demeanor. Chen Fang felt a sense of familiarity, and soon the creeping tendrils of drowsiness enveloped him. It was reminiscent of a leader-esque speech during a meeting, hence the slight heaviness in his eyelids. One had to admit, the realism of this scenario was quite striking. After enduring the protracted address, the moment for the main event finally arrived. A true disciple from the far left stepped forward to announce that the largest group would become outer disciples of the martial arts school. He then led the bustling group to the storeroom to collect their garments and tokens. Following him, the second disciple guided the 7 individuals, including the splendidly dressed child, away. At last, it was Chen Fang's turn. His expression remained inscrutable, interpreted by the higher echelons of the martial arts school as a manifestation of composure. The master, seemingly pleased, nodded and approached him. At this moment, Chen Fang realized that the master towered even taller than he appeared. Standing before him, Chen Fang found himself needing to tilt his head back to meet the gaze of the master, whose thick beard was now in clear view. Assuming Chen Fang stood at approximately 1.6 meters at 15 years of age, the master must have been nearing 2 meters in height. A pair of enormous hands, akin to fans, patted Chen Fang's shoulder with a resounding thud. Unmoved, Chen Fang remained steady, bolstered by a foundational inner strength nearing level 400. His prowess, though formidable, was merely eclipsed by the true disciples. The master, intrigued, remarked, "It appears you possess considerable inner strength. Young one, where did you learn your skills?" His smile faded, replaced by a cold inquiry. The options appeared at an opportune moment. Choice 1. Family martial arts. Choice 2. Humph, old man, who are you to meddle? Choice 3. It was taught to me by my deceased parents. Chen Fang. Indeed, is the second choice truly a path to self-destruction? Would anyone genuinely select that option? He silently opted for the third choice. The character spoke softly. It was taught to me by my deceased parents. There was an unexpected note of sorrow in the voice, leaving Chen Fang quite astonished. Could this game truly evoke such depth of emotion? The host paused, and the information above him shifted. Long Wuzhu, profound and unfathomable. When did you begin your training? What have you practiced? Long Wuzhu inquired. This time, There were no options presented, clearly prompting him to respond on his own. Chen Fang cleared his throat and activated the microphone. I began my training in childhood. Though I cannot recall the specifics, it must have been around the age of 7 or 8. I practiced some forms of boxing and footwork, as well as fundamental internal skills. 7 or 8 years. Long Wuzhu turned to glance at Wang Kong, who stood nearby, and quietly asked, "Did you pay 100 taels of gold?" Chen Fang, "Must you inquire about that right in front of me?" After a moment of contemplation, Long Wuzhu spoke. "Logically, I should not accept your payment, but..." Chen Fang thought to himself, "But what I offered was indeed excessive." Long Wuzhu hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, until Wang Kong timely interjected. "However, considering your unfortunate background and the diligence with which you have practiced, Master Long has decided to accept you." Chen Fang was once again taken aback. No wonder this individual could occupy an elder's position with the prowess of a true disciple. He was indeed exceptional. Long Wuzhu cast an appreciative glance at old Wang and remarked, "Quite right. That is precisely my intention." He seemed poised to continue speaking, but appeared to falter in thought, ultimately stating, "The remainder shall be entrusted to Elder Wang." With that, he turned away with the other elders and true disciples. The old man accepted the command. Wang Kong offered a respectful salute to Long Wuzhu's departing figure, then turned and winked at Chen Fang. Chen Fang couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, some truths transcend the passage of time. With a familiar guide, the subsequent matters became considerably simpler. First, he accompanied old Wang to the storeroom to collect 2 outfits and some daily necessities, then proceeded to the back courtyard to choose a residence. Every true disciple within a martial arts academy was entitled to a small courtyard of their own, a testament to the vast expanse of the academy's grounds. Finally, old Wang led Chen Fang to the designated area within the academy where martial arts techniques were stored to retrieve the 3 forms of martial arts he had previously promised. They arrived at the entrance of an attic, which bore no sign. Chen Fang pondered why the academy had not displayed a plaque indicating it was a scripture repository. Old Wang spoke, "This is the place." He handed a black and white wooden plaque to the 2 inner disciples guarding the attic and added, "Are you wondering why there isn't a sign hanging above?" Chen Fang replied honestly, "Elder, why do you not hang the plaque?" Wang Kong did not respond directly, but inquired, "If you were to infiltrate this place for the first time with the intent to clandestinely learn martial arts, where would you seek?" "Naturally, one would search in the location where the martial arts manuscripts are stored," Chen Fang interjected. Wang Kong, with a smile, remarked, "With so many lofts within a library, where would you choose to look?" "I see now. The master indeed possesses great wisdom." Chen Fang flattered lightly. Wang Kong chuckled softly. "This repository of books originally bore a plaque, which I had removed upon assuming the position of elder." Realizing the elder's true sagacity, Chen Fang astutely proposed a transaction, placing 100 gold coins before him. "I humbly request your guidance in the future." "Well said, well said." Wang Kong's face blossomed with satisfaction at Chen Fang's cleverness. At that moment, 2 inner disciples completed their verification of identity tokens and respectfully announced, "Please, gentlemen, enter." Wang Kong stepped forward, saying, "Come, let us proceed inside to select martial arts." Chapter 72. Choosing martial arts. The library consists of 3 levels, and as Wang Kong walked, he began to elaborate. The first level is dedicated to fist and foot techniques, as well as light body methods. The second level is focused on weaponry and concealed weapon techniques. At this point, Wang Kong paused, prompting Chen Fang to inquire, "And what about the third level?" "The third level contains the unique skills and internal cultivation methods of the academy. Only true disciples may enter," Wang Kong replied, stroking his goatee. Chen Fang discerned that this old man relished displaying his knowledge in front of others, indulging his vanity. "Do you know what unique skills are housed within the academy?" Wang Kong glanced at Chen Fang and asked, "I humbly request your guidance." "Elder," Chen Fang responded. "Listen carefully," Wang Kong began. "There are 3 unique skills. One is an internal cultivation method, while the other 2 comprise a palm technique and a sword technique. The internal method is called Hunyuan Gong. The palm technique is known as Sansha palm, and the sword technique is referred to as Pile sword technique." As Chen Fang was about to inquire about the characteristics of these so-called unique skills. Wong Kong feigned ignorance. You shall learn more when your merits allow you to explore them later. Upon entering the attic, Chen Fang discovered that the martial arts available in the academy surpassed his expectations. At the very least, the first floor alone contained over 50 volumes on fist and foot techniques. Go ahead and find a light body method. I shall not accompany you, Wong Kong gestured, signaling him to choose his martial arts. Yes, Elder, Chen Fang replied courteously before turning to seek out a martial art. Given the opportunity to select martial arts that cost him a significant portion of his fortune, Chen Fang approached the task with utmost seriousness. He located the section for light body techniques and began to open and examine the volumes one by one. Although there would likely be future opportunities to join the Tang sect and select martial arts there, reaching the Tang sect would require him to first travel to the region of Shuzhou. With his current basic skills and a nurturing breathing technique, Chen Fang estimated that it would be quite challenging for him to survive the journey to the Tang sect. Thus, mastering several martial arts to enhance his combat prowess was essential. Grass on the fly, swift steps, travel speed 70, carp swimming technique, agile movement, agility 3, swift step technique, swift steps, travel speed 60, dodge rate 20. The bookshelf contained approximately 20 volumes of light body techniques, most of which increased travel speed or improved dodge rates. There were a few that directly enhanced agility attributes, but they were scarce and generally offered only a singular effect. It was not until he stumbled upon a martial art called chasing wind leg that he realized its name might suggest a common technique. Yet it was among the few superior ones on the shelf. Chasing wind leg, swift steps, travel speed 50, agile movement, agility 2, dynamic momentum, accumulates wind force. Leg damage 20. While the individual effects of chasing wind leg may not seem particularly high when considered separately, its strength lay in its multiple effects, making it one of the rare martial arts with 3 distinct benefits. Chen Fang retrieved the manual for chasing wind leg, and an inner disciple promptly replaced it with a new copy. Wong Kong explained, the library contains only transcribed copies. You may keep the secret manuals for now. We shall proceed to the second floor to select the next 2. Following Wong Kong upstairs, Chen Fang noted that the collection of manuals on this floor was significantly diminished compared to the first. To the left lay the manuals on sword techniques, while to the right were the manuals on hidden weapons, with an assortment of arcane arts in between. Chen Fang approached the shelf dedicated to sword techniques, where he found a mere handful, only a dozen or so. Glancing back at the shelf of hidden weapon manuals, he noted with dismay that there were a mere 5 remaining. Chen Fang perused each volume, the process swift due to the limited choices available. He opted for the widely known flying dagger technique, attracted by its inclusion of several poison-making methods. He hesitated between the 5 tigers blade technique and the flowing light blade technique. The former was powerful and assertive, akin to a ferocious tiger, well-suited for overpowering foes and perfectly compatible with the soul-severing blade. In contrast, the latter excelled in speed, capable of dazzling opponents with reflected light during the day, though it faltered somewhat under the cover of night. Not lingering in indecision, Chen Fang recognized that with the hidden weapon techniques and poison-making skills at his disposal, he was well-equipped for subterfuge. What remained was a martial art suitable for direct confrontation, and a robust 5 tigers blade technique was indeed fitting. Having made his selections, Wong Kong led him back to the courtyard, advising, given your scholarly background and existing foundations, I shall refrain from further instruction. Dedicate yourself to practice, and feel free to consult me with any queries. Thank you, Elder, Chen Fang replied. Once Wong Kong departed, Chen Fang eagerly said about mastering the 3 newly acquired martial arts. System prompt. Would you like to learn? Yes. The 3 manuals transformed into 3 streams of dark energy, merging into his mind. System prompt. Congratulations, you have learned flying dagger technique, 5 tigers blade technique gale leg. Acquiring new martial skills. A flurry of text began to swirl around his character on the screen, continuously cycling until it all seamlessly integrated within him. Opening the martial arts panel, he observed, unarmed, basic unarmed LV200, comprehensive, weapons, basic blade technique LV100, mundane, Five Tigers Blade Technique LV0, insufficient. Hidden Weapons, Basic Hidden Weapons LV0, insufficient. Flying Dagger Technique LV0, insufficient. Lightness Skill, Basic Lightness Skill LV200, Comprehensive Gale Leg LV0, insufficient. Internal Skill, Basic Internal Skill LV378, masterful. Fetal Breathing Technique LV189, proficient. Knowledge, Poison Making LV0, insufficient. Research, Chen Fang's fleeting hope was dashed as he realized that the newly acquired martial arts were all at LV0. Unlike the fetal breathing technique, which had been half the level of his basic internal skills. However, he soon noticed a new option on the panel: practice. His knowledge was no longer a blank slate, as poison making was now categorized under knowledge, complete with a newly added research option: securing the courtyard gate. Chen Fang maneuvered his character to the center of the yard and clicked on the practice option for the Five Tigers Blade Technique, prompting an immediate system notification. System notification: you are about to commence the practice of the Five Tigers Blade Technique. Relevant weaponry has been detected in your inventory. Prerequisites met, begin the exercise. The character draws the soul-severing blade from the backpack and begins to wield it with vigor. Each movement is executed with tremendous force, stirring up clouds of dust and sending leaves swirling through the air. Concurrently, a countdown appears in the center of the screen: 2:51:38. As the character engages in the practice of the Five Tigers Blade Technique, new notifications emerge at the bottom of the screen. Notification: you practice the Five Tigers Blade Technique. Proficiency 24. Notification: you practice the Five Tigers Blade Technique. Proficiency 31. Notification: you practice the Five Tigers Blade Technique. Proficiency 43. In less than a minute, a faint white light ascends from the character. System notification: through diligent practice, your level in the Five Tigers Blade Technique has increased by 1. Current level: LV1, vulnerable to attack. Chapter 73. A sudden change prompt: you practice the Five Tiger Blade Technique. Proficiency 52. Prompt: you practice the Five Tiger Blade Technique. Proficiency 48. System prompt: through diligent practice, your Five Tiger Blade Technique level has increased by 1. Current level: LV31, insignificant. After practicing the Five Tiger Blade Technique, the character appeared somewhat breathless. Just as Chen Fang was about to continue his training, a notification of insufficient stamina emerged. System prompt: your stamina has been completely exhausted. Please wait for recovery. It was then that he noticed a fatigue debuff displayed in the upper left corner of the screen. Fatigue: your stamina is depleted. Unable to perform strenuous activities. 3:59:59. Fortunately, this strenuous activity did not include walking, allowing the character to move freely, albeit at a considerably reduced speed. Observing the character's fatigued visage, panting yet still under his control, Chen Fang decided to have him sit and meditate. As the character assumed a seated position, Chen Fang was astonished to discover that the duration of the fatigue debuff had halved, now reduced to merely 2 hours. He then took out a Qilin Inner Pill to begin its refinement. Name: Incomplete Fire Qilin Inner Pill. Effect: direct consumption may greatly enhance inner strength. With a certain risk of backfiring, gradual refinement can improve physical constitution. This inner pill was procured from the underground caverns beneath the zombie forest. The description of its effects was quite straightforward. Only a fool would choose to consume it outright. Naturally, Chen Fang opted for the gradual refinement. However, the pace of this refinement was exceedingly slow. Typically, he would refine it whenever he had a moment to spare. Yet, after several intermittent hours, the progress remained less than half. Incomplete Fire Qilin Inner Pill. Refinement progress 48. Nevertheless, Chen Fang remained unperturbed, content to refine it slowly, knowing that complete refinement was inevitable. 2 hours passed. The refinement progress reached 50, and the fatigue debuff finally dissipated. Chen Fang once more took control of the character to practice martial arts, this time selecting the Chasing Wind Leg technique. Prompt: you practice the Chasing Wind Leg. Proficiency 25. Prompt: you practice the Chasing Wind Leg. Proficiency 33. System prompt: through diligent practice, your Chasing Wind Leg level has increased by 1. Current level: LV1, feeble. perhaps due to the intensity of the technique. The duration of practicing the chasing wind leg exceeded that of the 5 tiger blade technique. 3:12:45. Chen Fang welcomed this, placing his phone aside and allowing the character to train autonomously. As the day swiftly waned, the sky gradually darkened. The three newly acquired martial arts had made considerable progress after a day of dedicated training. 5 tiger blade technique LV50, barely adequate. Chasing wind leg LV33, insignificant. Flying knife technique LV37, insignificant. Time was limited, and Chen Fang had only managed to practice these three martial arts for a little over 1 round. However, due to the frequent meditative sessions throughout the day, the refinement progress of the Qilin inner pill had indeed advanced significantly. According to today's progress, it seems that in about 3 days, I could completely refine the inner elixir. However, that is evidently impossible, as tomorrow marks the time for the daily tasks to refresh, which will consume another day. As night descended, Chen Fang maneuvered his character back to the room, determined not to sleep yet again this evening. He intended to observe whether the new location would still elicit a scent of blood. As time gradually slipped into the deep night, Chen Fang extinguished the lights in his room. A disadvantage of moving to this new courtyard was the inability to monitor the situation outside. When the hour struck, Tata had yet to make an appearance. The character sat calmly on the bed, refining the Qilin inner elixir. After a while, a system notification chimed. You seem to detect a hint of blood. Chen Fang remained unfazed, fixating his gaze on the door, ears perked to catch any sound from outside. Another notification followed. The scent of blood outside has grown increasingly potent. You find yourself hesitating about whether to venture out. I have not. Do not misrepresent. Chen Fang thought, still entertained by his own musings. Outside, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of even the faintest whisper of wind or chirp of insects. As time passed, just when Chen Fang assumed this night would mirror the last, a new notification resonated. A cacophony of battle cries erupts outside, as if 1,000 armies are clashing. Your curiosity piqued, you contemplate stepping outside. Chen Fang. He shifted his perspective, the character remaining seated on the bed, engrossed in the refinement of the inner elixir. Noting that the character had not moved without his command, Chen Fang felt a wave of relief wash over him, deciding to wait a while longer to assess the situation. Another notification arrived. The battle cries are drawing nearer, as though something is about to breach the door. A sense of trepidation gripped Chen Fang. He hastily ceased the refinement process, aware that it depletes his inner energy. Should an ominous entity truly force its way in, being low on energy would spell danger. He stowed the elixir, the character maintaining a meditative posture as inner energy began to gradually replenish. Chen Fang readied himself, the Duanhuan blade now drawn from his backpack, resting within reach. A sudden gust of wind swept into the room, stirring the ornaments on the bed, causing them to sway precariously. After a brief wait, nothing transpired, and just as Chen Fang thought, it was another instance of thunderous noise yielding little. The door was suddenly smashed open, splintered into dozens of shards that rained into the room. Thankfully, the bed he occupied was not directly aligned with the door. Wooden fragments shot into the room, accompanied by an indistinct shadow. The screen and furniture at the entrance were sent tumbling. Chen Fang quickly commanded his character to rise. Casting a glance at his inner energy, which had replenished to nearly 2/3. That would suffice. Grasping the Duanhuan blade, he positioned himself against the wall, distancing from the struggling, shadowy figure. It remained unclear what awaited outside. Rushing out recklessly was not an option. After a moment of contemplation, the shadowy figure ceased its struggle. Lying motionless beside the toppled chair, Chen Fang did not lower his guard. He kept his gaze fixed on the dark figure while casting furtive glances toward the door. A momentary shock overcame him as he observed that the door remained intact, showing no signs of having been violently breached. Yet, when he turned his attention back to the shadow on the ground, he found a motionless silhouette lying there, bathed in the faint light of the moon. He could barely discern scattered wooden splinters around the figure. This scene prompted Chen Fang to recall the earlier encounter with the masked intruder, who had collided with a drying pole, leaving it unscathed. However, It seemed that no peculiar individuals had come to his aid this night. Gathering his courage, Chen Fang approached the shadow. As he drew nearer, he could finally make out the figure of an armored soldier lying on the ground. The fallen soldier. The armor on the soldier's chest bore the imprints of 2 hands, indicating that he had been struck violently before being thrust into the room. Confirming once more that the figure was indeed lifeless, Chen Fang cautiously moved closer to the window, peering outside. Chapter 74. Spirit Land? Spirit Child? The mission. As anticipated, a contingent of armored soldiers was assaulting 2 masked figures in the courtyard outside. The soldiers were well-equipped and adhered to strict discipline, gradually tightening their formation. Although the 2 masked individuals managed to incapacitate a soldier or 2, the overwhelming number of soldiers rendered their defeat merely a matter of time. Observing this, Chen Fang felt a sense of relief. Based on previous experience, as long as he refrained from recklessness and kept to the shadows, he would encounter no issues. However, tonight seemed to deviate from the norm. Suddenly, a more elaborately armored officer among the soldiers turned his gaze toward Chen Fang's location, barking, "Who goes there?" Concealing oneself. At a signal, 2 soldiers who had not participated in the assault lowered their long spears and drew their steel blades, advancing toward the room. Chen Fang thought to himself, "How'd he notice me? I haven't moved at all." The 2 soldiers entered the room, and upon closer proximity, Chen Fang could finally discern their details. Soldier, X2, superior skill, X2. A flicker of calm washed over Chen Fang. At least he had a fighting chance. Yet, the thought of the dozens of similarly skilled soldiers outside made him doubt his prospects. Before he could deliberate further, the soldiers approached but did not immediately attack. They exchanged glances, and one of them dashed outside to whisper something to the officer. After a brief interval, the returning soldier addressed Chen Fang, saying, "Child, step forward. Our captain wishes to speak with you." Chen Fang was taken aback, suddenly recalling that his character was that of a boy just 15 years old. Silently, he sheathed his soul-severing blade, relieved that the dim light of the room concealed his weapon. Following the 2 soldiers out, he observed the masked figures still engaged in a fierce battle with a squad of soldiers. As he approached the captain, Chen Fang adjusted his perspective, looking up. The captain, clad in full armor, revealed a face devoid of a helmet, belonging to a man in his 30s. A long, narrow scar traversed his cheek, adding an aura of ironclad ferocity to his demeanor. The scarred captain regarded Chen Fang without uttering a word, instead extending a palm-sized token toward him. Chen Fang assumed he was meant to accept the token. Though uncertain of their intentions, he figured they must have their reasons. He moved forward to take it, only for the captain to retract it swiftly, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Chen Fang was bewildered. The soldiers exchanged glances, astonished. "Is he truly a living person?" The scarred captain murmured, seemingly addressing Chen Fang. What kind of remark was that? Chen Fang wished to retort, but, observing the overwhelming number of adversaries before him, chose to remain silent. At present, it appears that the other party harbors little animosity towards him. Could it be a spirit child? A figure, presumably an aide, addressed the captain, noting the child's age, merely a teenager, with mediocre abilities and a rather foolish demeanor, suggesting he resembled a spirit child born of ethereal energy. Chen Fang immediately discerned the key phrases in their discourse: spirit land, spirit child. However, the scant information available rendered any inference impossible. The captain nodded, affirming, "It must indeed be the spirit child of this spirit land." He then inquired of the child, "Hey, can you understand what I'm saying?" Chen Fang hesitantly activated his microphone, responding flatly, "Yes." "Ah, he can comprehend," the captain exclaimed joyfully, turning to his aide to share the news that this was the 3rd spirit child they encountered who understood their language. The astonishment on the faces of the group made Chen Fang feel akin to a mere monkey. His comrades were embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, and such behavior seemed highly inappropriate. Chen Fang, feigning irritation, remarked, "Is this really the time for such antics?" This statement served both as a retort and a probe. Not lacking in wit, are we?" The captain stepped forward, towering over him. "A half-formed spirit child dares to lecture me?" A wave of dread washed over Chen Fang. This was a probing that had gone awry. He instinctively moved the virtual joystick, attempting to make his escape, only to find the scarred captain had inexplicably materialized behind him. Lu Sandow, as he was known, remained silent, grasping Chen Fang as one would a chick and returning him to the fold. At that moment, a crowing rooster heralded the dawn. The night had slipped away far too quickly. "Damn it, time flies," Lu Sandow cursed, then addressed the boy. "Time is of the essence. Listen closely. Child, you have 1 day to draw a map of your world. By midnight tomorrow, return here with the terrain map." Chen Fang was momentarily bewildered. Lu Sandow pressed on, urgency in his tone. "Did you hear me? Do you wish to venture out and see the world beyond? If so, follow my instructions." As the eastern sky of the town began to brighten, Chen Fang was struck with astonishment as he noticed that Lu Sandow and the other soldiers were gradually becoming transparent, as if they were on the verge of vanishing from this realm. Resolutely, he decided to speak. "Which area do you want mapped? Do you require the wilderness outside the town? Hurry, we must resolve our obsession swiftly." Lu Sandow was still shouting at the soldiers. Upon hearing Chen Fang's inquiry, he turned to him, visibly intrigued, and quietly replied, "Your spirit child is indeed quite unique. Just the town's map will suffice. Also, I advise you to limit your interactions with the people here." "Limit my interactions? What do you mean?" Chen Fang sought clarification, but as he was about to ask further, he noticed that after dispatching 2 masked figures, all the soldiers had grown increasingly transparent until they ultimately vanished into thin air. Chen Fang exclaimed in shock and hurriedly maneuvered to the spot where the skirmish had previously taken place. Indeed, both the fallen warriors and the masked figures of the martial world have vanished without a trace, as if they had never graced the courtyard with their presence. "See you tomorrow night," a translucent figure, resembling a being of water, suddenly uttered, startling Chen Fang. However, when he turned to look, the figure had completely disappeared. No sooner had the words left its lips than a task notification promptly appeared. "Task notification. You have reached an agreement with Lu Sandow to create a map of Pingan Town. Reward unknown. Do you accept?" Chen Fang couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Would the character truly require him to draw the map? He opened the task panel, and a freshly minted task gleamed brightly. Task: create a map of Pingan Town. Duration: 6 hours. Reward: unknown beside the task. There was a side arrow, and Chen Fang clicked to open it. Instantly, a blank sheet of paper began to expand, filling the entire screen of his phone. Most of the paper remained devoid of markings, save for a small section that had been sketched. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the very courtyard of the martial arts school where he currently stood. Chapter 75. Task rewards. After a rough estimation of the ratio between the white paper and the game world, it became evident that the design centered around a character with a radius of approximately 10 meters. Chen Fang felt a sense of relief. Although the physical exertion was considerable, the task was not entirely insurmountable. Ignoring his sleepless night, he noticed that the sky within the game had begun to brighten. He maneuvered his character out of the martial arts hall, commencing a circuit around Pingan Town, opening the task panel and expanding the side arrow. He observed the gradually enriching patterns on the white paper, which further eased his mind. Fortunately, he had explored Pingan Town several times before, and there were no areas that were inaccessible. The only place with an invisible barrier, the martial arts hall, he had successfully entered. An hour passed, then 2. And soon over 7 hours flew by, with reality transitioning into midday. The sky in the game gradually darkened. The expansive white paper was now filled with a variety of architectural designs, leaving only a small portion blank, yet that too was swiftly being populated. In a race against time, he finally completed the map before nightfall. Returning to the backyard of the martial arts hall, Chen Fang quietly awaited the passage of time. Not exiting the game, he set his phone aside and ordered takeout with another device. After a long day of activity within the game, he was already ravenous. Seizing the moment before the appointed hour, he sought to replenish his energy. After a brief wait, he finished his meal, and the game clock struck midnight. Chen Fang sat on his bed, refining his inner energy. Knowing that no battles would ensue, he no longer worried about depleting his strength. Just a few minutes past midnight, a knock echoed from outside. "Child, are you still there?" The voice was somewhat familiar. It belonged to Lu Sandow. Chen Fang guided his character to open the door. Indeed, it was the same group of soldiers, led by the scarred middle-aged man, standing in formation outside. "Child, how is the map coming along?" Lu Sandow inquired, a glimmer of hope in his expression. Chen Fang opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly fell silent. The task was completed, the map drawn. Yet he pondered how to present it to him. Noticing Chen Fang's silence, Lu Sandow's demeanor darkened. He spoke to himself. "Did you not draw it well? It's understandable. One day is indeed too short time." Flustered, Chen Fang rummaged through his backpack, desperately searching for the map. The outcome was clear. He cannot find it. "Whatever you have will suffice," Lu Sandow continued, lost in his own thoughts. Chen Fang opened the task panel and finally spotted an option to submit the task. He hastily clicked it. As he did, his character miraculously produced a scroll of paper from within, extending it towards Lu Sandow. Concurrently, the map-drawing task vanished from the panel. Chen Fang waited, only to see Lu Sandow, his face alight with joy, open the map to inspect it, yet no reward for the task was forthcoming. "Indeed, well done, my boy. In merely a day, you have meticulously crafted the map in its entirety." Lu Sandow was evidently in high spirits, unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face. Chen Fang remained silent, and it was clear from Lu Sandow's words that he did not expect him to complete the map in just one day. Noticing Chen Fang's silence, Lu Sandow, in an exceptionally good mood, glanced at the map once more and then spoke. "Speak up. What reward do you desire? As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall fulfill your wishes." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared on Chen Fang's phone screen. System notification, task completed. You may choose one of the following as a reward: money, martial arts, equipment, career advancement. Chen Fang silently scanned the 4 options, and suddenly an idea struck him. Could he directly view the rewards? Without hesitation, he decided to try. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Focusing on the notification on the screen, he soon saw a shimmering image materializing before him, gradually solidifying into several lines of text. Money, 100 to 500 gold coins. Martial arts, a military formation martial arts manual between 2nd and 1st tier. Equipment, a randomly selected piece of military formation equipment. Career advancement, an opportunity to join Lu Sandow's team. Chen Fang was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that it would indeed be possible. This meant that future selective task rewards would be easier to navigate. He immediately ruled out the first option of money, as he was not in need of it at the moment, having several hundred gold coins on hand. The third option of equipment was also dismissed, as he did not particularly lack gear at this time, finding the value-to-cost ratio unsatisfactory. This left him with the 2nd and 4th options. Martial arts were always a welcome addition, as the character's training speed was remarkably swift. However, the prospect of joining the military caused Chen Fang some hesitation. He already possessed a Tangmen summons, but having read numerous fantasy novels, he understood that sex and the imperial court were invariably at odds with one another. He was uncertain about which was stronger in the game's world, the court or the rogue sections. After considerable contemplation, Chen Fang ultimately decided against taking any risks and opted for the martial arts reward. "I humbly request a martial arts technique as a reward, General," he said, bowing respectfully to Lu Sandow. Lu Sandow patted himself down, saying, "Unfortunately, I do not have any manuals on me." Chen Fang was taken aback. Was the freedom in Jianghu so great that task rewards could be withheld? Subsequently, Lu Sandow pointed to a soldier. "Very well, I noticed your skill with the blade yesterday. Xiao Cui, you stay behind to teach this young man a military formation blade technique." Chen Fang sighed in relief. It was not that the reward had been denied, but rather the method of delivery had changed. The soldier named Xiao Cui stepped out of the ranks and stood aside, while the others, under Lu Sandow's lead, exited the courtyard. Xiao Cui appeared to be quite young, perhaps around 20, and once the others had departed, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "Time is of the essence. Let us begin." Chen Fang had no objections. Xiao Cui drew his long blade and began to demonstrate, saying, "I will first slow down the speed for you to observe how much you can memorize. Feel free to ask me any questions if you do not understand something." Although Xiao Cui's knife is nothing more than an ordinary steel blade, Its wielding is devoid of any extravagant flourishes, primarily consisting of straightforward, forceful slashes. Yet, it seems to emanate a lethal intent that penetrates the very air, sending a chill down Chen Fang's neck, even from behind the screen. Chen Fang is no longer the naive university student he once was. Continuous feedback from a Jianghu has granted him a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. The more he learns, the deeper his appreciation for Xiao Chui's techniques grows, and the more he recognizes the latter's formidable prowess. Despite being evenly matched, Chen Fang is acutely aware that Xiao Chui could effortlessly dispatch the monsters lurking in the wilderness. After completing the sequence of moves, Xiao Chui remarks, "This technique does not bear a name. In critical moments, one may wield the knife with both hands, but such an approach necessitates a profound comprehension of the technique. Otherwise, one risks self-infliction before harming the enemy. Now, allow me to deconstruct the movements for you. Pay close attention." Chapter 76. The training ground. Little Chui officially commenced his instruction, and suddenly, a progress bar appeared on the left side of the screen. As Little Chui demonstrated, the progress bar began to increment gradually. 1, 2. A night in the game swiftly elapsed. The soldier, Little Chui, diligently taught the art of swordsmanship throughout the night. In truth, it was rather implausible to expect Chen Fang to master this decisive military blade technique through the screen. However, the aim was never for Chen Fang to learn. It was the character within the game who was meant to acquire the skills. With the crowing of a rooster resonating above Pinyin Town, the progress bar on the left side of the screen finally reached the 100 mark. As the bar filled completely, a notification promptly appeared. System notification: "Congratulations, you have learned the military formation blade technique and acquired new martial arts." Upon opening the martial arts panel, the weapons section revealed the addition of the military formation blade technique. Weapons: Basic Blade Technique LV-100, Initial Understanding. 5 Tiger Blade Technique LV-50, Barely Adequate. Military Formation Blade Technique LV-20, Not worth worrying about. Observing Little Chui's gradually transparent figure, Chen Fang nodded in satisfaction. Recently, his inflated ego due to a surge in power had begun to subside. The truth was evident. Merely from Little Chui's demonstration of the blade technique, it was clear that if they were to engage in combat, the opponent could sever his head within 10 exchanges. Clatter, clatter, a series of synchronized footsteps accompanied by the clanking of armor and weapons echoed. Chen Fang recognized that Lu Sandao and his comrades had returned. Indeed, within moments, the sounds drew closer, and a troop of soldiers entered the courtyard, led by Lu Sandao. However, their forms had become increasingly transparent. Chen Fang observed that the number of individuals in the group had diminished, and those remaining bore injuries, with even Lu Sandao sporting a long gash on his arm. Clearly, the nocturnal battle had not gone smoothly, resulting in considerable casualties. Upon seeing Chen Fang, Lu Sandao's previously melancholic demeanor instantly brightened. Child, grant me but a month more, and I shall lead you out of this sea of suffering," he proclaimed jovially. Chen Fang was uncertain whether Lu Sandao's reference to escaping the sea of suffering implied that he could clear this novice dungeon. Nonetheless, he replied, "Then I shall await the general's good news. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to speak." Lu Sandao waved his hand, his smile unwavering. "You need only to wait." As they conversed, all the soldiers grew increasingly transparent, ultimately vanishing from sight as if they had never been there. Chen Fang gazed at the spot where they had disappeared, lost in thought. From the words of Lulan, it was evident that this so-called novice dungeon was not easily conquered. Otherwise, she would not have persisted in speaking in riddles, always mentioning that they would discuss matters further once he cleared the novice village. Though Lu Sandao spoke eloquently, exuding an air of confidence, the wounded appearances of the soldiers indicated that the reality was far from as rosy as he portrayed. Fate, after all, must ultimately be grasped in one's own hands, Chen Fang mused to himself. Having persevered for an extended period, he found himself somewhat fatigued. However, Chen Fang was acutely aware that this was not the time for rest. He maneuvered his character out of the courtyard and toward the training ground. It had been several days since he joined the martial arts academy, Yet he had not once visited the training arena, which was rather uncharacteristic of him. Based on his conjectures about the Jianghu, he suspected that the training ground would house certain beneficial buffs capable of accelerating his progress in martial arts. As dawn broke over Ping'an town, a splendid morning unfurled anew. Since the Jianghu had yet to implement a sustenance system, Chen Fang need not worry about his character's meals. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found it devoid of any practitioners. He guided his character to a wooden dummy, a sight he had only previously encountered in films. A prompt appeared on the screen. Would you like to practice on the wooden dummy? Naturally, he chose to practice, and his character immediately began striking the wooden figure. The familiar progress bar emerged on the screen, identical to those encountered during daily tasks. The duration was brief, and within 2 minutes, it reached its conclusion. Notification: you practiced on the wooden dummy, and you have discovered an enhancement in your striking abilities. Basic striking proficiency 21. Chen Fang was taken aback, quickly succumbing to ecstatic joy at such fortuitous news. He then adjusted his perspective to survey the entire training ground, which boasted an array of training apparatuses, wooden dummies, stone locks, wooden swords, plum blossom stakes, and more, over a dozen in total. Eagerly, he directed his character toward the nearest plum blossom stake. Notification: would you like to practice on the plum blossom stake? Yes. The character leaped onto the stake, momentarily staggering before finding balance. With a bit of practice, he soon moved with the grace of a seasoned practitioner. After all, his foundational lightness skill had reached level 200, making the plum blossom stake a trivial challenge. 2 minutes later, another notification appeared. Notification: you practiced on the plum blossom stake and felt your body grow lighter. Basic lightness skill proficiency 29. The character's feet remained in motion as he continued to explore the next training endeavor. Notification: you diligently practiced your slashing technique, and you feel your skills have become more refined. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 25. Notification: you diligently practiced your swordplay, and you feel your skills have become more refined. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 20. Notification: you diligently practiced your throwing techniques, and you feel your skills have become more refined. Basic concealed weapon proficiency 27. Chen Fang, akin to a child who has just acquired a new toy, traversed the training ground, indulging in the various exercises. The rewards were plentiful. Not only had his foundational martial skills improved to a notable extent, but he had also acquired 3 new foundational techniques: basic swordsmanship, basic staff technique, and basic spear technique. Observing the multitude of training projects available, Chen Fang's eyes sparkled with fervor. How much potential could he save? Instantly, his fatigue dissipated, and he felt invigorated, plunging headfirst into the ocean of training. Sleep? What need was there for slumber? Rest was of no consequence compared to the importance of mastering the game. He seized the training wooden sword, contemplated briefly, and once again leaped onto the plum blossom stake. A wise master had once proclaimed, in the realm of martial arts, there exists no impenetrable defense. Only speed is invincible. Chen Fang, a frequent gamer, understood that survival was paramount to output. Otherwise, no matter how high the damage dealt, being a fragile character that could be easily eliminated was utterly meaningless. Thus, he had always shunned playing assassin roles or any fragile output types in games. Of course, this was not due to a lack of skill or frequent deaths. Tip: after practicing on the plum blossom post, you feel your body grow lighter. Basic lightness skill proficiency 31. Tip: after practicing on the plum blossom post, you feel your body grow lighter. Basic lightness skill proficiency 33. As the sun gradually ascended, the number of people in the training ground steadily increased. Yet, Chen Fang remained steadfastly entrenched at the plum blossom post, wholly dedicated to his practice. Finally, after 2 hours, tip: after practicing on the plum blossom post, you feel your body grow lighter. Basic lightness skill proficiency 35. System notification: your diligent practice has enhanced your basic lightness skill, leveling up 1. Current level LV201. Chapter 77. Farewell to Lu Sandow. In the ensuing period, Chen Fang embarked on a rigorous and ascetic training regimen. Of course, the one suffering in this scenario was not a person, but rather the egg yolk. His efforts bore significant fruit, yielding considerable advancement in various fundamental martial arts. Almost daily, he would peruse the martial arts interface, admiring his progress. Unarmed combat, basic fist and foot techniques LV 393, extraordinary. Weapons, basic sword techniques LV 52. Weapons, basic staff techniques LV 55. Weapons, basic spear techniques LV 51. Weapons, basic blade techniques LV 252, achieve mastery. 5 tiger blade techniques LV 89, some knowledge. Military formation blade techniques LV 220, exceptional mastery. Concealed weapons, basic concealed weapons LV 186, outstanding. Throwing knife techniques LV 78, novice. Lightness skill, basic. Lightness skill LV 410, peerless. Chasing wind leg LV 194, exceptional. Inner strength, basic inner strength LV 378, transcended. Embryonic breathing skill LV 189, familiar. Knowledge, poison making LV 0, ineffectual. Initially, he considered practicing with all the weapons available in the training ground, but soon realized the folly of overextending oneself. He promptly redirected his focus, diligently honing his basic fist and foot techniques, as well as his lightness skill. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. No matter how many weapons he possessed, he could not conjure additional hands to wield them. It was far more effective to specialize in a single weapon. Naturally, mastering unarmed combat was equally crucial, for in the event of encountering an unarmed opponent or having his weapon broken, he would need a contingency plan. Similarly, proficiency in lightness skill would provide an avenue for retreat if the situation demanded it. To validate his hypothesis, he ventured into the wilderness to confront several minor adversaries. Experimenting with various techniques, he discovered that a higher level of lightness skill significantly increased the likelihood of a successful escape. This realization underscored the notion that his basic lightness skill was intrinsically linked to his survival. Chen Fang devoted himself wholeheartedly to the plum blossom post, which resulted in an extended period during which the other disciples at the martial arts school found themselves deprived of the opportunity to practice on the plum blossom post. Although the training ground was spacious, the abundance of weapon types meant that only 2 plum blossom posts had been established. Under ordinary circumstances, this would suffice. However, with Chen Fang's arrival, one of the posts became monopolized. After more than half a month of rigorous training, he managed to wear down the plum blossom post, leaving only one remaining for the other disciples. Consequently, their chances of practicing diminished entirely. Naturally, some individuals attempted to compel Chen Fang to vacate his position through force. Initially, he felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain of the abilities of these disciples. Yet, after engaging in a sparring session, he fully embraced his capabilities. Following a series of victories against several challengers, no one dared to interrupt his training thereafter. Chen Fang reveled in this newfound solitude, immersing himself in practice during the day and refining inner elixirs or cultivating other techniques in the evening. However, amid the encouraging news of his substantial progress, a troubling development emerged. Liu Sandow encountered unprecedented obstacles. They initially visited almost every night, then gradually shifted to every other day, and eventually, they came only once every 3 to 5 days. Now, they have vanished for over 10 days. The casualties among the soldiers have been significant. All those soldiers he had first encountered have been replaced, and even the lieutenant has perished in an unknown location. Chen Fang had attempted to inquire about where they were fighting and what they were battling, but Liu Sandow remained reticent, harboring distrust towards Chen Fang. Despite the increase in his own strength, Chen Fang found himself without the opportunity to pursue them. However, he was not anxious. He had at least deduced that the secret to clearing the peaceful town instance likely lay in defeating a mysterious boss at a certain location during the night. Thus, 3 more days passed. Having just exhausted his stamina in the game, Chen Fang was about to log out when the clock struck midnight. Observing the hour, he decided to wait a little longer, focusing intently as he listened, only to find that the courtyard outside remained eerily quiet. With a sigh, he prepared to exit the game. Just as he was about to click the logout button, the long-forgotten sound of clashing armor echoed from outside. Filled with delight, Chen Fang rose and opened the door, stepping into the courtyard. where he found himself face to face with Lu Sandow, who had not visited in quite some time. "You finally arrived." "General," Chen Fang greeted, glancing behind Lu Sandow. In the past, whenever this general entered, he would invariably bring along dozens of soldiers. Tonight, however, he was alone. "Child, I may have to go back on my word," Lu Sandow said, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Chen Fang felt a hint of suspicion, but still asked, "What brings you here, General?" "To my shame, I initially thought this was merely a novice spirit realm, not realizing the formidable nature of the creature guarding it. I have lost dozens of good brothers without managing to defeat it," Lu Sandow admitted, a sense of guilt washing over him. This guilt extended beyond Chen Fang, encompassing the memory of his fallen comrades. "If it were up to me, I would have fought that creature to the bitter end, but—" Chen Fang's heart sank at the thought of the boss that had proven insurmountable even for Lu Sandow and his cadre of capable soldiers. The challenge of overcoming it alone was daunting, to say the least. As fate would have it, the higher-ups were quite displeased with my progress in breaching the spirit realm and intend to force an entry. At this point, Lu Sandow's voice grew somber. "Child, I can only secure you a month's time. If you cannot breach the realm on your own within that period, it will vanish along with you." Chen Fang was taken aback. "So, you not only failed to assist me in escaping, but have instead complicated matters. A month. Is there nothing you can teach me?" "Ludigu?" he asked in a grave tone. Lu Sandow replied, "Based on the map you provided, I have located the focal point of this spirit realm. Generally speaking, there are two types of focal points, each requiring a different method to unravel. The first scenario involves the array's core being concealed by a certain formation. Once this formation is deciphered, the core will be laid bare, akin to ripe fruit waiting to be plucked." Chen Fang disregarded the ensuing crude remarks and inquired, "What about the second scenario?" "The second scenario pertains to our current predicament, where the core is guarded by a formidable being. Once this entity is vanquished, the core will naturally reveal itself. However, what? However, as outsiders, our powers will be somewhat restrained by the spiritual essence of this land. Moreover, the being guarding the core possesses an enigmatic nature. Thus," Lu Sandow offered an awkward smile. Chen Fang nodded appreciatively and said, "Thank you, General Lu, for enlightening me. If I ever have the opportunity to leave, I shall certainly express my gratitude to you. Might I inquire about the identity of this guarding entity?" Certainly, Lu Sandow replied with a smile. "Tonight is precisely for the purpose of imparting this information to you." With that, he retrieved a piece of rice paper from his bosom, upon which was sketched the likeness of a man. Chen Fang took it and, upon inspection, realized it was none other than the master of this martial arts academy, Long Wuzhu. Chapter 78. Joining hands having spoken, Lu Sandow turned and departed from the courtyard. Although Chen Fang was curious as to why the other party did not simply reveal their identity and instead opted for such a roundabout method with the scroll, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such trivialities at that moment. Reflecting on the curator, Long Wuzhu, Chen Fang found it utterly impossible to associate him with the term enigmatic. His imposing figure embodied a straightforward, brawn-over-brains archetype. However, one must not rely on conventional reasoning within this game. Thus, he chose to remain cautiously skeptical for the time being. The current situation had become quite clear. If Lu Sandow had not deceived him, defeating or eliminating Long Wuzhu would suffice for him to successfully navigate through Ping'an Town. Although it sounded simple, even with his current prowess, Long Wuzhu remained an entity of unfathomable depth. Clearly, brute strength alone would not prevail. Cunning would be essential. Chen Fang scratched his head, noting that with only a month remaining, time was exceedingly tight. The following morning, Chen Fang diligently practiced the plum blossom post, his progress steadily advancing. Yet, his focus lay not on the training grounds, but rather on the direction of the rear courtyard. Every few days, Long Wuzhu would appear to inspect the training area. During the rest of the time, he confined himself to the rear courtyard, resembling a hermit who seldom ventured out. Long Wuzhu's residence was situated in the innermost part of the rear courtyard. This yard was expansive, and unlike the quarters of other elders and disciples, Long Wuzhu's abode was surrounded by towering walls, exceeding 4 meters in height. Apart from a singular gate at the front, there were no other entrances or exits. The walls had undergone a peculiar treatment, rendering them exceptionally smooth, making it difficult to scale without a specific lightness technique. Most critically, there were no structures within a dozen meters of the courtyard that could be utilized for leverage, at least with his current level of the wind-chasing leg technique. Chen Fang found it challenging to leap over the more than 4-meter-high wall. He estimated that to leap straight up 4 meters from a standing position, his wind-chasing leg would need to reach at least level 500 to achieve such elevation without any assistance. After all, the wind-chasing leg primarily enhanced agility and combat capabilities rather than wall-climbing prowess. Therefore, if he sought to progress without resorting to combat, he would have to seize the opportunity to enter the courtyard while Long Wuzhu was away, hoping for a stroke of luck. Hint: after practicing on the plum blossom post, you feel your body becoming lighter. Basic lightness skill proficiency 45. Upon concluding his training, Chen Fang controlled his character to leap down from the plum blossom post, heading directly toward the rear courtyard. However, as he walked past Long Wuzhu, maintaining a calm demeanor, he was unexpectedly halted by the true disciples flanking him. Which disciple are you, and why did you not pay your respects upon seeing the curator? Chen Fang. His initial attempt to scout the area had failed. Ah, never mind such formalities. Long Wuzhu waved his hand dismissively, displaying no airs of authority. I recall you somewhat. You're the newcomer from a while back. What was your name? Reporting to the curator, I am the disciple Dan Huang, indeed a recent addition to the Martial Arts Academy, Chen Fang replied earnestly. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret for having chosen such a casual name. Egg yolk sounded utterly absurd. He wondered if there existed any name-changing cards or similar items in the realm. Indeed, one must diligently cultivate their skills and not tarnish the reputation of the martial arts school. Long Wuzhu offered a few words of guidance before he turned his attention to inspecting the other disciples in the training grounds. Just as Chen Fang was about to breathe a sigh of relief and proceed to the back courtyard, Long Wuzhu's voice suddenly rang out again from behind. By the way, which disciple has been undefeated in the training grounds lately? The true disciple who had previously halted Chen Fang replied. It is indeed the egg yolk junior disciple that the master just met. Chen Fang thought to himself. Indeed, one must not be overly casual with names. Oh, you have only just begun yet you can defeat so many seasoned disciples? With a resigned turn, Chen Fang found Long Wuzhu gazing at him with an astonished expression. He could only respond, Master, the disciple has practiced a few agricultural techniques, but they are far from systematic. If that is the case, then our martial arts school has disciples who are even less capable than mere farmers. Ha ha! Long Wuzhu boomed with laughter. Come here, lend me a hand. Chen Fang felt a pang of anxiety, but then relaxed. It was best to test the waters and gauge his opponent's abilities. He glanced at Long Wuzhu's information. Long Wuzhu, incomprehensible depth. The towering figure appeared even more imposing in the sunlight, casting a vast shadow that enveloped him and instilled a sense of immense pressure. Unperturbed, Chen Fang maintained his persona as a martial arts enthusiast and launched an attack. His LV-393 extraordinary level basic strikes unleashed a powerful gust as he aimed a punch at Long Wuzhu's waist. Long Wuzhu, with one hand previously resting behind his back, effortlessly intercepted Chen Fang's punch with a seemingly effortless block, steady as a mountain. Chen Fang felt little impact. After all, it was merely a standard attack that had been parried. System prompt. Conditions met, you have entered battle mode. The surroundings momentarily blurred, yet when Chen Fang looked again, everything remained unchanged. The same individuals stood about, positioned at the edge of the training grounds. What are you daydreaming about? Long Wuzhu's voice boomed, accompanied by a wave of force that struck Chen Fang's face. However, Chen Fang remained unfazed. The character would no longer require his control. Long Wuzhu's punch carried tremendous momentum, and Chen Fang dared not confront it directly. With a deft sidestep, he executed a precise iron bridge maneuver to evade. The Chen Fang watching from the screen felt a spark of inspiration. How had he achieved such consistent victories in the training grounds? It was not solely due to his rapid improvement in strength. More significantly, the character's AI-level reactions imparted a wealth of knowledge even to the Chen Fang outside the screen. Yet, as the master of the school, Long Wuzhu was not one to be underestimated. Just as the character appeared to have completely dodged the punch, he suddenly redirected his attack, transforming his fist into a palm that descended with remarkable speed. Chen Fang could scarcely keep up with the rapidity of the movement. At this juncture, evasion has become an impossibility. However, the character possesses a method to minimize battle damage, channeling strength from the waist. The individual twists through the air like a great python. The hardest part of the human body, the elbow, collides with Long Wuzhu's palm. With a thunderous crash, the character is slammed to the ground, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. Battle alert. You swung your fist at Long Wuzhu, who sees your attack and countered. You successfully evaded, yet he altered his move mid-attack. You attempted to block, but failed, sustaining 268 points of damage. You are exceedingly fatigued and appear in dire need of rest. The health bar above the character's head plummeted to half, causing Chen Fang's heart to lurch. Could it be that Long Wuzhu has uncovered the link between himself and Liu Sandao, seeking to eliminate him in the process? Yet, as the curator, he possesses numerous methods to dispose of him. There seems to be no necessity for such an approach. Chen Fang's mind was engulfed in confusion, but Long Wuzhu hastily ceased his assault, bending down to assist the character, an invisible force penetrating the character's body. Oh dear, it has been ages since I last engaged in combat, and I miscalculated my strength. Are you all right? As he spoke, the character's health bar began to rise dramatically, astonishingly replenishing itself entirely, even exceeding its previous limit. Chapter 79. Poison. The clash of hands occurred in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, the individual lay on the ground, blood spilling from their lips. The onlooking disciples erupted in cheers for the master, but Long Wuzhu, unconcerned, merely waved his hand dismissively. After inquiring about Chen Fang's well-being, who assured him he was fine, indeed feeling even better, Long Wuzhu departed after offering a few more compliments to Chen Fang. Following this encounter, Chen Fang had completely abandoned the notion of overpowering his opponent through sheer strength. It was evident that they were not on the same level. A head-on assault would be nothing short of suicidal. No wonder Liu Sandao and his companions have been unable to break the formation for so long. As Long Wuzhu left the training ground to inspect other areas, Chen Fang skillfully maneuvered the individual into the backyard. Realizing that brute force was no longer an option, he resolved to devise a more cunning strategy. Long Wuzhu's residence was easy to locate, the towering walls visible from a distance. After navigating a series of twists and turns, he finally arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. As anticipated, the gate was secured with a heavy iron lock. Unperturbed, Chen Fang directed the individual to circle the courtyard walls. Fortunately, there were no disciples stationed nearby. In fact, apart from the quarters for the female residents, the entire backyard was devoid of guardians. Chen Fang boldly circled the walls several times, inspecting thoroughly, yet found nothing of interest. At this moment, he began to trust Liu Sandao's words. Just as he was about to examine the formidable lock on the door, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, prompting Chen Fang to hastily retreat in another direction. Thankfully, the yard was paved with stone slabs, alleviating any concerns about leaving footprints or other traces. After a brief detour, he returned to his own courtyard, changed his attire, and made his way back to the training ground. Feigning a nonchalant demeanor, he casually picked up a wooden sword and commenced his practice. Of course, the individual's expression required no pretense. It remained naturally indifferent. As the sun dipped in the west, nightfall approached swiftly. Extinguishing the lantern in his room, Chen Fang did not log out of the game. A month in this realm equated to merely 10 days in reality, instilling a sense of urgency within him. Liu Sandao had no reason to mislead him. If a formidable expert were to forcefully disrupt the so-called sacred ground of Ping'an Town, the outcome for the yet-to-be cleared Chen Fang would be difficult to predict. Given the gravity of life and death, he could not afford to refrain from taking some risks. That night, he prepared to stealthily explore the martial arts hall. However, before embarking on this nocturnal venture, he needed to exhaust all the potential he had accumulated and transform it into his own strength. Gradually practicing his techniques would no longer suffice. Opening the martial arts interface, he meticulously reviewed his options. For now, he would set aside hand-to-hand combat. An encounter in the backyard of the martial arts hall was inevitable. Thus, prioritizing enhancement of his combat capabilities was essential. In terms of immediate combat effectiveness, weaponry was undeniably superior to mere fists and feet. Secondly, he recognized the necessity of improving his agility. The wind chase leg technique was a must, as it would significantly enhance his movement, speed, and evasion while concurrently bolstering his combat prowess. Two benefits for the price of one. Without further ado, Chen Fang proceeded to allocate his points. The system notification indicated that through diligent practice, your military knife skills have notably improved, now reaching level 230, with potential diminished by 281, 292. After a few clicks, gazing at the martial arts panel and the rapidly diminishing potential, one could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. The accumulation of over 8 million potential points had dwindled to less than half with just a few taps. Observing that the military knife skills had only advanced to level 260, and with less than 3 million potential remaining, he hastily ceased his actions. Chen Fang began to realize that he might have mismanaged his potential. No matter which martial art he chose to enhance, the results seemed far from immediate. His eyes scanned the panel, suddenly pausing at the last line. Knowledge, poison-making LV0, inadequate, since discovering the advantages of the training ground. He had been engrossed in the enhancement of various martial arts, neglecting the craft of poison-making. It is well understood that in many films and novels, poison is often the underdog's secret weapon, a crucial skill for achieving unexpected victories. Without much hesitation, he reached out and clicked on Research. Expecting a progress bar akin to those seen during martial arts practice, he was instead met with a message of failure. System notification. Key items missing. Research failed. Chen Fang did not panic. His gaze fixated on the Research option. It was not long before a shadowy figure appeared before him, slowly solidifying into a line of small text. Poison research. Prepare toxins and containers to begin. He exhaled in relief. The possibility of research was still intact. Subsequently, he began to survey the room, ultimately directing his attention to the basin behind the door. The basin was nothing more than an ordinary copper vessel, and as the character in the game did not require personal hygiene, he had scarcely noticed such items before. Venturing outside, he controlled his character to grasp the copper basin, sitting down directly on the ground, and retrieved a portion of corpse poison from his backpack to place into the basin. Clicking on the Research option, the progress bar finally appeared on the screen. At that moment, the character performed a familiar action, conjuring a pair of gloves from behind and donning them. He then plunged his hands into the murky corpse poison, beginning to knead it vigorously. The progress bar was brief. Within mere seconds, it completed, followed by the notification. System notification. Research successful. Corpse poison -1. Poison making proficiency 532. Your poison crafting skills have improved. Level 12. Now LV12. Chen Fang stared in astonishment at his phone screen. To think that a single portion of corpse poison could yield a proficiency increase of 532 points was beyond his expectations. He proceeded to take out another portion of corpse poison and placed it into the basin, clicking to start research once more. This time, the duration extended slightly, nearing 20 seconds. System notification. Research successful. Corpse poison -1. Poison making proficiency 768. Your poison crafting skills have improved. Level 9. Now LV21. Chen Fang was elated and continued to extract more corpse poison to further his research. The essence of corpse poison was something he had harvested abundantly while battling zombies in the zombie forest. He had accumulated no less than 500, if not 800, which was more than sufficient. System notification. Research successful. Corpse poison -1. Poison crafting proficiency 498. Your poison crafting skills have improved. Level 3. Current level 24. System notification. Research successful. Corpse poison -1. Poison crafting proficiency 627. Your poison crafting skills have improved. Level 3. Current level 27. As the quantity of corpse poison in his backpack dwindled, his proficiency in poison crafting surged correspondingly. After more than an hour, Chen Fang paused. It was not due to the depletion of corpse poison, but rather a sudden notification that interrupted his continuous workflow. System notification. Congratulations, through diligent research. You have successfully comprehended the fundamentals of poison techniques, acquiring a new martial art. Upon glancing at the martial arts panel, he indeed discovered an additional foundational martial art. Poison crafting. Basic poison technique LV0. Ineffectual. Poison crafting. Chen Fang quickly focused his attention as the shadowy text materialized. Basic poison technique. The fundamental skills of using poison, which will influence the effectiveness of certain poison-related martial arts.